deep within a secret underground prison facility in the ugly nation. The only light filtering into the cells came from the narrow food slots. In the center of one cell sat an old man, his hair long, white, and unkempt, his frail body emaciated. With bony, trembling hands, he meticulously combed through his uncut hair. His eyes, bright and sharp, stood in stark contrast to his advanced age. Malnourished and weakened, he could only hunch on the cold floor. His gaunt face was etched with deep wrinkles. A long, tangled beard covered his chin and jaw, testaments to years of suffering. His hunched back and the tattered prison uniform, torn to reveal countless scars, bore witness to prolonged torture and abuse. Occasionally, when he glanced sideways at the dim light from the food slot, a flicker of profound contempt could be seen in his eyes, accompanied by a faint, barely audible hum from his lips. He sat like a statue, lifeless, yet radiating silent defiance. On this underground level, he and his companions, about a dozen in total, lived in utter silence, waiting. Years of physical torment had numbed them. Except for the occasional groan during punishment, the cells were almost completely silent. Who was he? He was Zhang Guoqing. Who were they? They were Zhang Guoqing's brothers and comrades. What had they endured? Why were they here? How had they come to this place? Would they die here? No one else knew. Zhang Guoqing had been secretly abducted by agents of the ugly nation while attending a gathering with friends. At the same moment of his arrest, his company and assets were swiftly seized by his wife, Wei Fanghua's Malaysian family, and his son Zhang Ziqiang, who then assumed Zhang Guoqing's public identity. In this secret prison, Zhang Guoqing and his men were subjected to brutal interrogations as the agents sought to extract information about the vast wealth they controlled. To the agents, they were despicable executioners, international smugglers, arms dealers, mercenary leaders, terrorists, war profiteers, demons who would do anything for money. To the people of Hua Nation, however, they were extreme patriots, renowned entrepreneurs, industrialists, philanthropists, and patriotic businessmen. Abroad, they were seen as devils. At home, as angels. Each one deeply loved their motherland and sincerely wished for its prosperity. They were a group of men who willingly bore the burden of infamy for their country. Zhang Guoqing was born on October 1st, 1950, named Guoqing National Celebration because it was the first national day after the founding of the nation. His father, Zhang Dashan, was among the first soldiers to join the war to resist the ugly nation and aid Korea. When Zhang Guoqing was born, his father was already fighting in Korea, where he tragically died in combat in the second half of 1951. Zhang Guoqing's mother, Gao Yulan, was 38, a high-risk age for childbirth, and died from severe hemorrhage during delivery, as medical resources were limited at the time. His elder brother, Jiang Wuing, upon learning of their father's death, also volunteered for the Korean War. He died heroically in the brutal Battle of Shanghaling at the age of 19. With that, Zhang Guoqing became the last surviving member of his generation, his family, a true lineage of loyal martyrs. Raised in such a family, how could he not possess a deep sense of patriotism? How could he not love his nation's vast and beautiful lands? As a child of martyrs, growing up in a military compound with impeccable political credentials, Zhang Guoqing was expected to have a bright future. In 1958, he and other children from the compound were sent to study in Moscow under the guidance of the Soviet Big Brother. But in the Soviet Union, beyond language and general knowledge, Zhang Guoqing and his peers received no advanced technological or nation-building education. Over time, they noticed the same pattern among other foreign students from defeated nations like Japan, North Korea, and other Soviet satellite states. They realized they were, in fact, hostages sent by their country to the Soviet Union. This feeling intensified during China's 3 years of natural disasters, when the Soviets demanded debt repayment. The silver lining was that they learned multiple languages from their international peers. During Zhang Guoqing's studies, in the winter of 1963, a heavy snowstorm trapped the region. Starving wolf packs descended from the mountains and attacked the village in the western hills of the capital where Zhang Guoqing's grandparents lived. At the time, only his grandparents and his grandfather's adopted son, Zhang Erju, and his family of 4 were at home. Uncle Erzu's family died defending the elders. Zhang Guoqing's grandfather was critically injured. Most crucially, the family's treasured, life-saving ginseng vanished. The grandfather eventually succumbed to his wounds. Not long after, the grandmother, overcome by grief and malnutrition, also passed away. Zhang Guoqing was now utterly alone. By the time Zhang Guoqing learned of the tragedy, his grandparents' funerals had already taken place. Devastated, he fell gravely ill and sank into despair. After recovering physically, he locked himself in his dormitory and drank heavily alone. Only with the support and companionship of close friends did he slowly recover. Then, after China repaid its debts to the Soviets in 1965, supervision over them relaxed, and they began traveling across many of the Soviet republics. They left their footprints on Red Square, the Kremlin, St. Basil's Cathedral, the Bolshoi Theater, Gorky Park, the banks of the Volga River, and in cities like St. Petersburg, Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Kiev. But in 1969, after the Zhunbao Island conflict between the two nations, China recalled Zhang Guoqing and his peers. Thanks to their language skills, they were quickly assigned to foreign language institutes or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In April 1972, after serving 3 years as a translator, Zhang Guoqing was posted to the Huan Nation Embassy in the Land of Nowhere Nation following the establishment of diplomatic relations. After more than 4 years living and working abroad, Zhang Guoqing returned to China in December 1976 for a work review. At a reunion with childhood friends Zhao Shangyue, Yi Jiangwo, and others, he learned that Wang Jiaxing, another close friend who had been politically rehabilitated after the cultural turmoil, had produced ginseng to help treat his father Wang Wei's health. As lifelong friends, they knew each other well. Wang Jiaxing's ancestral home was in southern Jiangxi. His family had been poor peasants for generations. His father had joined the army and traveled across the country after the founding of the nation, working in the capital military region, too busy to return home. Everyone found Wang Jiaxing's ginseng suspicious. Knowing that Zhang Guoqing's grandfather had died because of stolen ginseng, they began to suspect Wang Jiaxing had stolen it. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it began to grow. After the party, Zhang Guoqing couldn't rest, desperate to know if Wang Jiaxing's ginseng was indeed the one stolen from his grandfather's home. He asked Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo to help investigate. Then he turned to their childhood alley mates, the brothers Xiu Feng and Xiu Yu, along with Lu Dali and Zhu Dachong, asking them to help extract the truth through casual conversation. Chapter 2. The Turning Point of Life. The turning point of life commenced here, when Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo treated Wang Jiaxing to a lavish feast, intoxicating him. After a series of probing conversations with the alleyway dwellers Xiu Feng, Xiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong, Zhang Guoqing uncovered the truth behind the ginseng affair. The genesis of this predicament lay in Zhang Guoqing's childhood, during which he and a group of childhood friends were left unattended as their parents were preoccupied. Amidst the nascent establishment of the nation, between the ages of 6 and 8, they were cared for in Zhang Guoqing's grandfather's home, where they shared meals, slumber, and immersed themselves in traditional culture and the martial art of Xingyiquan. Under the meticulous care of Zhang Guoqing's grandparents, they flourished in health and martial prowess, fostering a profound camaraderie among the spirited children. During their stay at Zhang Guoqing's grandfather's residence, Wang Jiaxing's curiosity was piqued regarding the ingredients used in their nightly medicinal baths aimed at strengthening their bodies. He often sneaked into the room of Zhang Guoqing's grandparents to observe. Being merely a 6 or 7-year-old child, he bore no ill intentions. Thus his grandparents and Zhang Guoqing's companions paid him little heed. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Jiaxing gleaned the secret of the medicinal bath. By a twist of fate, Wang Jiaxing discovered the method to unlock a hidden compartment in the grandparents' room. Seizing the opportunity in their absence, he ventured inside, accessed the compartment, and surreptitiously appropriated the ginseng resting at its bottom. For over a decade, he remained silent about his theft. Had he not been inebriated and coerced into conversation, he might have taken the secret to his grave. Reflecting on that time when they were merely 6 or 7 years old, Zhang Guoqing noted that Wang Jiaxing exhibited little change before and after the ginseng theft. The depth of his youthful contemplation was striking. Subsequently, the winds of change began to blow, heralding the onset of the Cultural Revolution. Wang Jiaxing's father, Wang Wei, became involved with the Revolutionary Committee, embarking on a prolonged period of study. Following the upheaval, Wang Wei was released from the committee, his health severely depleted. In this dire moment, Wang Jiaxing produced the ginseng pilfered from Zhang Guoqing's grandfather to aid in his father's recovery. Contemplating Wang Jiaxing's treachery and recalling the despair etched upon his grandmother's face upon discovering the theft of the life-saving ginseng during his grandfather's grave injury, Zhang Guoqing's heart bled with anguish, driving him to the brink of madness. As the fury within him escalated, Zhang Guoqing found himself at a crossroads, and in a fit of wrath, he sought out the orphans once nurtured by his grandparents, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Dakue, and Lu Erkui. In broad daylight, they stormed into the courtyard, mercilessly slaying Zhang Guoqing and his entire family of 6, subsequently vanishing into the shadows. The suddenness of this event wrought dire consequences. Deemed a major incident in the post-revolutionary landscape, prompting an immediate manhunt by the state. In no time, the capital was engulfed in turmoil. With the assistance of his childhood friends and the grandson of his grandfather's friend, Li Suanpan, Zhang Guoqing, along with Jiang Wei and Zhang Jie, fled the capital. They intended to escape through Shanhaiguan towards the northeast to reach Su Laoda. However, the authorities deduced their eastward trajectory and pursued them relentlessly in Liaoning province. Left with no alternative, they altered their course, entering the vast grasslands of Inner Mongolia, desperately evading capture. During their time on the expansive plains of Hulunbuir, they encountered Boar and the China brothers. After overcoming numerous perilous challenges, they successfully crossed into Su Laoda's territory. While clandestinely crossing the border, they chanced upon Andrei, a white Russian deserter, marking the beginning of a unique chapter in their lives in Su Laoda. They commenced their ruthless accumulation of initial funds through armed smuggling along the borders, engaging in countless skirmishes of varying magnitudes. As their operations expanded, Zhang Guoqing forged connections with corrupt military officials in Su Laoda, initiating arms trading. In 1978, he began to split his forces, traveling through the Su Laoda alliance, and entered Europe. There, he organized a group with nefarious inclinations, amassing wealth through unscrupulous means. Collaborating with the arms dealer Big Ivan from Su Laoda, he began smuggling weapons into countries in Europe and America, swiftly broadening his operations to the Persian region, where he organized a mercenary troop to engage in arms trading within conflict zones, even directly participating in armed confrontations. Their presence was felt across various Middle Eastern nations. And in the Persian region, they amassed substantial amounts of gold and jewels through various forms of plunder. As the year 1980 approached, Jeang Wuing, having reached the age of 30, led his brothers in establishing a significant territory alongside a multitude of adversaries. With a wealth of resources at their disposal and a notorious reputation, Zhang Guoqing and his companions arrived at Hong Kong Island to embark on a new chapter in their lives. Armed with ample capital, Zhang Guoqing, with the support of Suanpan and others, began investing in factories throughout Southeast Asia, acquiring extensive tracts of land for real estate development, purchasing prime retail spaces, and entering the entertainment industry. He integrated himself into the high society of Hong Kong Island, befriending Mr. He from Australia and patriotic businessmen such as Mr. Hua, Mr. Bao, and Mr. Xiao. Following the lead of these patriotic entrepreneurs, they initiated large-scale investments in domestic factories, contributing significant donations to the country. Utilizing his connections, he facilitated the importation of much-needed machinery and production lines for the nation, while simultaneously rekindling ties with his childhood friends, investing in their endeavors, and aiding them in becoming among the first affluent individuals post-reform. As the American economic crisis began to affect Japan, South Korea, and Europe, Zhang Guoqing and his companions commenced their global strategy, investing in various ventures across the United States and Europe. In 1985, Zhang Guoqing encountered the enchanting Wei Fenghua from the prominent Malaysian timber dynasty, the Wei family. At the time, she was a mere 17 years old. After years of ardent pursuit and numerous obstacles, he finally won her heart in 1990. The grandeur of their wedding astonished both Hong Kong Island and Southeast Asia. In 1992, the son of Zhang Ziqiang was born, bringing warmth and familial affection to the long-isolated Zhang Ziqiang. However, due to his demanding career, Zhang Guoqing frequently traveled the globe for business, resulting in his absence during his son's formative years. The boy was raised by Wei Fenghua and her family, gradually developing in ways that were less than ideal, yet he managed to disguise his shortcomings well enough that Zhang Guoqing remained largely unaware. It was only after Zhang Guoqing turned 70 in 2020 and began to transfer control of the family business to his son that he realized the extent of the situation. In response, Zhang Guoqing decisively established a family foundation, entrusting the management of the enterprise to professional managers while retaining a portion of the company and its assets for his son. More critically, he directly allocated substantial funds and resources to the state. By 2022, while vacationing with friends in Hawaii, Zhang Guoqing was unexpectedly arrested by a special division of the American authorities, despite the valiant resistance of the elderly men present, none of whom could evade capture, with several sustaining fatal injuries in the process. Chapter 3. The gallows an indeterminate time later, the sound of clattering doors echoed through the corridor, signaling the opening of most cells in the underground prison. Light flooded into the cell, prompting Zhang Guoqing to shield his eyes from the sudden brightness. He calmly remarked that the time had come. Armed guards entered, fastening heavy restraints upon him, and escorted him from his cell. In the corridor, a row of similarly equipped guards supported a group of frail, disheveled elderly men, their malnourished states evident as they struggled to stand without assistance. Despite their dire conditions, each man held his head high, unwaveringly fixed on Zhang Guoqing with expressions of determination. As the guards led them into a large, clandestine chamber within the prison, several American agents produced a document and began to read aloud. Criminals Zhang Guoqing, Li Suanpan, Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, Lu Dakui, Lu Erkui, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, Zhu Dachong, Batel, and China. Following this, a litany of alleged crimes was recounted, many of which Zhang Guoqing had long forgotten until prompted by the agents. The reading took an extended period, during which the agent paused twice for water. In conclusion, under the auspices of the joint government and the laws of the American government, the evidence against the aforementioned criminals was deemed irrefutable, and they were sentenced to hang, with execution set to occur in 1 hour. Upon hearing the final judgment, Zhang Guoqing erupted in laughter, incredulous that in the 21st century, the so-called most civilized and human rights-respecting government in the world would still employ such an archaic form of punishment. He recalled the last instance of an American death sentence by hanging, which involved a notorious figure, yet the details eluded him after so many years. He never imagined he would meet a similar fate to those warlords and terrorists he had once invested in. However, the public nature of their sentences contrasted starkly with the secretive proceedings he now faced. Though the methods of execution differed, their ultimate ends were eerily parallel. Zhang Guoqing turned around to carefully observe the brothers who had accompanied him for half a lifetime, and inquired, "Do you have any regrets?" The elderly men behind him, each with a resolute gaze fixed upon Zhang Guoqing, spoke in unison, "None. We have lived enough. It is a pity we did not have the chance for a last meal." Zhang Guoqing laughed and scolded, "Get the hell out of here. This is America. Who says we should follow the rules from back home?" Laughter erupted among the group, and they began to chat freely. "Dawei, are you afraid of death? Erkui, will you wet yourself when you die? Calculate for us. See Pan, who lasts longer on the gallows. You old fool, who do you look down upon? At our age, who still fears death? Damn you, Jiangjia. At my age, my prostate is certainly not good, but I'm not going to soil myself over this wretched gallows. This life spent following Guoqing has truly been remarkable. Remarkable it is, yet living grandly only to die in such a suffocating manner. Ah." Laughter filled the air as the conversation grew more animated, with everyone revealing old secrets, as they reminisced about exciting moments. The atmosphere was devoid of any fear or unease of impending death. Zhang Guoqing turned to the guard and said, "Could we have some wine?" After a brief discussion, the guards brought in a half bottle of ordinary red wine. Zhang Guoqing bit off the cork, took a swig, and then passed it around, reflecting, "Brothers, this is our last chance to drink together." The group silently sipped their wine, savoring the flavors. An hour later, Zhang Guoqing and the others were led to a gallows on the ground, under the cover of night, the hour unknown. With his hands bound behind him, Zhang Guoqing was the first to ascend the gallows. Turning to his brothers, he proclaimed, "Brothers, we shall meet on the road to the Yellow Springs. In our next life, we will still be brothers." The others responded in unison, affirming that they would indeed be brothers in the next life. The executioner placed the noose around his neck and stepped on the mechanism. Suddenly, Zhang Guoqing felt the ground vanish beneath him, and a tightening sensation enveloped his throat. After a few futile struggles, as oxygen dwindled, he gradually lost the strength to fight, his tongue protruding as he completely succumbed to death. Zhang Guoqing felt his body relax, as if liberated from some confinement, and he began to drift upwards. Looking down, he saw the American executioners removing the noose from his neck, carelessly discarding his lifeless body to the side. Following him were Li Suanpan, Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, Lu Dakui, Lu Erkui, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, Zhu Dachong, and Bate who ascended the gallows in succession, all affirming their intent to be brothers in the next life as they departed with tranquility. Zhang Guoqing floated in the air, desperately waving and calling out to the mysterious orbs of energy that emanated from his brothers. Wishing to grasp them, yet he found himself unable to move. The enigmatic gases offered no response, leaving Zhang Guoqing to watch helplessly as they slowly drifted away into the ether. As the last brother's lifeless body was removed from the gallows, the guards summoned a truck and carelessly tossed the corpses of Zhang Guoqing and his companions onto it for disposal. Suddenly, Zhang Guoqing's soul felt an overwhelming fatigue, and he slowly closed his eyes, pondering if he too was destined for complete annihilation. Subsequently, his spirit was drawn eastward, soaring through the ether. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Guoqing groggily opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, where he could not see even his own hand. Abruptly, a golden light illuminated the sky, within which appeared an ethereal old man with a long white beard, gazing at him. "Who are you, and how did you arrive in the Nine Treasure Space?" echoed the voice of the old man in Zhang Guoqing's mind. "I know not how I came here. Who are you? Where's this place?" Zhang Guoqing attempted to speak, but no sound escaped his lips. The old man's voice reverberated once more. "Simply think, and I shall hear the thoughts within your mind." Zhang Guoqing conveyed his circumstances mentally to the old man, who responded, "I too exist in a state of spirit, having been deceased for countless years. Do you possess an ancestral pendant?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guoqing replied affirmatively, recalling a treasured nine-eyed heaven pearl he had worn since childhood, which had vanished after an injury. He had thought it lost. The old man said, "You are my descendant. This is the Nine Treasures Space, and I am your ancestor, a disciple of Master Zhang, who, through fortuitous circumstances and with the aid of Master Zhang, obtained this realm. However, with gain comes loss. After acquiring the Nine Treasures Space, I was cursed, for my master foretold that my descendants would dwindle until 2 male heirs appeared in a single generation, breaking the curse. In your generation, you had an older brother, and with you, there are 2 male heirs, thus the curse should be lifted, allowing you to enter the Nine Treasures Space. Your fate is not yet sealed." Zhang Guoqing gazed at the ethereal old man in bewilderment. "Does this mean I can return to life?" The old man pointed a finger, and a beam of golden light entered Zhang Guoqing's mind, stating, "If your fate is not sealed, it is indeed not sealed. I shall send you back." In an instant, Zhang Guoqing was engulfed in darkness once more, losing consciousness. Chapter 4. Awakening and Rebirth. As the sun rose in the east, a familiar tune wafted through the window, heralding the dawn. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Zhang Guoqing stirred groggily on the Kong, feeling utterly weak and sore. Caught between dreams and reality, he sensed he had experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream in which he had perished, yet now it seemed he was alive once more. For a moment, Zhang Guoqing was unable to discern whether he was alive or dead, so he pinched his thigh with a fierce grip. The immediate pain jolted him awake, confirming his existence. During his state as a spirit, he had felt no pain from similar actions. How had he been resurrected? This question lingered in Zhang Guoqing's mind as he surveyed his surroundings, which were filled with familiar sights. His home within the courtyard of the capital, his own bedroom. Zhang Guoqing emerged from his cocoon of blankets, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the garments before him were those of a child. In a moment of shock, he leapt out of bed, bare-skinned, and approached the mirror on the table. The reflection that greeted him was none other than his own, but from his childhood. When his gaze fell upon the familiar nine-eyed heavenly bead adorning his neck, a tumultuous thought surged through his mind. Has my ancestor granted me a second chance at life? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of weakness swept over him. Zhang Guoqing felt a wave of discomfort wash over his entire being, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Drawing upon the wisdom of his previous life, he recognized the telltale signs of a fever. Hastily, he donned his clothes and cast a glance at the calendar on the table, which read October 1955. The clock struck 10 past 10 as he slipped into his shoes and pushed open the door, stepping into a familiar courtyard and passing through the well-known gate. He followed the route etched in his memory to the medical office within the compound. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Aunt Wang, a figure he knew all too well, seated behind the desk. Aunt Wang was the physician responsible for attending to the families and support staff in the compound, treating ailments such as colds and fevers or tending to minor injuries. Overcome with emotion at the sight of her, Zhang Guoqing called out, "Aunt Wang, I believe I have a fever. I feel unwell all over." Without delay, Aunt Wang approached him, gently placing her hand upon his forehead, then testing her own. "Indeed, it seems you have a fever," she confirmed. "Let me take your temperature." Seating Zhang Guoqing on a chair, She retrieved a thermometer, shook it gently, and placed it under his arm, while simultaneously pouring hot water from a teapot for him. Little Guoqing, how could you be so careless? It's your birthday on National Day, and you're running a fever. In that moment, realization dawned upon Zhang Guoqing. He had been reborn on the day of his 5th birthday, October 1st, 1955. Recalling his previous life, he remembered falling ill just a couple of days prior. During his illness, Aunt Zhao, who was responsible for caring for the children of martyrs, was selfish and always skimmed off their rations to take home for herself. During those days of fever, she had neglected to take him for medical attention, merely advising him to wrap himself in blankets and sweat it out. Zhang Guoqing replied, Aunt Zhao told me I was fine and that I didn't need to go to the medical office. Just sleep under the covers and sweat it out. Aunt Wang handed him the teapot and asked, Did she not give you any medicine? Zhang Guoqing accepted the teapot, feeling a sense of grievance as he responded, Thank you, Aunt Wang, but I haven't taken any medicine. I can barely fill my stomach with food, let alone medicine. Aunt Wang exclaimed in disbelief, That cannot be. How much can children possibly eat? The government provides ample subsidies every month for you, with plenty left over. Zhang Guoqing rolled up his sleeve, revealing his emaciated arm to Aunt Wang. Aunt Zhao always insists we are too young to eat so much, claiming it would be wasteful. I've seen her secretly taking food home. Aunt Wang was taken aback. How could she dare do such a thing? The surplus from your normal meals should be sufficient for her. To withhold rations from the children of martyrs is a grave offense. It could land her in a military court. Are you certain of this? Zhang Guoqing took a sip of the hot water and stated, Aunt Wang, if you doubt me, you may summon Zhao Shunyue and Yi Jiangwo to inquire. We are together every day. Aunt Wang gazed at the frail Zhang Guoqing with a heart full of compassion, saying, A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. After Zhang Guoqing had his temperature taken and received his injection, Aunt Wang went to summon Xiao Yu and Jian Guo, inquiring if the matter were true. She vowed to seek justice for them. Zhang Guoqing looked at Aunt Wang with gratitude, thanking her profusely. A few moments later, Aunt Wang retrieved the thermometer from under Zhang Guoqing's armpit, glancing at the sunlight to read 38.9 degrees. You've reached such a high fever before coming to the clinic. If it had been any later, our little Guoqing might have been burnt silly. She promptly took out the syringe for the injection, deftly uncapping it and placing it on the table. Then, with swift efficiency, she retrieved a glass syringe and needle from her iron lunchbox, assembling them together. This was a reflection of the era. During these times of limited technological advancement, disposable syringes were non-existent. Glass syringes and needles were sterilized by boiling them in water after use. She filled the syringe with medication, purging it of air by pushing the plunger upwards, and set it on a metal tray. In a gentle voice, she reassured Zhang Guoqing, Be good, little Guoqing. The injection won't hurt. She lifted him and had him stand on a chair, pulling down his pants. Then, she seated herself and laid Zhang Guoqing across her lap. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhang Guoqing felt a twinge of embarrassment as his pants were removed, blushing as he thought, I can't believe this. Whoever said it doesn't hurt? Aunt Wang took a piece of alcohol cotton with tweezers and wiped a circle on the right side of Zhang Guoqing's bottom before suddenly thrusting the syringe into his thin flesh. Zhang Guoqing cried out in pain, It hurts, Aunt Wang. After administering the injection, Aunt Wang pressed the alcohol cotton against the injection site for a moment before helping him dress again. Observing the flush on his face, she teased, Little rascal. You still know to feel shy, huh? Not wishing to prolong his embarrassment, she opened the drawer of her desk and retrieved a piece of hard candy. Unwrapping it and placing it in Zhang Guoqing's mouth, the sweet morsel brought a radiant smile to his face as he expressed his gratitude to Aunt Wang. Once he had finished the candy and sipped some warm water, Aunt Wang carried Zhang Guoqing out of the clinic, locking the door behind her as she headed towards the courtyard where Zhao Shunyue, Yi Jiangwo, and other children cared for by Aunt Zhao resided. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard, where Aunt Wang called out to Zhao Shunyue, Yi Jiangwo, and several other children, asking them the same question she had posed to Zhang Guoqing. As she looked upon the gaunt faces of 7 or 8 children, all orphaned and standing before her, her heart ached, and tears of sympathy welled in her eyes. Embracing Zhang Guoqing, she took the hand of a petite girl and led the children towards the residence of the commanding officer. Chapter 5. The commotion in the compound. Aunt Wang approached the entrance of the commanding officer's courtyard, inquiring with the guard, Comrade, may I ask which commanding officer is home today? The guard replied, Deputy Commander Liu is at home. Aunt Wang then guided Zhang Guoqing and the others towards the small yard of Deputy Commander Liu, calling out into the courtyard, "Is the commander home? I am Wang, from the medical office, and I have matters to report to the commander." Moments later, the door opened, and a young guard in military uniform emerged, ushering Aunt Wang and several children, including Zhang Guoqing, into the room. In the living room, they encountered Deputy Commander Liu, who was seated on the sofa, sipping tea. After the guard arranged seats for Aunt Wang and the children, he prepared tea for Aunt Wang and brought some pastries for the children. Aunt Wang first distributed the pastries among Zhang Guoqing and the other children. Observing them devour the treats voraciously, she cautioned them to eat slowly to avoid choking. Taking a sip from her teacup to compose herself, she organized her thoughts before speaking. "Commander, these children are all the bereaved family members of our esteemed officers residing in the compound. They are typically cared for by Comrade Zhao Yu, who oversees the families here. Today, this little one in my arms, Zhang Guoqing, came to the medical office for an injection. He mentioned that this group of children is not getting enough to eat. According to the military provisions, they should have enough rations, yet they are still hungry. I gathered the children together to inquire, and they all confirmed they are not adequately fed. It is understandable if the supply of fine grains is limited, but the fact that they are still hungry, even with coarse grains, is alarming." Guoqing mentioned he has seen Comrade Zhao Yu bring food home. "I feel something is amiss and hope you can arrange for someone to investigate this matter." Deputy Commander Liu observed the group of emaciated children silently finishing their pastries. Bowing his head in contemplation, deep down, he began to believe the gravity of the situation. He reached out to take Zhang Guoqing from Aunt Zhao's arms. Feeling the boy's slight weight, he was evidently undernourished. As he pulled back Guoqing's clothing, revealing his frail frame, he turned his attention to the other children, instructing the guard to roll up their sleeves to examine their arms and legs. With a serious expression, he asked the boy in his arms, "Your name is Zhang Guoqing, correct? Who is your father? How is your eating situation?" Zhang Guoqing looked up at Lu's stern face and replied, "Hello, Grandpa. I am Zhang Guoqing, and my father is Zhang Dashan. Aunt Wang told me today is my birthday." He continued, "We usually eat steamed buns, and only during communal gatherings in the compound do we get to eat steamed bread and meat. I can hardly remember the taste of meat. I was very young back then." He pointed to the even smaller Zhao Shangyue and a little girl, Xiao Yu, saying, "They are worse off. They can never compete for food, and it's only because I and Jiang Wuing fight for the steamed buns that they get to eat anything at all." Deputy Commander Liu was taken aback by this revelation. What is going on? In the military compound, the children of martyrs receive sufficient rations every month according to their entitlements. Given their ages, they cannot possibly consume that much food. The families assigned to care for them are typically those with larger households and insufficient rations. After taking care of the children, any leftover provisions are meant to be brought home for their families. It is shocking to hear that the children are going hungry and fighting over food. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, the other children nodded in agreement, and Zhao Shangyue and Xiao Yu began to cry anxiously. The living room erupted into chaos, while Aunt Wang comforted the children. Her eyes reddened as she fixed her gaze on Deputy Commander Liu. "Commander, you must take responsibility for the children. Their parents have sacrificed everything, and it would be utterly heartless not to care for their offspring. How could their parents rest in peace knowing their children are neglected?" Deputy Commander Liu shot Aunt Wang a stern glance and rebuked her for her superstitious notions, asserting that they are proletarian revolutionaries who do not subscribe to such beliefs. He vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly and provide a satisfactory resolution. "For today, I ask you, Xiao Wang, to accompany these children in the infirmary. I will inform the cafeteria to prepare extra meals for them at noon." Aunt Wang rose, took Zhang Guoqing from Lu's arms, and led the children outside, saying, "We shall not disturb the commander's time any longer. I will take the children now." As Lu watched Aunt Wang and the children exit through the gates, he angrily commanded the guard, informed the guard company to assemble and investigate Zhao Yu thoroughly. The guard hurried off to relay the message, while cold sweat beaded on Lu's forehead. The implications of this incident leaking out would be scandalous. The parents of these children had fought valiantly for the nation, leaving behind offspring who were not adequately cared for. Today, being National Day, and with recent military promotions, any negative news from their compound during this sensitive period would be catastrophic. Moreover, although these children had lost their parents, their comrades would surely be aware, and the thought of their fallen friends' children not being properly looked after could severely undermine morale. Soon, The company commander returned with a report confirming that Zhao Yu had indeed been withholding rations meant for the martyr's children. During the search of Zhao Yu's home, it was discovered that some of the food had spoiled due to improper storage. This revelation only fueled Deputy Commander Lu's fury. Accompanied by the guard company, he arrived at Zhao Yu's residence, where he found Zhao Yu and her children well-fed and thriving, in stark contrast to the frail appearance of Zhang Guoqing and the others. His anger intensified as he reprimanded Zhao Yu harshly and summoned her husband, a regiment commander, home. To Lu's astonishment, the commander was aware of Zhao Yu's actions yet dismissed them as insignificant, further inciting Lu's wrath. He promptly notified the commander and political commissar as Zhang Guoqing's father. Zhang Dashan was a trusted officer of Commander Wang and had grieved deeply for a long time after falling in battle in Korea. Hearing of this situation reignited his anger. He shouted at the guard to take the entire Zhao family out and execute them. The course of events was set. Zhao Yu and her husband were stripped of their military status and brought before a military tribunal, while their children were sent back to their hometown. Concerned about entrusting the care of the martyrs' children to their families, the commanders decided that the rations for these children would be managed by the compound's cafeteria. Each day, the chef would prepare special meals to ensure the children were well fed, with supervision from the entire compound to prevent any future withholding of rations. Chapter 6. The 9 Treasure Space. Aunt Wang took Zhang Guoqing and others to the cafeteria for lunch, and the aroma of the midday meal was simply delightful, featuring meat that whetted their appetites. Zhang Guoqing and his companions feasted heartily, and afterward, they ventured out to play. Aunt Wang measured Zhang Guoqing's temperature and advised him to have it checked again after dinner, allowing him to return home for a rest. Upon arriving at his small courtyard, Zhang Guoqing entered his room and lay on the bed, his mind swirling with thoughts about how he had been reborn. What exactly were that mysterious ancestor and the 9 Treasure Space? Lost in contemplation, Zhang Guoqing suddenly found his vision darkening, and he was transported to that shadowy realm. The familiar golden-haired elder appeared before him, prompting Zhang Guoqing to urgently inquire, "How did I return to my childhood?" The elder replied, "I cannot explain it clearly. Following my master's teachings, when 2 male descendants of the same generation exist in the family, this week's riddle was solved, and I attempted to send you back. I did not expect you to become a child again." He continued, "Now that the family curse is broken, my lingering soul has no more attachments and must depart. This 9 Treasure Space is now yours." Zhang Guoqing hastily asked, "Where are you going? What is the purpose of this space? Can you not leave? I have so many questions for you." The elder responded, "My attachments have been severed, and I no longer have concerns. This space has cursed our Zhang family for over 1,000 years. It is time for it to serve our lineage. By dripping your blood onto the pendant, you shall become the master of this space, and after your demise, it will be passed down to your descendants." Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Guoqing returned to the tangible world. He rummaged through the drawer of his table, retrieving a sewing kit. He took out a needle, pricked his finger, and smeared his blood onto the 9-eye heavenly bead around his neck. In an instant, a surge of emotion coursed through him, establishing a profound connection with the bead, and he yearned to enter the 9 Treasure Space. As he succumbed to darkness once more, he found himself within the space, which now exhibited a remarkable transformation. Previously shrouded in obscurity, it now revealed 9 distinct compartments, reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. In the center of the central compartment sat an old man with white hair, meditating. Zhang Guoqing focused his thoughts on the central space, prompting the elder to inquire, "You have recognized your mastery, I see. Here are some small items I wish to explain." Each of the 9 compartments in the 9 Treasure Space spanned 10 acres, allowing for cultivation, livestock rearing, and storage of goods. With a wave of his dried hand, 5 skeletons appeared beside him, bowing respectfully to Zhang Guoqing. "This is a quintet of souls acquired during my years of wandering with my master, transformed into these 5 skeletons. You too shall recognize them with your blood, and they will become your aids." The elder elaborated, "The 9 Treasure Space consists of 9 different compartments, with the central one being timeless, allowing you to see me. Otherwise, I would have long since dissipated. You may utilize this space as a storeroom. The remaining 8 compartments possess adjustable time, which can be accelerated through the master's will. However, as you are still a child, frequent usage may be detrimental to your well-being. The 9 Treasure Space possesses an extraordinary capability, the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. One can mentally lock onto 9 locations, and then materialize there instantaneously. In the past, my master and I roamed the world aimlessly, relying on this remarkable ability to travel 1,000 miles a day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, teleportation. This is incredible. It's absolutely divine. Ancestors, are you aspiring to become immortal?" The ancestor chuckled and replied, "Silly boy, there are no immortals. Moreover, this instantaneous travel feature can also absorb objects. We often rely on this ability to collect offerings from the common folk to stave off hunger." Zhang Guoqing, filled with delight, thought to himself how impressive this ancestor was and how remarkable the 9 treasures space truly was. It was no wonder that his family had continued for generations with a singular lineage. With the teleportation and collection functions of the 9 treasures space, combined with the 5 little ghosts bestowed upon him by his ancestor, he felt empowered to vanquish demons and perform miraculous feats. Whenever faced with a challenge, he could send the immortal 5 ghosts into battle first. If they faltered, he could use the 9 treasures space to withdraw them and allow them to recuperate before re-engaging. If the situation became dire, he could simply teleport away. Regardless of the circumstances, he would remain invincible. It was no wonder that Zhang Tianshi had been revered throughout history. With this space, he felt he could achieve greatness as well. Observing Zhang Guoqing's foolish grin, the ancestor cleared his throat and continued, "Now that everything has been made clear, I can finally find my release." With that, the ancestor's form gradually dissipated amidst his smile. The abrupt rise and fall left Zhang Guoqing at a loss, as he had never encountered such an experience in 2 lifetimes. Watching the ancestor fade away, he hurriedly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Farewell, ancestor, may your journey be smooth." As the ancestor's figure completely vanished, Zhang Guoqing reflected on the immense opportunity granted to him through his rebirth in the 9 treasures space. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he shed tears. The weight of his past life coupled with the loss of his ancestor rendering him profoundly despondent. After a gloomy afternoon lying in bed, Zhang Guoqing sought out Zhao Shunyue and Yi Jiangwo, joining his companions for dinner at the canteen. He dutifully visited the infirmary to have his temperature checked by Aunt Wang and received an injection before returning home. Lying on the bed, he pricked his finger in frustration. Regretting not having recognized the 5 ghosts as his subordinates at the same time, he acknowledged the 9 treasures space. Now, he had to endure another prick. Using his mind, he summoned the 5 ghosts into the room to each drop blood for recognition. Once he discovered he could control them and issue commands through his consciousness, he realized they were pure, green, pollution-free helpers, albeit rather unattractive. Zhang Guoqing silently resolved to dress them in garments, transforming them into servants. With his free little companions now in place, he turned his attention to familiarizing himself with the capabilities of the 9 treasures space. He first directed his thoughts to the entrance and teleported himself there. In an instant, he found himself at the doorway, quickly closing it behind him. He then set the destination back to his room and, with another swift motion, reappeared on his bed. Incredible! The art of wall piercing has transcended the ordinary. And my brother Zhang Guoqing has commenced a jubilant celebration, dancing with unrestrained joy. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the room is commendable, preventing anyone from knocking at the door to inquire about his antics. After the exuberance subsided, Zhang Guoqing began to experiment with the summoning of 5 specters. In an instant, 5 shadowy skeletons materialized at the entrance, only to vanish moments later. He practiced tirelessly, becoming increasingly familiar with the nuances of summoning and releasing. By the time the clock struck 11 at night, fatigue overwhelmed him. Being a child, his slender frame struggled to endure prolonged exertion, and he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 7. Planning the following day, Zhang Guoqing awoke naturally, only to find that it was nearly noon, missing the breakfast served in the cafeteria. Consequently, he resigned himself to a single meal of lunch. After reacquainting himself with spatial manipulation, he ventured to the dining hall for sustenance. Feeling relatively well, he opted against visiting the infirmary. Sitting on a chair and gazing into the mirror, he fell into deep contemplation. He realized that he was in dire need of nourishment, feeling excessively weak and physically depleted. In his previous life, he had suffered from a severe fever during these very days, and by the time he was taken to the infirmary, he was nearly delirious. When his grandfather came to care for him, he was frail and emaciated. His grandmother often soothed him to sleep while his grandfather sighed, muttering about the damage done to his meridians by the fever. They invested considerable time in restoring his health alongside his companions. This was why Zhang Guoqing had sought to report Zhao Yu, wishing misfortune upon that family. In his past life, they had also faced repercussions due to similar issues during a cultural upheaval, albeit a bit prematurely. They were discovered and reported after the new year, which led to Zhang Guoqing's grandfather taking them in, culminating in the later events involving the Wang family. Reflecting on his current frail state and reminiscing about his relatives and brothers from his past life, Zhang Guoqing silently vowed never to let history repeat itself. He was determined to alter the fates of himself, his grandparents, his uncle's family, and his brothers, considering that the nation was in its nascent stages of development. With the populace suffering from food shortages, the emergence of individuals like Zhao Yu was not surprising. Zhang Guoqing contemplated employing his spatial abilities to cultivate grain, ensuring that his loved ones could eat and dress well. He envisioned his grandparents enjoying their twilight years in the capital, while his uncle's family thrived there as well. Alas, he was still too young to effectuate significant change, and he resolved to proceed gradually, first addressing basic sustenance before all else. His immediate plan was to cultivate grain, followed by addressing the need for meat, vegetables, and fruits, among other necessities. He also recognized the importance of medicinal herbs, haunted by the memory of the ginseng incident from his previous life. Furthermore, he needed to devise a strategy to amass wealth in the form of gold, silver, and various antiquities. Reflecting on his past life, where he had developed a passion for collectibles in his later years, he had squandered considerable resources in pursuit of a limited number of treasures, watching helplessly as the value of cultural artifacts skyrocketed. Determined to begin his collection from this moment forth, Zhang Guoqing noted that many elderly relics from previous dynasties possessed valuable items that could be sold off for sustenance, especially during the impending years of famine, when he could seize the opportunity to acquire them in abundance. The items are inexpensive and devoid of counterfeit. In a few decades, their value will multiply several hundredfold, which is exhilarating to contemplate. In prosperous times, antiques flourish, while in tumultuous periods, gold reigns supreme. Presently, whether it be antiques or gold, one must grasp both with tenacity. Zhang Guoqing reminisced about the treasures hidden in the capital, recalling how his previous life as mentor, Li Suanpan, diligently perused numerous materials daily and shared them with him, detailing occurrences both domestically and abroad, highlighting who suffered losses and who reaped rewards. Whenever Li Suanpan learned of others or nations facing misfortune, he would slap his thigh in delight, eagerly sharing the news with his companions, only to lament why he hadn't thought to pursue similar ventures. Conversely, witnessing others strike it rich, be it through lottery winnings, the discovery of treasures, or valuable antiques, would evoke his frustration as he would bemoan their missed opportunities. Thus, Zhang Guoqing retained a vivid recollection of many events from the future, primarily due to Li Suanpan's unwavering repetition over the years. He recalled a piece of gossip Li Suanpan had once mentioned about a prince who, during the fall of the previous dynasty and the dawn of the Republic, had sunk a considerable amount of treasure in the Wielding River outside the city. Subsequently, some individuals excavated the river and discovered these treasures, initially dismissed as mere folklore. The tale gained credence when a few items believed to be from the prince's collection were auctioned on Hong Kong Island, confirming that indeed someone had acquired that trove. After much contemplation, Zhang Guoqing deemed the Wielding River to be a somewhat reliable lead. At that time, he was still quite young, and now he found it challenging to step out of the grand courtyard. Thus he sought assistance from his family. With this thought, he rose from his bed, donned his shoes, and headed to the infirmary, knocking on the door to request Aunt Wang's help in writing a letter to his grandparents in Xishan, asking for his cousin's sister to come and care for him. His cousin's family had 2 children, his sister Zhang Xiaowan, aged 14, and his brother Zhang Xiao, aged 7, who was 2 years his junior. If circumstances permitted, Zhang Guoqing would have preferred for both to come to the courtyard, but his rations did not allow for it, so he settled for having his sister, Zhang Xiaowan, assist him for now, hoping to care for Zhang Xiao later once he had established himself. After composing the letter, he asked the guard at the courtyard entrance to send it. Zhang Guoqing returned to his home, where he began rummaging through the household to inventory their possessions. The kitchen was stocked with ordinary utensils, while inside the house, he found scissors, thermoses, tea jars, sewing supplies, a clock, a mirror, and several small knives. The top shelf of the cabinet held Zhang Guoqing's clothes, while the bottom contained the belongings of his parents and elder brother. He possessed 3 pounds of sugar coupons, half a pound of white rabbit candy coupons, for shoe coupons, 2 pounds of pastry coupons, and 55 yuan in cash, funds allocated by the state as pocket money. Most of Zhang Guoqing's allowance was stored with the logistics director, who only provided him with a modest amount of spending money. The various coupons he held were limited to those. He had no tobacco, alcohol, oil, fabric, cotton, or any other precious commodity coupons. Considering that a 5-year-old child would find little use for such tickets, it made sense that the state provided for meals and clothing. And during this era, snacks were scarce for everyone. Thus, it was quite remarkable that Zhang Guoqing had managed to accumulate such a sum of money in coupons. Zhang Guoqing, clutching 5 yuan and a sugar ticket, hurried to the military service center in the courtyard to purchase a pound of ordinary candy, spending a mere 1 yuan. After completing the transaction, he glanced around the service center, finding nothing of interest. Upon returning home, he carefully stored the candy in a drawer and pocketed a few pieces before setting off in search of some grain seeds. With autumn upon the northern region, the harvest was imminent, making it relatively easy to procure seeds. Zhang Guoqing sought out Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, and a group of friends who were engaged in a game of house. He distributed a piece of candy to each child and inquired if anyone knew where seeds could be found. Zhao Shanhua, with candy in his mouth, pondered and recalled that when Zhao Yu's family moved away the previous day, there were a few corn kernels left on the ground, which might still be intact if they hadn't been devoured by mice. Dia mentioned that she and her sister had seen sunflower seeds in the cafeteria's backyard. Just days ago, the seeds had ripened, and they had harvested them for drying. Other children chimed in, offering vague bits of information, prompting Zhang Guoqing to hasten towards Zhao Yu's former residence. There, in a corner of the ground, he discovered a half-eaten corn kernel. Contemplating the kernel, Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of determination. He decided to plant it and see what might come of it. He then dashed to the cafeteria's backyard, where he spotted a circular tray of sunflower seeds drying beneath the window. With resolve, he focused his thoughts on the seeds and successfully collected a handful into his space. After securing his prize, he swiftly departed, searching other places based on the scattered information he had received, but to no avail. In these times, grain was a precious commodity, and no one could afford to be careless. Everyone guarded every grain with utmost caution. Eventually, unable to find anything further, Zhang Guoqing returned home to rest. Come evening, he joined his companions for a meal, and joy filled the air as they relished the satisfaction of a hearty dinner. After eating, he locked the door behind him, climbed onto his bed, and with the power of his thoughts, he planted the corn and sunflower seeds he had gathered into his first space. Attempting to accelerate time with his mind, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 8. Crafting a slingshot. The following day, Zhang Guoqing awoke at noon. Roused by the persistent knocking at the door, he groggily glanced at the clock and quickly got out of bed to open the door. Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, and the other children expressed their concern, asking if he was all right and why he hadn't responded. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Guoqing scratched his head and assured them he was fine, having simply overslept. Let us hurry to eat. I'm famished. The group, relieved to see him well, playfully raced towards the cafeteria. After lunch, they played for a while before Zhang Guoqing returned home, locked the door as per usual, and entered his mental space. Inside the first space, the corn and sunflower seeds had matured. He directed the 5 spirits to harvest the corn and the large sunflower heads. Elated by the sight of the ripe corn and the substantial sunflowers, Zhang Guoqing danced with joy, carefully peeling the kernels and seeds before replanting them in the first space. This time, he dared not recklessly accelerate with his mind. A mere sunflower seed and a single kernel of corn had allowed him to sleep until noon. The simultaneous acceleration of so many corn and seeds could lead to a significant disaster. What if he fell into a coma for several days and starved to death? That would be an unjust fate for a reincarnator. Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment. Although he had eaten his fill in the dining hall, he still needed to nourish his body. He must devise a means to procure meat, not just for himself, but also for his numerous relatives and brothers. As a dutiful reincarnator, Zhang Guoqing considered hunting, but quickly abandoned the idea upon examining his petite physique. Next, he thought of fishing. In his past life, he had been a competent angler, having fished in oceans across various continents, making this a viable option. Additionally, there was the childhood pastime of using a slingshot to catch birds. Bird meat was quite delectable. Although Zhang Guoqing could effortlessly obtain fish from rivers and capture small birds from trees, thanks to the capabilities of his 9 treasure space. He could not explain this to others. Should he reveal the truth? Tell everyone that he had been reincarnated, that he possessed a space for cultivation, could teleport, collect items, and command 5 skeletons? If word got out, he would be on the fast track to a mental institution or worse. Neither of those outcomes appealed to him. Remembering the troubles his flamboyance had caused in his previous life, he resolved to be a true puppet master this time around. After all, isn't it more gratifying to amass wealth in silence? Wasn't it preferable to the life and death struggles he faced abroad in his previous existence? Armed with all the experiences and scripts from future generations, it was as if he had been dealt a winning hand from the very start. As long as he remained in the shadows and developed gradually, this life would undoubtedly be more splendid than the last. With this in mind, Zhang Guoqing decided to craft fishing tools and a slingshot. He could bend a household needle into a fishhook. Although it wouldn't have barbs, it would suffice. However, he would need to think carefully about acquiring fishing line. The easiest task was to make the slingshot. He needed to find a suitable tree fork and purchase a few rubber bands meant for bicycle valve cores. Without delay, he donned his shoes, took some money, and set off. Last time at the military service center, Zhang Guoqing had not found any bicycle valve rubber bands, so he headed towards the main gate of the compound. Upon reaching the entrance, he approached the guard and said, "Uncle, I want to buy bicycle valve rubber bands to make a slingshot. There's none available in the courtyard. Could you assist me in purchasing some?" The young guard was delighted to see such a polite child. He picked Zhang Guoqing up and carried him to the nearby guardhouse to consult with the duty officer. "Report, sir. This young boy wishes to make a slingshot and needs my assistance to buy bicycle valve rubber bands." The officer glanced at Zhang Guoqing and inquired, "Young friend, do your parents know about your slingshot project? Where did you acquire your money?" Zhang Guoqing replied, "Hello, uncle. I am a child of martyrs. My parents are no longer with us. This money is my allowance from the logistics director." The duty officer stood up with a start and solemnly saluted Zhang Guoqing, his eyes reddening as he said, "I will take you to buy them. My name is Lu Xuanzhu. You may call me Uncle Lu. If you need anything in the future, come find me at the guard company." As he spoke, he took the child, Zhang Guoqing, from the hands of the sentry and exited the courtyard. While walking, he inquired, "What is your name? What do you intend to do with the slingshot?" Zhang Guoqing responded, "Hello, Uncle Lu. My name is Zhang Guoqing. I was born on the National Day of 1950, hence my name. I wish to make a slingshot to shoot birds and roast them with my friends. I also want to create a fishing rod to catch fish next time, but for now, I will focus on the slingshot." Lu Xuanzhu was taken aback by Zhang Guoqing's intention to provide food for his friends. He had originally presumed that such a young child would consider a slingshot merely a toy, but he was surprised to learn of the child's plan, which even included making a fishing rod for future endeavors. He felt a surge of emotion and looked at the young boy, saying, "Little Guoqing, there is no need to wait until next time. This time, Uncle will help you. Together, we shall catch some small birds." Zhang Guoqing beamed with delight, responding, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Lu Xuanzhu cradled Zhang Guoqing as they walked down the street to the supply and marketing cooperative. Entering and approaching the saleswoman, who was engrossed in her work, he politely asked, "Hello, do you have fishing rods and valve core rubber bands? Do we need tickets?" The saleswoman looked up, smiled upon seeing Lu Xuanzhu and Zhang Guoqing, and replied, "Hello, comrade from the People's Liberation Army. We do not have fishing rods, but we do have hooks and sturdy nylon lines that can be used for fishing. Hooks are 5 cents each, and a roll of nylon line, 50 meters, is 50 cents. The valve core rubber bands are 10 cents each. These are everyday items and do not require tickets. How many would you like?" Lu Xuanzhu turned to Zhang Guoqing and asked, "Little Guoqing, how many do you want?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guoqing replied to the saleswoman, "I would like 6 hooks, 1 roll of nylon line, and 30 rubber bands." "Thank you, Auntie." The saleswoman smiled and replied, "No need to mention it." As she deftly gathered the items for Zhang Guoqing and began to tally the costs, 6 hooks cost 30 cents, 1 roll of nylon line is 50 cents, and 30 rubber bands total 2 yuan, making a grand total of 3 yuan and 80 cents. "I specifically chose the white nylon line for you," she added. Lu Xuanzhu placed Zhang Guoqing on the counter of the cooperative. Zhang Guoqing retrieved the money from his pocket to pay the saleswoman. After Lu Xuanzhu helped gather the items, he embraced Zhang Guoqing once more and exchanged farewells with the saleswoman as they exited the cooperative. On their way back to the courtyard, they passed a shoemaker's stall, where Zhang Guoqing spent 50 cents to purchase a piece of leather. intending to use it for the pouch of his slingshot to hold stones. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Xuanzhu allowed Zhang Guoqing to play in the duty room while he, along with several resting soldiers, scoured the area for suitable branches to create slingshots and a fishing rod. After a busy afternoon, they finally located 5 branches for slingshots and a straight bamboo pole to serve as a fishing rod. The soldiers collaborated to carve the branches into slingshot frames using small knives, ultimately crafting 5 slingshots for Zhang Guoqing. Among them, 2 slingshots were equipped with a single valve core rubber band, which allowed children of Zhang Guoqing's age to draw them back without much force, making them harmless yet entertaining. One slingshot, fitted with 2 rubber bands on each side, possessed a degree of power, suitable for targeting small birds and more appropriate for older children. In addition, 2 slingshots were crafted with grips suitable for adults, each fitted with 5 rubber bands on either side. These slingshots were designed for adult use, possessing formidable striking power. Lu Xuanzhu had made arrangements with Zhang Guoqing to assist him in hunting birds and fishing during their leisure time. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Guoqing returned home, carrying 3 small slingshots, fishing rods, and the remaining 2 valve core rubber bands, along with nylon line and leather. Chapter 9. The arrival of sister. In the days that followed, Zhang Guoqing, along with Zhao Shangyue, Jiang Wuing, and a group of children, spent their afternoons in the courtyard, collecting small stones to stow in their pockets while searching for birds in the trees. Though their efforts yielded no catches, their spirits remained high each day. As the children enjoyed ample meals and sufficient physical activity, their complexions gradually improved, and it was anticipated that they would soon return to the vigor of normal children. Subsequently, it would be essential to supplement their nutrition in preparation for physical training. Each evening, Zhang Guoqing began to experiment, gradually accelerating the maturation of corn and melon seeds. As his own health improved, he found that he could extend the duration of his mental acceleration of crop growth, further solidifying his resolve to replenish his nutrition and strengthen his body. However, a slight blemish on this otherwise joyous period was the presence of Wang Jiaxing, who had infiltrated their little bird hunting group. Every time Zhang Guoqing glimpsed Wang Jiaxing's face, he was reminded of the devastation his family had endured in a past life due to Wang's actions, which weighed heavily on his heart. Intent on fostering a close-knit circle, Zhang Guoqing endeavored to cultivate camaraderie with Zhao Shangyue, Jiang Wuing, and other childhood friends, gradually sidelining Wang Jiaxing. With decades of friendship from a previous life, Zhang Guoqing could accurately identify those he cherished. This was also a preliminary step towards bringing everyone to live with his grandfather after the new year, as they had been cared for by their grandparents in his past life. However, Zhang Guoqing was determined to eliminate sources of crisis to alter his family's destiny. One afternoon, after a morning of wild running, Zhang Guoqing, having finished his lunch, lay down for a nap at home. Lu Xuanzhu knocked on the door, and upon awakening, Zhang Guoqing opened it to find his cousin, Zhang Shaowan, from his uncle's family. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of emotion upon seeing this sister, who had tragically passed away in their previous life due to infections from inadequate sanitary conditions after childbirth. He rushed over, and with tears in his eyes, was embraced by Zhang Shaowan. At that awkward age, anyone could easily cradle him in their arms, leaving him feeling helpless. Zhang Guoqing smiled at Lu Xuanzhu and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for bringing my sister over." Lu Xuanzhu replied without hesitation, "Little Guoqing, it is my duty as an uncle. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Guoqing replied, leading his sister into the house. Gazing at his familiar sister stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. In this era, parents and family members were typically preoccupied with making a living, often neglecting their children, who were cared for by older siblings. This gave rise to the saying, "An elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister is like a mother." Moreover, as an orphan, Zhang Guoqing had been raised by his sister, Zhang Shaowan, in his past life. After pouring a glass of water for his sister, he said, "Sister, could you please take care of me for a while? When winter arrives and the weather turns cold, we shall return to grandfather and grandmother's home to celebrate the new year together." Zhang Guoqing accompanied Zhang Shaowan to the dining hall, where they sought out the director. "Uncle Wang, my aunt from my second uncle's family came to the courtyard to take care of me for a while. Is it permissible for us to share my rations?" In these times, those who hold leadership positions are astute individuals. The rations for Zhang Guoqing and his companions are more than sufficient. especially since the leaders are increasingly attentive to the dining needs of the children of martyrs. Consequently, the staff at the dining hall hesitated to touch Zhang Guoqing's provisions. Thus, Director Wang readily assured him, "No problem, little Guoqing. Your rations will suffice for both you and your sister." Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude to Uncle Wang. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Please carry on with your work. We'll return later for our meal." To which Uncle Wang replied, "Goodbye, little Guoqing. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Zhang Guoqing then took his sister home, and the siblings engaged in endless conversation along the way. At 14, Zhang Xiaowan had developed early. She stood over 160 centimeters tall and was quite slender. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her hair had taken on a dull, lifeless hue. Yet her large, glistening eyes were striking against her oval face. Such circumstances were regrettable, as the nation was facing widespread food shortages, leaving many unable to satiate their hunger. Zhang Guoqing had invited Zhang Xiaowan over to provide her with care, hoping to repay the meticulous affection she had shown him in their previous life. With his sister's arrival, Zhang Guoqing felt relieved, knowing she would always be there to watch over him, thus alleviating his worries about starvation due to prolonged periods of slumber. Each day, his sister diligently went to the dining hall to fetch meals, tidied their home and yard, prepared hot water, and cared for both Zhang Guoqing and his friends. Under her attentive guidance, even the once messy courtyard became remarkably clean, and she took on the task of laundering their clothes. Everyone grew fond of Zhang Xiaowan, inviting her to join their play. True to expectations, she looked after them with utmost care. Of course, she also dined at the hall, receiving vital nutrition that gradually improved her health. With her assistance, Zhang Guoqing and his friends began using slingshots to catch small birds. The group gathered around a fire to roast their catch, although each person could only savor a bite or two of the unseasoned, charred birds. The experience invigorated their enthusiasm for hunting. Unbeknownst to them, their activities gradually extended beyond the courtyard, expanding into the surrounding areas. Naturally, several guards from the security unit were assigned to protect them, armed and vigilant. After all, in such tumultuous times, the activities of spies and informants remained rampant, necessitating caution to ensure the children's safety. Additionally, with the absence of gun control in the country and the prevailing chaos, vigilance was paramount. Zhang Guoqing distinguished himself among the group. Having lived 2 lives, his prior experiences had ingrained in him a familiarity with weapons, making their use instinctive. He always carried a small knife and a slingshot, adeptly wielding a slingshot fashioned from 2 valve springs. Most of the birds caught were attributed to Zhang Guoqing's steady aim and precision. The small group is currently led by Zhang Guoqing, who has orchestrated a few minor incidents to completely expel Wang Jiaxing from their ranks. For someone like Zhang Guoqing, who has lived 2 lives, this was merely a trifling matter. His sister guides everyone in practicing the fundamentals of martial arts, including the horse stance. Whenever a group of children stands in a line, arms raised and legs spread as they squat, there are those like Zhang Guoqing who appear effortlessly at ease, while others are drenched in sweat, and some even succumb to fatigue, sitting down on the ground. Observing this scene, passing adults often offer encouragement, urging them to persevere. The leaders are pleased to see the children's faces brighten as they begin to exercise, and they have kindly arranged for the cafeteria to increase the supply of meat for them. This delighted Zhang Guoqing and his companions, as in these times, meat is synonymous with celebration. Chapter 10. Fishing. One day, Lu Xuanzhu took a day off and sought out Zhang Guoqing early in the morning to accompany them on a fishing excursion. Zhang Guoqing and his sister hurriedly roused their friends from slumber, and everyone began to prepare, knowing they might be out all day. Zhang Guoqing and his sister filled a military canteen with hot water, found an old-fashioned crossbody bag, and packed it with a slingshot, a small knife, fish hooks, fishing line, and a leaky bucket. Afterward, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and after eating, they packed some dry rations for lunch. Under Lu Xuanzhu's leadership, Zhang Guoqing and the others eagerly left the courtyard. They walked west along the Wielding River, seeking a shady spot by the riverbank to commence their fishing. In this era of planned economy, many items require vouchers for purchase, so to supplement their family's nutrition, many individuals opted to hunt or fish for additional meat. With Lu Xuanzhu's assistance, Zhang Guoqing secured the fishing line and hooks, using small stones as weights and a piece of reed as a float, which they found by the riverbank. The bait was straightforward: Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, area. and others dug up worms by the river and collected various small insects along the way, mashing them together with stones to create a sticky concoction to attach to the fishing rod. As for larger insects, such as crickets and grasshoppers, they had already been roasted and consumed with the help of the soldiers. It was said that in these times, any meat was a welcome feast. Even rats could be considered a delicacy. Zhang Guoqing and his companions had a total of 6 fishing rods, and as amateurs, they cast their lines into the river, patiently awaiting a catch. Upon leaving the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing used his mental focus to send the 5 spirits into the Wielding River, allowing them to search the riverbed for the legendary treasures of the prince, inadvertently startling numerous fish in the process. As Zhang Guoqing and his group ventured westward, the 5 spirits also moved in that direction, causing the fish to scatter, leaving many nearby anglers empty-handed for quite some time. Little did anyone know otherwise. There would surely have been angry accusations hurled at Zhang Guoqing for his unprincipled actions. However, there was no other choice. Zhang Guoqing, being a mere child, seldom had the opportunity to venture outside the courtyard, so whenever such an opportunity arose, he seized it with fervor. With his mind, he established a teleportation point beneath his fishing hook, commencing to draw water from the river into the jiubao space. Once he filled one section of the space with water, he began to fish with the assistance of the 5 ghosts. This process was rather simple. The 5 ghosts drove the fish towards the teleportation point, and upon reaching it, the fish were absorbed into jiubao space by Zhang Guoqing. Before long, Zhang Guoqing had accumulated a considerable number of fish in the space. Zhang Guoqing, with his eyes closed, rested in Zhang Xiaojuan's embrace, while she remained motionless, fixated on the fishing rod. After a brief period of intrigue, the children, having lost their initial excitement, retreated to play in the shade of the trees. Presently, a few soldiers kept watch over the fishing rod. Suddenly, Zhang Guoqing opened his eyes wide, grasped the fishing rod before him with his small hands, and exclaimed joyfully that he had hooked a fish, his face alight with excitement. Zhang Guoqing began to reel in the rod, but due to his tender age and limited strength, it was Zhang Xiaojun who completed the task of reeling in the fish. With a vigorous flick of the rod towards the shore, a carp weighing around 2 pounds flopped and struggled at the water's edge. Lu Xuanzhu, quick of hand and eye, subdued the fish, removed the hook from its mouth, and placed it in a small bucket. Zhao Shangyue, Yi Jiangwo, and the others eagerly crowded around the bucket to observe the carp, discussing how delicious it would be when prepared. This fish was caught by Zhang Guoqing using his mental focus on the hook. After all, they had come out to fish, and if they failed to catch anything, future outings could be scarce. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing successfully catch a fish, his companions, fueled by a renewed desire for fish, returned to their fishing posts. With the aid of Zhang Guoqing's space, they gradually reeled in various fish of differing sizes. Zhang Xiaojun periodically wiped the sweat from the children's brows and offered them sips of cool water from their flasks, attending to their every need with meticulous care. As the sun grew increasingly hot, Zhang Guoqing glanced into the bucket, which was now overflowing with approximately 20 pounds of fish. He turned to Lu Xuanzhu and inquired, "Uncle Lu, what time is it?" Lu Xuanzhu looked at his watch and replied, "It's 11:30. Uncle Lu, how about we prepare these fish and roast them?" Upon hearing this, the children's eyes sparkled with hope, and a chorus of enthusiastic voices erupted. "Uncle Lu, I want to eat roasted fish. Uncle Lu, let's have roasted fish. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu." The requests overwhelmed the soldiers, who conferred among themselves and ultimately agreed to the idea. Beginning to organize their tasks, Lu Xuanzhu took the children who were not fishing to gather wood from the surroundings, while a young soldier produced a dagger from his belongings and started to gut the fish. Another soldier turned towards the direction of the city to purchase salt. The remaining soldiers continued to supervise Zhang Guoqing and the other children fishing, for the riverbank remained a perilous place, and they could not afford to relax their vigilance in safeguarding the children's safety. In a clearing by the river, the children gathered the firewood they had collected. Lu Xuanzhu found several large stones from the river and constructed a makeshift stove in the clearing, igniting a fire. The smoke curled upward as the children eagerly placed skewered fish over the flames. In an instant, the pungent aroma of fish filled the air, causing Zhang Guoqing to feel a churn in his stomach. The unprocessed fish scent was rather overwhelming. Lu Xuanzhu began to gather the grilled fish and prepared to roast them himself, taking out steamed buns for the children to skewer and roast. Soon, the savory scent of fish wafted through the air. As the soldiers who had gone to the city to buy salt arrived, They began to sprinkle salt over the fish and share it with the children. Zhang Guoqing and his companions also put away their fishing rods and came over to enjoy the grilled fish. The children, with their modest appetites, quickly consumed the grilled fish and buns, leaving a substantial amount of fish and buns behind. Zhang Guoqing urged, "Uncle Lu, you should eat quickly too. We can't waste all this fish, and you should finish the buns as well." The saying, "a hungry child can devour a parent," held true. Lu Shuangzhu and the soldiers were not accustomed to abundant meals, and upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, they wasted no time. A few soldiers swiftly devoured the remaining fish and buns, even consuming the fish bones. In those times, hunger instilled a fear of waste. Anything edible was cherished. After the meal, a soldier with a Tianjin accent, with a cigarette in his mouth, laughed and said to Lu Shuangzhu, squad leader, "Wouldn't it be even better if we had some wine to drink?" This suggestion sparked a flicker of desire in Lu Shuangzhu. After lunch, the children resumed their playful activities, and Zhang Guoqing and the others began fishing again. The warm sunlight coaxed a wave of drowsiness, and Zhang Guoqing dozed off in Zhang Xiaojuan's embrace while the dog, Wu Gui, was busy exploring the riverbed. Upon waking, Zhang Guoqing took charge and helped everyone catch a good number of fish, with the children benefiting greatly from the soldiers' assistance. To assert his leadership, Zhang Guoqing attached a large fish weighing over 20 pounds to his hook. The moment the fish was hooked, Zhang Guoqing was yanked into the river by the struggling creature. Fortunately, Lu Shuangzhu, quick on his feet, jumped into the water and rescued Zhang Guoqing. He then swam over to grab the fishing rod, engaging in a prolonged tug-of-war with the fish. With Zhang Guoqing's covert assistance, they finally managed to land the large fish, though the rod was broken and the line was nearly severed in the process. Chapter 11. Ticket exchange. The little friends joyfully danced around the large fish, and the soldiers wore smiles of celebration. After tidying up their belongings, they prepared to return, eager to have dinner at the courtyard. Zhang Guoqing, glancing at the broken fishing rod, wore a resigned smile. In his past life, he had used rods capable of withstanding the weight of fish exceeding 100 pounds. While this bamboo rod had reached its limit with the 20-plus pound catch. After securing the fishing line and hook, he set off homeward, proudly carrying the day's bountiful catch. Aided by the sentry soldiers, the largest fish was cradled by a warrior with a Tianjin accent, accompanied by 3 sizable fish weighing around 10 pounds, which he carried by a grass rope. Additionally, a dozen fish weighing between 1 to 3 pounds were nestled in a battered bucket, and over 20 small birds, shot with slingshots, were tucked into the pockets of eager children. Laughter and joy accompanied their journey home. As they walked, many passers-by cast envious glances at Zhang Guoqing and his companion's bountiful catch. A few middle-aged men, clad in Zhongshan suits and polished leather shoes, approached Lu Shuangzhu and inquired, "Comrade, do you intend to sell your fish?" Lu turned to Zhang Guoqing, who was being held by Zhang Xiaojun. Upon being placed on the ground, Zhang Guoqing scrutinized the men before him, concluding from experience that they were officials. With a leisurely tone, he greeted, "Good day, uncles. We caught these fish ourselves. They are not for sale, but we can trade. Do you have tickets?" "We can exchange with tickets," one of the officials replied. The men began to rummage through their pockets for tickets, and Zhang Guoqing successfully traded 3 10-pound fish for 8 cigarette coupons, 5 liquor coupons, and 6 pounds of candy tickets. This exchange seemed to unlock a new realm of possibilities, prompting more individuals to approach Zhang Guoqing and his group for trades. Apart from the largest fish, Zhang Guoqing exchanged all the smaller ones. Zhao Shangyue and his friends even bartered their small birds for 2 pounds of hard candy tickets. Their spirits soared. This marked their first earnings from labor, a reward for their own skills. Upon passing a supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Guoqing could no longer contain his joy and eagerly pulled Zhang Xiaojun inside. Once inside, he called out to the male clerk, "Uncle, do you have any white rabbit milk candy? How much for a pound?" The clerk replied lazily, "Yes, we have white rabbit, priced at 33 yuan per pound. Do you have candy tickets?" Zhang Guoqing gathered his 2 pounds of candy tickets along with the 2 pounds obtained from Zhao Shangyue and placed them on the counter, saying, "Uncle, we have candy tickets. We'd like 2 pounds of white rabbit and 2 pounds of hard candy. Could you weigh them and let us know the total?" The clerk accepted the tickets and began weighing the candy for Zhang Guoqing and his companions. Zhang Guoqing approached Lu Shuangzhu and handed him 4 cigarette coupons and 4 liquor coupons, stating, "Uncle Lu, this is for you. I won't buy anything for you, as I don't have enough money." The soldiers burst into laughter at Zhang Guoqing's serious demeanor, finding his childlike seriousness amusing. Lu Xuanzhu and the others understood that the children would not smoke or drink, so they graciously accepted the tickets and turned to the other soldiers to pool their money for cigarettes and liquor. In those times, notions of the health hazards of smoking and the moderation of alcohol consumption were often disregarded. Most men smoked and drank, but their rations of tobacco were limited, making the prospect of packaged cigarettes and liquor a cause for celebration. They eagerly contributed their funds, especially since they were off-duty that day and could enjoy a drink upon returning home. Zhang Guoqing reminded them, "Uncle Lu, buy 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor first. We can save the rest for our next fishing outing. You can enjoy a sip while we grill the fish." Today, Lu Xuanzhu and his companions initially brought only a modest amount of money. Zhang Guoqing's remarks alleviated their awkwardness, prompting a light-hearted agreement as he said he would make them a fine fishing rod upon their return, promising to take them fishing again during their next outing. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is always refreshing, as Lu Xuanzhu gracefully descended from his earlier position. He also committed to crafting a new fishing rod for Zhang Guoqing, solidifying their resolution to fish together next time. The vendor, having completed the transaction for the candy, informed Zhang Guoqing that 2 kilograms of the beloved white rabbit milk candy cost 66 yuan, while 2 kilograms of hard candy amounted to nearly 2 yuan, culminating in a total of 86 yuan. After Zhang Guoqing settled the bill, he distributed the sweets among everyone, ensuring that both the soldiers and the children received their share. He then addressed the group, declaring that the largest fish they had caught would be returned to the mess hall for stewing, and he would keep the remaining receipts for himself. The soldiers were elated, having enjoyed a day filled with entertainment, earning cigarette and liquor tickets, while the children delighted in roasted fish and candy, anticipating a hearty stew for dinner. Most importantly, the slingshot, fishing rod, and hooks were all Zhang Guoqing's possessions. Everyone was joyous to have shared a day of recreation, feasting on meat and sweets. Lu Xuanzhu lifted Zhang Guoqing onto his shoulders, allowing him to ride on his neck, while the other soldiers playfully carried the smaller children. Together, they made their way back to the courtyard, becoming the center of attention as they traveled. The sight of the soldier with a thick Tianjin accent proudly displaying the 20-plus kilogram fish drew curious glances from passers-by, who pointed and inquired whether the fish was for sale and where it had been caught. Zhang Guoqing and his friends cheerfully answered the questions posed by the onlookers, strutting with an air of pride. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing and his friends hurried home to freshen up after a day spent outdoors, now resembling muddy little monkeys. The soldier with the Tianjin accent delivered the large fish to the kitchen of the mess hall, requesting that the children prepare it for stewing. He also produced a bottle of liquor, pouring half a bowl for the cook to eliminate the fishy odor, knowing that some children might not be accustomed to the scent. This consideration stemmed from his observation of Zhang Guoqing's expressions while he dined on fish at noon. Although in these times, having meat was already a luxury, preferences were still present. Yet, Zhang Guoqing, having been reborn, remembered the exquisite fish dishes of his previous life, meticulously prepared to enhance flavor and reduce odor. This culinary disparity was an inescapable challenge Zhang Guoqing faced after his rebirth, but fortunately, the attentive soldier from Tianjin had recognized it. Once the fish was stewed to perfection, Lu Xuanzhu made a special trip to Zhang Guoqing's home, urging them to enjoy the meal while it was still hot. Zhang Guoqing retrieved a small basin from his house, gathering his sister and companions as they made their way to the mess hall. Outside the mess hall, the tantalizing aroma of fish wafted through the air, instantly awakening their appetites, prompting them to rush inside. Upon entering the mess hall, the large fish was cut into several pieces and placed into 2 large basins on the table. Zhang Guoqing organized the boys and girls into 2 separate tables. He used the basin he had brought from home to have Zhang Xiaojun divide portions of fish from the 2 basins to send back to Lu Xuanzhu as a side dish, while he distributed the remaining fish among everyone using the small bowls provided by the kitchen, leaving the leftover broth aside. Upon completion, Zhang Guoqing gestured grandly, proclaiming to his siblings, "Let us dine. Those who associate with me shall indulge in fine food and drink." Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo led the applause, and soon everyone devoured their meals with the enthusiasm akin to that of little pigs, while Zhang Guoqing gently reminded them to eat slowly, cautioning against the peril of fish bones lodging in their throats. When Zhang Xiaojun returned after delivering the fish, the others had already guzzled down the fish soup. Yi Jiangwo was even licking the main fish skeleton with his mouth. After their repast, They gathered for a brief period of merriment before returning home to rest. Chapter 12. The discovery of treasure. The small group, led by Zhang Guoqing, had gained notoriety within the compound, having returned with a large fish upon entering the gates. And later, the aroma of their fish meal wafted through the dining hall, where only they partook of the fish. The following day, many unfamiliar children approached Zhang Guoqing, eager to inquire about their fishing exploits. Whenever someone sought him out, Zhang Guoqing would generously offer them a few pieces of candy and meticulously share the location of their fishing spot. Consequently, the leftover candy at home was swiftly depleted, and the candy tickets he had exchanged for fish were also spent on sweets for the children, incurring a modest expense. This generosity significantly improved Zhang Guoqing's standing within the community, embodying the adage that wealth disperses and friendships form. In his 2 lifetimes, combined with his inherently magnanimous nature, he had garnered a measure of respect among the children in the compound. Zhang Guoqing took stock of his current finances and tickets: 25 yuan in cash, 16 cigarette tickets, 8 alcohol tickets, 3 soap tickets, 4 toothpaste tickets, 5 cloth tickets, 10 battery tickets, 6 shoe tickets, 4 pastry tickets, and 1 pound of tea tickets. He possessed over 4,000 unthreshed ears of corn, which he conservatively estimated would yield approximately 1,000 pounds of cornmeal after processing. Additionally, there were ample sunflower seeds, sufficient to last for several years once roasted. Zhang Guoqing calculated in his mind. There was no rush for money at present. He needed to accumulate more tickets, particularly for cotton and cloth, as winter was approaching. His grandparents' home, along with his uncles, as well as the brothers outside the compound, would require cotton garments and shoes to endure the cold season. He also needed to secure some fine-grained seeds, as the new year was imminent. And one must have dumplings, along with meat and vegetables for the festivities. All these provisions would necessitate returning to his grandparents' home to grind cornmeal for his uncle to exchange at the pigeon market. Having reincarnated as a child, many tasks were beyond Zhang Guoqing's capabilities, compelling him to seek the assistance of trustworthy adults. With Lu Xuanzhu and the others taking another respite, Zhang Guoqing's team embarked on a new fishing expedition. Early the next morning, they set off once more, this time better prepared than before, equipped with shovels, iron pots, spades, knives, seasonings, and provisions of tobacco and alcohol. They had even borrowed 2 large barrels from the kitchen, balancing them on a yoke as a throng of them exited the compound. Zhang Guoqing revealed their previous fishing location to others, resulting in a considerable number of people in the woods. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing and his companions opted to venture further west. Along the way, Zhang Guoqing summoned the 5 ghosts to search for treasures beneath the water, inadvertently catching numerous large fish to store in their space. After approximately half an hour of walking, when the companions could no longer continue, they stumbled upon a small grove. Lu Xuanzhu and the others set down their belongings to establish a camp. They first dug a pit with a shovel, then gathered stones to construct a stove, setting up a pot atop it, and fetched 2.5 buckets of water from the river to place on the shore. Subsequently, they divided into 2 groups. One group, accompanied by the younger children who weren't fishing, roamed nearby with slingshots to hunt birds and gather firewood, while the other group sought a shaded spot by the river to set up their fishing lines. Zhang Guoqing, Zhao Shangyue, and Yi Jiangwo prepared their fishing gear, securing the fishing lines and hooks, attaching sinkers and floats made from reed stalks, and effortlessly casting their lines into the river. They then settled down to enjoy some candy and engage in lighthearted conversation. The soldiers nearby relaxed, smoking and chatting, creating a remarkably leisurely atmosphere. Zhang Guoqing reclined in Zhang Xiaojuan's arms, using his mental powers to control the 5 ghosts to catch several fish, achieving a successful start. Gradually, he continued fishing while directing the ghosts to seek treasures. To his delight, Zhang Guoqing was the first to reel in a sizable fish weighing around 8 pounds, prompting Lu Xuanzhu to quickly assist in bringing it ashore. A flurry of activity ensued, with other companions also beginning to catch fish of various sizes. Except for Yi Jiangwo, who clumsily allowed his fish to escape, nearly every other companion successfully caught fish, ensuring ample provisions for lunch. With this success, everyone felt a greater sense of ease and no pressure. Zhang Guoqing instructed the 5 ghosts to search in more distant waters, and throughout the process, he used his mental abilities to capture numerous large fish, estimating that the space now held around 8,000 pounds of fish, sufficient for their needs. He then focused on directing the 5 ghosts to locate treasures. In a swift water bend, the ghosts discovered a trove, albeit wobbling unsteadily due to their lack of weight. Zhang Guoqing resolved to later equip the 5 ghosts with iron armor, as they would likely go hunting in the future. If they were scattered by large animals or had their bones bitten off, they would become disabled. Through the teleportation points set on the 5 ghosts, Zhang Guoqing had them transport the treasures into their space. Indeed, the fishing folk proved to be quite resourceful, in addition to the treasure. The ghosts also transmitted a plethora of inexplicable items into the space, much to Zhang Guoqing's amusement. The ancients certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Among the items were tattered pants, scraps of cloth, broken iron pieces, shards of porcelain, and ruined instruments, alongside a substantial amount of household rubbish occupying a considerable area of the Jiubao space. Unable to manage the clutter, Zhang Guoqing had no choice but to return each item to the river, leaving the refuse for other fishermen to retrieve. As Zhang Guoqing focused on the treasure within the space, he beheld a large brass chest, approximately 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1.3 meters high, its surface marred by green rust. The chest was bound tightly with coarse hemp ropes, and its copper lock was rusted shut. Zhang Guoqing instructed the 5 ghosts to remove the coarse ropes. However, as the ropes were tightly secured, he resorted to finding some broken porcelain pieces from the river to serve as makeshift knives, enabling the ghosts to gradually cut through all the hemp ropes. As Zhang Guoqing engaged in the pastime of fishing with his companions in the woods, he skillfully attached numerous fish hooks, allowing them to indulge in the thrill of angling, gradually cultivating their passion for the sport, which would ultimately solidify their camaraderie as devoted fishing enthusiasts. As the sun ascended towards its zenith, Zhang Guoqing decisively caught a sizable fish weighing over 10 pounds. Amidst the exclamations of awe, Lu Xuanzhu helped land the magnificent catch, and thus concluded their morning of fishing and fowling, transitioning into the preparation of their midday meal. Lu Xuanzhu and the others commenced the cleaning of the smaller fish they had caught. After scaling and gutting a dozen fish weighing around a pound each, they were meticulously washed and seasoned with salt and white liquor to eliminate any fishy odor. The earthen stove, which had been prepared in advance, was ignited, and as the flames danced, water and spices were added before placing the fish into the pot to stew. This method of cooking was emblematic of the era, primarily due to the scarcity of oil. Thus, they refrained from frying the fish before stewing, and the use of white liquor for flavoring was considered a significant advancement. As the aroma of the fish wafted through the air, the young companions eagerly anticipated the meal, while Lu Xuanzhu stoked the fire and roasted dough balls on wooden skewers. Once the fish was cooked and the dough balls were ready, Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Xuanzhu distributed the fish among the group, heralding the moment for Zhang Guoqing to address them. He stood and proclaimed his familiar mantra: "Those who associate with me, Zhang Guoqing, shall enjoy the finest delicacies." The gathering erupted in smiles as the children began to devour their portions voraciously, while Lu Xuanzhu and the guards congregated to open 2 bottles of white liquor, sharing sips as they feasted, creating a convivial atmosphere. Chapter 13. Assessing the bounty. After the lunch was concluded, everyone sought a place to rest. Zhang Xiaojun, embracing Zhang Guoqing by the riverside, reattached bait to the fish hooks in preparation for another fishing expedition. With his eyes closed, Zhang Guoqing's consciousness drifted into the 9 treasures space, where the 5 ghosts had successfully severed the hemp rope binding the brass chests. Zhang Guoqing commanded the 5 ghosts to dismantle the rusted locks, urging them to open the chests one by one. Upon opening the chests, Zhang Guoqing closely examined their contents. They were all cast from solid copper, impressively robust. 8 of the chests were meticulously filled with gold ingots. Drawing from his previous life's experience, Zhang Guoqing deduced that each ingot weighed 50 taels, approximately 2,500 grams, equating to 10 jing. He instructed the 5 ghosts to retrieve a column of ingots from one chest for counting. Each layer of the copper chest contained 20 ingots, with 10 layers per chest, resulting in 400 ingots per chest and a total of 3,200 gold ingots across the 8 chests, which translated to 8 tons of gold. Zhang Guoqing's heart surged with euphoria as he exclaimed in disbelief. Most of his wealth in his past life had been in cash or digital forms. Rarely had he encountered such a vast quantity of gold in the flesh. This time, he was not only indulging his eyes, but also gazing at the remaining 2 brass chests. One contained an assortment of gold and silver jewelry, pearls, agate, and various rare treasures. The other was filled with an array of jade artifacts and emerald products, many of which were exquisitely crafted, unmistakably the work of renowned artisans. Among these, he spotted a white jade rui, which, based on Zhang Guoqing's discerning eye, appeared to be made of mutton fat jade. Recalling a tale from a previous life, Zhu Yuanzhang's beloved jade rui, used as a scratcher, was shattered by Empress Ma. Zhang Guoqing pondered that this jade rui would henceforth serve as his own scratcher. After examining all the chests, he found no porcelain cherished in his former existence. It is said that in chaotic times, gold is valued, while in prosperous eras, antiques hold sway. This prince, while amassing treasures, found himself amidst turmoil, forced to conceal the most precious items of the chaotic age. He instructed the 5 spirits to secure the copper chest and tasked them with planting corn in the spatial realm, gathering the harvest thereafter. Basking in the warm sunlight, Zhang Guoqing dozed for a while, awakening to see Zhang Xiaojun gazing tenderly at him, her face radiating maternal affection. He mused that an elder sister is akin to a mother, a truth the ancients did not deceive him about. Rising from Zhang Xiaojun's embrace, he wandered into the thicket to relieve himself. In the grove, he observed Zhao Shanyue and several others climbing trees to search for bird nests, while other children played nearby, and the guards were scattered around, ensuring safety. Zhang Guoqing, momentarily distracted, recognized the chaos of the times. As the country transitioned from the old society to the new China, an abundance of malevolent forces lurked. Being so young, he lacked the means to safeguard himself, thus caution was paramount. Returning to Zhang Xiaojuan's side, he and the guards had caught a few fish, albeit small. Zhang Guoqing began fishing earnestly, but within minutes, he was yanked into the water by a large fish. Lu Xuanzhu and his comrades exerted great effort to rescue him from the river and then dove in pursuit of the fishing rod. Soaked through, Zhang Guoqing stood by the riverbank, shouting encouragement to Uncle Lu, urging him to avenge him. With the collective effort of several soldiers, a carp larger than the last was finally brought ashore, estimated to weigh nearly 30 pounds. Zhang Xiaojun removed Zhang Guoqing's wet clothes to dry him, wringing out the water and placing the garments on a large rock to air out, while cradling him in her arms under the sun. The soldiers remained clothed, basking in the sunlight, simultaneously cleaning and maintaining their firearms and ammunition. In an era where the spirit of sacrifice was paramount, the nation's interests overshadowed all else, and every soldier cherished and protected their weapons. This catch was larger than the previous, prompting them to meticulously care for their arms while drying their clothes. After approximately an hour, Zhang Guoqing donned his dried attire and resumed fishing. This time, a soldier with a Tianjin accent settled beside him, gazing enviously and declaring, "Little Guoqing, you are truly a reincarnation of the river god. In our Tianjin, the river god always catches large fish." Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Uncle, is the river god formidable?" The soldier replied, "I am Li Fugui. You may call me Uncle Li. In our hometown, the river god is quite powerful, able to hold his breath underwater for half an hour and catch fish and shrimp from the river." Zhang Guoqing responded, "Uncle Li, I am not the reincarnation of a river god. I cannot swim. Both times I fell into the water, it was you who rescued me." Li Fugui remarked that his sentiment was akin to the fortune of a river deity, who always manages to catch sizable fish. Just the other day, he had landed a fish weighing approximately 20 pounds, and now, this latest catch was close to 30 pounds. The speaker may have been casual, but Zhang Guoqing took it to heart, contemplating whether he should adopt the title of a river god himself. After all, in these tough times, when many struggled to put food on the table, numerous individuals could be seen fishing by the riverside to provide nourishment for their families. Many from the courtyard sought Zhang Guoqing's guidance on prime fishing spots, banding together to partake in the activity. If Zhang Guoqing consistently reeled in an abundance of fish, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. Despite the era promoting materialism, the common folk often found solace in metaphysical explanations for the inexplicable. Zhang Guoqing contemplated crafting an image of himself as a fortunate individual, enabling him to attribute any future misunderstandings to his luck. Resolute in his decision, he employed his spatial abilities to enhance the fishing hooks of himself and his companions with numerous fish, naturally, his catches being larger than theirs. Li Fugui assisted Zhang Guoqing in collecting the fish, and by afternoon, he was utterly in awe of Zhang Guoqing's prowess. Each time a large fish was landed, exclamations of "River God, Little Guoqing, the River God," echoed in admiration. This spectacle drew in friends and fellow soldiers, and by 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Guoqing's party had amassed a considerable haul of large fish. Lu Xuanzhu and the others began packing up, preparing to head back. They secured their cooking utensils with ropes, while the larger fish were strung together and lifted with a wooden pole. The sight of several hefty fish, particularly the largest weighing around 30 pounds, was indeed impressive, as Li Fugue bore it on his back. Several smaller fish were placed in 2 buckets carried on a shoulder pole, devoid of water, densely packed with their catch. As the group finished tidying up, they set off homeward, coinciding with another group from the courtyard who had occupied the fishing woods previously. Upon encountering each other, they walked back together, the latter's buckets containing only a modest catch. They gazed enviously at Zhang Guoqing's bountiful harvest, their admiration palpable. At this juncture, Li Fugue began to showcase the characteristic eloquence of the Tianjin gentleman, fervently promoting Zhang Guoqing's fortunate persona to others. Chapter 14. The Lucky Star on the Return Journey. Many expressed their desire to purchase fish from Zhang Guoqing, who, however, declined to accept money, opting instead for barter. In these times, trading goods was considered illegal, regardless of whether one was an adult or a child. Zhang Guoqing articulated his needs, proposing that smaller fish could be exchanged directly for various tokens, while larger fish would necessitate a trade for tangible goods, as he still needed to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to spend his limited funds. It was preferable for him to secure the items he desired through direct exchange. Consequently, at the entrance of a supply and marketing cooperative, a scene unfolded where many negotiated terms, entering with money and tokens to purchase goods for exchange with Zhang Guoqing and his companions. In a flurry of activity, Zhang Guoqing and his companions were left with the largest fish, a heap of receipts, and an abundance of supplies. A large bucket brimmed with assorted candies, pastries, tobacco, alcohol, tea, as well as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soap. Upon returning to Zhang Guoqing's small courtyard, he began to distribute the items among everyone. He offered Lu Xuanzhu a pack of cigarettes and 6 bottles of the economical 8-cent liquor, along with ordinary erguotu. He addressed Lu Xuanzhu, saying, "Uncle Lu, could you please help us by taking the big fish to the cafeteria for preparation? We will divide the rest of the items first." Lu Xuanzhu, feeling a bit shy, replied, "No need for that, little Guoqing. We hardly contributed. We merely took you out for some fun." Zhang Guoqing insisted, "Uncle Lu, you not only brought us joy, but also enabled us to catch so many fish. Without your assistance, we would not have gathered this bounty. Please accept the cigarettes and liquor for our next fishing trip." Lu Xuanzhu and his companions readily agreed, happily accepting the gifts and taking the large fish back with them. Zhang Guoqing then surveyed his surroundings, noticing that Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, and other friends were eagerly watching him, waiting for him to distribute the goods. He ushered everyone inside, placing the items on the heated bed. With the help of his sister, Zhang Xiaojun, he evenly divided the candies and pastries among the group, bringing immense joy as they unwrapped the candies and popped them into their mouths, filling the room with lively chatter. As for the remaining tobacco, alcohol, and tea, there wasn't enough toothpaste and soap for everyone, so he raised his voice to convey, "Everyone, please quiet down and listen. There isn't enough toothpaste and soap for each of us, so we shall share them for now. Every morning and evening, you can come to my home with your toothbrushes to wash your faces and brush your teeth. As for the tobacco, alcohol, candies, and receipts, I won't distribute those. If you require anything else, feel free to ask me individually." The group readily agreed, delighted by the prospect of bird hunting, fishing, and enjoying their shared resources. They were fortunate to have food and entertainment and the ability to use toothpaste and soap for their daily hygiene, a privilege far superior to that of other children in the courtyard who did not partake in their adventures. Those children were only familiar with eating in the cafeteria or idly passing time, spending their limited allowances on snacks from the military service center, unable to afford treats like white rabbit milk candies, pastries, or fish. Thus, they felt quite content. After all, Zhang Guoqing frequently proclaimed that associating with him would lead to delicious meals and enjoyable experiences. Moreover, he had fulfilled his promise. With Li Fugue's enthusiastic promotion within the courtyard, everyone was aware of Zhang Guoqing's fishing prowess. Many others had ventured out to fish, yet their catches paled in comparison to Zhang Guoqing's. Consequently, his home became a hub of activity. The first visitors were the guards, as Lu Xuanzhu and his companions had genuinely benefited from Zhang Guoqing's generosity. Since Lu Xuanzhu and his group required a few days to rest, the guards, who had daily rotations, decided it would be more beneficial to take Zhang Guoqing along on fishing trips rather than waste their time off, thus establishing a mutually advantageous relationship. They sent representatives to discuss the matter with Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing and his companions are undoubtedly delighted. The outside world is far more entertaining than the confines of the courtyard. Their tender ages restrict them from venturing out alone. Consequently, each day, a different group of armed guards seizes their respite to escort Zhang Guoqing and his friends to the riverbank for fishing. With each outing, the fruitful catches brought back by various waves of guards rapidly elevate Zhang Guoqing's reputation within the courtyard, and everyone soon comes to recognize him as the fortunate little lad. It can only be deemed luck, for at merely 5 years of age, Zhang Guoqing is unable to shoulder burdens or lift his hands, rendering him somewhat ineffectual in daily life. Yet, those who accompany him on fishing excursions enjoy bountiful harvests, while those who do not find their yields significantly diminished. This stark contrast leads all to accept Zhang Guoqing as a symbol of good fortune. Zhang Guoqing has now become a cherished darling among the guards, who have discovered that as long as he steadies the fishing rod, the fish caught will invariably be of substantial size. Thus, during fishing trips, they eagerly vie to cradle him in their arms. Many other children from the courtyard also beseech Zhang Guoqing to take them along on these fishing adventures. He graciously obliges, and after several outings, their catches have improved tremendously. Consequently, his status among the children of the courtyard has soared, as everyone seeks to be closer to him, hoping to bask in his good fortune. The most apparent change is that Zhang Guoqing no longer requires Zhang Xiaojun to carry him. Older boys now readily offer their shoulders for him to sit upon, a gesture colloquially known as hei or lu in Old Beijing dialect. Within the courtyard, the older children provide their hei or lu, while outside the courtyard, the guards do the same. Zhang Guoqing's status as the beloved pet of the group is unmistakable. Of course, the fish caught by the older boys are taken home for their own consumption, while the catches of Zhang Guoqing and his companions are managed by him. The older boys do not neglect Zhang Guoqing, utilizing their strength to venture far and capture more small birds to present to him, occasionally slipping a few candies into his pockets. During this period, the corn cobs in Zhang Guoqing's space have reached an alarming quantity. He estimates that the harvested kernels must weigh several thousand jin, prompting him to temporarily abandon the notion of using his mind to accelerate their growth. With the ample nutrition provided during this time, the children are well-fed and well-rested, leading to notable physical development. Their cheeks have taken on a rosy hue. Each day, their practice of Zhang has shown significant improvement compared to their initial attempts, particularly in their foundational stances. Initially, they struggled with malnutrition, which hindered their stability. Now, they can maintain their stances much more effectively, showcasing considerable progress in their training. It is no wonder that in ancient times, it was said that the impoverished scholars lacked the strength for martial arts practice, while only the well-nourished scions of wealthy families, brimming with vitality, could succeed in such endeavors, especially when aided by medicinal support. Chapter 15. Braised pork. As Zhang Guoqing and his companions engaged in fishing more frequently, their consumption of fish also increased. However, this group of children began to grow weary of fish, for the conditions of that era were quite limited. Unlike the myriad seasonings of a past life, even the most basic ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic were scarce. The nation was grappling with the fundamental challenge of ensuring sufficient sustenance. With farmland barely yielding enough grain, the notion of procuring spices was almost fanciful. Consequently, the fish they caught were prepared in only 2 ways: stewed or grilled, with the sole seasonings being a splash of white liquor to mask the fishy odor and a sprinkling of salt. Any thoughts of cumin or chili powder were mere dreams. Thus, most of the fish they caught were no longer consumed. Instead, they were traded for other goods, though the guards remained enthusiastically partaking in both fish and drink, reveling in their merriment. One day, after a modest meal of fish soup and grilled cornbread, accompanied by the sweets they had brought, sugar cubes and peach crisps, they made their way back with a bountiful catch. Just before entering the city, a rotund, balding middle-aged man on a bicycle approached, ringing his bell and calling out, "Comrades, wait a moment. Are you selling your fish? Our state-run restaurant buys fish." This single utterance opened a new world for Zhang Guoqing. Having acclimated to the mindset of life within the compound since his rebirth, he had forgotten that various factories existed beyond its confines, where trading could procure essential supplies. Perched on a soldier's shoulders, he inquired, "How much can you buy? Do you have the authority to purchase?" The concept of purchasing authority was a relic of that era, dictated by the state that prohibited transactions between individuals. Yet, certain state-run entities possessed the right to acquire goods from the market. In the age of planned economy, many resources, particularly meat, were in short supply. Ration coupons issued by various units allowed for the purchase of grains, but fabric, cotton, and meat coupons did not guarantee access to goods at the supply and marketing cooperatives. Thus, during that time, meat coupons were often utilized at state-run restaurants because individuals frequently struggled to purchase meat even with them. Even within these establishments, one's relationship with the restaurant could determine whether one could obtain meat, as it was ultimately their prerogative to sell. Unlike the past, where poor service could garner online notoriety, sales clerks, waitstaff, and bus ticket agents were formidable figures in that era, possessing the power to refuse service at their discretion. Dismounting from his bicycle, the balding man surveyed Zhang Guoqing's catch, noting the impressive haul of over 20 pounds of large fish, with several others weighing around 10 pounds. He addressed Zhang Guoqing, "Which of you is in charge?" Zhang Guoqing, with an air of bravado while sitting atop the soldier's shoulders, declared, "Can't you tell? I'm the highest here, my words carry weight." His confident remark elicited laughter from the group. The balding man replied, "I am a chef at the state-run restaurant, and we have purchasing authority. Come with me to the restaurant. Our director will discuss the acquisition with you." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guoqing agreed. "All right. We will accompany you. Will we be dining at your restaurant? We do not possess any ration tickets. Can we substitute them with fish?" The bald-headed chef nodded in agreement, assuring them that it would be permissible. The soldiers promptly hung the fish onto their bicycles and followed the chef towards the state-run restaurant. Entering through the back door, the chef called for the director from the office. Upon seeing the chef accompanied by a group of individuals with an abundance of fish, the director was overjoyed. He quickly addressed the chef, Master Wang, and suggested they weigh the fish. He then turned to the guard, Zhang Guoqing, and said, "Hello, I am the director of the restaurant. My surname is Li. Can we purchase this fish at the market price of 20 cents per pound?" Zhang Guoqing responded, "Hello, Uncle Li, my name is Zhang Guoqing. The chef has kindly agreed that we can dine here without using our ration tickets. Is that acceptable?" Director Li smiled and replied, "Absolutely. Since there are many of you, I will take you to a private room. Let us decide what you would like to eat and have the waiter take your orders." Zhang Guoqing and the others placed their yoke and water buckets in the courtyard behind the restaurant and followed Director Li through the back kitchen to the second-floor private room. Though it was called a private room, it was merely a quieter space than the bustling hall below, reflecting the simplicity of the era. They set 2 tables, distributing adults and children evenly, and began to order. Zhang Guoqing, at the tender age of 5, could not afford to act too precocious. He feigned ignorance of the menu and inquired about the prices from the waiter. Given that it was a private room and the waiter was summoned by the director, no impatience was displayed. Zhang Guoqing speculated that had he asked the waiter in the main hall, he would likely have been ignored. In those times, dishes at state-run restaurants were quite affordable, indicative of the overall societal consumption level. Zhang Guoqing addressed the waiter, "Auntie, I would like braised pork, sweet and sour cabbage, twice-cooked pork, home-style tofu, fried peanuts, and egg soup. Let us have the same for both tables, and please bring 2 bottles of erguo too. For staple food, we will start with 20 steamed buns per table, and we can request more if needed." The waiter glanced at the nearest guard and asked whether to serve according to the child's order. The guard smiled and replied, "Follow his lead. He is our leader." Laughter erupted, especially from the guards. The waiter proceeded to the kitchen, while Director Li entered with a thermos and teapot, serving tea to everyone. After preparing the tea, he said to Zhang Guoqing, "Guoqing, the total weight of the fish is 246 pounds, at 20 cents per pound, totaling 492 yuan. You may dine first, and we can settle the bill together afterward." Zhang Guoqing nodded. "All right, Uncle Li, but you must offer us a discount. We will come here often." Director Li, pleased, replied, "No problem. In the future, when you catch fish, bring them here and dine with us." In this era, no one would ever complain about an abundance of meat. The fish he received had already been earmarked for certain leaders, a common practice of currying favor that would persist for decades. Before long, the waiter arrived with large wooden trays, bringing the dishes into the private room. Zhang Guoqing enthusiastically proclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, it's time to eat. Stick with me, Zhang Guoqing, and you shall enjoy fine foods and drinks." His words sparked laughter, and chopsticks began to reach for the delectable dishes on the table. Zhang Guoqing stood atop a chair, cradling a steamed bun in his left hand while deftly maneuvering chopsticks with his right to seize a piece of braised pork. As he savored the long-missed delicacy, the rich flavor of the meat enveloped his palate, a delightful sensation indeed. Zhang Guoqing and his companions indulged heartily, relishing the taste of pork after consuming an abundance of fish. In this era, the pork was sourced from local, indigenous breeds rather than imported varieties, and its flavor was simply exquisite. The 2 servings of braised pork disappeared swiftly, as fatty meat had become the preferred choice among people. Zhang Guoqing promptly instructed the soldiers seated by the entrance to procure 2 more servings from the dining hall. Each table was graced with 2 servings of braised pork, accompanied by an array of dishes, steamed buns, and egg soup, leaving the children thoroughly satisfied. The portions were generous during these times. The soldiers were also treated to an additional bottle of liquor, enjoying peanuts and the remaining dishes while engaging in jovial conversation. Aside from their simple attire and the lingering scent of fish, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Chapter 16. Obtaining the seeds after the meal, Zhang Guoqing's sister, Zhang Xiaowan, packed the leftover dishes and buns into the container she had brought. Zhang Guoqing was soon found by the guard and escorted to Director Li to settle the bill. Director Li informed him, "Guoqing, the total for your meals and grain tickets amounts to 25 yuan. Is it acceptable if I give you the remaining 242 yuan in cash?" Zhang Guoqing requested, "Uncle Li, could you spare me some sugar tickets or assist us in purchasing some sugar? I wish to treat the young men." Adhering to his own principles, he believed that those who accompanied him should enjoy their share, having filled their stomachs at the restaurant. His companions deserved to partake in some treats as well. Director Li readily agreed. "No problem. I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative on the next street to buy sugar." Thus, everyone gathered their belongings, shouldered their buckets, and followed Director Li to the cooperative, their spirits high and buoyant. Upon arrival, Director Li ushered Zhang Guoqing inside and addressed the clerk at the counter, "Xiao Zhang, please weigh out 4 jin of white rabbit creamy candy." The clerk promptly responded, "Certainly, Director Li, please hold on a moment." Director Li then handed Zhang Guoqing 10 yuan and said, "Guoqing, in the future, whenever you catch fish, feel free to dine at the restaurant. If you desire any snacks, Uncle will be glad to assist you." Zhang Guoqing nodded eagerly. "Yes, Uncle Li, I will remember this. Thank you." This gesture from Director Li was indeed a favor, as 4 jin of white rabbit candy cost 132 yuan and required sugar tickets, a matter not easily resolved with a mere 1 yuan. The 10 yuan in cash was clearly a sign of goodwill towards Zhang Guoqing. Not one to overlook such kindness, Zhang Guoqing was determined to reciprocate, securing a dining establishment for future fishing endeavors, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Emerging from the cooperative with the white rabbit candy wrapped in craft paper, Zhang Guoqing instructed his sister, Zhang Xiaowan, to share the sweets among everyone, ensuring that the guards and companions alike were included. The soldiers playfully jostled, refusing at first, prompting Zhang Guoqing to call out for his sister, declaring that if they did not want it, he would toss it to the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaowan playfully feigned throwing the candy down, which elicited the soldiers to eagerly collect the treats. In high spirits, the soldiers hoisted a few young girls onto their shoulders, merrily making their way back to the courtyard. Perched upon the shoulders of a soldier, Zhang Guoqing, with a big white rabbit milk candy nestled in his mouth, gazed upon the illuminated streets of the capital. This was the first time Zhang Guoqing beheld such a city. Previously, they would return to the courtyard before dusk to prepare for dinner. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages moving towards the city's outskirts, prompting him to inquire of the guard, "What are they doing? Why are there so many carts?" The soldier replied, "They are delivering the harvested grain to the granary for the autumn collection." Curiously, Zhang Guoqing asked, "Will there be more tomorrow? I've never seen so many carts before." The soldier assured him, "Indeed, there will be more. The grain collection will continue for some time." Zhang Guoqing excitedly announced to his friends, "Let us come back tomorrow to watch them deliver the grain. I quite like those magnificent horses." His companions eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes. I've never seen the grain collection either. Let us go together. It won't take much time." Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing and his friends played for a while before washing up and preparing for bed. In the 9 treasure space, Zhang Guoqing accelerated time, allowing the 5 ghosts to feed the fish with corn and sunflower seeds, as wild fish do not grow rapidly, although they frequently change their fishing spots. The river was crowded with anglers, so Zhang Guoqing could only transport small fish from the river to the space, where he utilized time acceleration for their cultivation. Fortunately, during this period, the fish caught in the space had increased significantly, and with the 5 ghosts tending to them, the fish began to reproduce naturally in the 9 treasure space, enabling him to effortlessly catch hundreds of pounds of fish each outing. As he accelerated time with his mind, a wave of fatigue washed over Zhang Guoqing, leading him to drift into a deep slumber. Upon awakening to the bright morning light, Zhang Xiaojun had already completed her morning routine and returned with breakfast, overseeing Zhao Shan, Yu Yi, and the other children as they washed up. After enjoying their meal and gathering their belongings, Zhang Guoqing and his friends met the guard soldiers at the courtyard entrance and set off towards the granary. Before reaching the granary, they beheld a grand procession of horse-drawn carts and donkey carts lined up in an endless queue, led by farmers accompanied by their village leaders, patiently waiting to deliver their grain. The scene was quite spectacular, attracting the attention of many idle onlookers from the city, who occasionally commented on the pulling horses, resembling connoisseurs assessing fine steeds. Of course, these observers were merely passing the time, engaging in idle chatter. Zhang Guoqing and his friends stood at the granary entrance, watching the grain collection process, which was quite straightforward. Workers at the granary used a large, hollow iron cone to pierce sacks filled with grain, inspecting the quality of the grain to ensure it met the required standards. The granary staff worked swiftly to check and weigh the grain before storing it and issuing receipts to the village leaders delivering their grain. This process occasionally resulted in some grain spilling onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guoqing utilized the 9 treasure space to mentally lock onto and collect seeds of peanuts, wheat, rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Elated, he promptly instructed the 5 ghosts to plant these seeds in the 9 dragon space before heading out to fish. In the following period, Zhang Guoqing and his companions maintained a relatively consistent quantity of fish caught, thereby solidifying Zhang Guoqing's reputation for luck. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, heralding the onset of winter, Zhang Guoqing profited handsomely from transactions and exchanges made during his journeys to the state-run restaurant and back to the city. Moreover, one day, Director Wang of the cafeteria approached Zhang Guoqing with a proposition. "Xiao Guoqing, our cafeteria seeks to diversify our menu. Would it be possible for you to supply us with some of the fish you catch for a few days? We can exchange military service items and logistical supplies with you." Without hesitation, Zhang Guoqing readily agreed. "Of course, Uncle Wang, that sounds splendid." In the ensuing days, the fish caught by Zhang Guoqing's team made their way to the serving window of the cafeteria. In return, they procured a plethora of delectable goods from the military service agency through both purchase and trade. These included canned fruits, milk powder, malt extract, entire cartons of dakium and cigarettes, cases of Xingwakin Fingio, cotton hats, cotton gloves, engineer shovels, folding knives, and more. As for cotton shoes and winter clothing, the military service agency did not have any in stock. Zhang Guoqing had received government-issued winter garments, and to procure cotton clothing for his grandparents and brothers, he would have to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy cotton and fabric to make clothes himself. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was late November. One evening, with the assistance of Zhang Xiaojun, he distributed the goods among his friends before beginning to organize his belongings. Zhang Guoqing had now become a small tycoon, and naturally, his companions also reaped considerable rewards. Zhang Guoqing's philosophy was simple: I feast, and all share in the broth. He possessed a universal grain coupon for 20 jin, an oil coupon for 5 jin, a meat coupon for 20 jin, a cloth coupon for 30 meters, cotton for 20 jin, kerosene for 20 jin, 2 cases of Xingwakin Fingio, 2 packs of dakium and salt, 10 jin of white rabbit candy, 30 jin of hard candy, 5 jin of tea leaves, 2 bags of milk powder, 1 barrel of malt extract, 5 cans of yellow peach, 5 jin of peach crisps, 5 jin of biscuits, 6 pairs of cotton gloves, 10 cotton hats, for military shovels, 2 items of miscellaneous supplies, various seasonings, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. The ordinary cigarette and liquor coupons had been given to the soldiers of the guard company, along with assorted tickets. However, at this moment, Zhang Guoqing found himself without cash, as all his money had been spent on these acquisitions. These items were prepared for their return home to celebrate the new year, and Zhang Guoqing asked his sister, Zhang Xiaojun, to write a letter to their grandfather, requesting their second uncle to come and fetch them for the winter festivities. Chapter 17. grandfather and grandmother during the days of waiting for their family to collect them. Zhang Guoqing sold all the fish caught by his team to the state-run restaurant, converting them into money to share with his friends. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. Unlike previous years, there was no warm winter, and temperatures plummeted sharply. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing and his friends decided to cancel their fishing activities. The children continued to play in the courtyard, each awaiting their relatives to take them home for the new year. The remaining children gathered together for warmth, as the heating had begun, making it more economical to conserve coal. On the morning of December 5th, Lu Xuanzhu arrived with Zhang Guoqing's second uncle, driving a horse-drawn cart to Zhang Guoqing's courtyard to take him and his sister home. Uncle Zhang Erzhu was an orphan encountered by Zhang Guoqing's father during his time as a soldier. At that moment, his father was merely a fresh recruit, unable to care for uncle, so he entrusted him to others who, after much effort, brought uncle to the care of his grandparents, who raised him. Eventually, he married and started a family, taking care of his grandparents in turn. Uncle stands tall at over 6 feet, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an impressive vitality. Years of physical labor and martial arts practice have endowed him with a formidable presence. Zhang Guoqing and his sister, Zhang Shaoan, rushed towards uncle, who lifted Zhang Guoqing into the air, chuckling, "Little Guoqing, my boy, you've grown quite a bit. Have you missed your uncle?" Zhang Guoqing replied, "Of course, uncle. My sister and I have brought many things home for grandma and grandpa, as well as for brother Xiaohu and brother Dekue." Zhang Shaoan clung to uncle's arm, guiding him into the house, pointing out their prepared items, and briefly explaining their origins to uncle. After exchanging pleasantries, uncle drank some warm water, rested for a while, and then began loading the items onto the cart. Once everything was packed, uncle drove the fully loaded cart out of the gate, while Zhang Guoqing secured the house and courtyard. They then rode the cart to see Director Feng, the logistics head, to collect Zhang Guoqing's cotton clothes, shoes, rations, and the financial aid designated for the families of martyrs. The assurance that allowed Zhang Guoqing's grandparents to take in orphans like Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Dekue, and Lu Erkue stemmed from this assistance, which also motivated Zhang Guoqing's quest for vengeance in his past life. At lunchtime, Zhang Guoqing treated uncle and his friends to a meal at the cafeteria before preparing to leave. Uncle, driving the cart filled to the brim, took Zhang Guoqing and his sister Zhang Shaoan back home, with their friends bidding them farewell at the gate. Zhang Guoqing repeatedly reminded Yi Jiangwo to take good care of everyone and to stay safe. As they exited the compound, Zhang Guoqing felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. He was eager to reunite with his long-missed grandparents, yet apprehensive about preventing the calamities of his previous life from recurring. Zhang Guoqing silently clenched his fists, acknowledging the heavy responsibilities ahead. However, he felt no fear, for his rebirth endowed him with a profound understanding of the nation's trajectory, and the existence of the Jiubao space bolstered his confidence. Zhang Guoqing had already devised a plan. After the new year, when his sister turns 15, he would help her find a job in the capital and then arrange employment for uncle. Once they established themselves, they could apply for housing in the city. Subsequently, he would also ensure arrangements for his grandparents and brothers. This was a promising era, granting him and his companions ample time to accomplish what had once been a grueling endeavor in his past life. With these thoughts, Zhang Guoqing's spirits lifted again. He gazed at the scenery along the way, his excitement bubbling over. The cart swayed gently as they approached Xishan, where, from a distance, he spotted his grandparents' compound. On the hillside, 2 courtyards were visible, the larger one belonging to his grandparents and the smaller one to uncle. Zhang Guoqing urged uncle to hurry, exclaiming, "We're almost home. I miss grandma and grandpa." Zhang Erzhu uttered a command for everyone to sit tight, and with a swift crack of his whip upon the horse's rear, the cart surged forward with newfound vigor. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep of the grandparents' home. With a sigh of relief, Erzhu brought the cart to a gradual halt. Zhang Guoqing leapt from the cart, hastening toward the grand entrance. He flung open the door and gazed upon the familiar courtyard, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. I have missed you so much," he cried out, his voice filled with emotion. As the door to the main room swung open, a robust old man with hair as white as snow emerged quickly, lifting Zhang Guoqing high into the air in an exuberant embrace. "Wife, come out quickly. Guoqing has returned. Our grandson is back," he exclaimed joyfully. "Why are you crying, my dear grandson? Has your uncle been bullying you? I shall give him a good thrashing." Zhang Guoqing, wiping his tears, replied with a smile, "No, Grandpa, my uncle has treated me well. I only longed for you and Grandma." This declaration brought even more joy to the grandfather, who lifted Zhang Guoqing higher with renewed vigor. As Guoqing laughed in delight while suspended aloft, Grandma, trembling yet filled with excitement, emerged from the house, admonishing, "You old fool, be careful not to drop my grandson." Her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Guoqing. She reflected on the lineage of the Zhang family, which had passed down through generations. He was the last hope of the family after the sacrifices made by his father and elder brother for the nation. After a moment, Grandpa gently placed Zhang Guoqing into Grandma's arms, saying, "Here, dear wife, take a good look. Our Guoqing has grown taller and plumper. He looks delightful with his fair and tender complexion." Having benefited from 2 months of nutritional nourishment and physical training, Zhang Guoqing's health was splendid, a testament to the fine lineage accumulated over generations in their family. Grandma cradled him as they made their way inside, saying, "Let us go warm up by the Kong. It's getting a bit chilly outside." Her unsteady gait was not due to frailty, but rather a consequence of the era's customs, with her bound feet making it difficult to walk steadily while carrying a child. Once inside, they placed Zhang Guoqing on the warm Kong, and Grandpa and Grandma poured him some water and offered sweets. Meanwhile, Ershu and Zhang Xiaojun began to empty the storeroom, transporting goods into the main room, starting with grains before moving on to the festive supplies Zhang Guoqing had brought back. Grandpa and Grandma were astounded by the bounty of goodies Zhang Guoqing had returned with, inquiring how he had acquired such items while casting concerned glances his way. Zhang Guoqing took the time to explain the origins of the various gifts, with Zhang Xiaojun chiming in, and after about half an hour, they completed their recounting. Despite her earlier reticence in the courtyard, upon returning home, Zhang Xiaojun's chatter was unceasing, eagerly sharing tales of their fishing adventures, led by Guoqing. "Grandpa, we had fish at the canteen," she exclaimed. "Grandma, we dined at the state-run restaurant. And what of my mother and younger siblings?" Guoqing added, "I have brought them many delicious treats, as well as cotton gloves and hats to keep them warm during winter." Zhang Xiaowan, with her small mouth chattering incessantly, clearly articulated to whom Zhang Guoqing had given his gifts and belongings, showcasing the lively and clear disposition of a 14-year-old girl. Seizing the moment, Zhang Guoqing abruptly produced a plethora of ration tickets, grain, oil, and fabric from his small backpack, startling his grandparents and second uncle. The sheer volume of these tickets was indeed overwhelming for them. Chapter 18. A reunion of brothers with the assistance of his sister and second uncle. Zhang Guoqing's grandparents swiftly organized the tickets, prioritizing the fabric tickets required for urgent purchases. As winter approached, the need for cotton clothing became pressing in impoverished rural households. It was common for the entire family to possess merely a single pair of trousers, worn by whoever ventured outside. Given the frigid temperatures, cotton clothing was essential, especially since the grandparents would remain indoors during the winter while the second uncle and his wife occasionally ventured down to the village to partake in labor organized by the production team. Moreover, the children, Zhang Xiaowan, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Dakuai, and Lu Erkuei, could not be expected to remain indoors all winter without suitable clothing. Even the neighborhood children, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong, were on Zhang Guoqing's mind. He wished to provide them with complete sets of cotton clothing and shoes. Currently, the household was most in need of cotton garments. Zhang Guoqing had brought back 20 pounds of cotton, but the purchase of cotton fabric required his second uncle to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Previously, Zhang Guoqing had accumulated cotton bit by bit. What was now lacking was the money for the fabric. He inquired of his second uncle, "Do you have any plans tomorrow? If not, shall we go fishing? We can sell the fish and then buy the fabric at the cooperative, returning to make cotton clothing for you and your wife." Though Zhang Erzhu was skeptical of Zhang Guoqing's fishing prowess, having witnessed the boy's efforts in moving so many items, he found himself half convinced. Zhang Guoqing's invitation to fish the following day piqued his curiosity about the truth of the boy's fishing fortune. Thus, Zhang Erzhu readily agreed, saying, "Absolutely. Let us go fishing tomorrow. I will borrow a fishing rod from someone in the village. You shall see my nephew's skills on display." Zhang Guoqing replied, "That is essential. Uncle, tomorrow, you must be prepared. Our family will rely on me moving forward." After all, it was crucial for the family to witness his abilities firsthand, ensuring they could swiftly gather the necessary items for cotton, clothing, and shoes. Zhang Guoqing had his own plans before the new year, and he knew that gaining the family's trust was vital for the next steps. He then asked his grandparents, "Where are my second aunt and the others? I haven't seen them for quite some time." To which his grandmother replied, "Your second aunt took them up the mountain to gather firewood. They have been gone for the day and should be returning soon. This morning, they mentioned you would be home today, so I hope they return early." His grandfather chimed in, "My dear grandson, are you hungry? Let your grandmother prepare dinner for you." Zhang Guoqing responded, "Grandpa, let us wait a bit longer. I'd prefer to have dinner together when they return. I am not hungry yet." Zhang Guoqing lamented, "I have prepared gifts for Xiao Hu and the others. Yet why have they not returned?" His second uncle suggested, "Little Guoqing, why not let me stand by the door and keep watch? When they return, I will call for you." Having just returned home, Zhang Guoqing was in high demand from his grandparents, making it inappropriate for him to wait outside. Thus, his uncle volunteered to assist. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing several children clad in patched garments, hastily carrying firewood to the backyard. The leader of the group called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, we are back. Has Sister and Guoqing returned?" Upon seeing them, Zhang Guoqing quickly donned his shoes and rushed outside, exclaiming, "Xiao Hu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, De Kue, Er Kue, I am back." He followed them to the backyard, helping them stack the firewood. Zhang Guoqing carefully surveyed the backyard, which, being on a hillside, had its low stone wall completely buried under a mound of firewood. The area was densely packed with various types of wood, which he estimated could last at least 2 years. The children swiftly brushed off the dust from their clothes and embraced Zhang Guoqing, joyfully, playfully roughhousing together. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Guoqing gazed at these cherished brothers from his past life. Aside from the unfortunate loss of Zhang Xiaohu, the remainder were lifelong companions. In this life, he vowed to prevent Zhang Xiaohu's untimely demise and to ensure they all lead prosperous lives together. After a brief period of playful antics, their grandmother called from the backyard, urging them to come inside as it was cold outside. They lined up to enter, and their grandfather began assigning tasks. "Xiaohu, take De Kue and Er Kue to return the production team's cart. On your way back, stop by Old Li's house at the eastern edge of the village to borrow fishing rods. Tomorrow, your father and Guoqing will take you fishing. Dowei, Xiaojia, you two will prepare the fire for cooking. Today is special, as Guoqing is home. Let us gather and celebrate." Zhang Guoqing hurriedly climbed onto the bed to fetch cotton hats and gloves for them, distributing a few pieces of the coveted white rabbit candy into their hands, which delighted the children immensely. They all set off to fulfill their assigned tasks. In rural areas, white rabbit milk candy was considered a luxury. Families toiled endlessly in the fields, and after the autumn harvest, they submitted their grain to the granary, keeping only a small reserve for emergencies. The remainder was distributed according to labor points, resulting in each household receiving just a meager sum. And Er, with a colorless cloth wrapped around her head and a large bundle of firewood on her back, pushed open the door. Zhang Guoqing's second uncle hurried over to assist her, taking the firewood to the backyard. As Aunt Er removed her headscarf and dusted off her clothes, she called out, "Little Guoqing, come over here. I have picked some wild fruits for you." Zhang Guoqing eagerly dashed into Aunt Er's embrace, exclaiming, "Aunt Er, I'm here. I've missed you so much. Did you miss me?" She welcomed him indoors, helping him remove his shoes and guiding him onto the bed, where she presented him with the wild fruits she had gathered, feeding them to him with affection. In this era, the notion of thoroughly cleaning food before consumption seems almost obsolete. Individuals are unperturbed by the lack of hygiene and appear to thrive against all odds. It is indeed a testament to the resilience of humanity that, amidst such arduous conditions, survival persists. Zhang Guoqing harbors profound affection for his second aunt. When his mother tragically perished during childbirth, it was his second aunt who assumed the maternal role. At that time, Zhang Xiaohu had yet to be weaned, and she unceremoniously ceased his nursing to nourish Zhang Guoqing instead. Under her tender care, Zhang Guoqing flourished until the day came when authorities arrived to take him back for the collective management of the children of martyrs. And only then did the pair part ways. One could assert that his second aunt was not merely a mother. She was, in essence, even more maternal than one. Eager to express his gratitude, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly presented a peach crisp from the cabinet, feeding it to his second aunt. As she savored the treat, her eyebrows arched in a teasing manner at the newly arrived second uncle, her gaze laced with provocation. "See, Zhang Laojiu, Guoqing is still closer to me." The second uncle, unperturbed, mimicked Zhang Guoqing, offering her a piece of white rabbit candy, an unexpected gesture that caught Zhang Guoqing off guard. Chapter 19. Fishing Expedition. Zhang Xiaohu, along with Daku and Urku, returned with 8 sturdy fishing rods of commendable quality. The discerning eye could easily recognize their durability. Dinner, prepared collaboratively by Grandma and the second aunt, consisted of cornmeal mixed with wild vegetables to create a savory cake, with the wild greens comprising the bulk of the mixture, accompanied by cornmeal porridge. This careful budgeting by Grandma and the second aunt was essential for a household of many mouths, as starvation loomed otherwise. With winter now upon them, the absence of agricultural tasks and the biting cold kept everyone indoors. Mornings typically commenced with breakfast around 10, followed by a second meal at dusk, resulting in a mere 2 meals a day. Movement was minimized to conserve energy. Even the volume of conversation was subdued in a bid to save on provisions. After a laborious dinner, Zhang Guoqing engaged in conversation with his grandparents, leading to discussions about their fishing trip scheduled for the next morning. As his second uncle crafted a slingshot, he turned to the elder and suggested, "Father, if the weather permits tomorrow, shall we take a brief excursion down the mountain?" The rubber bands for the new slingshot were brought back by Zhang Guoqing for his friends to enjoy. After pondering briefly, Grandpa agreed, "Yes, it is indeed time for a stroll down the mountain. I shall seek out that old fellow, Li, for a game of chess." Thus, Grandpa led the expedition, accompanied by the second uncle, Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Guoqing, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Daku, and Lu Urku. While Grandpa engaged in chess with Li, the remaining companions, under the guidance of their second uncle, made their way to the riverbank for fishing. At the break of dawn, Zhang Guoqing was roused from his slumber by his second uncle's icy hand. Reluctantly, he donned his clothes, muttering complaints as he made his way to breakfast, and then joined the larger group for their fishing adventure. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Grandpa proceeded to Li's residence for their chess match, while Zhang Guoqing called out to Li Suanpan to join them for fishing. This brother, frail in his youth, had seldom played with the more boisterous Zhang Guoqing and his companions. It was only after the harrowing escape from the Wang family massacre that Suanpan began to accompany them on their perilous journey. As the children began to familiarize themselves with one another, they approached the riverside. Zhang Guoqing often accompanied his grandfather to fish by the river. Hence he was well aware of where the earthworms were plentiful. He pointed to a spot and declared, "Let us dig for earthworms here." De Kuei took the engineer shovel that Zhang Guoqing had brought back and swiftly broke the ground. Soon, everyone was turning over the soil in search of earthworms, and they quickly found numerous specimens. Zhang Guoqing and his companions then mashed the earthworms and affixed them to the hooks before casting them into the water with a graceful flick. Uncle Air, while smoking a cigarette, observed with approval, "Not bad, Guoqing, you've got some skills." Zhang Guoqing then settled into Uncle Air's lap, handing him the fishing rod, while Zhang Xiaojun assisted others in baiting hooks and casting lines. After 2 months of fishing alongside Zhang Guoqing, she had become quite adept at the task. As Zhang Guoqing nestled in Uncle Air's embrace, he watched as Uncle Air finished a cigarette and placed his hands on the fishing rod. In a flash, he envisioned a portal beneath the hook, summoning a sizable fish weighing over 10 pounds from his 9 treasures space. Uncle Air, seasoned in martial arts, sensed the force transmitted through the rod and reacted instantly. Unlike their previous fishing exploits, he did not gradually reel in the fish, but instead employed a powerful technique. With one hand, he hoisted Zhang Guoqing and passed him to Zhang Xiaojun, then rose, using both hands to propel the rod towards the shore. With a swift motion, a large fish leapt from the water, and Zhang Xiaohu quickly lunged to pin it down and remove the hook. The sight of so many fish filled everyone with joy. What ensued was a series of familiar actions as the children began to reel in their catches. Uncle Air, bustling about, assisted the young ones in bringing their fish ashore, adopting various postures reminiscent of shooting practice with the rod. Observing Uncle Air's diverse fishing techniques, they couldn't help but admire his impressive skills. Once their wooden barrels were filled with fish, they could only seek assistance from Li Suanpan, whose house was nearby. De Kuei and Air Kuei promptly ventured to retrieve 2 large wooden basins from Li Suanpan's home. Accompanying them to the riverbank were the elderly gentlemen, Li Laoyes and Zhang Guoqing's grandfather. Witnessing the bountiful haul in under an hour, both elders exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging Zhang Guoqing's fortuitous nature. In a world rife with peculiarities, it was beyond imagination that someone could possess such spatial abilities. Zhang Guoqing's grandfather, also a practitioner, and Li Suanpan, with years of fishing experience, significantly enhanced the efficiency of their fishing endeavor. As the morning waned, when Aunt Air descended the mountain to deliver lunch, she was taken aback by the sight: 2 large basins and several wooden barrels brimming with fish of various sizes. Zhang Guoqing retrieved 2 folding knives from his pocket and tossed them to Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie, saying, "Dewei, Shao Jie, clean a few fish. De Kuei, Air Kuei, gather firewood for cooking. We shall feast on grilled fish soon." He then pulled out a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Air, saying, "Here is some salt. A little enhances the flavor of grilled fish." Before long, a fire was kindled by the riverside, with Aunt Air and Zhang Xiaojun grilling fish and vegetable pancakes, and everyone enjoyed a warm and hearty meal together. Grandfather and Li Grandpa conferred and instructed Li Suanpan to take a fish to the production team leader's house to borrow a cart. They resolved to sell the fish at the state-run restaurant today, as arranged by Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Air drove the cart, bringing Zhang Guoqing and the others into the city. And along the way, Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, and the others were quite elated, for they seldom had the opportunity to venture into the city. Upon entering, their eyes were overwhelmed. Darting about like Lu Lao Lao in the Grand View Garden, a most amusing sight, they proceeded directly through the back door of the state-run restaurant, where Zhang Xiaojun, well acquainted with the establishment, ascended the stairs from the kitchen and knocked on Director Li's office door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, she stepped inside and greeted, "Uncle Li, we are here to deliver fish once again." Director Li, pleased, followed Zhang Xiaojun downstairs, calling for the kitchen apprentices to weigh the fish, then ushered Uncle Air and the others into the restaurant to serve them tea. With warmth, he remarked to Zhang Guoqing, "Today is a fine day for you, little Guoqing. Usually, the fish you bring vary between alive and dead, but today, they are all lively. Thus, I shall add 1 cent to the price per pound." Zhang Guoqing, astonished, inquired, "Uncle Li, do you differentiate between live and dead fish?" Director Li explained, "In autumn and winter, the difference is negligible, with prices varying by a couple of cents. However, in summer, dead fish at the restaurant are valued at nearly half the price of live fish." After weighing the fish, Director Li informed Zhang Guoqing, "The fish you brought today weighs 406 pounds, priced at 22 cents per pound, totaling 8,932 cents, which I shall round to 894 yuan. Do you need Uncle to assist you in purchasing anything at the supply and marketing cooperative today?" Zhang Guoqing quickly retrieved fabric coupons from Uncle Air's pocket and gestured towards the group of children beside him, including Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jie. "Uncle Li, as the weather turns cold, we have many children at home. We wish to buy fabric to make cotton clothing and shoes. Could you possibly procure more fabric for us, ideally with cotton, needles, and thimbles? Today's funds are insufficient, but we will bring fish every afternoon in the coming days." Director Li smiled at the children surrounding Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Isn't this a simple task for the children of your courtyard?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head, pointing to Uncle Air. "Uncle Li, this is my uncle Zhang Erju. Aside from me, the rest of our children can only be considered military dependents and are unable to receive winter clothing from the army. Thus, we must find a way ourselves." Chapter 20, Cotton Cloth and Cotton. Without hesitation, Director Li replied, "No problem. Our supply and marketing cooperative is a brother unit to the one across the street. We often assist each other. Leave the cotton and cloth to me, and I will ensure you receive ample supplies." Uncle Zhang Erju quickly stepped forward, nodding and bowing to Director Li, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director. I apologize for the inconvenience." Director Li observed the robust and sturdy Uncle Zhang Erju, accepted the cigarette he offered, lit it at the match Uncle Erju had struck, and then, after retrieving a large fish from the kitchen, led Zhang Guoqing and the others towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering, Director Li brought Zhang Guoqing and Uncle Air into the cooperative, bypassing the door knock, and entered the director's office, where the seated Director Zhang was sipping tea. He waved the large fish in his hand, declaring, "Old Zhang, I have come to deliver fish, fresh river fish, lively and wriggling." Director Zhang of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative gazed at the hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he quipped, "Old Li, have you brought me a gift with some ulterior motive? Pray, tell me what matters I might assist you with. I must clarify. I shall unreservedly fulfill what I can, yet if it is beyond my capacity, I must take my leave." This playful banter left Zhang Guoqing momentarily taken aback, pondering how this old fellow could weave his words so artfully. Director Li placed the fish upon Director Zhang's desk and, with a gesture towards his uncle and Zhang Guoqing, chuckled. These two friends of mine wish to purchase a batch of cotton fabric and cotton, but they only possess 30 meters worth of fabric coupons. Do you think this matter can be arranged? Director Zhang promptly lifted the fish from the desk, stepped outside, and returned with a large enamel basin filled with water, into which he gently placed the fish. Uncle swiftly offered cigarettes to both gentlemen, lighting them with a deep inhalation of smoke. How much fabric and cotton do you require? He inquired. Zhang Guoqing interjected. Uncle Zhang, we need 3 bolts of 30-meter ordinary fabric, 1 bolt of 30-meter patterned fabric, and at least 100 pounds of cotton, as we have many children at home who need cotton clothing, shoes, and blankets. The weather is frightfully cold. Director Zhang, eyes wide and voice lowered, nearly exclaimed. What are you children thinking? Not only does the supply and marketing cooperative lack such an abundance of fabric and cotton, but even if we did, do you possess sufficient funds without the coupons? Zhang Guoqing responded, Uncle Zhang, could you please inform us of the maximum amount of cotton and fabric that could be provided without coupons? We can increase our payment if necessary. After finishing a cigarette, Uncle Li quickly offered another, but this time Director Zhang, lost in contemplation, did not light it. I can provide you with a maximum of 2 bolts of 30-meter ordinary fabric without coupons, 10 meters of patterned fabric, and I can stretch the cotton to 70 pounds. I can also include some needles and thread as a gift. However, the price for items without coupons is considerably higher. Combined with your 30 meters worth of fabric coupons, the total would amount to 190 yuan. Additionally, I can offer you 10 pairs of cotton shoes without coupons, bringing the total to 200 yuan. Uncle turned to Zhang Guoqing, who pondered for a moment before addressing Director Li. Uncle Li, as you are aware, we currently lack the necessary funds. Would you be willing to place our payment here with Uncle Zhang as a deposit? Furthermore, could you kindly guarantee that Uncle Zhang will reserve the fabric and cotton for 5 days? Within that time frame, Uncle Li, we shall return with the money to settle the account and collect our goods. Would that be agreeable? Director Li, with a relaxed demeanor, replied, Little Guoqing, this is no trouble at all. I will stand as your guarantor. He then turned to Director Zhang, saying, Old Zhang, I shall give you 100 yuan as a deposit. Please do not sell the goods within the next 5 days. I will return with them to settle the balance and collect the fabric. Is that acceptable? As he spoke, Director Li retrieved 10 yuan notes from his pocket and placed them upon Director Zhang's desk. Zhang, observing the money, smiled and remarked, Do you think I would doubt you? Old Li, rest assured, I will reserve them for a week. Is that ample time for you? Uncle nodded eagerly. That will be sufficient. We should be able to gather the funds in the coming days. After finalizing the arrangement, Director Zhang accompanied Director Li, Uncle, and Zhang Guoqing to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, watching as they departed in their horse-drawn carriage before returning to his office. Director Zhang inquired of Director Li about the situation, noting that it appeared the child was the one making the purchase, accompanied by an adult. Director Li responded, Old Zhang, we are not strangers. Let me explain. The child's name is Zhang Guoqing, a boy from the compound who often enjoys fishing with his friends and the security guards, frequently bringing the catch to our restaurant in exchange for meals. Today, they delivered over 400 pounds of fish to us. The money is not an issue. It is essential to cultivate a good relationship with the people from their compound, as we may need their assistance in the future. Director Zhang nodded, reassured by this. If that's the case, I have nothing to worry about. I shall also take care of them. One never knows when we might need their help. Meanwhile, Uncle was hastening home in a horse-drawn cart, grinning broadly with joy. Zhang Guoqing mused to himself that Uncle rarely ventured into the city. Had he not been at home caring for their grandparents, but instead served alongside his father, his talents would have surely elevated him to an officer by now, rather than remaining in the countryside, shy to speak loudly when in town. Upon arriving in the village, dusk was approaching. Uncle drove the cart to Li Suanpan's home, where he noted down the wooden basin and bucket for Li Suanpan to return to the production team, and then led Zhang Guoqing and the others up the mountain towards home. As they reached the doorstep, Uncle called out, Father, Mother, we're back. Guoqing is remarkable. He helped us sell the fish, and the restaurant manager took us to discuss purchasing rice and other supplies. Guoqing secured 100 meters of cloth, 70 pounds of cotton, and 10 pairs of cotton shoes for our family. Grandfather and grandmother hurried from the house to welcome Uncle and Zhang Guoqing, inviting them inside to warm up. Grandfather then inquired in detail about the situation. Grandmother lifted Zhang Guoqing onto the kong, removed his shoes, and covered his feet with a quilt to keep him warm. Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, De Kuei, and Air Kuei quickly followed suit, shedding their shoes and burrowing under the blankets. Lying on grandmother's lap, Zhang Guoqing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After listening to uncle's account, grandmother remarked to grandfather, "Old man, our Guoqing is truly remarkable. Such a young child can accomplish so much. Old heir, at over 30, still hesitates to speak with leaders in the city. How can Guoqing be so extraordinary?" Grandfather proudly replied, "He is indeed my clever grandson. He brings me great pride." He then turned to uncle, saying, "Heir, tomorrow morning, go to the production team leader's house and discuss our cart situation. We will need it for 10 days. Uncle responded, "Understood, father." Once Zhang Guoqing and the others had warmed up, grandfather and grandmother quickly invited them to dinner, which consisted of vegetable pancakes and corn porridge. After the meal, Zhang Guoqing went to bed early. Although he had brought kerosene for lighting, grandfather and grandmother were reluctant to keep it lit for long. Zhang Guoqing could only focus his thoughts on accelerating the growth of space before drifting off into a deep slumber. In the days that followed, grandfather and uncle took Zhang Guoqing fishing each morning, delivering their catches to the state-run restaurant. Soon, they brought home cotton cloth, cotton, and shoes, while grandmother, aunt, and sister Zhang Xiaojun began sewing cotton clothing for everyone. Chapter 21. The Art of Wealth Transfer by the 5 Ghosts after switching to cotton fabric. Grandfather continued to take Zhang Guoqing and the others fishing in the river, as they were still waiting for the designated time to borrow a horse cart from the production team. Eventually, Zhang Guoqing accompanied his second uncle and others to the state-run restaurant to deliver fish. After enjoying a meal together, he informed Director Li that henceforth, the task of delivering fish would be the responsibility of his second uncle and the others, and he no longer accompanied them on these errands. Naturally, they were not the only ones dining out. Zhang Guoqing had thoughtfully packed 3 portions of braised pork from the restaurant to bring home, 1 for old man Li and 2 for his grandparents and second aunt. This gesture endeared him even more to his second aunt and grandmother, who constantly praised him, expressing their fondness for him. There was no longer any tension between the in-laws. Now, Zhang Guoqing spent his mornings accompanying grandfather and his second uncle down the mountain to fish, while afternoons were reserved for leisurely time with grandfather at home or wandering in the hills. After enjoying lunch and a brief nap, Zhang Guoqing dressed and stepped outside, finding grandfather sitting on a large stone at the entrance, basking in the sun while smoking. His grandmother, second aunt, and sister were busy inside making cotton clothes. Zhang Guoqing approached grandfather and said, "Grandfather, let us find a quiet and safe place. I have something to discuss with you." Grandfather nodded, finishing his smoke slowly, brushing the ash off on the stone, and then took Zhang Guoqing to a secluded hilltop. Surrounded by low shrubs, the view extended far and wide. After ensuring no one was nearby, grandfather lifted an irregular stone slab, revealing a slanted hole beneath. He gestured for Zhang Guoqing to enter. As Zhang Guoqing stepped inside, grandfather replaced the stone and retrieved a fire starter from his pocket. After igniting it with a gentle breath, the flame flickered to life. Zhang Guoqing was mesmerized. This was akin to an ancient lighter he had only seen in historical dramas of his past life, remarkably wondrous. As they ventured about 10 meters into the cave, they discovered a modestly maintained chamber. Let us call it a chamber. It contained no traps or treasures, only a dark void. Grandfather lit a few torches and placed them in the walls, illuminating the space. He explained to Zhang Guoqing, "This was once a refuge our family dug to hide from the Japanese invaders, but later it became a cellar. Since we had little to store here, it has remained empty." Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Grandfather, has our family always followed the tradition of having only one son per generation? Am I the only male among the 2 offspring in this generation?" Grandfather paused for a moment before responding. "Many records have been lost over time. From the Ming dynasty to the present, you are indeed the second male of your generation, and you are currently the only one in your lineage." Zhang Guoqing recounted to his grandfather that not long ago, he suffered from a fever, during which he experienced a dream. In this dream, an elderly man with a white beard, claiming to be their family ancestor, declared that he was the first in generations to produce 2 male heirs. He proclaimed that the family's long-standing curse of dwindling descendants had been lifted, and henceforth, Zhang Guoqing would be blessed with numerous children, tasked with expanding their lineage. Upon hearing this, his grandfather was filled with excitement, believing that their ancestor had manifested, and he would soon have many great-grandchildren, grateful for the blessings of their forebears. He quickly embraced Zhang Guoqing, examining him thoroughly to ensure his health was intact, for he feared that a fever could cause lasting damage. Curious, Zhang Guoqing asked what would happen if his body were harmed. His grandfather explained that if his bones and tendons were affected, recuperation would take an extensive period, potentially causing him to miss the prime time for martial training. Zhang Guoqing then shifted the conversation, revealing that in his dream, the ancestor had taught him a spell known as the Five Ghosts Transport Wealth Technique, which he believed had brought him good fortune in fishing, leading to plentiful catches. His grandfather, eager for more details, inquired if he had shared this information with anyone else. Zhang Guoqing shook his head, assuring him that he was the first to know, and he had kept it a secret from everyone else. His grandfather solemnly advised that this matter must remain between the two of them. Zhang Guoqing, keen to demonstrate the spell, urged his grandfather to prepare himself. He led him to the brightest part of the firelight, finding a stone for his grandfather to sit upon. Standing before him, Zhang Guoqing began reciting a chant he had concocted. In truth, he was merely setting a mental focus for the 9 treasures space, directing the 5 ghosts to transport corn from its depths to the cellar. As his grandfather witnessed 5 skeletons inexplicably appearing in the cellar, each ferrying large, plump ears of corn from the void, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Guoqing quickly reassured him, shaking him gently, saying, "Fear not, grandfather. They obey my command and will not harm us." His grandfather, embracing Zhang Guoqing, exclaimed, "The ancestor has indeed manifested. My dear grandson, with this ability, you shall never want for sustenance. Our family shall flourish." Zhang Guoqing then pointed out that the pressing issue was how they would consume so much corn. He added that the ancestor had advised him in the dream to collect ancient treasures to keep at home, absorbing their spiritual energy to enhance the 5 ghosts' capabilities, as they relied on the power within these treasures for their existence. This notion, however, was a ruse, as Zhang Guoqing sought merely to indulge in his passion for collecting and to provide a justification for the presence of the 5 ghosts. His grandfather pondered this and agreed, noting that many remnants of the previous dynasty thrived by selling ancestral treasures. He mentioned having old friends who could assist. However, he cautioned that merely exchanging the corn for kernels would be a poor trade, as the current grain market was rife with impurities. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement, saying they needed to find a sufficiently large space, along with livestock and a stone mill, while ensuring that everyone involved maintained strict confidentiality. In the pursuit of sustenance, we often indulge in pure flour, yet when exchanging with others, it is inevitable that we resort to blended varieties, according to the wisdom imparted by our ancestors in dreams. Once treasures are discovered, the malevolent spirits can be harnessed to assist us in procuring fine grains. Lately, I have found myself unable to consume the cornbread prepared at home. I yearn for a future where our family feasts upon refined grains, pure flour buns, and white rice. The finest fare I have ever tasted was the wheat buns made from a blend of 2 flours at a state-run restaurant, while I have yet to experience the delight of pure rice. Through the recollections of my past life and my rebirth, I have observed my grandparents, Zhang Guoqing, who harbor their own secrets. Firstly, they possess literacy and articulate speech, and my grandfather, skilled in martial arts, undoubtedly has tales of his youth. Additionally, their management of household expenses is remarkably organized, far superior to that of an average family. Even the tobacco my grandfather smokes is enriched with spices and medicinal herbs. If memory serves, he enjoys the Canto-style slices, which are known for their lung-nourishing, digestive, and moisture-eliminating properties, luxuries that most families cannot afford. Despite being in his 60s, he remains upright and robust, his complexion vibrant. In the mornings, as he practices martial arts, he exudes vitality, a testament to a long life ahead. After much contemplation, my grandfather finally declared that, for the sake of his beloved grandson, it was time to reconnect with old friends. Once the busy days pass, he promised to introduce Zhang Guoqing to a few individuals and make arrangements for milling flour, for such a significant endeavor is beyond the capabilities of our family alone. Chapter 22. The pigeon market procurement. As I gazed upon the abundance of corn in the cellar, the formerly fearsome spirits transformed into less daunting figures in my grandfather's eyes. This reminded Zhang Guoqing of a saying from his past life: "Ghosts are not to be feared. Poverty is the true terror." My grandfather picked 2 plump ears of corn, stripped them, and bit into the kernels with vigor, savoring the taste of such splendid grain that had eluded him for years. With a smile, Zhang Guoqing urged his grandfather to depart, for this quality grain was now within their grasp in abundance. Taking his grandfather's hand, they ventured out, and upon reaching the large stone, his grandfather peered around cautiously before hastily exiting and securing the cellar entrance once more with the stone. On their descent back home, their pace quickened, and my grandfather reminded Zhang Guoqing to keep the matter of the spirits a secret. Upon their return, they found grandmother and the second aunt diligently crafting cotton clothing. Zhang Guoqing tended the fire while his grandfather prepared the meal, cornmeal pancakes and corn porridge, awaiting the return of the second uncle and others who had gone fishing, so they could dine together. In an attempt to demonstrate the side effects of employing the spirit's wealth-moving techniques, Zhang Guoqing, before the meal, concentrated on hastening the corn's ripening in the space around them. Consequently, he soon drifted into a slumber at the dining table, prompting concern from his grandparents as they tucked him into bed. The following morning, his grandfather allowed him to awaken naturally, and when Zhang Guoqing finally stirred, it was already past 10 o'clock. After breakfast, he accompanied his grandfather down the mountain, during which his grandfather inquired with concern, "My dear grandson, why did you fall asleep while eating yesterday? Is your health all right?" Zhang Guoqing, with a light-hearted tone, reassured his grandfather, saying, "It's all right, Grandpa. When my ancestors imparted the five ghosts' wealth-moving technique to me, they cautioned that I was still young and rather frail. During the invocation of the spell, my vitality may falter, yet with proper nourishment and care for my health, coupled with finding treasures for the five ghosts to absorb more spiritual energy, I shall improve as I grow older." Upon hearing this, his grandfather silently resolved to assist his grandson in acquiring some antiques to nurture the five ghosts, as well as to procure delectable food to bolster his grandson's health. Upon descending the mountain, they discovered that the fish caught by his uncle and others were both small and few. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly assisted them in baiting the hooks with larger bait. Soon, they heard shouts from Xiao Hu and De Kuei, announcing that they were reeling in catches. Together with his grandfather, his uncle, and Grandpa Li, they helped bring the fish ashore, further solidifying Zhang Guoqing's reputation for good fortune. Prior to his arrival, they had scarcely caught any fish, but now, with Zhang Guoqing present, the big fish began to bite, earning him even greater favor among the group. By the riverbank, Li Suanpan kindled a fire, sharing warmth and conversation with Zhang Guoqing. "You are truly remarkable, Guoqing. Ever since you arrived, the big fish have been biting. You will have an endless supply of fish for a lifetime," Li Suanpan remarked enviously. Zhang Guoqing then produced the essential abacus from the courtyard, stating, "From now on, as I associate with my brothers, we shall indulge in the finest delicacies." Li Suanpan nodded joyfully, relieved that Zhang Guoqing would include him in their adventures. After all, Zhang Xiaohu, Dewei, Shao Jia De Kuei, and Heir Kuei had all grown up at Zhang Guoqing's grandfather's home, nurtured by special tonics and trained in martial arts. Though they appeared slender, they possessed remarkable physical prowess, scampering about the mountains like monkeys. In contrast, Li Suanpan, having spent his youth learning the craft of an accountant under his grandfather, had not engaged in physical training and was often bullied by the village children. Zhang Guoqing promised to take him along for fun, which filled Li Suanpan with delight. Zhang Guoqing, too, felt a surge of happiness, reminiscing how in his past life, Li Suanpan had aided him in evading numerous life-threatening situations, even taking 2 bullets for him. Thus, the saying, "What one sows in a past life, one reaps in this," resonated deeply. In this lifetime, Zhang Guoqing aspired to lead his brothers back to greatness while ensuring a safe and fulfilling life. Lost in thought about his past, Zhang Guoqing suddenly craved a smoke. He feigned a cough and called out to his grandfather, "Grandpa, may I have a puff of your tobacco to soothe my throat?" The elderly man pulled out his pipe, chuckling, "You little rascal, how old are you to be smoking? Just a puff to moisten your throat will suffice. Too much can make you dizzy." Zhang Guoqing replied, "Understood, Grandpa." He inserted the tobacco into the pipe, packing it tightly, and upon examining the pipe, he marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. Li Suanpan, standing nearby, struck a match to light it and remarked, "Both Zhang Grandpa and my grandpa have similar pipes, ebony stems, white copper bowls, and jade mouthpieces. We have a few spare ones at home. If you need one, I can fetch it for you." Zhang Guoqing, with a playful smile, teased, "You seem quite knowledgeable about these things. Have you secretly indulged in smoking yourself?" Li Suanpan nodded apologetically, and Zhang Guoqing chuckled. savoring a puff of smoke that filled his lungs. Instantly, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The old man's tobacco was truly exquisite, its subtle minty aroma providing a soothing caress to his respiratory passage. The elders certainly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Zhang Guoqing resolved to return home and search for seeds among his grandfather's tobacco leaves, envisioning a future where he could cultivate his own supply in his private space, allowing him to smoke at will. This substance bore negligible harm to the body, far surpassing the cigarettes of his previous life, and he could even roll it into cigars. Just imagine, each brother strutting out with a cigar made from Kanto tobacco, a sight to behold. Before long, they had caught enough fish, and his second uncle decided to take them to the state-run restaurant to sell. Zhang Guoqing accompanied his grandfather to Li's residence for a game of chess, with Li Suanpan dutifully serving tea, offering snacks, and lighting cigarettes. After observing the match for some time, Zhang Guoqing found it uninteresting and stepped outside to practice a series of martial movements to invigorate his body. Li Suanpan, watching from the window, felt a tinge of envy. Zhang Guoqing retrieved a slingshot from his pocket and ventured out to find some small stones, returning to the courtyard to amuse himself by aiming at various targets. With the experience of 2 lifetimes and the period of rebirth, he had honed his aim to perfection. Currently, his only drawback was his lack of strength. After all, how much power could a 5-year-old possess? According to memories from his past life, after the new year, his grandfather would prepare a medicinal bath for him, initiating his martial training. This time, devoid of the fevers that had plagued him previously, Zhang Guoqing anticipated that he would excel even more in martial arts than before. 10 days later, his second uncle returned the cart to the production team, marking the end of Zhang Guoqing's daily fishing routine. Life returned to a tranquil state. With a dozen large fish stored at home, and the outdoor temperature had plummeted below freezing, allowing them to be placed directly in the storeroom. After dinner that evening, his second uncle, along with his grandfather and Zhang Guoqing, took a stroll outside. His uncle remarked, "Father, we've made 654 yuan from selling fish these past few days. We could head to the pigeon market to purchase some necessities. What do you think the household needs?" Grandfather contemplated, suggesting they could buy some festive items for the children. "As for us adults, we are well equipped with warm clothing and have no fear of the cold. In a few days, we can venture into the mountains for some wild game, and that should suffice for the new year." Zhang Guoqing interjected, "Uncle, could you look into purchasing rabbit traps? We plan to catch rabbits in the mountains soon. Also, we need firearms, both long and short, and knives. Our home is situated halfway up the mountain, quite distant from the village. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, having weapons would bolster our confidence." His second uncle, impressed, exclaimed, "Well said. No wonder you've grown up in a big courtyard. Your words carry a certain fierceness. All right, I shall heed your advice. I will procure weapons tonight. With fewer adults and more children in our household, we certainly need some means of protection. Be vigilant as you sleep tonight. I won't return until tomorrow morning." With that, his uncle hurried away. Chapter 23. Firearms Before Dawn. Zhang Erju returned home in haste, placing the items he had bought in the storeroom and securely locking the door before heading to bed for some much-needed rest. Zhang Guoqing utilized his space to accelerate the growth of some corn, allowing him to awaken naturally. By this time, his grandfather had long completed his morning exercises and breakfast. His grandmother, looking at Zhang Guoqing with a warm smile, said, "Oh, my dear grandson, you're awake. Come, let grandma help you get dressed." Zhang Guoqing smiled sweetly and expressed his gratitude to his grandmother, saying, "Grandma, you are truly wonderful, and I adore you." Presently, Zhang Guoqing possessed an unparalleled audacity, his sweet words flowing effortlessly, as he was pampered at home with only the occasional need to use the restroom unattended. Otherwise, he was surrounded by helpers. His grandmother, second aunt, and sister cherished him deeply. The affection that Xiao Hu and Jiang Wei held for Zhang Guoqing was purely innocent, stemming from the fact that he could offer them sweets, which, in these times, could be a lifesaver, especially the beloved white rabbit creamy candy, which had become a staple of nourishment. Zhang Guoqing was the only one in the household permitted to fetch snacks without consulting his grandparents, thus endearing him to both adults and children alike. After finishing his breakfast, Zhang Guoqing inquired of his grandmother, "Grandma, how much cotton fabric do we have left? Can we make a few quilts with it?" He noted that Dawei and Xiao Jie had grown, yet they still squeezed together under a single quilt. His second aunt quickly responded that there was enough material for 3 sets of quilts. Zhang Guoqing calculated and declared that they would indeed make 3 new quilts, one for his grandparents, one for his second uncle and aunt, and one for his sister, Xiao Wan. He suggested that their old quilts be given to Xiao Jie and heir Kuei, and the remaining set be transformed into 2 mattresses, as he desired one for himself, lamenting the thinness of their current bedding, which made sleeping uncomfortable at night. His grandmother readily agreed. Of course, my dear grandson. We shall make them right away, and tonight, I will ensure you have a thick mattress. Zhang Guoqing played outside with Xiao Hu for a while. In these times, there were few diversions, so they practiced boxing to warm up and then took slingshots to hunt birds in the nearby trees, hoping to catch a few for a tasty meal. Zhang Guoqing skillfully shot down 3 sparrows, which he handed to heir Kuei for plucking and preparation. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie discovered a mouse hole in the backyard, where they lit wet firewood to create smoke in an attempt to drive out the rodents. In these times, even mouse meat was deemed edible, and with luck, they could uncover a mouse nest filled with grains. Zhang Guoqing sidled up to his grandfather and, reaching for the tobacco pipe at his waist, filled it with shredded tobacco and lit it, savoring the refreshing sensation in his lungs. He then offered the pipe to his grandfather, asking, "Grandfather, what did second uncle bring back?" His grandfather took the pipe and enjoyed a puff before replying, 2 long rifles, a pistol, some firecrackers, a bundle of rabbit snares, a flashlight, and a few batteries. We shall set the snares during the day and retrieve them at night. It is best to have a flashlight in the dark. Since his rebirth, Zhang Guoqing had not stayed up late nor ventured out at night. Having forgotten about the legendary household flashlight, he pondered the implications if one were to set rabbit snares in the dead of night with a lantern. Even if the wind did not extinguish the flame, the sight would surely terrify any passerby, potentially giving rise to ghostly tales, as superstition still held considerable sway among the populace. When his second uncle awoke, he joyfully emerged from the storeroom with the bundle of rabbit snares, calling out to Zhang Guoqing, Xiao Hu, and the other children, urging them to accompany him to the mountains to set the traps. The children, eager for the adventure, grabbed their tools and followed suit, excited for the experiences that awaited them. Uncle Heir, bearing a long gun upon his back and a pistol secured to his waist by a cloth strap, led the way forward. As he walked, he wielded a machete, deftly cutting down sturdy branches to toss to Zhang Xiaohu and his companions, who would then whittle them into sharp stakes intended for securing rabbit snares. The group journeyed with intermittent pauses until they arrived at an unfrequented area, where Uncle Heir guided everyone in search of trails frequented by rabbits. He then bound one end of the snare's rope to the sharpened wooden stake and forcefully drove the stake into the ground with a stone, placing the snare along the path commonly traversed by the hares. Zhang Guoqing, drawing upon his past experiences, selected several spots to set his rabbit snares. These skills had been gleaned from Jiang Wei's previous life, where, during a hasty escape from Hulunber, Jiang Wei had relied on his hunting prowess to provide sustenance for the group. Zhang Guoqing, having witnessed these events firsthand, had also acquired a fair share of hunting acumen. As Zhang Guoqing set the snares according to their collective wisdom, his peripheral vision caught sight of some feces. Hastily, he approached to confirm it was indeed wild boar droppings and called out, "Uncle Heir, come quickly. This is not rabbit droppings. It belongs to a larger beast." Uncle Heir rushed over with the children, examining the droppings with a grave expression before retrieving his long gun, loading it with a bullet, and scanning the surroundings. Once assured of their safety, he declared, "This must belong to a wild boar. We should move quickly. We won't check the rabbit snares tonight. Instead, tomorrow during the day, we will bring shovels to dig traps and see if we can capture a wild boar. If we succeed, our family will enjoy a bountiful year." With that, Uncle Heir urged the children to finish setting their rabbit snares before leading them back home in haste. Upon their return, Uncle Heir recounted the location of the wild boar sighting to Grandpa in detail, speculating that there might be a nest of them, and they deliberated on how to dig traps, planning their hunting strategy. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing took hold of Uncle Heir's pistol, examining it closely. Manufactured by the American Colt Company, the Browning 1903 handgun, colloquially known as the horse brand due to the small horse emblem on the gun's body and grip, boasted a magazine capacity of 8 rounds and an effective range of approximately 50 meters. It was a rarity to obtain such a weapon in this era, and it would surely vanish from the domestic market in a few decades. Skillfully, he detached the magazine, removed the bullets, and reloaded it, playing with the weapon. For Zhang Guoqing, the pistol, weighing over a kilogram, was manageable, though his accuracy would be questionable in actual use. After examining the handgun, he sought out the long gun, which he had not scrutinized closely while Uncle Air carried it during the day. To his astonishment, he discovered that Uncle Air had acquired the famed Mauser 98 rifle. Renowned as a legendary sniper's weapon and a hallmark of German military craftsmanship, the Mauser 98 was celebrated for its long range, stable trajectory, and formidable penetration power. In the hands of a skilled marksman, this rifle guaranteed precision shots. Zhang Guoqing was enamored with it, weighing 39 kilograms and measuring 1 meters in length, with a range of 1,000 meters and a magazine capacity of 5 rounds of 7.62 millimeters ammunition. It was a weapon of immense power that Zhang Guoqing could hardly resist toying with. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Zhang Xiaohu and his companions observed Zhang Guoqing skillfully manipulating the firearms. Zhang Guoqing requested a piece of rag and some leftover fabric from his grandmother, and after meticulously cleaning the weapon, he wrapped the 98 sniper rifle in the cloth, mimicking its proper appearance. Chapter 24, Digging Traps After Dinner. A group of children, including Zhang Guoqing, squeezed into a wooden basin to soak their feet. Their grandparents had prepared a medicinal bath using herbal concoctions to ward off the chill and alleviate fatigue. Zhang Xiaohu inquired, "Zhang Guoqing, I noticed you handling the gun quite adeptly this afternoon. Have you shot in the courtyard?" At this remark, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Dakuai, and Lu Erkuei turned their curious gazes towards Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, "No, we are still too young. In the courtyard, aside from ensuring we have our meals and clothing, we are left to entertain ourselves. I learned by watching soldiers practice in the guard company." He continued, "We can only handle guns in the guard company, as there is no opportunity to fire them. The soldiers maintain their weapons and practice aiming. We observe and ask questions. And they teach us." His friends gazed at him with envy. Although there are militia in the countryside who train regularly, they are too young, and during militia drills, the children are kept at a distance, given a few toy rifles to play with instead. After washing their feet, Zhang Guoqing lay on the soft, thick cotton mattress, feeling quite content. In his new life, he had been sleeping on a hard Kong bed, which was uncomfortable. He preferred the softness of a proper bed. He wondered how long it would be before he could sleep in comfort again. Reflecting on the course of history over the next few years, Zhang Guoqing planned to seize opportunities to make a profit. The natural disasters in those years would undoubtedly present a favorable chance, as would the cultural upheaval during the Four Olds campaign. In his previous life, Zhang Guoqing had studied abroad under Su Laoda. However, in this life, he was resolute in not pursuing that path. Having spoken various foreign languages for decades in his past, there was no need for him to relearn them. He would allow Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo to continue developing along the trajectory established in his previous life. In the courtyard, his group of friends had thrived in their previous lives, a selection Zhang Guoqing made based on his memories. After all, many had encountered misfortunes, and those who retired safely were of commendable character. With Zhang Guoqing's guidance in this life, they would prosper and, in turn, provide him with assistance within their capacity. Zhang Guoqing was already weaving a network of relationships for himself. Adults tended to overlook the matters of children, but having played together since childhood, their bonds would surely remain strong. People in this era were simple and kind-hearted. If you treated them well, they would reciprocate wholeheartedly. Of course, there were selfish individuals, but Zhang Guoqing would certainly distance himself from them. After accelerating time in the Jiubao space, Zhang Guoqing drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened by the sounds of Zhang Xiaohu and others practicing in the morning. His second aunt helped him get dressed and wash his face. Zhang Guoqing then went to the courtyard to practice some boxing. Afterward, it was time for a meal, consisting once again of cornmeal pancakes and corn porridge. Zhang Guoqing felt it was urgent to have his grandfather resolve the issue with the grain milling. He longed for steamed buns and rice. In the village below the mountain, there existed a communal stone mill, where villagers queued daily to grind their allocated grain into flour. The throng of people made it impractical for Zhang Guoqing to mill flour there. After all, his household consisted only of his uncle and aunt as laborers, and their share of grain was meager. If they ground too much flour, it could attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Those who had survived the upheavals of the old society were, for the most part, astute individuals. Only the foolish had perished. After breakfast, Grandpa and Uncle took Zhang Guoqing and a group of children armed with rifles, along with military shovels and picks, up the mountain. They were to dig traps today, a labor-intensive task. In the depths of winter, the frozen ground presented a significant challenge, making the endeavor arduous. Upon reaching the rabbit trapping area, Uncle led Zhang Guoqing and the others to retrieve the traps, ensuring they did not trip over their own gear. They were fortunate enough to collect 3 rabbits, one of which had been ensnared by Zhang Guoqing. The sight of the lifeless rabbit brought the children immense joy, as it promised a meal of meat at home. Grandpa selected several frequented paths of wild boars and instructed Zhang Guoqing and the others to gather firewood to kindle a fire. Several piles of wood blazed, warding off the winter chill. After some time, the ground had softened sufficiently for Uncle and Grandpa to commence digging the pits. They worked tirelessly, alternating between burning and digging, and it took the better part of the day to excavate 2 relatively deep traps, each about 1.6 meters deep. Zhang Guoqing and his companions spread the excavated soil around while stacking the unearthed stones beneath a large tree, planning to use this area as a hunting spot. Of course, it was just one of their hunting locations. Zhang Guoqing had identified the prime hunting spot atop a large boulder not far away, a place so elevated that not even wild boars, wolves, or bears could ascend. The flat surface provided a panoramic view, allowing for keen observation, as the saying goes, with eyes in all directions and ears attuned to every sound. By the time they finished digging the 2 traps, darkness was approaching. Grandpa and Uncle took turns shielding Zhang Guoqing and the others as they made their way home without pausing to rest. Upon their return, everyone was utterly exhausted. Today, Grandma, feeling sympathetic towards Zhang Guoqing and the others, prepared steamed buns from the mixed flour and served the wild rabbits they had caught, resulting in a warm and hearty meal that left everyone satisfied. Although Grandma and Aunt were aware that life would improve after discovering Zhang Guoqing's ability to earn money through fishing, their ingrained mentality of frugality still influenced their thoughts. Deeply rooted in their psyche was the belief that one could never be too cautious with food and clothing, a mindset shaped by the hardships of their past. Consequently, even as their circumstances improved, they refrained from extravagance and continued to live modestly. After all, many still struggled to find enough to eat, and their experiences in the old society had instilled in them a natural inclination towards thrift. Zhang Guoqing paid little mind to these sentiments, believing that over time, as life improved, he would gradually change their perspective. After dinner, everyone retired early for the night. The following day, Grandfather and Uncle rose even earlier, setting off with Zhang Guoqing while the sky was still cloaked in darkness. Upon reaching the trap area, they surveyed their surroundings and found no immediate danger. They resumed their routine from the previous day, igniting the frozen earth and excavating traps. Today, their pace was noticeably quicker, as their experience from yesterday facilitated better cooperation among them. After digging 2 traps, Grandfather and Uncle repaired 4 others, smoothing their edges to ensure that any gifts falling into them would find it difficult to escape. Once the traps were mended, Uncle gathered several sturdy logs, sharpening them before burying them in the traps. Grandfather retrieved a few ears of corn from their provisions and placed them inside. Zhang Guoqing immediately recognized the corn from his 9 treasure space, curious about when Grandfather had brought it back from the cellar in the back mountain. He then constructed a hunting point with stones. Now, with 4 traps and 3 shooting points established, they were fully prepared, awaiting the right moment. With some time to spare, Uncle led Zhang Guoqing and the others to set rabbit snares. After finishing, they hurried back home as time was running short. Following dinner, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Xiaohu animatedly discussed the potential game that might be caught in the traps that night, their excitement palpable. Chapter 25. Hunting wild boar. The children engaged in spirited discussions late into the night, their excitement making sleep elusive, and they drifted off intermittently. Remarkably, no one rose early for morning exercises the next day. Grandfather and Uncle were fatigued from 2 days of digging traps, while Zhang Guoqing and the others had simply slept too late to rise early. After breakfast, they eagerly made their way to the traps, armed and ready. As they neared the site, Grandfather and Uncle instructed them to slow their pace and approach quietly. They found a large, flat rock and positioned the children atop it as sentinels. Zhang Guoqing, holding a .98 rifle, lay prone on the stone, gazing toward the trap, where a large wild boar was struggling to escape. He signaled for silence and quietly informed Uncle below the rock about the boar's predicament. "Don't move yet. Let me observe the surroundings." Uncle retrieved his long gun, chambered around, while Grandfather, hands resting on his waist holster, brandished a machete, scanning the area. After observing for a moment, Zhang Guoqing noted that apart from the struggling boar, there was no other movement. He directed Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkui to position themselves towards the boar. Zhang Guoqing steadied his rifle against Lu Erkui, placing the stock against Lu Dakuai's right shoulder, and chambered another round. He then carefully adjusted his aim at the boar, aligning his sights. When the wild boar made its next desperate attempt to climb out of the trap, he decisively squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the shot rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted from the boar's head, causing it to collapse heavily back into the trap. Lu Dakuai let out a startled cry. The recoil from Zhang Guoqing's shot jolting into Lu Dakuai's shoulder beneath him. Amidst the laughter of Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jia, Lu Dakuai vehemently cursed Guoqing for his lack of decency, accusing him of using him as a scapegoat. Zhang Guoqing, with a booming voice, announced to his grandfather and second uncle beneath the boulder that he had slain a wild boar. Perhaps it was the sound of the gun that guided them. Or perhaps it was Lu Dakuai's anguished cries mingled with the children's mirth. But suddenly, a wild boar, even larger than the one ensnared in the trap, charged from the distant underbrush towards Zhang Guoqing and his companions. Zhang Guoqing shouted for his second uncle to prepare, as another great boar was barreling towards them. Without hesitation, he rolled and positioned himself over Lu Erkui, resting the rifle stock upon his shoulder. In that moment, the advantage of the twins became evident. Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkui bore identical appearances and anatomical structures, allowing Zhang Guoqing to effortlessly set the rifle, chamber around, and complete the maneuver in one fluid motion. In an instant, he felt an exhilarating confidence surging through him as he aimed, taking a deep breath. In his past life, Zhang Guoqing had been quite adept with firearms, and this knowledge bolstered his resolve. As the wild boar approached, a sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and a spray of crimson erupted from the creature's left shoulder, courtesy of his second uncle's shot, which momentarily slowed the beast. The boar, shaking its head defiantly, continued its charge towards the grandfather and second uncle below the rock. In a swift moment, as the boar turned its head, Zhang Guoqing fired again, the sharp report of the gun resounding through the air. Another shot struck true, and the boar's forward momentum abruptly ceased as it collapsed, letting out a grunt before falling silent. The familiar sounds of chaos ensued, with the cries of Lu Erkui and the laughter of Zhang Xiaohu echoing around them. Zhang Guoqing called down to his second uncle, proclaiming the kill and instructing them to remain vigilant. The second uncle affirmed, reminding them to be cautious as well. Retrieving the rifle from Lu Erkui, Zhang Guoqing stood and declared the hunt concluded, his demeanor exuding an air of triumph that evoked both envy and admiration from his peers. He turned to Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jia, boasting, "Who will be next?" Zhang Xiaohu quietly nudged Lu Dakuai aside, and Zhang Guoqing surveyed the now tranquil surroundings. After a brief silence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and called to his second uncle to conduct a perimeter check while he provided cover. The second uncle nodded and ventured around the trap, finding no danger. Grandfather gently lifted Zhang Guoqing from the rock and instructed the children to remain alert, calling for help if necessary. Afterward, he carried Zhang Guoqing towards the downed boar, marveling at its size, exclaiming that it must weigh at least 250 to 60 pounds, a sight he hadn't encountered in years. Then, they proceeded to the trap, where another boar lay lifeless. The second uncle stood nearby, grinning foolishly, prompting grandfather to scold him with a playful kick, questioning his foolishness. Hastened to lend a hand and hoist the wild boar up. With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared rope from his uncle's shoulder, skillfully tying it into a noose and securing it around the wild boar's head, beckoning his uncle to assist in pulling the creature upward. Zhang Guoqing observed his grandfather, effortlessly tying the knot and pulling the wild boar from the trap, and he pondered the old man's past experiences. What adventures had he encountered? Such skills would render him quite capable in acts of plunder. Together, his grandfather and uncle extracted the wild boar from the pit. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the sharp stakes within the trap had inflicted minimal harm. The only critical injury was from Zhang Guoqing's gunshot, and even the tender underbelly bore only slight abrasions. Zhang Guoqing realized that the boar in the trap was a female, weighing around 200 pounds, while the male had dashed towards the stones, both of which had met their demise at his hands. The wild boar's coat, caked in mud, had formed a natural armor, which explained why his uncle's shot had not been fatal, but merely slowed the creature down. Otherwise, with the ferocity of a 98, it would have been a swift kill. As his grandfather and uncle deliberated on how to transport the boar back, Zhang Guoqing ventured towards the rabbit trap he had previously set, hoping for a catch. Within the trap, he discovered a solitary rabbit and heard faint grunting sounds nearby. Following the noise, he ventured a few steps forward and discovered a small cave approximately 30 meters away from where the male boar had emerged, teeming with movement. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a litter of piglets. Swiftly, he utilized his 9 treasures space to transport the piglets into that realm, counting a total of 9, for males and 5 females, each weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. He decided to leave 2 males and 2 females in the space for the 5 ghosts to nurture, while the remainder were sent back to the wild boar den. Hurrying back, he joined his grandfather and uncle, pointing towards the earlier direction and exclaiming, "Grandfather, uncle, there is a wild boar den over there, with piglets inside." His grandfather, elated, instructed, "Old 2, go fetch Guoqing's rifle from the large stone. We will first take a look. Let us aim to take down the entire brood." Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest. His uncle handed over the 98 rifle from his shoulder and dashed towards the large stone. Zhang Guoqing, alongside his grandfather, cautiously approached the wild boar den, while his uncle, having acquired the gun, grabbed hold of Jeang Wuing and Jiang Jie, bringing them along. The 5 of them arrived near the wild boar den and confirmed the presence of 5 boars inside. The grandfather assigned tasks. "Guoqing, you will take Jiang Wuing and Jiang Jie to find positions directly across from the den. Employ the same method we used on the stones, using them as a buffer to shoot. Your uncle and I will flank from either side. Our aim is to strike true and bring home the piglets for a prosperous new year. Once you are prepared, raise your hand as a signal. Your uncle and I will count silently to 3, and then we shall all fire simultaneously." "Understood, grandfather," Zhang Guoqing replied. After finishing his words, he requested 10 rounds of ammunition from his second uncle, reloading his firearm. The bullets were chambered, and the magazine was filled with 5 rounds. With 1 round clenched between his lips, Jiang Wuing and Jiang Jie lay quietly in the designated position chosen by Zhang Guoqing, silent with cotton gloves clenched in their mouths. Zhang Guoqing placed the request on Jiang Wei's shoulder, subtly adjusting the aim of the gun. Once prepared, he raised his left hand to signal his grandfather and second uncle, then silently counted to 3. With a series of gunshots, Zhang Guoqing, his second uncle, and his grandfather discharged their weapons in succession. After firing, Zhang Guoqing quickly reloaded and took aim again, executing a swift maneuver to reposition himself atop Jiang Wuing. Zhang Guoqing fired twice, while his second uncle fired 3 times, and their grandfather emptied his revolver. Yet, no wild boar emerged from the den. Instead, only anguished cries echoed. Their grandfather laughed heartily, saying, "Second brother, first refill my gun with ammunition. Let us observe a bit longer. Do not hastily approach the boar den. A cornered beast fights fiercely. We shall wait until there is silence inside." The second uncle retrieved the revolver from their grandfather, detached the magazine, reloaded it, and handed it back. He then turned to escort Jiang Wuing and Jiang Jie, who were grinning widely, back to the large stone. Their grandfather sat back, lighting his pipe, and began to smoke contentedly alongside Zhang Guoqing, surveying the now serene surroundings. Upon returning, the second uncle addressed their grandfather. "Father, I have sent Xiao Hu and Dekue back to inform my wife and Xiao want to bring over our single-wheeled cart. Otherwise, managing all these wild boars will be quite a task." Their grandfather nodded, passing the pipe to his second uncle. "Indeed, this harvest is bountiful. Our family shall have a prosperous year." The second uncle took a few indulgent puffs before returning the pipe and noticing the stillness around the wild boar den. He used the barrel of his gun to poke at the small wild boar inside, confirming their demise. He then began to drag the 5 little wild boars out one by one. The second uncle gathered the small boars to the location of the larger ones, and, upon tallying them, joyfully announced to their grandfather, "Father, these 5 small boars, each weighing 50 to 60 pounds, will yield about 150 pounds of pure meat. The 2 larger boars combined will yield over 300 pounds. My goodness, that is over 400 pounds of meat. How long will this last us?" Zhang Guoqing looked disdainfully at his second uncle, saying, "We can't even finish the small boars we have. As for the large boars, we should offer them as gifts. Those 2 large boars should be sent to the compound. Next year, let my sister enlist in the army. After 5 years of service, regardless of whether she is promoted or transitions to civilian life, she will have an urban household registration. Our family will have several members with stable jobs and access to commodities. Eventually, everyone will move to the city. Both their grandfather and second uncle gazed at Zhang Guoqing in astonishment, completely unprepared for such a declaration. The second uncle, with a pained expression, responded, "Even sending your sister to the army doesn't require such large boars. Our family is a martyr's family and will certainly receive preferential treatment under policy." Zhang Guoqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Our family has not only my sister, but also Xiao Hu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, De Kuei, and Er Kuei, so many children. The more gifts we present, the better our relations with the leaders will be. This will smooth our path in the future. With my parents gone, how many more years can I remain in the compound? When I grow up, I will undoubtedly leave the courtyard. At that time, the role of our elders will become evident. Children whose elders are present will undoubtedly fare better than those of us whose elders are absent. Therefore, it is essential for our family to establish good relationships with them in advance. One never knows when their assistance might prove beneficial." My second uncle did not contemplate such matters deeply. He was utterly astonished by Zhang Guoqing's words. This child, at merely 5 years of age, has already begun to pave the way for his future, truly unimaginable. Grandfather, puffing on his pipe and sighing, remarked on the burdens placed upon our family by Guoqing, acknowledging that such a young child is already considering our family's welfare. He was correct. If your elder brother were still with us, he could manage everything without concern. However, with his absence, we must rely on ourselves. The title of a martyr's family is not one that we can bear for a lifetime. In the future, Guoqing's voice will carry weight in our household. Grandfather's words re-established Zhang Guoqing's position within the family. After a brief respite, grandfather and my second uncle began to use ropes to drag the wild boar out, while the younger children emulated their actions, tying ropes around the smaller boars. In pairs, they exerted effort to pull the little boars out. Zhang Guoqing teamed up with Lu Erkuei, while Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie formed another pair, and the two groups called out encouragement as they competed to pull the little boars. By the time my second aunt and sister arrived, pushing a wooden wheelbarrow with Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Dakuai, a considerable distance had already been covered. My second aunt, upon seeing the wild boar family, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, such a large wild boar was caught by our Guoqing. He is truly remarkable." Upon saying this, she ran over to scoop up Zhang Guoqing, who was pulling the boar with Lu Erkuei, wiping the sweat from his brow with her sleeve and showering him with affectionate kisses, clearly delighted. My second uncle and grandfather paused to smoke and catch their breath, while sister Zhang Xiaojun quickly approached to wipe their brows. Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Dakuai hurriedly joined in to provide water and wipe the sweat from Lu Erkuei, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jie. Observing the warmth and affection within the family, grandfather smiled with satisfaction. Family harmony and filial piety are what elders cherish most. After a short break, everyone drank some water and consumed the provisions they had brought. My second aunt steadied the wheelbarrow while grandfather and my second uncle lifted the two large wild boars onto it, hanging the captured rabbit from the handlebars. They took turns pushing the wheelbarrow back home, with my second aunt and Zhang Xiaojun each pulling a small boar. The 6 children, in pairs, followed behind the main group, playfully chattering and creating a lively atmosphere. By evening, the family finally brought the wild boars into the courtyard. Breathing heavily, they drank some water and collapsed in various positions on the kong to rest, neglecting to prepare dinner. Grandmother, feeling concerned, held on to Zhang Guoqing and reproached grandfather and my second uncle. "Why couldn't you two adults fit one more small pig on the wheelbarrow? Look at how exhausted my dear grandson is." Grandfather and my second uncle exchanged wry smiles. After resting for over an hour, my second aunt and Zhang Xiaojun quickly rose to prepare a meal. During dinner, grandfather shared Zhang Guoqing's plan to deliver the wild boars to the courtyard and mentioned the prospect of sending my sister to the military next year. After finishing dinner, everyone went straight to bed. On this particular night, Zhang Guoqing enjoyed a deep slumber, not merely due to the accelerated ripening of corn in the Jiubao space, but rather from the fatigue of transporting young wild boars. Chapter 27. Returning to the courtyard at the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Guoqing awakened early, dressed himself, and after attending to nature's call, engaged in a bout of boxing, feeling invigorated. His grandfather emerged from the house, pipe in hand, inquired, "Guoqing, how many wild boars shall we deliver to the courtyard?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Guoqing replied, 2 large ones and 2 smaller ones." We shall provide the larger boars to the courtyard, one small one for my companions, and another for the valiant guards who have cared for me. We can keep 3 smaller ones for our family to suffice for the new year." His grandfather nodded. "Indeed, with such an abundance of meat, we shall not consume it all. Let us keep 2 small pigs and trade one at the state-run restaurant for some cash, as our previous funds are dwindling." "Very well, grandfather. Today we shall return to the courtyard to deliver the wild boars, and tomorrow we will sell one at the state-run restaurant." While also procuring some goods for the new year, Zhang Guoqing reassured him. This statement served to comfort his grandfather for having delivered the wild boars. The leaders of the courtyard would surely reciprocate with due compensation. The leaders were far more influential than Zhang Guoqing himself. His grandfather went inside to urge his second aunt to hasten breakfast preparations, then tossed 2 boxes of large front doors to his second uncle, requesting him to borrow a horse-drawn cart from the production team for a couple of days. After breakfast, his grandfather and second uncle loaded the 2 large and 2 small wild boars onto the cart, while his second aunt's eyes brimmed with tears of concern. Grandmother smiled and comforted her. "Silly girl, do you think the army operates without due compensation? Rest assured, they will provide our family with ample provisions. And we can also facilitate next year's enlistment for Xiaojun, achieving 2 objectives at once. You ought to learn from my clever grandson. He possesses true wisdom." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, the second aunt began to ponder the delightful items Zhang Guoqing and the others might bring back, as well as the prospect of Zhang Xiaojuan's enlistment after the new year, which uplifted her spirits. "I understand, mother. I shall boil some water shortly to remove the bristles from the wild boars we are keeping. When our heads of the household return, we can process them immediately. Tonight, we shall celebrate with a feast of pork." Grandmother nodded appreciatively before retreating indoors. Once the wild boars were secured, Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Xiaohu and the others to gather some wild grass to cover the boars, ensuring that 2 rifles and a handgun were loaded and placed on the cart before Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Xiaohu climbed aboard. In these times, transporting such an abundance of wild boar meat necessitated caution, as on the black market, one could procure a hired assassin for merely 5 pounds of cornmeal, let alone this substantial quantity of meat. Resources were scarce, and in the city, the meat processing plant saw long queues of individuals unable to procure pork. The market price for fresh meat soared to 50 cents, yet the critical issue remained availability. Many could only dine at state-run restaurants using ration meat tickets. The price of meat had escalated to over 2 yuan, and Zhang Guoqing's cartload of meat could fetch at least 1,000 yuan, a tempting fortune indeed. Thus, they had to disguise their venture, ensuring that Zhang Xiaohu and the others remained blissfully unaware, much like their previous joyous delivery of fish to the state-run restaurant. His second uncle navigated the horse-drawn cart cautiously into the city, visibly relaxing once they arrived, engaging in jovial conversation with Zhang Guoqing and the others. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing swiftly alighted from the vehicle and made his way to the guardhouse, where he found the duty officer. "I'm back. I have brought some wild boar meat for the courtyard. There's a hunting rifle in the car. Could you please check it and keep it safe until we return?" The officer chuckled. "Ah, Guoqing, you are bringing gifts to the courtyard." As they stepped out of the guardhouse, the officer called 2 soldiers to unload the hay from the cart. They gazed in awe at the 4 wild boars, 2 large and 2 small, resting on the cart. Zhang Guoqing called out to one of the soldiers, "Excuse me, could you please take care of the gun on the cart?" They then proceeded inside. Uncle Air swiftly handed the gun to the soldier, then joined them in inspecting the wild boars. A crowd was drawn to the cart, and Lu Xuanzhu emerged from the throng, addressing Zhang Guoqing. "Little Guoqing, did you hunt these wild boars?" Upon seeing Lu Xuanzhu, Zhang Guoqing dashed up to him, tugging at his clothes and climbing onto his shoulders. Lu Xuanzhu let out a resigned smile, thinking to himself how accustomed the boy had become to this behavior. Perched on Lu Xuanzhu's shoulders, Zhang Guoqing announced, "Uncle Lu, the 2 large wild boars are for the courtyard, and one of the small ones is for my siblings while the other is for you. This is your festive feast. Please keep an eye on it so my siblings don't miss out." Lu Xuanzhu chuckled. "As a mere squad leader, I can hardly keep track of all this." As they entered the courtyard, many, having heard the news, rushed out to witness the spectacle. Zhang Guoqing's friends, Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, and Arya, joined them. Hopping around joyfully beside Lu Xuanzhu, Zhang Guoqing shouted to them, "Shanhua, Jiangwo, I've saved a small wild boar for you from the cart, and another for Uncle Lu and the guard squad. After you finish your small boar, Feel free to visit the guard squad for more. Don't be shy. His words sparked laughter among the crowd, and Lu Xuanzhu playfully remarked, but there are only a handful of children. Our guard squad has over 100 members. We'll surely finish our share first. Zhang Guoqing's declaration served to inform everyone that he would not be responsible for the 2 large wild boars, having already allocated the small ones accordingly. Commander Wang also stepped out with his team. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's comments while he was playfully swaying on Lu Xuanzhu's shoulders, he understood the situation. Little Guoqing, come down from that shoulder. It's not proper, he called out, lifting Zhang Guoqing down into his arms. Overjoyed, Zhang Guoqing exclaimed, Grandpa Wang, I brought you the wild boars I hunted yesterday for you to taste. His words elicited hearty laughter from everyone, as they found it hard to believe that a 5-year-old could have hunted so many wild boars. Commander Wang chuckled, Little Guoqing, it's not good to tell tall tales. Did you really hunt these wild boars? Zhang Guoqing feigned modesty, replying, Grandpa Wang, I did indeed hunt the 2 large ones, while the small boars were taken down by my grandfather, Uncle Heir, and myself together. Commander Wang listened to Zhang Guoqing's assertion that the 2 large wild boars were indeed hunted by him, yet he remained skeptical. His inquisitive gaze shifted towards Zhang Erzhu, whom he recognized, seeking confirmation. Zhang Erzhu hurriedly approached, instinctively offering a cigarette to Commander Wang and lighting it, a routine that left the onlookers bewildered. Commander Wang, with the lit cigarette between his lips, appeared equally perplexed. Zhang Guoqing, exasperated, remarked to his uncle, Uncle, Grandpa Wang asked you to clarify that the boars were not shot by me. Why are you lighting a cigarette? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the antics of the uncle and nephew duo. Zhang Erzhu, visibly anxious, responded, Yes, Commander, the 2 large wild boars were indeed shot by my nephew. The 5 smaller ones were a collective effort between my father, my nephew, and myself. It's unclear who exactly made the shots. Commander Wang, intrigued, turned to Zhang Guoqing and inquired, Guoqing, how did you manage to shoot them? Please share your tale. Chapter 28. Zhang Guoqing's marksmanship. Zhang Guoqing animatedly recounted his heroic exploits from the previous day while nestled in Commander Wang's embrace, his excitement causing saliva to fly as he spoke, much to the alarm of the nearby guards. When Commander Wang heard Zhang Guoqing mention using his friends as a cushion to absorb the recoil of his gun, he playfully smacked Zhang Guoqing's backside, laughingly chastising him. You little rascal, using your friends as shields. How dare you boast about it? Truly a little scamp. Rubbing his sore backside, Zhang Guoqing protested. But they don't know how to shoot. It only hurts their shoulders for a bit. I can shoot. If my shoulder hurts, my aim will falter. Observing Zhang Guoqing's injured demeanor piqued Commander Wang's curiosity about his marksmanship. He quickly addressed the logistics officer standing nearby, Old Feng, organize a team to unload the wild boars. According to this lad, the 2 smaller ones should be set aside for his friends and the guard unit. You handle the large ones. Director Feng nodded in agreement, understood. Commander. He then led a team away with the cart, and the onlookers dispersed. Commander Wang turned to Zhang Guoqing. Come, Grandpa Wang will take you to the shooting range, and you can demonstrate to me how you shot yesterday. With tear-filled eyes, Zhang Guoqing looked up at Commander Wang. Grandpa, you just smacked my backside for using my friends as shields. Now you want them to assist again? It wasn't that Zhang Guoqing's acting was particularly impressive. It was simply that the earlier smack had genuinely stung. Chuckling while scolding the boy, Commander Wang replied, I said demonstrate your skills. Not that your friends should serve as cushions. Upon arriving at the shooting range, he instructed, you will first show us your technique, and then let the soldiers be your cushions to observe your marksmanship. Soon, Commander Wang and Zhang Guoqing's group arrived at the small shooting range within the compound, a place usually guarded, thus inaccessible to them. This marked Zhang Guoqing's first entry, as he had previously left for studies abroad at a young age and, upon his return, had never had the opportunity to practice shooting here. A group of individuals entered the shooting range, where Zhang Guoqing, along with De Kuei and Air Kuei, first mimicked the initial moments of hunting wild boars for Commander Wang. Zhang Guoqing brandished a pristine 98 rifle, showcasing his skills. Subsequently, Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie also demonstrated their prowess in hunting both large and small wild boars alongside Zhang Guoqing. Observing several children using Zhang Guoqing as a gun rest, Commander Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pointed to a target approximately 50 meters away and said, Little Guoqing, take a shot at that target. With a grin, Zhang Guoqing replied, Grandpa Wang, I have no gun rest. Commander Wang, chuckling, retorted, You cheeky rascal, what are you looking at? Do you expect to use me as a gun rest? Very well, since you brought 2 plump pigs today, I shall serve as your gun rest just this once. As he spoke, Commander Wang lay down in front of Zhang Guoqing, who mischievously leaned over Wang's back and whispered into his ear, Grandpa Wang, you hurt me earlier. Zhang Guoqing then rested the rifle on Wang's shoulder, adjusted the aim, took a deep breath, and locked onto the target. With a loud bang, the shot fired, and Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Xiaohu joyously exclaimed that they had hit the target. A nearby ranged staff member blew a whistle, and soon after, a voice echoed from afar, 50-meter target, 10 points. Commander Wang, still prone, exclaimed, Good shot. Now let's try a moving target at 50 meters. A reward will follow if you hit it. The range staff promptly arranged for the moving target, and as it began to shift, they announced the start. In an instant, a shot rang out, and the moving target fell. Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jie jubilantly leapt into the air, celebrating their success. Guoqing hit it. Guoqing is amazing. The staff member blew the whistle again, announcing 50-meter moving target, 9 points. Commander Wang turned to Zhang Guoqing, playfully shoving him off his back as he got up, brushing off the dirt while laughing and scolding, You little rascal, even after shooting, you still lay on me. Are you seeking revenge for earlier? Zhang Guoqing stood, handing the rifle to the ranged staff, feigning embarrassment as he asked, Was it that obvious, Grandpa Wang? I didn't even show any signs of wanting revenge. Everyone erupted in laughter at Zhang Guoqing's innocent and bashful demeanor. Commander Wang brushed off the dirt from Zhang Guoqing and placed him beside a nearby guard, all the while rubbing his shoulder where the rifle had bumped him, and chuckled. You little brat, you can't stir up trouble under my command. Dealing with you is a piece of cake. The promised reward is still yours. Checking his watch, Commander Wang declared, Let's go. We shall head to the cafeteria for a meal. Afterward, Grandpa will get you your reward. The group hurriedly made their way to the cafeteria, entering the dining area designated for the leaders. Zhang Guoqing curiously surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, So this is where the leaders dine. I've finally entered. I must go outside and boast to Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo. Commander Wang laughed and remarked, This is typical of your father, just like you. He boasts despite having little worldly experience. If he truly had talent, he would have long since embarrassed himself abroad. You two are indeed quite alike. As he spoke, Commander Wang seemed to recall something, retrieving a keychain from his pocket and selecting a key, which he handed to the guard, calling out loudly, Guard, hurry to my home. Bring me the box from the second drawer on the left side of my desk in the study. The guard took the key and hurried away. Commander Wang then turned to the staff in the cafeteria, instructing, Let us serve the dishes. We shall eat first, as everyone is hungry. The military cafeteria was perpetually simple and unpretentious, serving a pot of stewed potatoes with cabbage and a bowl of stir-fried radish strips, accompanied by a basin of pure cornmeal dumplings. Commander Wang encouraged everyone, Don't be polite, dig in. His uncle and others began to eat with some restraint. Zhang Guoqing, sitting beside Commander Wang, casually remarked, I thought the leader's cafeteria would offer better food. I didn't expect it to be worse than what we kids eat. Commander Wang shot a glance at Zhang Guoqing. You little rascal, don't think I'm unaware of your fishing trips. More than once, I've approached the cafeteria and caught a whiff of fish, only to find none on my plate. Next time you catch fish, you must bring some for your grandpa to satisfy my cravings. Zhang Guoqing patted his chest. Grandpa, it's a piece of cake. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. However, we have other matters with the cart, so you'll need to send one to my home to fetch the fish. They're easier to handle than wild boar. Commander Wang narrowed his eyes at the little rascal. Do you truly have fish? Or are you just teasing your grandpa? Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes. Grandpa, I wouldn't dare joke with you. If I did, my father would rise from the grave to discipline me. Do you believe it? Indeed, Grandpa, tomorrow afternoon. Have Lu Xuanzhu find a cart to meet me by the river at the foot of Shishan. I won't overstate it. I can catch 500 or 600 pounds of fish with ease. However, let me preface that I can't guarantee live fish. The weather is too cold. And everything is freezing. Commander Wang agreed. All right, tomorrow afternoon I'll have Lu Xuanzhu go to fetch the fish. If your family faces any difficulties, I'll find a way to assist you. Chapter 29. The return from the courtyard. Finally, they returned to the matter at hand, Zhang Guoqing thought, revealing a simple grin. Grandpa, the guns we used for hunting yesterday were acquired from elsewhere and lack permits. They're in the guard room at the courtyard entrance. Could you assist us in obtaining gun permits? At that moment, the guard returned to the small cafeteria with a wooden box, handing it to Commander Wang, who resumed his meal quietly. Commander Wang was taken aback. Well, young Guoqing, you certainly have some audacity, walking into the courtyard with unregistered firearms. You're quite the character. He opened the wooden box from the guard, revealing two brand-new Browning 1935 high-powered pistols. Zhang Guoqing stared at the two Browning pistols in astonishment. These were American-made firearms, similar to the Browning 1903 kept at the guardroom door, but with greater firepower. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's naive expression, Commander Wang chuckled. You little brat. These two guns were captured by your father and gifted to me. Now they return to their rightful owner. Soon, I'll have the guard arrange permits for these two pistols as well as the one in the guardroom. Are you satisfied with this reward? Commander Wang inquired. And Zhang Guoqing promptly responded, I am utterly delighted, Grandpa Wang. I never imagined I could carry a firearm out of the courtyard. It is simply unbelievable. Commander Wang chuckled at Zhang Guoqing's exaggerated demeanor and playfully urged him to eat. Hurry up and eat more, grow tall, and in due time, follow in your father's footsteps to serve the nation. Following Zhang Guoqing's continuous banter, after Zhang Erju and the others finished their meal, the guard departed with a handgun. Commander Wang personally brewed tea for them, pouring it with sincerity as he addressed Zhang Guoqing. Little Guoqing, you have brought wild boar and an abundance of fish for the courtyard. If you have any requests, feel free to express them. As long as they do not violate our discipline, Grandpa Wang shall fulfill them. Zhang Guoqing pointed at Zhang Xiaojun with a mischievous grin and said, Grandpa Wang, my sister will turn 15 after the new year. Could you arrange for her to enlist? It would be wonderful if she could serve in the capital, allowing us to visit her whenever we miss her. Commander Wang, with a knowing smile, replied, do not be shy. Present all your conditions at once, and I shall accommodate you. Zhang Guoqing, scratching his head and laughing, admitted, you've caught me. I shall not hold back then. My grandfather has never tasted Matai liquor, nor smoked Zhonghua cigarettes. My grandmother has never indulged in the various pastries of the capital, and we do not even have a belt at home. Just look at my uncle and my grandfather, they still use cloth strips as belts. As he spoke, Zhang Guoqing pointed at the cloth strip around Zhang Erju's waist and burst into laughter. Uncle Air, embarrassed by being pointed out publicly for lacking a belt, scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Commander Wang, amused by Uncle Air's reaction, waved his hand. I understand. The rest will be arranged by logistics. But you mischievous little rascal, have yet to declare what you desire. Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment and replied, honestly, I do not require anything. Meals and clothing are provided by the courtyard, and I have pocket money. I truly lack for nothing. Commander Wang suggested, then save your requests for the future. Whenever you think of something you want, come to find Grandpa Wang. Zhang Guoqing responded, all right, I will not hesitate to ask you when I think of something, Grandpa Wang. Commander Wang laughed and chided, remember, come to me when you need something, and even when you do not, make sure to visit often. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Director Feng from the logistics department approached, and Commander Wang conveyed Zhang Guoqing's requests to him, to which Director Feng responded with a smile. As he turned to leave, he said to Zhang Guoqing, little Guoqing, make sure to bring more fish for Uncle Wang tomorrow. My wife just gave birth to a big grandson, and he needs nourishment. Zhang Guoqing replied loudly, do not worry, Uncle Feng. I will catch you plenty of large crucian carp. After some light-hearted conversation, Zhang Guoqing bid farewell to Commander Wang, saying, Grandpa Wang, I wish to return to our courtyard to fetch our grandfather clock. We have no timepieces in the countryside and cannot tell the hour. Commander Wang responded, yes, go quickly. Rest for a while when you return. Once preparations are complete, someone will inform you. Zhang Guoqing returned to his family courtyard with Uncle Air and the others, opened the door, and began to rest inside. Uncle Air, with a look of admiration, remarked to Zhang Guoqing, Guoqing, you truly impress me. You can joke and converse with the commander without fear. Zhang Guoqing jested with his uncle, stating that he was not afraid of him, should he dare to bully him. He would embrace the portraits of his parents and elder brother and weep at the palace, leaving his uncle to ponder his next move. This remark elicited hearty laughter from those present. In truth, such a scenario was entirely plausible. In a previous lifetime, numerous reports circulated online about the descendants of martyrs being wronged, compelling the former military units to intervene. This was done for the sake of those still living. For how could they be assured of their sacrifices for the nation if justice were not served? Yet, individuals of this era regarded the notion as mere jest, taking it not seriously at all. After a brief pause, Lu Xuanzhu pushed open the door and called out to Guoqing, announcing that the items were ready for them to inspect. Zhang Guoqing hastily made his way outside, while his uncle deftly commenced his ritual of offering and lighting cigarettes, which sent Lu Xuanzhu into fits of laughter. After all, earlier that morning, the seamless manner in which his uncle had offered a cigarette to Commander Wang had already provoked roars of laughter from everyone. Zhang Guoqing saw this as a positive development. Even if he became the subject of jest, it fostered familiarity among the residents of the compound with his uncle. Should his uncle face any adversity outside, the community might rally to assist within their means. Lu Xuanzhu handed a cloth bag to his uncle, stating that it contained gun permits and various documents issued by the military district, asserting that local authorities had no right to confiscate them. Henceforth, they could use their firearms openly. He added that there were other items for them to peruse at their leisure. After saying this, he caught Zhang Guoqing's hopeful gaze and chuckled helplessly as he hoisted Zhang Guoqing onto his shoulder. Content: Zhang Guoqing perched on Lu Xuanzhu's shoulder and joked, "Uncle Lu, do you have a sister akin to me? I shall be your brother-in-law." Lu Xuanzhu was utterly disarmed by Zhang Guoqing's unabashed words, responding with a wry smile that he indeed had a younger sister, a year his junior, whose parents had passed away, and who now resided with his partner in their hometown. "If you have the capability, bring them over, and my sister will be your bride, making you my brother-in-law," he continued. Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Do you have no other siblings?" Lu Xuanzhu explained that they were just two siblings. His partner was an orphan from the village whom his parents had fostered, leading to rumors of her being a child bride. As circumstances were challenging, they had tacitly agreed to this arrangement, intending to marry after his discharge from the military in a few years. "Uncle Lu, you have a betrothal. How intriguing. It's hard to believe that someone would fancy you looking the way you do," Zhang Guoqing teased. Lu Xuanzhu playfully swatted Zhang Guoqing's backside, exclaiming, "What do you mean by looking like this?" In truth, Lu Xuanzhu was quite handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of gallantry. He possessed both height and good looks. Chapter 30. Inventory. Along the way, jesting with Lu Xuanzhu, they arrived at the cart where Zhang Guoqing and his companions had gathered. Several guard soldiers were stationed around the cart, and upon seeing Zhang Guoqing, they greeted him warmly, expressing their gratitude, especially since he had specifically reserved a wild boar for them. One should not regard the monk's face, but instead the Buddha's, and if not the Buddha, then the face of the wild boar, they thought, naturally offering smiles to Zhang Guoqing, particularly as their daily camaraderie was quite amicable, making such courtesy a given. Zhang Guoqing leapt from Lu Xuanzhu's side onto the cart, gazing at its contents with an exaggerated expression, loudly imploring, "Uncle Lu, keep them away from my family's belongings. They are all mine." Jimin's Li Fuguwei scoffed, "Little Guoqing, all these items are being watched over by us. How can you turn your back on us like this? You won't escape my reckoning in the future." Zhang Guoqing made a face at him, responding, "We'll discuss future matters later. Right now, I cannot concern myself with that." On the cart were 2 crates of Matai liquor, wrapped in newspaper, and based on past experiences, one could surmise that there were milk candies, pastries, and perhaps a package containing cigarettes. Additionally, there were numerous bags and jars filled with grains and oils. Neatly stacked at the back of the cart were large cabbages, covered by several old military overcoats. In this frigid weather, the cabbages might freeze outside. Tightly bound to the overcoats was a brand new flying pigeon bicycle, a truly magnificent gift. In the early years following the establishment of the nation, a bicycle was as precious as a Rolls-Royce today. It is no wonder that Zhang Guoqing shouted for the guards to stay back. Such a luxurious present would leave anyone overjoyed and ecstatic. With a broad grin, Zhang Guoqing called out to his second uncle, "Hurry, let us return home. Look at how these people are staring at us, like wolves eyeing a little rabbit." His second uncle, stunned into silence, hurriedly gathered the children onto the cart, ensuring they were settled before turning back toward the gate of the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, the squad leader was already waiting with their firearms. His second uncle carried a rifle on his back and entrusted the remaining long guns and handguns to Zhang Guoqing for safekeeping. As the guardhouse door opened, a soldier emerged carrying a small wooden box, placing it beneath Zhang Guoqing for him to sit on, whispering that they could return for more when needed, as they were not lacking in such supplies. This revelation made Zhang Guoqing realize that the box contained ammunition. Sufficient ammunition was essential for the brothers at home, who would also need to practice their marksmanship. After all, expert marksmen are nurtured with bullets, and thus, the more ammunition, the better. Once outside the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing waved goodbye to Lu Xuanzhu and the others, while his second uncle urged the horse-drawn cart to race back home, continuously cracking the whip against the horse's rear, causing Zhang Guoqing's eyelids to twitch in concern for the horse's well-being upon its return to the production team. Arriving at the doorstep, his second uncle shouted, "Parents, wives, come out and see. We have brought back so many treasures." As he spoke, he carefully lifted the children down from the cart and began untying the bicycle. Grandfather was the first to stride forth with vigor, followed closely by grandmother, supported by second aunt. Struggling, Zhang Guoqing carried the wooden box of ammunition through the door, directly handing it to grandfather while quietly saying, "Grandfather, this contains bullets. Please keep them safe." Without a word, grandfather turned and headed into the house, while second aunt and grandmother looked on in excitement, questioning, "Is this bicycle truly ours?" Uncle Air directly carried the bicycle into the yard, beaming with pride like a blooming chrysanthemum as he declared it belonged to our family. "That rascal Guoqing has quite the knack for bringing back a plethora of splendid items for us." Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaohu, along with De Kuei and a few other children, began to haul things into the house, while Zhang Guoqing sat nearby, resembling an elder observing the scene. Grandpa emerged from the house, playfully kicked Zhang Guoqing on the backside, and jestingly scolded, "You little rascal, everyone is busy moving things, and here you are, lounging around. You didn't exert any effort on the way back, did you?" Zhang Guoqing replied, "Grandpa, I must conserve my energy. I promised to help with fishing in the courtyard tomorrow. Otherwise, how could we acquire so many delightful items?" As they moved the items inside, a closer inspection revealed quite a bounty. 2 bags of flour, weighing an estimated 100 pounds, a bag of rice approximately 50 pounds, 5 large packages of assorted pastries, 2 cases of Matai liquor, 24 bottles per case, 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, 10 cartons of Dakiaman cigarettes, a substantial bag of white rabbit milk candies, 2 barrels of malt extract, 2 bags of milk powder, and 6 tins of canned beef. Various ceramic jars contained approximately 5 pounds of salt, 10 pounds of oil, 2 pounds of white sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of soy sauce, and 5 pounds of vinegar. There were 50 heads of cabbage, a bag of potatoes, and importantly, a bundle of winter fruit, along with green onions and 5 old military coats. This haul was indeed remarkable. Grandpa surveyed the heap and said, "Guoqing, tomorrow morning our whole family will venture out to catch more fish for the courtyard. Otherwise, it feels unjust to keep so many items at home." Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "And next year, my sister will join the army in the capital. Everything is already arranged. During her breaks, she can come home. And if we miss her, we can visit any time. If anyone dares to bully her, we will settle scores immediately, without delay." This remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Grandpa jokingly scolded, "You little rascal, anyone who crosses you will be in for a rough time, holding grudges like that." Grandma defended Zhang Guoqing, saying, "You old man, don't speak ill of my dear grandson. He has brought so much to the family and cares for his sister. My grandson is right. We do not bully others. And they should be grateful. Who dares to bully our family? We have plenty of young men to stand up for us." Aunt Air turned to Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "Xiaojun, look how good Guoqing is to you all. You must treat him well in return. And you should stick together like siblings. No one should be bullied. If it comes to it, our mother will fight for you." Uncle Air gave Aunt Air a sidelong glance and said, "You silly woman, stop rambling and hurry to prepare dinner. It's getting late." Aunt Air retorted, "Wait until you handle the wild boar. We already planned to have pork for dinner tonight. Mother and I have cleaned the wild boar thoroughly." Uncle Air quickly took Zhang Xiaohu and a few others to the yard to eviscerate the small wild boar. Once they finished, Uncle Air said to Aunt Air, "Wife, prepare 2 dishes for dinner. I'll share a drink with our father." Grandpa shot Uncle Air a disdainful glare and said, "I want tea drink with you. My wine is a tribute from my dear grandson." In the evening, Aunt Air prepared stir-fried pig heart and pig liver stew with pig trotters, complemented by golden, glistening flatbreads made from pure cornmeal. Zhang Guoqing, along with his grandfather and second uncle, sat at the Kong table enjoying drinks, while his grandmother and others indulged at the 8 immortals table, creating a lively atmosphere. In Chapter 31, Lu Xuanzhu presents gifts. Zhang Guoqing and his companions sipped on the fine liquor from Xinghua village that he had previously brought back, using 3 small cups. The second uncle poured a drink for the grandfather and then filled his own cup, pouring half a cup for Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Dear nephew, Just a taste will suffice. Too much will make you uncomfortable. Zhang Guoqing took his grandfather's pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and after a leisurely puff, proclaimed, "Good liquor deserves good tobacco. Dear uncle, I will drink to your health. Feel free to indulge." He raised his cup and downed it in one go, then took several bites of the spicy dishes, eliciting hearty laughter from his grandfather. The second uncle chuckled and remarked, "Why the hurry? No one is competing with you. Here, let me refill your cup." After pouring another half cup for Zhang Guoqing, he watched as Zhang Guoqing savored his food and puffed on his pipe, while Zhang Xiaohu and the others looked on with envy. Being at the table of his grandfather and uncle was a symbol of familial status. After dinner, Zhang Guoqing retrieved an old shoulder bag he had used before, placing 2 Colt 1935 wooden boxes inside and hanging it on the wall. These were the firearms left by his father, meant solely for his use in the future. He would later procure firearms for Zhang Xiaohu and the others. In the Jiubao space, he accelerated the maturation of corn, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, he was pulled from his warm bed by his second uncle, who had already prepared his clothing and toiletries with Aunt Air's assistance. And Zhang Guoqing found himself at the breakfast table by the time he was fully awake. His uncle laughed. "Nephew, your tolerance is lacking. 1 cup and you are down. You must invite your second uncle for drinks more often to practice." While his grandmother fed Zhang Guoqing breakfast, she playfully threatened his uncle. "Old Air, are you looking for a beating?" The second uncle, silenced by her words, quickly finished his meal and began to pack for a fishing trip down the mountain, as yesterday. Grandfather had announced a family outing, necessitating considerable preparation. First, they needed to gather ample firewood, as the family would spend a significant portion of the day by the river. With the cold weather and the dampness by the waterside, a fire was essential. Additionally, they prepared for lunch. With a fire, they could heat food. And they were certain that fish would be plentiful, so they needed to prepare for grilling fish, ensuring all seasonings were on hand, along with tea, teapots, and various other supplies. After breakfast, the second uncle and Aunt Air finished their preparations, and grandfather led the group down the mountain. Zhang Guoqing went to Grandpa Li's house to borrow a fishing rod and invited the duo of Li Xuan Pan and his grandson to join grandfather for chess and tea. Then came the moment of marvel. As Zhang Guoqing settled by the river, fish flocked to him. Just as he was busily engaged by the water's edge, the sound of a truck's engine broke the tranquility. Lu Xuanzhu appeared, driving a truck that he parked by the riverbank, turning off the engine as 7 or 8 soldiers disembarked. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, are you planning to fill this truck to the brim? You must have great faith in my luck." In truth, the large fish in the Jiubao space can now be described as immense. Zhang Guoqing occasionally accelerates time, and with the assistance of Wu Gui's feeding within the space, there are indeed numerous sizable fish present. Lu Xuanzhu chuckled sheepishly and remarked, "So, what vehicle shall we take? We simply use whatever the leaders assign us. We have no authority in such matters. As for filling a truck, you truly dare to dream. I suspect it would leave us utterly exhausted." After speaking, Lu Xuanzhu directed the soldiers to the riverbank to relieve the work of their uncle, and they began fishing, familiar from their previous outings with Zhang Guoqing. Returning to the vehicle, Lu Xuanzhu retrieved a cloth bag and handed it to his uncle, saying, "This is a belt we found in the courtyard, a token of our meeting." One cannot help but admire the emotional intelligence of Commander Wang. Yesterday, Zhang Guoqing mentioned that his grandfather and uncle still used cloth strips as belts, and today, with Lu Xuanzhu's assistance, he graciously sent them over. Lu Xuanzhu need not ponder his own status. Acquiring such a multitude of belts from the courtyard was indeed a gesture of goodwill from Commander Wang and Director Feng toward him and Zhang Guoqing. The leaders certainly operate with subtlety, meticulously attending to every detail. Upon opening the bag, Lu Xuanzhu's uncle was taken aback. Inside were 7 or 8 nearly new belts and 2 tactical belts. What were tactical belts for? They contained holsters and ammunition pouches, military supplies indeed. Noticing the astonished expression on his uncle's face, Lu Xuanzhu pulled out a letter and handed it over, saying, "This is a certificate, stamped with the official seal from the courtyard, duly filed. It is the same as what we had yesterday. Feel free to use it. If anyone inquires, just show them. Should anyone check the courtyard, the records will not reveal anything untoward. There is no need for concern." Such was the demeanor of a guard soldier emerging from the courtyard, speaking with undeniable confidence. If he were an ordinary soldier from elsewhere, he would not dare to make such bold assurances. Zhang Guoqing addressed his uncle, saying, "Uncle, put it away. This is the goodwill from my Uncle Lu and the others." Later, at noon, just enjoy a few drinks with them. The Tianjin soldier, Li Fugui, called out from the riverbank, "Little Guoqing, you truly understand us." Zhang Guoqing, taking cigarettes from his uncle's pocket, imitated his uncle's manner, handing out cigarettes and lighting them for the soldiers, grinning as he said, "See, I've mastered my uncle's secret skill. Everyone in our family knows how to handle affairs well." His quip elicited hearty laughter from all present. Turning to his aunt, Zhang Guoqing said, "Aunt, could you and my sister prepare lunch at home? Please stew a pot of pork with a bit of meat and minimal vegetables, steam some big buns, and bring down a box of Zingwakin. My uncle and I will be here preparing grilled fish, and we can all enjoy a lively meal together at noon." Aunt then led Zhang Xiaojun, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jie up the mountain to prepare lunch, suddenly recalling Director Feng's request for Crucian carp to nourish his daughter-in-law. Zhang Guoqing turned to Li Suanpan beside him and said, "Suanpan, please fetch a basin from your home. I need it, and I'll replace it with a new one later." Old Li, hearing the casual remark, replied, "What need is there for replacements? Your grandfather said to provide us with rice and flour to ensure we have a good year. A basin is nothing." Zhang Guoqing realized that his grandfather and Old Li were close friends, and thus chose not to pursue the matter further. Lu Xuanzhu joined the fishing brigade, where the soldiers took turns to rest. Lacking the martial arts foundation of their grandfather and second uncle, they struggled to haul the fish onto the shore, panting heavily. Zhang Guoqing, seizing some tobacco from his grandfather's pipe, rummaged through the car for a notebook, tore out a few pages, and cut them into small strips with a knife. He rolled several cigarettes and handed them to the soldiers, suggesting they take a moment to soothe their throats with a puff, urging them not to rush as the fish in the river were plentiful. Zhang Guoqing resumed his ritual of passing and lighting cigarettes. The soldiers, taking turns to smoke, found themselves feeling much more at ease. Lu Xuanzhu approached Guoqing, inquiring whether the tobacco was expensive. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, stating it was not costly, merely hard to find, an elusive wild herb from the Guangdong region. Lu Xuanzhu, upon hearing this, expressed astonishment at the tobacco's significance, remarking on the relief it brought to his throat after just a few puffs. As time passed, the soldiers began to tire. The second uncle, having prepared the catch, instructed Lu Xuanzhu to roast the fish by the fire while he took to the riverbank to assist the soldiers in reeling in their catches. Employing a technique akin to casting a large spear, the second uncle effortlessly flung the fish from the river onto the shore, nearly dropping the jaws of the astonished guardsmen. To them, the second uncle was merely a farmer, albeit a tall and robust one. Who would have imagined that he wielded the fishing rod with such prowess? Akin to a weapon, while they labored exhaustively to land their fish. The second uncle appeared unfazed, executing the task with remarkable ease. Lu Xuanzhu, observing the second uncle's dexterity, turned to Zhang Guoqing and asked if this was martial arts. Zhang Guoqing modestly responded that it was merely the skill of a farmer from their village, practiced for fun. Indeed, this was true. The second uncle had never received formal martial arts training during his childhood, as the turmoil of war had left his family struggling to secure even a meal. Now, relying on his physical strength, he was comparable in stamina to their grandfather, who was over 60 years old. In a sparring match, the second uncle would easily prevail. Lu Xuanzhu, filled with admiration, remarked on the second uncle's impressive abilities, having idolized martial arts masters since childhood. Zhang Guoqing jested, "Brother-in-law, you couldn't even afford to eat properly as a child, let alone practice martial arts." Lu Xuanzhu laughed, responding, "I only mentioned having a sister so you would acknowledge me as your brother-in-law, you cheeky little rascal." Zhang Guoqing continued unabashedly, "Brother-in-law, how many years do you have left until your discharge? When the time comes, I will arrange for your return to the capital. Just ensure you bring my sister-in-law and my wife along." Lu Xuanzhu replied, "Having served 3 years, I will return home after the new year, leaving 2 years until my discharge. When you miss me, you'll have to come to my hometown." Zhang Guoqing laughed, "No need for that. You should let my sister-in-law take good care of my wife. If they come to the capital and don't manage well, I won't recognize you as my brother-in-law." This elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. Their grandfather, stroking his beard, teased Lu Xuanzhu, "You better treat my grandson's wife well. Otherwise, we old folks won't be polite." The soldiers nearby joined in the merriment, while their grandmother, gazing at Lu Xuanzhu with wide eyes, asked, "Young man, did you hear what our elder said? Take good care of my grandson's wife. Otherwise, the old man will surely give you a beating. You have witnessed the capabilities of my younger son. Even when the old man strikes him, he does not retaliate. Lu Xuanzhu was taken aback, thinking that joking is one thing, but why involve the elders at home? Upon scrutinizing his grandfather, he could not fathom how this elderly gentleman could overpower his robust second uncle. Zhang Guoqing quietly remarked to Lu Xuanzhu that his grandfather had earnestly apprenticed under a master, possessing a lineage as a disciple of a renowned figure from the Republic era. His prowess was astonishing. Combined, you and my second uncle would barely last a few moves against him. At the riverbank, only my grandmother could keep my grandfather in check. The rest of us, including myself, are mere commoners. As my second uncle grew weary, the soldiers began to fish vigorously. After winning a game of chess, my grandfather stood up in high spirits and casually picked up a fishing rod, effortlessly casting it by the riverbank. His grace surpassed that of my second uncle, leaving the soldiers awestruck. While my grandfather fished, my second aunt descended the mountain with a large basin, calling out to my second uncle to tidy up. As it was time for a meal, my grandmother also assisted in inviting everyone to dine. Old man, hurry and bring brotherly over for a drink. Second son, you need to help Guoqing entertain the soldiers. While adding wood to the fire, my second uncle assured her, do not worry, mother. Our family will surely take good care of the soldiers. With the fire blazing, everyone gathered around to feast on steaming stewed pork, grilled fish, and fluffy steamed buns. Zhang Guoqing and his comrades indulged heartily. My second uncle poured wine for each soldier, drinking and conversing with them, while my grandfather and brotherly raised their cups, enjoying both drink and dialogue. After a lively lunch, the soldiers resumed their fishing. My second uncle intended to assist, but Zhang Guoqing quickly stopped him, saying, Uncle, you have other matters to attend to. There is a wild boar at home that you need to take to the state-run restaurant for money. The cart must be returned to the production team tonight. Realizing his oversight, my second uncle exclaimed, Oh dear, I completely forgot. I will go at once. Zhang Guoqing added, You and second aunt must learn to ride that bicycle. You two will be the mainstay for work in the future. My second uncle sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying, I was planning to set the bicycle aside until you grew up to ride it yourself. Zhang Guoqing, with a look of disdain, replied, I will definitely want to drive a big car in the future. Let you both ride bicycles. Hurry and sell the wild boar, otherwise the cart will go to waste. Hearing that the cart might be wasted, my second uncle hurriedly took it to the state-run restaurant to sell the wild boar. Having eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, they sat warmly by the fire. Zhang Guoqing nestled in Zhang Xiaojuan's embrace, chatting with her, Sister, once things settle down in a few days, let us go up the mountain to practice shooting. You will be enlisting next year, and it is essential to learn beforehand. We should practice at home first, as it will be beneficial in the army. Zhang Xiaojun, with an eager expression, replied, All right, I would like to practice as well. What about Xiaohu and the others? Should we invite them too? Zhang Guoqing responded, No need, sister. We must wait a couple of years. Our bodies cannot handle shooting practice right now, so you must take care. More than 2 months ago, apart from her height, Zhang Xiaojun was little more than skin and bones, her hair brittle and dry, giving her a head that appeared disproportionately large. After taking care of Zhang Guoqing in the courtyard, her nutrition improved, and her physical condition gradually strengthened. The former Zhang Xiaojun would have found it arduous to practice shooting as a soldier. Around 3 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing said to Lu Xuanzhu, Uncle Lu, let's wrap it up. We need to sort the fish and discuss how to divide it. Lu Xuanzhu looked at Zhang Guoqing with a puzzled expression, wondering how they could divide it since they would just take it back and wait for Director Feng to distribute it. Zhang Guoqing replied, Do you think it's enough to just drive it back to Uncle Feng? That is not correct. We must divide it beforehand. The large fish that the leaders have, we cannot overlook. It is their hard work. Our responsibility lies with those close to us. After all, we've gone through the trouble of catching so many fish, and those around us are more important than outsiders. Giving them a larger fish will raise no objections. You are aware of my situation, so I'll be direct. Zhao Shanyue, Yi Jiangwo, and their families will need fish and meat from New Year's Eve to the 3rd day of the new year. This request is not excessive, is it? Moreover, Aunt Wang from the clinic deserves a large fish too, as does Aunt Li from the Servicemen's Association, who has also treated me well. And we must not forget your company commander and instructor, Song. A large fish for them is also customary. These are matters of social etiquette, my Uncle Lu. If you wish to climb the ranks in the future, these considerations are essential. Gift giving is an art, It is better to be thorough than to overlook anyone. As a child, I can be casual with my gifts, but you must be thoughtful. Today, you can send your gifts in my name, but in the future, you will need to devise your own methods. Chapter 33. The former noble after assisting Lu Xuanzhu in sorting the fish for gifting. Zhang Guoqing watched as Lu Xuanzhu and his companions drove away. Second aunt led Zhang Guoqing and the other children in tidying up, and Zhang Guoqing was called to Grandpa Li's house. Grandfather informed Zhang Guoqing, "Tomorrow, I will take you and Swan Pan to meet someone. They will lend a hand." Zhang Guoqing nodded, understanding that grandfather was arranging for the corn to be milled, thus initiating his plan to profit from antiques. Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Grandpa, is this reliable?" Grandpa Li chuckled, "You and your grandfather are quite alike, cautious and prudent. Rest assured, Guoqing, this is a relationship built over half a lifetime. We all hold each other as secrets. Don't let your older brother speak ill of your second brother." Curiously, Zhang Guoqing pondered about his grandfather, who playfully gave him a light kick, saying, "Get lost, you little rascal. Do you think I'll reveal my secrets to you?" Zhang Guoqing rubbed his backside and dashed out of the room, calling back, "All right, I'll keep my distance." This elicited hearty laughter from the two elderly men. Old Man Li chuckled, "Your Guoqing has certainly inherited a boldness from someone. It's certainly isn't from you." Grandfather laughed, "Who knows? Our family has always been scholarly, with a martial tradition that has been quite proper. It's surprising that this lone descendant has turned out to be such a little firebrand." Grandpa Li remarked that this boy speaks and acts with great discretion, never giving an unpleasant impression while quickly forming connections with others. The only downside is that he can be a bit cheeky, having learned the art of ingratiation from your second son. Grandfather scratched his head and remarked that my younger brother was quite resourceful. In fact, when it came to taking action, he was remarkably adept, having been trained alongside the eldest in the midst of perilous encounters. Although he was young at that time, anyone who underestimated him would surely regret it, a quintessential example of a smiling tiger. Have you noticed how Guoqing has begun to emulate him? A combination of a smiling tiger and a tough character, yet the key trait remains a lack of shame. As his elder brother, I am certain he will thrive in the future. Grandfather chuckled and said it was unusual for someone to speak so highly of their own grandson. However, he acknowledged that aligning with him would undoubtedly yield benefits. Grandfather continued, saying that among our brothers, with the Jiang families Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie, and Lu families Da Kuei and Er Kuei, he would certainly take care of them, ensuring that their family legacy was passed down. As for your family's resources, you should take charge of them for now, as I am not familiar with your affairs. Tomorrow, we will visit Jinzi, bringing the two children along to expose them to the world. If he were not the only one with reliable assistance, we wouldn't need to trouble him. There was no need for politeness between him and Li. After all, he owed him countless lives. Nonetheless, caution was warranted, as Jinzi's background did somewhat conflict with Guoqing's identity. Grandfather waved dismissively and said there was no cause for concern, we just needed to be mindful. At present, Guoqing's greatest protection lay in his age. At 5 years old, no one would take him seriously, and even if he made a mistake, no one would pursue him. That evening, Zhang Guoqing quietly asked grandfather where they would deliver the corn and where the milling would take place. He wondered if there would be any danger and whether they should prepare in advance. Grandfather contemplated for a moment and suggested they discuss it the following day, indicating that they would provide manpower, livestock, and location. They merely needed to control the source. Rest assured, dear grandson, they are all trustworthy individuals without complications, discreet, and dependable. However, the grain must be divided fairly, as many mouths need to be fed, and we cannot shortchange them. They are all capable people. Early the next morning, grandfather met with Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan at the village entrance, where a tricycle awaited them. Grandfather nodded at the rider without uttering a word, leading Zhang Guoqing and the others onto the tricycle, and they traveled in silence. The tricycle sped toward Babao Mountain, entering a grand residence through a side gate. A woman in her 50s, dressed in traditional attire, greeted them with a nod and gestured for them to follow her. They traversed a long corridor, past a rockery, and wandered through a desolate garden until they reached the hall at the back, where Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan were awestruck by the expansive courtyard. Zhang Guoqing thought to himself, "Wow, is this place a royal palace? Not only have I been reborn, but I have also transcended time." Grandfather knows such impressive people. Upon entering the hall, a wave of warmth enveloped them, making it feel as though they had stepped into summer. Zhang Guoqing curiously surveyed the furnishings and layout of the room, growing increasingly astonished. The owner of this residence was undoubtedly wealthy or noble. In these times, only a remnant of the former dynasty could afford to live so comfortably. The woman in palace attire arranged seating for the elderly gentleman, pouring them tea before retreating to the inner room. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent, bald old man clad in a silk robe was assisted out by the woman and seated in the main hall. With a dismissive wave, he sent the woman away. The man's visage had been overtaken by flesh, leaving but a narrow slit for eyes, and he observed Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan with a jovial smile, offering a respectful gesture to the elders. Big brother Biao, accountantly, these two must be your precious grandsons, resembling you both in your youth, he remarked. With a hint of irritation, Grandpa Li retorted, "Oh, come off it. You're the youngest. How would you know what we looked like as children? Is everything ready? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall assist you." Grandpa Zhang gestured towards Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan, stating, "This is my grandson Guoqing, and old Li's grandson Suanpan." Following this, Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan introduced themselves. "This is your grandfather Jean, of the former royal family." Zhang Guoqing blurted out, "Wow, a prince." Rising to mimic the characters from a past television drama, he clapped his sleeves and, pretending to adjust his cotton coat, knelt before grandfather Jean, bowing his head. "Your servant pays homage to the prince," he exclaimed as he bowed. The old man chuckled heartily, amused by the boy's knowledge of royalty. "However, I am no prince, merely a small noble. You have completed your greeting, now rise." While still kneeling, Zhang Guoqing queried, "Shouldn't I be rewarded for my tribute?" He insisted that after receiving a gift, he would then stand. His playful words elicited hearty laughter from the elderly gentleman, and Li Suanpan, seated nearby, covered his mouth, chuckling. Grandfather Jean retrieved 2 pocket watches from the sleeves of his robe, playfully rebuking, "This bow was indeed worth it. These are the gifts I prepared for you." Zhang Guoqing quickly sprang to his feet and dashed to grandfather Jean, eagerly accepting the 2 watches, shouting, "Thank you for your generosity, noble sir." He then approached Li Suanpan, handing him one of the pocket watches, patting his shoulder. "This is the reward I earned through my bowing. Next time you bow, make sure to include me in your spoils." Li Suanpan nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry. My grandfather said I should follow you. After your training, I will join you, and there will surely be good things to share." The elderly men exchanged satisfied glances as they observed the harmonious interaction between Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan. Grandfather Jean, addressing Zhang Guoqing, said, "I shall summon a companion for you to play with while I discuss matters with your grandfathers." Having spoken, he clapped his hands a few times and led Zhang Guoqing and Grandpa Li into the inner room. Chapter 34. The gluttonous Jean Taishan. Once the elders had entered, the previously mentioned woman in palace attire returned, accompanied by a tall young man over 6 feet. "Young masters, this is Jean Taishan. Our master has asked him to keep you company," she announced before exiting, leaving behind the somewhat dazed Taishan and the 2 boys, Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan, who gazed up at him. Zhang Guoqing introduced himself. "I am Zhang Guoqing, and this is Li Suanpan. What is your name, big guy? You're so tall. Why don't you sit and talk with us? Otherwise, we have to look up at you." Taishan settled beside Zhang Guoqing, his voice childlike as he replied, "Great. I am Taishan, and the noble sir asked me to play with you in the courtyard." As the youthful voice of Taishan emerged, both Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan were taken aback. Zhang Guoqing's first thought was whether the venerable Jean Laoi had rendered Taishan a eunuch. For how else could his voice retain such a juvenile tone? Hesitant to pose the question directly, he instead inquired about Taishan's age, asking, "How old are you?" "Taishan, you appear remarkably tall for your age." With an innocent expression, Taishan replied, "I am 9 years old. I am not sure why I am so tall. The prince says I possess innate strength. It is only natural for me to grow large since I eat a lot." Zhang Guoqing was instantly reminded of a scene from a film in his past, where a certain Jiang loudly exclaimed at a child taller than himself, 8 years old? This is truly 8 years old. The juxtaposition of that memory with the current situation sent Zhang Guoqing into a fit of laughter as he chuckled and patted Li Suanpan, exclaiming, "We are both 5 years old, yet he is significantly taller than us combined." Li Suanpan, still amused, quipped, "With your innate strength, can you lift us both?" Taishan, bending slightly, effortlessly hoisted Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan with one hand each, playfully waving them up and down before gently placing them back on the ground. grinning as he observed their astonished expressions. Once on the ground, Li Suanpan looked utterly bewildered. After regaining his composure, Zhang Guoqing asked Taishan, "What is the heaviest thing you can lift?" Taishan responded, "I have never tested my limits, but when the prince is in high spirits, he has me carry him around the courtyard as we play." Zhang Guoqing, recalling Jean Bale's substantial physique, estimated him to weigh at least 250 pounds. The thought of Taishan carrying him around was akin to envisioning a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. With some practice in martial arts, he could easily dominate the streets. Zhang Guoqing then produced 3 pieces of white rabbit candy, offering one to each of them. At this moment, Taishan revealed a childlike demeanor, taking a piece of candy, unwrapping it, and placing it in his mouth while cheerfully thanking Zhang Guoqing. "Thank you, Zhang Guoqing. White rabbit candy is quite a luxury. The prince seldom allows me to have it, only on festive occasions." Curious, Zhang Guoqing asked, "What do you usually eat? At your height, how much can you consume in a single meal?" Li Suanpan, also indulging in the candy, looked on with interest. Taishan replied, "I typically eat steamed cornbread. About 20 pieces per meal, twice a day. I often find myself still hungry. The prince says I consume 5 pounds of cornmeal daily, and it is becoming a burden." Zhang Guoqing reflected on the fact that consuming 40 pieces of cornbread daily and 5 pounds of cornmeal monthly amounted to 150 pounds of flour alone, not including vegetables. A laborer in these times was allotted less than 30 pounds of grain per month, making Taishan's consumption exceed that of an entire family of 5. Indeed, it is a daunting task to sustain such a prodigious appetite. He recalled the story of Lu Zhishan from Water Margin, who faced persecution due to insufficient food, a stark reality. Turning to Li Suanpan, Zhang Guoqing remarked, "The prince has his challenges. Sustaining Taishan alone is quite a concern." Li Suanpan nodded in agreement. "He eats more in a month than I and my grandfather do in half a year. Most of the time, we rely on fishing in the river or foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains." Taishan then guided Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan through the expansive and opulent residence of the prince, which was mostly devoid of inhabitants. Observing the surroundings, Zhang Guoqing noted the absence of a kitchen and inquired of Taishan, "Do you not cook meals here? Why is such a grand residence devoid of a kitchen?" Taishan mentioned that the kitchen is located in the adjacent courtyard, and I shall take you to see it. This entire estate belongs to the prince. After a brief tour, Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan began to comprehend their grandfather's words. Indeed, the individuals residing here are well acquainted with one another and bear no burdens. Zhang Guoqing recalled that after the fall of the previous dynasty, many eunuchs congregated to live together, struggling to reintegrate into normal society, thus resorting to forming their own tight-knit community for warmth. Their reticence stemmed from habits formed within the palace, where many awaited their meals. It was evident that a multitude of eunuchs and some palace maids, now of considerable age, possessed diminished labor capabilities and found it difficult to secure employment outside. Those who were unreliable had long been expelled, leaving them to seek solace in the prince's domain. In these times, it is truly unwise to support idleness. Thus, the eunuchs and palace maids surrounding the prince are dependable, merely struggling for their own survival. Rejected by their families and unacknowledged by society, they find solace only in one another's company. To ordinary individuals, they may appear pitiable, yet to Zhang Guoqing, they represent valuable labor. As long as provisions are available, they would never betray Zhang Guoqing's secrets. After accompanying Taishan on a tour of the vicinity, Zhang Guoqing realized that this indeed was an excellent place for milling flour. The prince possessed 10 large draft animals and a dedicated flour mill, with no shortage of workers. The cornstalks left after threshing could be utilized for heating, and this expansive area was nearly devoid of outsiders, ensuring that the sounds of milling would not escape into the world beyond. Continuous operation was feasible, provided there was food to sustain the workers. In this era, people viewed eunuchs through a lens of prejudice, remaining indifferent to them, thus affording Zhang Guoqing an exceptional cover. He merely needed to find a place to store grain, allowing the eunuchs to transport it, with the outgoing products being cornmeal, white flour, and rice. Exchanging these for antique treasures would render the grain's market flow untraceable, as long as it resembled the common supplies available. As Zhang Guoqing strolled, he mused that everything was in place, save for a favorable opportunity. With caution, he could quietly enter the village without drawing attention. He aimed to collect treasures well ahead of the collectors from his past life by a decade or two. In this lifetime, Zhang Guoqing aspired to provide for his grandparents in their twilight years and lead a secure and stable life alongside his brothers. Upon returning to the main hall of the prince's residence, he found his grandfather and two companions already seated at the table, indulging in wine. As the saying goes, 1 pot of old wine, 2 pounds of meat, and 3 small dishes are never enough. The elderly gentlemen conversed merrily, their laughter echoing joyfully. Upon entering, Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan were beckoned to join the table by the prince, as a palace-attired woman entered, carrying a large basin of steamed cornbread and placing it on the table. To Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan's astonishment, Taishan showcased an impressive 20 pieces of cornbread, leaving Zhang Guoqing in a cold sweat. It was quite alarming to witness him consume them effortlessly, as if merely swallowing without chewing. After devouring 20 pieces, Taishan sat still, with still over 10 pieces remaining in the basin. Zhang Guoqing took 2 steamed buns, handing one to Li Suanpan while keeping the other for himself. After finishing his bun, he looked at the nobleman with a smile and said, "Grandfather Jean, I wonder if Taishan can finish both of these. Would you mind?" The nobleman chuckled heartily, replying, "Not at all. Let Taishan devour the remainder." Upon hearing this, Taishan swiftly consumed the buns, then poured himself a pot of tea, drinking it in one go. He patted his belly in satisfaction, grinning widely at Zhang Guoqing. Chapter 35. The abundance of the 9 treasures space. The nobleman remarked that Taishan had just had his fill. If he were to overeat, he could manage around 40 buns. However, his capacity was matched by his strength. He could easily outmatch 10 men. Having practiced the 8 extremes fist since childhood, making him quite formidable. The saying goes, with Tai Chi, peace reigns. With 8 extremes, the world trembles. And this was no idle boast. Zhang Guoqing had previously experienced the might of the 8 extremes fist and was surprised to learn that Taishan was a practitioner of this very art. In his past life, Zhang Guoqing encountered an elderly master of the 8 extremes fist in the land of the rising sun. At that time, his own Xingyi fist had reached a commendable level. Yet he could not gain the upper hand against the old man. It was only with the aid of Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkuei, who relied on their robust training, that they managed to retreat safely. Now, upon hearing of Taishan's expertise in the 8 extremes fist, Zhang Guoqing felt an eagerness to witness Taishan's prowess. He turned to the nobleman and said, "Grandfather Jean, I wish to observe Taishan's martial skills. After all, my family's Xingyi fist and the 8 extremes both emphasize strength, and I am quite curious about Taishan's abilities." The nobleman replied, "Patience, my boy. Let us finish our drinks," allowing Taishan to digest and warm up before showcasing his skills. "You should prepare to witness your grandfather's expertise. My Xingyi fist has reached the master level, a fact you may not even be aware of." Zhang Guoqing looked at his grandfather in bewilderment. "Grandfather, you are a master?" His surprise was understandable. A master's every move possesses the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Zhang Guoqing felt his grandfather's prowess was on par with that of his second uncle. He was astonished to learn of his grandfather's status as a master, pondering how he could have been injured by a pack of wolves in winter. His grandfather interjected, "Do not heed your grandfather Jin's fanciful claims. I am no longer a master due to past injuries. I am merely an ordinary old man." Old Li sighed. "It is all my fault. Had I not been slow, Brother Zhang would not have sustained such severe injuries." Zhang Guoqing was perplexed, yet the elders provided no further clarification. Not wishing to pry, he cautiously inquired, "Is the enemy still alive? I shall seek vengeance when I grow up." Grandfather Zhang looked at him with pleasure at his serious expression. "No need for that. Your father has already eradicated them. They were merely a band of Japanese devils. Your father dealt with them single-handedly." Old Li lamented, "Your grandfather and your father. Our family boasts 2 masters across generations, both heroes. In your generation, you must not let the family's prestige fade." Grandfather chuckled softly, correcting himself, "It is the 3 masters." During the National Day celebration, my master's uncle wrote to me earlier this year, stating that he had achieved a breakthrough. Aside from my second uncle, who could not receive proper training due to adverse conditions, the remaining children must be nurtured diligently. This generation is certainly destined to surpass ours. Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Grandfather, where is my master's uncle? I had no idea I had such an uncle." Grandfather Zhang, gently ruffling Zhang Guoqing's hair, recounted, "He went to serve in the army alongside your father. Your second uncle was brought back by your master's uncle. Unfortunately, during those tumultuous times, we could barely manage to eat, let alone practice martial arts, which hindered your second uncle's potential. Even now, Your master's uncle is still in the military. However, it is fortunate that your generation is promising. With societal stability, things will undoubtedly improve. You brothers are all excellent candidates for martial arts. And with the support of us old-timers, you shall surely produce several masters. After speaking, grandfather turned his gaze to Bail Yi, Jinzi, and Taishan. Practicing the 8th level can be quite taxing on the body. Be sure to find some medicinal herbs to restore your health. After all, the 8th level lacks the nurturing properties of Xingyi. You should also learn some Xingyi Quan alongside Guoqing. Having multiple skills is never a burden. Grandfather Jean nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, old Biao is quite generous. Taishan, quickly bow to your grandfather Zhang. He'll help you recover and teach you authentic Xingyi Quan. Taishan promptly knelt, bowing thrice with fervor. After their meal, Bail Yi led Zhang Guoqing and the others to the back of the hall, where Zhang Guoqing had previously overlooked a spacious area, a martial arts practice ground. Taishan performed a respectful gesture to everyone, then picked up 2 stone locks, initiating his warm-up. The 100-pound stone locks danced effortlessly in his hands, causing Zhang Guoqing to tremble with disbelief. He thought to himself, this Taishan is a veritable beast. The most formidable person I encountered in my past life was Lu Erkuei, who could lift over 100 pounds with one hand. Yet, he could never match Taishan's effortless display. This was during Lu Erkuei's prime in his 20s, while now, at just 9 years old, Taishan handled the stone locks with such ease. One could only wonder where his limits lay. After warming up, Taishan demonstrated Bejiquan on several wooden posts, showcasing the ferocity and explosive power of the style, particularly with the top heart elbow and iron mountain lean, which utterly shattered 2 wooden posts. Having finished, Taishan scratched the back of his head, revealing a shy, childlike smile. Zhang Guoqing observed, thinking, Taishan still has a hint of youthful innocence. This bashful demeanor, paired with his towering and robust physique, seems oddly mismatched. Grandfather also practiced Xingyi Quan in the training area. Zhang Guoqing was captivated, realizing that his grandfather's current level was the pinnacle he had reached in his past life, despite having descended from the realm of masters. How formidable must that realm truly be? Zhang Guoqing then stepped forward to demonstrate his own martial prowess. After decades of practice in his previous life, he embodied both form and spirit, garnering admiration from Bail Yi, who exclaimed in astonishment, this lad Guoqing is destined to reach the level of a master. After returning to the main hall for a cup of tea, grandfather and Li Grandpa guided Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan back to the side door from which they had originally come. This time, it was Taishan who transported them on a tricycle. Upon arriving home, grandfather informed Zhang Guoqing of their agreement. Tonight, they would first clear the corn from the cellar in the back mountain, and in the future, they would seek out other locations. Essentially, no site should be used twice, and it would be preferable to find a remote, uninhabited area, particularly a sealed space, avoiding any outdoor settings. Even a place in Shandong would suffice. Zhang Guoqing assured grandfather, rest easy, I will go wherever you say. Our family will never lack for grain again. Starting today, we shall forsake wild vegetables and dine solely on pure grains. Furthermore, grandfather, do we need to find an expert to teach me and Suanpan about antiques? Grandfather chuckled, listen to my grandson, whatever you wish to eat, we shall have. As for an antique master, your great-grandfather has one at his home, previously one of the eunuchs in charge of the internal affairs. He spent a lifetime discerning fine treasures in the palace. His eyes are impeccable. After the new year, he will teach you and Suanpan together. That evening, Taishan arrived with several horse-drawn carts for the back mountain. After directing Taishan to open the cellar, grandfather took Zhang Guoqing back home to rest. Thus began a serene winter life, aside from occasionally taking Zhang Xiaojun to the back mountain for shooting practice. Zhang Guoqing spent his days training martial arts with Zhang Xiaohu and the others at home. Once the children were well fed and their energy abundant, grandfather and second uncle also began to train Zhang Guoqing and the others. Chapter 36. Director Li's request time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 12th month, with the weather growing increasingly frigid. During this time, Taishan delivered 500 pounds of pure cornmeal to Zhang Guoqing's family, marking the start of their winter hibernation. The winters in the northern regions were indeed harsh. The ground was riddled with cracks from the frost, and the children, clad in ordinary cotton garments, were quickly chilled by the wind. Lacking thick coats, they could only venture nearby. Grandfather and second uncle occasionally went up the mountain to trap wild rabbits and check their snares, yielding 5 rabbits, and 1 pheasant. The children had also used slingshots to catch numerous sparrows at their doorstep for a treat. On the morning of the 5th day of the 12th month, there was a knock at the Zhang family's front door. Second uncle opened it to welcome a visitor, who then nudged the soundly sleeping Zhang Guoqing on the calm. Guoqing, wake up. Director Li from the state-run restaurant is here to see you. Groggily awakening, Zhang Guoqing grumbled a few words, wrapped himself in a quilt, and sat up on the calm. Uncle Li, what brings you here so early? Director Li, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Guoqing, with the new year approaching, the supply of pork in the city is severely limited, and everyone is struggling to prepare their festive goods. Old Zhang from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, along with other state-run units, would like your assistance in procuring a batch of fish. The market rate is 50 cents per pound, but if you need other daily necessities, we can arrange those as well. Simply put, take as much fish as you desire, and we will provide you with whatever is available in the market. Will you accept this task? Uncle Air gazed at Zhang Guoqing with palpable excitement, while Grandma shot him a disapproving glare. Her beloved grandson had not yet had his fill of leisure and was already off to toil for the family once more. Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment and replied, all right, let us discuss what items we may require later. Starting tomorrow afternoon, you all can drive yourselves to the riverside at the foot of the mountain. I lack both a home and a vehicle to assist you. Today, please bring us a tent and a stove and set them up by the river. I do not possess a warm coat. The cold outside is unbearable for me. Director Li smiled and responded, very well. I shall go with a few people this afternoon to set up the tent by the river and prepare the stove along with coal for you. Tomorrow afternoon, I will return with a group to catch fish. We can discuss any further needs then. Zhang Guoqing, not inclined to sleep, rose to practice some boxing in the yard before preparing his fishing gear. After breakfast, Zhang Guoqing turned to Uncle Air and said, Uncle, could you take a trip to Babao Mountain and find Taishan? With him around, we need to exert ourselves. He can handle the meals. Upon hearing this, Uncle Air broke into a cold sweat, recalling how Taishan could devour an entire pot of steamed buns in one sitting, matching the appetite of an entire household. The boy was merely 9 years old, still growing, and it was uncertain how tall he would become or how much he would eat as an adult. Uncle Air silently nodded, choosing not to engage further with Zhang Guoqing, questioning the wisdom of bringing such a glutton home. Zhang Guoqing paid no heed to Uncle Air's thoughts. His affection for Taishan was genuine. In his previous life, he had been surrounded by formidable individuals, yet none matched Taishan's potential. Given the opportunity in this life, he was determined to bring Taishan into his fold. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Guoqing indulged in a brief nap, awakening to find it already afternoon. The previous night, he had accelerated time in the Jiobao space to hasten the growth of corn, leaving him weary. Taishan had already arrived, sitting on the edge of the Kong, grinning foolishly at the slumbering Zhang Guoqing. With everything in place, Zhang Guoqing set forth with the children. With Taishan accompanying them, Uncle Air was no longer needed. Upon reaching the riverside, Director Li and his crew had already erected the tent, and the iron stove began to warm the interior as it was lit. They had already attempted fishing before Zhang Guoqing's arrival, but had caught little. Zhang Guoqing encouraged Zhang Xiaohu and the others to fish. And a miraculous occurrence unfolded. Not only did the children catch fish, but Director Li and his team also reeled in sizable catches. Much to Zhang Guoqing's astonishment, and further affirming the legendary aura of luck that surrounded him. As they played and fished by the river, a substantial pile of fish soon accumulated. Director Li, accompanied by his team, weighed and recorded the catch, turning to Zhang Guoqing, little Guoqing, as we brought the tent, stove, and coal with us, it would be quite unfair for us to return empty-handed. May we take the fish we caught today? Zhang Guoqing nonchalantly nodded. Of course, Uncle Li. Feel free. Shall we set a time? How about we fish here for 10 days? Director Li's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Guoqing, be sure to consider what else you might need, and we can settle the expenses together. Zhang Guoqing agreed. Absolutely. That sounds perfect. In the following 10 days, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Taishan and others, engaged in fishing for a full 10 days. Ultimately, they received 1,000 yuan from Director Li, along with 2 boxes of Maotai liquor, 1 box of Daqianmen, 50 pounds of cotton, 30 meters of floral fabric, and various candies and pastries, all of which were transported to their home warehouse. Once the fishing endeavors concluded, Grandpa helped Zhang Guoqing discover a new cave. From the Jiobao space, Zhang Guoqing procured corn, rice, wheat, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. The corn and wheat needed to be ground into flour, while the rice had to be processed into white rice. Beyond consuming the potatoes and sweet potatoes at home and sharing with the princes, they also intended to make some noodles for the New Year celebration. Thus, the preparations for the New Year were complete. The next morning, Aunt Air prepared a large pot of sweet potato porridge, accompanied by pancakes made from spring corn flour and some salted fish that they had pickled at home, which thrilled Zhang Guoqing immensely. After the meal, Grandpa took Zhang Guoqing to check the rabbit traps and snares on the mountain for any catch. Along the way, Grandpa said to Zhang Guoqing, "My dear grandson, I'd like your second uncle to make another trip to the pigeon market tonight to buy some chicken and duck eggs, and see if there are any medicinal herbs available, as you all will need to soak in medicinal baths after the New Year." Zhang Guoqing asked, "Grandpa, hasn't he, my second uncle, ever soaked in a medicinal bath?" Grandpa nodded, saying, "During those chaotic times, we struggled for our next meal. There was no way to gather herbs for your uncle's medicinal baths. Otherwise, given your uncle's physical condition, he would have been much stronger than he is now." Zhang Guoqing inquired further, "I've heard that tiger bone wine and deer blood wine are great tonics. Would it be beneficial for my second uncle to have some?" Grandpa chuckled and replied, "Silly boy, don't believe everything you hear. While both tiger bone wine and deer blood wine possess nourishing properties, enhancing physical condition requires consistent supplementation from a young age, and it also varies from person to person. Perhaps you Haven-T closely observe those around you. Isn't it evident that your cousin Xiaohu and the others have significantly better physical fitness than Li Suanpan or the children in your courtyard? They run faster, jump higher, and even their voices are louder. This is a natural advantage. Once you all soak in medicinal baths to absorb the benefits and practice martial arts, your health will surpass that of your peers. This is the result of nurturing, and now that we have no worries about food and drink, the potential achievements of you children in the future are limitless." Chapter 37. The New Year. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Zhang Guoqing was awakened early by Aunt Air, who helped him dress. The family, led by Grandpa and Grandma, boarded a horse-drawn carriage heading to the Babao Mountain Cemetery. It was customary for them to pay respects to Zhang Guoqing's parents and elder brother at the end of the year, lighting incense and burning yellow paper, recounting the events of the past year to them. Standing before his parents' gravestone, Zhang Guoqing felt a swirl of emotions. In his previous life, he had essentially fled the nation, and although he had contributed significantly, he ultimately returned to his homeland as a patriotic businessman. Observing Grandpa and Grandma as they cleaned the gravestone, arranged offerings, poured a few cups of wine, lit cigarettes, and murmured to themselves, Zhang Guoqing felt a deep ache in his heart. In both lives, he had never experienced parental love, and what he found most difficult to let go of was the affection of his grandparents. After paying respects, we returned home to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. Although it was merely noon, the preparations for the evening meal had to commence early. Unlike previous years, this year's spread was exceptionally lavish, featuring dumplings filled with pork and cabbage, stewed fish, braised pork, stir-fried shredded potatoes, fried peanuts, and an array of pastries filling an expansive table. The family busied themselves from midday until dusk to ready the feast, and when everything was finally set, the entire family gathered around the eight immortals table. Grandfather raised a glass and urged everyone to lift their cups, proclaiming that during the new year, we should all toast together, wishing for prosperity in the coming year. Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them together, and took a sip, while Grandfather and Uncle Tu savored the moment. It was Uncle Tu's first experience with Mao Dai, and he remarked on how its flavor surpassed that of both Xinghua village and local wines significantly. Zhang Guoqing and Grandfather calmly enjoyed the dishes, while Grandmother, Aunt Tu, Zhang Xiaojun, and Zhang Xiaohu were all grinning, unable to discern the quality of the wine. The family engaged in lively discussions about which dishes were most delectable and the joys of the new year. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Aunt Tu went to prepare the dumplings. When the steaming dumplings arrived at the table, it marked the pinnacle of the meal. Zhang Guoqing hurried outside to set off firecrackers, and as the sound echoed, everyone eagerly began to eat the dumplings. Given that Grandmother and Aunt Tu were frugal, the portions were modest, but the dumplings were plentiful enough to satisfy. As the large dumplings filled with cabbage and wild boar meat were served, everyone eagerly ladled them into their bowls, relishing them with vinegar. In these times, food was scarce, and no one dared indulge in digestive stimulants like sour or spicy foods, fearing they might whet the appetite or hasten hunger. Zhang Guoqing consumed nearly half a bowl of dumplings, feeling quite full, and lay back on the warm calm. with others doing similarly. In these times, being able to eat one's fill was a rare privilege. The thought of overindulgence was often out of reach. The sight of the entire Zhang Guoqing family reclining after a hearty meal was a rarity across the nation, unlike the communal meals of the past few years, where the first year of collective dining felt like a constant celebration, with ample food to enjoy. However, the great leap forward soon followed, during which harvest yields were often exaggerated, and many villages faced food shortages after fulfilling their grain obligations. Then came the 3 years of natural disasters, a time when starvation claimed lives, with only urban areas faring slightly better. Those rural villages that avoided famine were indeed fortunate. Once the natural disasters had subsided, and the domestic situation improved, the political winds began to shift again with the Cultural Revolution, leading to the destruction of countless temples, statues, stone tablets, and wooden carvings, as well as the obliteration of numerous classical works, artifacts, and historical sites, alongside the persecution of many families. Thus, Zhang Guoqing resolved to explore the majestic landscapes of the country and visit its renowned sites before the political climate shifted further, hoping to acquire a decent camera to capture precious photographs, thereby leaving behind invaluable historical records. On the first day of the new year, the Zhang Guoqing family indulged in food and drink without even stepping outside their door. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Uncle Heir planned to take Aunt Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Xiaohu back to her family home, which was situated 7 miles from Zhang Guoqing's residence. Zhang Guoqing specifically instructed Uncle Heir to bring a large fish, 2 kilograms of wild boar meat, and 10 kilograms of cornmeal. This gesture deeply moved Aunt Zhang, as in these times, few families would be willing to part with their provisions, let alone fish and wild boar meat. After the 5th day of the new year, guests arrived at the house. A disciple of Grandpa, who was also Zhang Guoqing's master uncle, came to visit. He was a tall man in his 40s, with a square face, a broad nose, and dressed in a padded coat, whom Uncle Heir ushered into the home. Upon entering, he set down his belongings at the door, rushed to Grandpa, and without a word, knelt down to bow 3 times, saying, "Master, I have come to pay my New Year respects to you. I wish you good health and all the best." Grandpa hurriedly helped his disciple up, taking his hand to sit him down on the kong. "Happy New Year. Thank you for your blessings. When did you return? Why didn't you come to visit before the New Year?" Grandpa anxiously inquired. Uncle Heir brought over a cup of tea, and Grandma also got up from the kong, embracing Zhang Guoqing and immediately handing him over to the master uncle, bursting into tears. Strictly speaking, the master uncle was like a son, as Grandpa had trained alongside both Zhang Guoqing's father and the master uncle in martial arts since they were young. At that time, Grandpa was not yet 30 and was also learning martial arts from his master. Therefore, both the father and the master uncle had been raised in Zhang Guoqing's household, cared for by Grandma. The master uncle was an orphan, growing up in the Zhang family. Although their relationship was one of master and disciple, there was undoubtedly a father-son bond. Moreover, he had gone to serve in the military alongside Zhang Guoqing's father, and now he was the only one who returned. Seeing him reminded Grandma of Zhang Guoqing's father, which is why she began to cry. The master uncle held Grandma tightly, both sharing a moment of sorrow. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing, sandwiched between them, finally broke the tension by exclaiming, "Grandma, master uncle, are you done crying? I can hardly breathe." His words made Grandma laugh through her tears and hastily released the master uncle. She turned to him and said, "Xiao Bin, this is Xiao Guoqing. You only saw him when he was just born, and you haven't been back since. The last time Xiao Guoqing saw you, he was too young to remember." Li Bin scrutinized the infant in his arms, remarking, "He resembles my sister-in-law more, and he is far more handsome than my senior brother." After saying this, the master uncle pulled out a handful of red envelopes from his pocket, distributing them to Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Xiaojun, and the other siblings. Grandpa inquired, "Binzi, how long will you be back this time? Do you have to go on a mission again?" Master Uncle Li Bin replied, "Master, this time I will be working in the capital. I will come home often to visit you and your wife." Grandma was delighted and took Aunt Zhang to prepare the filling for dumplings. After chatting with Grandpa for a while, the master uncle asked Zhang Guoqing, "I heard that the old leader returned your father's gun to you?" Zhang Guoqing nodded, emerging from the master uncle's embrace to retrieve a wooden box containing 2 handguns from the bag hanging by the kong, presenting it to the master uncle. The master uncle opened the wooden box and carefully wiped 2 handguns with a cloth, stating that these 2 pistols were jointly confiscated by the 2 of them. However, Your father had deceived me into giving them to the old leader in exchange for half a kilogram of sweet potato liquor. Upon learning of this, the leader admonished me for my lack of ambition, saying that I was easily fooled by a mere half kilogram of liquor. Chapter 38. The request of the master uncle. With a smile, the master uncle remarked, "It is not merely the half kilogram of liquor that matters. Rather, it was the first time your father had ever approached me for an exchange. Even if he had simply asked for it directly, I would have unhesitatingly agreed. Since childhood, I have grown up in the Zhang family, where the master, his wife, and my elder brothers have always given me things without ever expecting anything in return. Not to mention a gun, I would gladly offer my life if requested." Grandfather patted the master uncle on the back, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you speaking, child? We raised you with care, not to demand your life in return. All we wish for is your well-being. Your master, and I do not require any recompense from you." Grandmother, from the outer room, added, "Xiao Bin, what are you saying? We are family, and family does not speak in such a manner. If you continue, then do not call me your master's wife." The master uncle quickly apologized, saying, "I misspoke, it is my fault. Later, I shall offer a toast to the master's wife as an apology." After polishing the guns, he returned them to the wooden box and handed it to Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Take good care of these 2 pistols. They are a legacy from your father and me. From now on, I will be working in the capital and living in the courtyard. When your aunt and others arrive in the capital, I will introduce them to you." Zhang Guoqing suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. The timeline was different from his previous life. In his former existence, he had gone abroad to study at the age of 8, and the master uncle had never appeared. By that time, Zhang Guoqing was already 26 years old. However, in his previous life, he had heard rumors from the daughter of his godfather that Zhang Guoqing and others had intended to take a train to Heilongjiang province to flee. Upon receiving news of their escape, his godfather had prepared to assist them in Harbin. Subsequently, the police had deduced Zhang Guoqing's escape route and intercepted them in Liaoning province, forcing them to take a detour through Inner Mongolia, where they managed to cross the border safely. In Inner Mongolia, no one pursued them, which left his godfather puzzled for a long time. After all, he could only assist Zhang Guoqing in Heilongjiang province. Others were powerless to help. But an inexplicable force had quietly aided Zhang Guoqing's escape. It was only after the 1990s, when the older generation had mostly passed away, that rumors emerged suggesting that it was Zhang Guoqing's master uncle who had secretly assisted them, ensuring Zhang Guoqing's safe departure from the country. The authenticity of this information remained uncertain, but witnessing the close relationship between the master uncle, father, and grandparents, it seemed likely to be true. What remained a mystery was why the master uncle, who had never visited the family in his previous life, had come to celebrate the new year in this one. The master uncle embraced Zhang Guoqing and grandfather, saying, "Master, let us take a stroll outside." Grandfather donned his coat and followed the master uncle out, while Zhang Guoqing attempted to climb down from the master uncle's embrace, but was gently refused. Upon exiting the hospital, grandfather led his master's apprentice to the secluded hillside near the cellar. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. After ensuring no one was around, the apprentice turned to grandfather and expressed his gratitude towards Guoqing, who had sent wild boar meat and fish to the courtyard, which enabled his old leader to secure a position for him to return to the capital after the new year. He had just arrived in the capital the day before and, after reporting to his superiors, came over today with a request for his master's assistance. It dawned on Zhang Guoqing why the apprentice had not appeared in his previous life. He had returned to the capital only after grandfather and grandmother had passed away. This revelation clarified many hurried events of the past, where others had taken care of matters for him, preventing his capture and allowing him to maintain a glamorous life abroad. Likely aided by the apprentice's support, grandfather chuckled warmly and said, "Silly child, just speak your mind. There's no need for formality. We are family. If we can help, we will, and if not, we will find a way." The apprentice then explained that he had recently been assigned to a secret department in the capital dedicated to the search for spies and the apprehension of rogue agents. His primary task involved locating and interrogating these spies, and he recalled that Uncle Jean had skilled individuals in this area. However, he felt he lacked sufficient influence to approach them, hence his plea for his master's intervention. "Is there anything else?" Grandfather inquired with a smile. "If not, let us return home for a meal. This matter is trivial. You can handle it with your little companion without needing my involvement." The apprentice, surprised, asked, "Is my nephew truly that impressive? Will Uncle Jean grant him favor?" Grandfather, while preparing his pipe, took a deep drag and squinted, responding, "Your nephew possesses more clout than I do. Uncle Jean's prized disciple will eventually be aligned with your nephew's path." Curious, Zhang Guoqing asked, "Who is the disciple of the prince? I do not recognize him." Grandfather playfully flicked Zhang Guoqing on the forehead. "Taishan, how could you not know him?" Zhang Guoqing, intrigued, responded, "No way, grandfather. The prince is quite portly. He once practiced the 8 extremes fist. Besides, Taishan seems so formidable that I feel he could easily handle both you and the prince on his own." Annoyed, grandfather retorted, "Am I that weak?" Jean was indeed a master of the 8 extremes fist in his youth, but after suffering an injury similar to mine, he retired from it entirely. Taishan has long surpassed him. Once he reaches adulthood, he will be on the verge of becoming a master of the 8 extremes fist. With proper care, he may very well achieve mastery before turning 30. The apprentice, equally curious, asked, "Master, is this Taishan truly that remarkable? To be on the brink of mastery at adulthood and to reach full mastery before 30? I have only seen my senior brother at that level." Grandfather turned to Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Guoqing, please enlighten your uncle about Taishan's prowess." Zhang Guoqing began to dance with exuberance in Li Bin's embrace, his words spitting out droplets of saliva that splattered Li Bin's face, as he recounted tales of devouring over 30 steamed buns in a single meal, wielding 200-pound stone weights as mere playthings, and effortlessly smashing solid wooden stakes to smithereens. He emphasized an even more astonishing feat. Just a year prior, at the riverbank, a lone individual had effortlessly fished numerous fish from the river, significantly aiding the Zhang family in amassing wealth. Most remarkably, this person stood over 6 feet tall at merely 9 years of age. Upon reaching adulthood, he would undoubtedly exceed 6'3", a veritable giant in these times. Coupled with his mastery of Bejiquan, he was practically invincible in the city. Fortunately, his heart was pure and he was inclined to heed Zhang Guoqing's words, thus considered one of their own. After listening to Zhang Guoqing's exuberant tales, Shu inquired, "Little Guoqing, would you accompany me tomorrow to Uncle Jean's? In borrowing manpower, I also wish to ascertain the veracity of your claims regarding Taishan." Zhang Guoqing, thumping his chest, assured, "No problem, Shu. Is that interrogation expert truly formidable? Should I have Taishan teach him a lesson?" Shu quickly interjected, "No need for that. The interrogation expert is a master of torture from the previous dynasty, far superior to the scoundrels under Jiang Wuing's command. As for the Japanese invaders and spies, we need not show them mercy. Thus, I intend to borrow a few apprentices from Uncle Jean." Zhang Guoqing replied, "That is fine. I shall accompany you. In the event I encounter spies in the future, I too shall be able to interrogate them. If there are treasures to be found, I'll hide them away in advance to bring home for my grandmother." Upon returning home, the table was already laden with dishes, and grandmother awaited at the door. Shu hurriedly stepped forward to assist her back inside, exclaiming, "Oh, what a sin! How could I allow you to wait at the door? You have truly humbled me. I must properly toast you to make amends." He promptly helped grandmother to her seat, then assisted grandfather, pouring wine for them in apology. Throughout the meal, Shu attentively catered to everyone, speaking little but seamlessly integrating into the family. After dinner, they rested for a while before Shu rose to take his leave, telling Zhang Guoqing he would come by in the morning to escort him to Jean Bale's residence. Zhang Guoqing readily agreed. At the break of dawn the next day, Shu carried Zhang Guoqing from his bed, still groggy, and dressed him before placing him in an old-fashioned jeep that wobbled as it set off. By the time Zhang Guoqing fully awakened, they had arrived at the gates of Bale's residence, where Shu carried him through the main entrance. Upon entering Tianjin, he spotted the palace-clad woman from before, and Shu politely addressed her, "Sister Rome, could you kindly inform Uncle Jean that I have arrived?" The woman nodded and proceeded to the backyard, and shortly thereafter, Taishan's voice resonated, "Guoqing, you have come to see me." Shu turned towards the source of the voice, taken aback by the stark contrast between the boy's voice and his imposing physique. Zhang Guoqing leaped down from Shu's arms and sprinted straight towards Taishan, taking a few steps before launching himself into the air, landing squarely in Taishan's embrace, and effortlessly climbing onto his shoulders. In this series of actions, the elder disciple could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, the prowess displayed was worthy of being called the son of his senior. It was no surprise that he felt this way. Despite Zhang Guoqing's physical shortcomings compared to Taishan, defeating Taishan would not require much effort on his part. Thus, Taishan held a deep respect for Zhang Guoqing, which led the elder to declare that the disciple of Jinbei would now follow Zhang Guoqing. On one hand, Taishan was impressed by Zhang Guoqing's abilities. On the other, Zhang Guoqing was capable of procuring ample provisions for Taishan. Zhang Guoqing inquired of Taishan about a particularly skilled interrogator in his family, asking if he could best him, and requested that he be brought forth to meet the elder disciple. Taishan, puzzled, turned to his elder for clarification. The elder quickly interjected, mentioning old Xingtou. Taishan nodded and led Zhang Guoqing through a side door, traversing several courtyards until they reached a small room. He forcefully kicked the door open, ushering Zhang Guoqing inside. The dimly lit space was filled with various implements of torture reminiscent of those seen in films and television shows from his previous life. In one corner lay a drunken old man on a rickety bed. Taishan swiftly hoisted him up, clamping him under his arm, and proceeded to take Zhang Guoqing towards the main hall of the Bale family. As Zhang Guoqing perched upon Taishan's shoulders, with the inebriated old Xingtou wedged under Taishan's arm, the elder disciple was struck by a visceral realization of Taishan's extraordinary strength. Indeed, his innate power was as legendary as rumored. Effortlessly carrying a person weighing over 100 pounds without breaking a sweat, one might liken him to a divine being. Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to drop old Xingtou onto the ground. Meanwhile, Bale was engaged in conversation with the elder disciple in the main hall. Upon dismounting from Taishan, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly knelt before Bale, bowing deeply and wishing him a prosperous new year, health as abundant as the eastern sea, and longevity akin to the southern mountain. After his heartfelt greetings, he prostrated himself, extending his hands in a gesture of request. Amused, Bale chuckled heartily, recalling that the last time Zhang Guoqing visited, he had taken 2 pocket watches from him. "Are you seeking more?" he asked jovially. "Well, since Taishan insists on visiting you daily, I suppose I shall indulge you." With that, he retrieved a snuff bottle from within the folds of his robe and handed it to Zhang Guoqing. Gratefully, Zhang Guoqing accepted the gift, uttering a quick "thank you, Grandfather Jean," before once again climbing onto Taishan's shoulders. The elder disciple watched, both astonished and apprehensive, as Zhang Guoqing swiftly transitioned from receiving the snuff bottle to riding upon the shoulders of Taishan, seemingly oblivious to the reactions of the master and disciple duo, as if they were accustomed to such antics. Turning to Jean Bale, the elder disciple inquired, "Uncle Jean, I hope all is settled. Might we borrow old Xingtou to guide us in training the disciple?" Jean Bale waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Take him. Did you not see that Taishan has already brought him to you? As long as you provide the liquor, old Xingtou will impart all his knowledge to you." Zhang Guoqing, having taken a cup of tea, suddenly flung it onto old Xingtou's face, startling the old man awake. Disoriented, he found himself in the front hall of Bale and quickly knelt to pay his respects, awaiting further instructions from Zhang Guoqing and Taishan. It is evident to any discerning observer that only these 2 young children could awaken him with a splash of water. The elder instructed the old man, Xing, to rise from the ground and take a seat, informing him of the need to interrogate a few disciples through coercive means. With a bemused expression, Xing retorted, "Why seek my assistance for such matters? You should approach that rascal from Taishan. He possesses far more skills than I do." Taishan shot a glare at the old man, threatening, "Are you looking for trouble, old man? If they come to you, you'd better comply, or I'll toss you onto the roof." Startled, the old man quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly gathered some interrogation tools to follow the elder. Zhang Guoqing, intrigued by the methods of ancient coercive interrogation, accompanied Taishan. In the passenger seat, Zhang Guoqing and Taishan curiously gazed at the scenery outside, while the old man and the elder quietly discussed matters in the back. The vehicle entered a heavily guarded courtyard devoid of signage, and Zhang Guoqing sensed the palpable tension in the air. The elder led them into a 3-story building, entering the basement through a back door and proceeding to an interrogation room. A few personnel were interrogating a middle-aged spy, and upon noticing Zhang Guoqing riding on Taishan's shoulders, they expressed curiosity, inquiring if he was the nephew of their leader. Observing the stubbornness of the spy, the elder encouraged the old man to demonstrate his skills for the younger ones to witness. He then turned to Zhang Guoqing, suggesting, "If you are frightened, feel free to step outside." Zhang Guoqing dismissively replied, "Have you forgotten that I shot 2 wild boars last year? This is nothing. I'm here to learn from you, so that when I capture a spy in the future, I can deal with him myself." True to his lineage as a practitioner of ancient punitive techniques, The old man soon had the middle-aged spy trembling and confessing. The staff, intrigued by Zhang Guoqing's previous triumphs, followed him to a nearby underground shooting range. Employing a Type 98 rifle and using Taishan as a makeshift rest, he hit 5 consecutive bullseyes without a hint of struggle, impressing the onlookers with his marksmanship while leaving Taishan seemingly unaffected by the recoil. Chapter 40. The Art of the Butcher's Knife. The young observers, fascinated by Zhang Guoqing's unique shooting technique, attempted to emulate his method but failed to match his precision. Zhang Guoqing had honed his shooting skills through extensive practice abroad, and these youths still fell short of his prowess. A young staff member, rubbing his shoulder, inquired of Taishan, "Does your shoulder not ache?" With a boyish voice, Taishan responded, "No, it doesn't hurt at all." The staff exchanged glances at Zhang Guoqing, perched on Taishan's shoulders, with expressions of disbelief. "Haven't you seen a child before?" "I'm 6 years old, and he will turn 10 after the new year," Zhang Guoqing replied leisurely. The crowd fell silent. After a lengthy session of teaching Taishan to shoot at the range, the elder sent someone to summon Zhang Guoqing and the others for lunch. Having been dragged from his warm bed without breakfast, Zhang Guoqing relished a hearty meal in the unit's cafeteria. Taishan devoured over 20 steamed buns with great gusto, leaving his master uncle in a state of bewilderment. He sighed and remarked to Zhang Guoqing that it was no small feat to raise such a glutton. Zhang Guoqing cast a disdainful glance at his master uncle, retorting that it would be him who would have to bear the burden of this responsibility, and that he too faced considerable hardship. His master uncle chuckled merrily at this. Zhang Guoqing huffed, calling his uncle unscrupulous, and vowed to tell his grandmother of the perceived injustice, warning him to await her arrival at his workplace the following day. Old Xing sat in a corner, sipping wine, and Zhang Guoqing marveled at the sight of someone drinking alcohol while munching on steamed buns. He turned to Taishan, expressing admiration and inquiring if old Xing typically drank in such a manner. Taishan, sipping hot water, recounted having witnessed the old man drinking while consuming snow from outside the window, claiming the wine was rather unpalatable and far inferior to hot water. Zhang Guoqing then asked Taishan how he came to learn the old man's skills, expressing a desire to acquire them as well. Taishan produced several books from his pocket, tossing one to Zhang Guoqing, instructing him to read it first and then find a place to practice. He noted that most of the tools in old Xing's abode were merely for show, many of which even old Xing himself did not know how to use. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the title of the book, The Culinary Art of Pao Ding, and casually flipped through a few pages before tossing it back to his master uncle. Scratching his head, he confessed his illiteracy, requesting his uncle to have someone copy a few more books for him, promising to study them thoroughly once he learned to read. His master uncle laughed heartily at his nephew's predicament, assuring him that it was of no concern, and suggested that he observe old Xing during his afternoon class. Zhang Guoqing then inquired if all his cousins could come to visit, noting that even if they could not master coercion, practicing marksmanship at the shooting range would be a worthwhile endeavor, far better than wasting ammunition at home. This was not a matter of Zhang Guoqing seeking to exploit state resources. The country had an abundance of ammunition due to years of warfare, much of which remained unused into the 1990s. Recalling information from his previous life, Zhang Guoqing remembered that during the 1990s, troops were still using old firearms from storage, firing rounds from pre-establishment days. The vast stockpile of ammunition was negligible compared to the consumption rate of Zhang Guoqing's family. His master uncle, understanding the reasoning, nodded in agreement, conceding that it was no issue for his nephews to fire a few rounds. Zhang Guoqing then urged Taishan to swiftly return home, catch the horse cart, and bring back Xiao Hu and the others, along with a good supply of both coarse and fine grains. In a flash, Taishan exited the unit's dining hall, leaving the onlookers astonished at the sight of the 10-year-old giant, whose prodigious appetite, strength, and speed made him resemble a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. His master uncle, with a pained expression, turned to Zhang Guoqing, questioning the need for additional provisions, asserting that he was more than capable of supporting these little rascals. Zhang Guoqing earnestly addressed his elder, saying, "Master uncle, I am confident that you can provide for us. Our appetites are modest. However, I must caution you that Taishan is truly insatiable. Just before the new year, while fishing at home, I witnessed Taishan consume 2 grilled fish, each weighing over 10 pounds, followed by 12 corn buns before he felt satisfied. Consider, even if the fish were perfectly cooked, they would still weigh a significant amount. And those 12 buns add over a pound of cornmeal. The most critical point is that he assisted us in fishing. He practiced ferociously against a large tree by the riverside, and after that, he was still ravenous. Each evening, he consumed an astonishing quantity of food. We fished together for 10 consecutive days, and each day unfolded in the same manner. On the final day, that brute Taishan managed to break the large tree he had been practicing with for 10 days, the very tree at our doorstep, which you must have noticed. The elder reminisced about the oddly broken tree he observed yesterday at the master's door, puzzled as it appeared not to be felled by an axe. His understanding of Taishan's destructive capacity deepened, and he resolved to warn others. Someone at the unit had angered Taishan, which could lead to trouble. Nonetheless, the elder held a certain admiration for the young Zhang Guoqing. Taishan, in his presence, behaved almost like a docile steed, exceedingly gentle. After their meal, the elder expressed his intention to escort Zhang Guoqing back to his office for a brief respite. Zhang Guoqing interjected, "Master Uncle, allow me to accompany you to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Later, I shall wait at the main entrance to greet Taishan and the others. I fear they may have trouble entering, and misunderstandings could arise." The elder pondered before suggesting, "Let me find someone to accompany you. The gatekeeper may not readily believe you." "Young lad," Zhang Guoqing replied, "Yes, Master Uncle, please find someone literate to accompany me at the entrance. And perhaps they could help me transcribe a few copies of that book, reading it aloud to me. It would be splendid if they could articulate it clearly. One never knows, it might be a manual of martial arts, and I must bring a copy back for my grandfather." Being a newly appointed leader at the unit, the elder was not well acquainted with the staff, so he decided to first take Zhang Guoqing to his own office to introduce him. They approached the office of his assistant, and after knocking, he entered and inquired, "Old Tang, I have brought my nephew to spend a few days with us. I have a book that requires transcription. I was wondering if you could help me identify someone proficient in traditional Chinese characters and translation." Old Tang, a slender gentleman in his 50s with neatly combed graying hair, bore a seemingly frail visage, though his eyes occasionally sparkled with intelligence. Zhang Guoqing regarded Old Tang with admiration, recognizing that no ordinary individual could occupy such a position in a specialized department. Upon receiving the culinary techniques of the butcher from the elder, Old Tang asked, "Is this a cookbook, Old Li? You're bringing out the techniques of butchering cattle. Will this transcription be for the cafeteria?" The elder burst into laughter, responding, "This book is a family heirloom from today's visiting criminal investigation expert, Old Xing. We aim to have a few copies transcribed for our trainees, allowing them to study while engaging with Old Xing in practical scenarios involving the spies and agents we apprehend. We must swiftly cultivate a cadre of specialized talents. And if all goes well, we can promote this initiative throughout the entire unit." After listening to his master uncle, Old Tang nodded earnestly, recognizing the value of the book. He noted the importance of confidentiality regarding its handling, and since he had no engagements that afternoon, he offered to transcribe it. Once completed, the material would be for internal use only, strictly prohibiting any leaks. Chapter 41. Advancing together, his master uncle instructed Old Tang to move to the security office at the entrance of the unit to copy the text. Concurrently, he was to translate and explain the contents to his young nephew, Zhang Guoqing, who was illiterate and had procured the book. As he spoke, his uncle pointed to the child in his arms, continuing, "Old Tang, this is my nephew, Zhang Guoqing, the grandson of my master." He then gestured towards Old Tang, addressing Zhang Guoqing, "Guoqing, this is your Uncle Tang Dadi. In our capital, we refer to elders as uncle to convey warmth." Zhang Guoqing beamed at Tang Dashan, saying, "Happy New Year, Uncle Tang." Tang Dashan took Zhang Guoqing from his uncle's embrace, replying, "Happy New Year to you too, Guoqing. I have no issue with reading and translating for you. But why go to the security office?" Zhang Guoqing explained, "I have several brothers coming to study this secret manual together. I need to greet them at the entrance. Additionally, my uncle has promised they can practice shooting here, and our family does not have many bullets." His words elicited hearty laughter from Tang Dashan, who teased, "You little miser, are you here to take advantage of your uncle?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head, insisting, "No, Uncle Tang, we're not taking advantage. We brought our own provisions and want to consume public resources." In these times, mutual learning among various units had become commonplace, and a few rounds of shooting were hardly a concern, given the ample ammunition reserves nationwide. The pressing issue lay solely in the scarcity of food, which Zhang Guoqing emphasized by reiterating their commitment to not consume public supplies. Without further ado, Tang Dashan returned Zhang Guoqing to his uncle, retrieved a stack of paper, a fountain pen, ink, and the book titled The Art of Butchery, and proceeded to follow his uncle outside. After locking the conference room door, he led Zhang Guoqing to the security office. Tang Daxian instructed the previous guard to patrol outside, and then sat down at the small desk in the office, beginning to read and transcribe The Art of Butchery while translating for Zhang Guoqing. The book primarily detailed ancient dissection methods, focusing on how to prepare various livestock to achieve the best flavor in meat, as well as techniques to eliminate any unpleasant odors from the ingredients. Thus, Tang Daxian refrained from transcribing this section. The latter half of the book, however, delved into the more critical content, meticulously documenting various punishments utilized in ancient prisons, the tools employed, their usage, and methods to maximize pain through simple techniques. It was essentially a textbook on ancient torture. Furthermore, it contained intricate descriptions of human anatomy, from the skin to the subcutaneous fat, internal organs, blood vessels, and the connections of bones, all recorded with extraordinary detail, causing Tang Daxian to sweat profusely as he transcribed. Goodness, the ancients had turned these practices into an art form. Take torture, for instance. It ranged from simple to complex, encompassing everything from ordinary silver needles to an array of bizarre specialized tools. There was no shortage of options, including many inhumane methods that were undoubtedly subject to prohibition. There exists a plethora of records concerning the bones and joints, detailing how to dislocate various joints and the methods for their reinstallation, including instructions on how to detach and reattach the jaw, all meticulously documented. The latter half of the book serves as a textual version of human anatomical illustrations. By simply drawing a diagram and filling in the corresponding details from the book, one could easily use it as a textbook for traditional Chinese medicine. Mastering this tome would undoubtedly equip one with the skills to become a proficient bone-setting doctor. Tang Daxian, while transcribing and reciting the meaning of classical texts, had just completed a round of copying and was about to light a cigarette to invigorate himself. As he retrieved a cigarette from the pack, he heard a loud crack and turned to look behind him. There stood Zhang Guoqing, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth in silence. His left arm had already drooped. Tang Daxian exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, Guoqing, you're already in practical training, yet you've dislocated your own arm." Zhang Guoqing, still biting down hard, offered no reply. Instead, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his right sleeve, then rubbed his hands on his clothing to find a suitable angle. With a forceful push against the door of the guardhouse, a loud crack echoed as Zhang Guoqing reattached his left arm. As he flexed his rejoined arm, tears welled up in his eyes from the pain as he lamented to Tang Daxian, "Uncle Tang, it hurts terribly. I shall never practice on myself again." Tang Daxian, both amused and exasperated, lifted Zhang Guoqing in a comforting embrace, assuring him, "All right, from now on, let us practice on others and not on ourselves. You startled me quite a bit just now. You must be more careful in the future." Zhang Guoqing nodded, feeling quite aggrieved. Indeed, the pain was intense. Fortunately, being still a child, his bones had not yet fully hardened, making them somewhat more pliable. His arm would swell for a while, but if he were an adult, reattaching it would necessitate a splint for stabilization. In a previous life, it would have simply been encased in plaster. The sound of jingling bells from a horse-drawn cart echoed as Taishan drove in recklessly to the unit. Zhang Guoqing promptly exited the guardhouse to halt the cart, allowing his brothers to disembark before introducing them to Tang Daxian. Listening to the children cheerfully greet him with "Happy New Year, Uncle Tang," and various expressions of goodwill, Tang Daxian felt immense joy. He instructed Taishan to guide the cart to the back door of the cafeteria, where Taishan began unloading provisions: 500 pounds of cornmeal, 100 pounds of flour, 300 pounds of potatoes, and 10 large fish. Zhang Guoqing did not allow Taishan to unload the remaining supplies, as they were reserved for the communal cafeteria. Breakfast was not provided at their unit, so Zhang Guoqing and his companions had to dine at the cafeteria in the courtyard. Additionally, Zhang Guoqing's grandfather had specifically instructed Taishan to deliver a case of Moutai liquor and 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes to his master's colleagues. This gesture was intended both as gratitude for the trouble his grandson had caused at the unit and as a means to bring honor to his disciple among his peers. Zhang Guoqing unceremoniously unwrapped a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, extracting one and offering it to Tang Daxian. Tang Daxian, taken aback, observed a group of children nearby, each producing matchsticks from their pockets, eager to light the cigarette for him, their eager antics evoking a desire to laugh. The sight of these youngsters attempting to light a cigarette was indeed quite comical. Zhang Guoqing shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Xiaohu and the others, admonishing them that only one person should light the cigarette to prevent wastage of matches. Otherwise, he would send Taishan to teach them a lesson. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xiaohu who, representing his peers, lit the cigarette for Tang Dashan, while the others silently returned their matches to their pockets. Tang Dashan, smoking nearby, watched as Zhang Guoqing delivered his address. The purpose of today's gathering, facilitated by Taishan, was primarily to learn skills from their master uncle and Uncle Tang's unit, focusing on punishments and marksmanship, both essential skills to acquire. While mastery of both was not required, proficiency in either would yield rewards of white rabbit milk candy. Each of them was instructed to keep a box of Zhonghua cigarettes in their pockets to distribute to teachers and classmates during lessons, fostering good relations. After all, they had come with boldness and should not cause any trouble, understood? During this time, they would all stay in the courtyard with him. Once there, they were to avoid causing mischief. Anyone who did would face Taishan's wrath. Tang Dashan found it amusing to see Zhang Guoqing, acting like a miniature adult, lecturing the children. After Zhang Guoqing concluded his speech, he guided them to the small classroom where old Xing taught, marking the beginning of their educational journey. Subsequently, Zhang Guoqing and his companions learned numerous specific methods of punishment from old Xing, while the group of children practiced marksmanship at the shooting range. Being young, they quickly grew weary after a few shots, their shoulders aching, prompting them to take breaks before resuming practice. Chapter 42, Night at the Courtyard after dinner at the unit. Taishan drove the horse cart, bringing their master uncle and Zhang Guoqing back to the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Guoqing leapt from the cart and dashed towards the guardhouse, where Lu Xuanzhu happened to be on duty. Zhang Guoqing greeted him cheerfully, calling out, "Big uncle, I'm back," followed by a hearty laugh. Lu Xuanzhu playfully scooped Zhang Guoqing up, pretending to be angry, scolding him, "You rascal, don't go miscalling relatives. Just call me Uncle Lu." Rubbing his backside, Zhang Guoqing replied, "Uncle Lu, I intend to stay in the courtyard with my brothers for a while. Please bring a few people out to meet them, lest they get turned away for not being recognized." Lu Xuanzhu promptly exited, instructing nearby soldiers to summon the other squad leaders for introductions. After their master uncle had disembarked from the cart, he presented his identification to the guards, as it was only natural they would not recognize him having just been assigned to the capital. In a few days, once his drivers were fully appointed, he would no longer need to go through security checks. Lu Xuanzhu embraced Zhang Guoqing and saluted the master uncle, greeting him formally. He then led the inspection of the cart, while Zhang Guoqing quickly reminded him, "Uncle Lu, please have the provisions from the cart delivered to the cafeteria. We wish to have breakfast there." Lu Xuanzhu nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, "Understood, rest assured." As the other squad leaders arrived, Zhang Guoqing introduced them to Taishan, the group of young children. Lu Xuanzhu then took Taishan to the dining hall to unload the grain, followed by a trip to the stable to unload the cart and feed the horses. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by his mentor and Zhang Xiaohu, returned to his own courtyard, where a layer of dust had settled inside the house. Zhang Xiaohu and the others hurried to fetch water and clean the rooms. At that moment, Lu Xuanzhu arrived with a warm kettle of hot water for Taishan. Zhang Guoqing promptly prepared tea for his mentor and Lu Xuanzhu. After they sipped their tea, the mentor sighed, observing the children diligently cleaning, and expressed gratitude to Lu Xuanzhu for taking care of Guoqing. Lu Xuanzhu stood at attention, saluting respectfully, and replied, "No need for thanks, sir. It is Guoqing who constantly seeks ways to improve our lives. The wild boar meat and large fish we had during the new year were all delivered by him." The mentor nodded and turned to Zhang Guoqing, saying, "My dear nephew, you should rest now. I must return home. My place is not yet tidied up. In a few days, when your aunt arrives and everything is in order, I will invite you all over." With that, he exited the small courtyard, and Zhang Guoqing accompanied them to the gate. Lu Xuanzhu, patting his chest, remarked to Zhang Guoqing, "Guoqing, your mentor is quite imposing. He must have fought his way through the battlefield, truly intimidating." Zhang Guoqing responded, "Make sure to flatter me more, and perhaps I can persuade my mentor to transfer you to stay in Beijing." Lu Xuanzhu turned to leave, chuckling, "You rascal, don't speak nonsense. Such words could be detrimental to both you and the commander." Zhang Guoqing then addressed Zhang Xiaohu and the others, "Xiaohu, please tidy up the house and start a fire in the Kong. I will go find my friends and introduce them to you shortly." With that, Zhang Guoqing dashed out of the courtyard and made his way to the yard where Zhao Shunyue and the others were wintering. He opened the gate and called out, Shanyue. Jeang Wuing, I'm back. The children inside the courtyard paused in surprise, and then Zhang Guoqing's companions quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Guoqing, why did you take so long to return? We missed you. Happy New Year, Brother Guoqing. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Guoqing surveyed the group. It had been nearly 6 months since his rebirth last October, and during this time, they had thrived under his care, enjoying food and the occasional treats, resulting in their noticeably better health compared to other children. Zhang Guoqing announced, I've brought my brothers from home to stay in the courtyard for a few days. Come, follow me to our yard. I would like to introduce you all. He led the way back to his own courtyard, with the children joyfully bouncing along behind him. Upon reaching Zhang Guoqing's courtyard, he called out to Taishan, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Lu Dakuai, and Lu Erkui, introducing everyone to each other, making it clear which group belonged to whom. Zhao Shanyue and Yi Jiangwo were dressed in military-issued cotton jackets of army green, while Zhang Xiaohu and his companions wore an assortment of colorful jackets made from fabric procured by Zhang Guoqing, creating a striking contrast with the uniform military attire. The two groups of children were distinctly different. Zhang Xiaohu and his companions exuded a raw, untamed spirit, enhanced by their early martial arts training, which gave them a vigor that greatly surpassed that of Zhao Shanyue and his group. Zhang Guoqing introduced them briefly and encouraged them to get acquainted before stating that they would commence morning exercises the following day and retreated into his room to prepare for sleep. The next morning, Taishan rose early to rouse everyone, gathering them together for a session of standing meditation. The children led by Zhang Xiaohu stood resolutely without a hint of wavering, while Zhao Shanyue and his peers soon began to sway unsteadily. After the standing meditation, they moved on to practicing their punches, with Taishan leading the way. The disparity became even more pronounced. Zhang Xiaohu's group displayed a fluidity in their movements, their spirits soaring as they shouted with gusto, contrasting sharply with the lackluster performance of Zhao Shanyue and Yi Jiangwo. Once the practice concluded, Zhang Guoqing remarked to Zhao Shanyue and his friends that their skills had evidently dulled over the new year, stressing the necessity of daily practice and the importance of observing the prowess of the skilled. He then instructed everyone to disperse, allowing Taishan some space to demonstrate his punches. Taishan assumed his stance, executing a formidable set of 8 extreme fist techniques, shattering 2 small trees by the roadside in a spectacular display that left the onlookers utterly astonished. Suddenly, applause erupted, and Zhang Guoqing turned to see Commander Wang, accompanied by several senior leaders, offering their praise, including the familiar figure of his master uncle. Zhang Guoqing quickly led the group over to respectfully greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, Commander Wang inquired of Taishan how many years he had been training, expressing interest in whether he would consider joining the military. Embarrassed, Taishan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, responding with a child's voice, Hello, Grandpa. I cannot recall how many years I have practiced. It feels like I started as soon as I could remember. Guoqing says I am still too young to enlist, and that my appetite is too large. I wouldn't be able to get enough to eat in the army. Commander Wang looked at Zhang Guoqing, incredulous that such a tall boy could be considered too young for military service, questioning whether the military would truly suffer from his appetite. Zhang Guoqing, with a playful grin, climbed onto Taishan's shoulders and said, Grandpa Wang, Taishan has just turned 10 after the new year. Do you think that is old enough to join the army? As for his appetite, let us go to the cafeteria for breakfast, and you can see for yourself. Commander Wang agreed, and they proceeded to the cafeteria. Upon witnessing Taishan consume 30 steamed buns for breakfast, Commander Wang was left speechless, murmuring in disbelief, My goodness. This child can eat a week's worth of my rations in a single day. He would surely go hungry in the army. In the following 20 days, Zhang Guoqing took both his group and Zhao Shanyue's boys to his master uncle's unit to study and practice firearms. As the New Year festivities concluded and the time for conscription approached, Zhang Guoqing entered the office of Director Feng, the logistics chief, at the compound. After the customary exchange of cigarettes and pleasantries, he asked, Uncle Feng, has everything been arranged for my sister's enlistment this year? Is there anything we need to prepare? Director Feng took a puff of his cigarette, affectionately ruffling Zhang Guoqing's hair as he smiled and remarked, I have been preparing for this, little Guoqing. Commander Wang inquired during the new year and urged me to take care of official matters on the spot. With that, he opened a drawer and retrieved a long-prepared envelope. This contains a quota for the nursing team at the military hospital in the capital. You should return to the village and obtain a certificate from the commune. Then take your sister to the Armed Forces Department to register and arrange for a physical examination. Once that's done, she can prepare for enlistment at home. Their unit is located in the city, not far from our compound. If you miss her, you can go visit. Zhang Guoqing snatched the envelope and exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Feng. On behalf of our entire family, I express our deepest gratitude. I shall return home to share the joyous news." Upon arriving at his little courtyard, he saw two groups of friends playing together and shouted, "Stop playing. Taishan, gather your things. We are heading home. Xiaohu, you all should tidy up as well. We are going home to share the good news. My sister is going to join the army." Hearing that his sister was enlisting, Zhang Xiaohu and the others cheered with delight before beginning to pack their belongings. After a brief tidying up, they locked the door and set off. Just before leaving, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhao Shangyue and the others, "Don't slack off. Practice diligently. We will return in a few days. If you are lazy, I will have Xiaohu and the others give you a proper thrashing. Those who train well will be rewarded upon my return." Joyfully, they made their way back to their grandparents' home. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaohu and the others rushed inside to share the news with their grandparents. Eldest sister is going to join the army. Zhang Guoqing waited for Taishan before entering the house, from where he presented the envelope containing Zhang Xiaojuan's enlistment quota to his grandfather. "Grandfather, please have my second uncle obtain a certificate from the village and commune. Tomorrow, we shall report to the Armed Forces Department and undergo a physical examination. My sister will then be ready for enlistment. After a few years, when she completes her service, she will work as a nurse at the military hospital, securing an urban household registration and access to ration goods." Grandfather opened the envelope, examining its contents closely. His second uncle and second aunt, with teary eyes, were rendered speechless. Zhang Xiaojun, overjoyed, embraced each of them in a whirlwind of excitement. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the second aunt urged her husband, "Let us hurry to the village and commune to obtain that certificate. Upon our return, we shall prepare a feast to celebrate. And you must share a few drinks with your father." Her husband nodded eagerly, taking the envelope from grandfather and pedaling off on his bicycle to secure the necessary documentation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojun began preparing for dinner, while grandmother held Zhang Guoqing in her arms, gazing at him with unending affection. "My dear grandson is truly wonderful and impressive. How can I love you so much?" Zhang Guoqing reciprocated with kind words. "Grandmother, I have missed you dearly these past few days. The courtyard is not as comfortable as our home, and the meals cannot compare to what we have here." Grandfather and grandmother cherished their time with Zhang Guoqing, and after the return of his second uncle, the second aunt, Zhang Xiaojun, and the children joined forces to prepare dinner. That evening, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. As Taishan departed, he loaded a cart with corn, while Zhang Guoqing arranged for him to return the next day to take Zhang Xiaojun to the Armed Forces Department for her physical examination. The following day, the entire family set off in a horse-drawn carriage, journeying to the military recruitment office with an envelope bearing the official seal of the manor to enlist. Upon seeing the enlistment letter stamped with the manor's emblem, the attitude of the recruitment staff noticeably improved, facilitating a smooth process for their enlistment, including a cursory medical examination. The recruitment office notified them that they were to assemble for service by mid-March. Afterward, Zhang Guoqing and the others returned home. Once at home, Taishan handed Zhang Guoqing an envelope, stating it was from the noble lord. Zhang Guoqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean the noble lord? Why are you giving this to me? I can read. You should give it to my grandfather." Grandfather took the letter, opened it, and noted that the noble lord had arranged for a teacher to instruct them in cultural knowledge. Upon hearing they would be learning to read and write, everyone was elated, envisioning the day they could read books and pen words. That evening, Taishan joined other horse-drawn carriages to retrieve 5 carts laden with corn, wheat, and rice from a cave in the back mountains for processing. The following morning, Taishan took Zhang Guoqing and the others to the noble lord's residence for classes. They arrived chattering excitedly at the noble lord's house, where in a bright side room, a dozen desks were haphazardly arranged, equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Upon entering, Taishan respectfully bowed to an elderly gentleman with old-fashioned spectacles, greeting him as Mr. One. Zhang Guoqing and the others quickly followed suit, bowing and cheerfully calling out, "Good morning, Mr. One." The old gentleman surveyed the children and said, "You may take your seats. We shall begin with introductions." They hastened to find their places, and Mr. One continued, "I am the teacher engaged by Mr. Jean. I have diligently studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, and in the previous dynasty. I earned the title of Jiren. However, due to the turmoil in the country, I pursued further studies in France and England, returning home before the establishment of the nation, and was fortunate to be taken in by the noble lord. From now on, you will all be my students. The noble lord has procured your textbooks from public schools. And while imparting school knowledge, I shall also share with you knowledge from abroad, including French and English, as far as my capabilities allow. Today, let us begin with literacy, starting with the 3-character classic. Thus, Zhang Guoqing and the others commenced their studies under Mr. Wen's guidance. He shared numerous insights from both domestic and international perspectives, leaving Zhang Xiaohu and the others envious. Mr. Wen took a liking to these children, appreciating their lack of the bad habits often associated with those from prominent families. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing visited the noble lord, Mr. Jean, in the back hall, inquiring about the antiques he had collected. How many antiques have you acquired? And what about the antique master for my abacus? The noble lord laughed heartily. I thought your grandfather forbade you from asking such questions. They say in prosperous times, antiques flourish, while in chaotic times, gold is paramount. What makes your grandfather believe we are heading towards prosperity? In times like these, you have so much grain to trade for antiques. I truly cannot fathom his reasoning. Later, have Taishan accompany you and your abacus to consult with Yin Wang. I have arranged for him to teach you about antiques, and he will also handle trading at the ghost market, delivering the items to your seller behind the house for you to manage later. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Guoqing bid farewell to the noble lord and returned to the classroom to continue his studies. The following day, Zhang Guoqing arrived with an abacus. During the day, everyone engaged in cultural studies together, and in the evening, Zhang Xiaohu and the others were escorted back by others. Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan, under the guidance of Taishan, entered a hidden chamber beneath the martial arts training ground in the backyard of the princess residence. In Chapter 44, titled The King of Ghost Market, Taishan pushed open a concealed door and led Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan down a flight of stone steps. After descending for several dozen meters and turning a corner, they entered a brilliantly lit hall. Surrounding the hall were 4 guards dressed in the attire of a bygone era, each standing vigil with a sword at their waist. All of them bald. Taishan positioned Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan in the center of the hall and called out for the old man Yin to appear, proclaiming that the apprentice the prince sought had arrived. Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan surveyed their surroundings. Numerous copper lanterns and candles illuminated the hall, though the scent was less than pleasant. However, the abundant flames dispelled any sense of eeriness. The hall measured over 200 square meters, constructed entirely from blue bricks. From an overall perspective, it was evident that this underground chamber had been established for quite some time. At that moment, on one wall facing the hall, a crack appeared, and a tall figure emerged, holding something in hand. As he approached Zhang Guoqing and the others, he scrutinized them intently while seated on Taishan's shoulders. Taishan pointed to the old man and introduced him as Yin Laotu, known in the ghost market as the King of Ghost Market. After observing for a while, Yin Laotu remarked to Zhang Guoqing, your visage suggests wealth and nobility. You are destined for greatness. Then, addressing Li Suanpan, he continued, you, as the assistant to this young man, shall become my successor. Support him diligently. Zhang Guoqing studied the man referred to as Yin Laotu, who was tall and dignified, appearing to be in his 60s with few wrinkles and a healthy complexion. A distinctive feature was his gray hair, styled into a traditional long braid. His voice was crisp, yet carried a certain softness. Upon hearing Yin Laotu's words, Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of defiance and retorted, your words are quite amusing. Old man, who do you think you are? You casually suggest that my brother should serve me, and even take him as your disciple? We want to abide by that. I will seek out Grandpa Jean for a replacement, and whether you can maintain your pretensions depends on whether I choose to grant you face. Yin Laotu responded with a chuckle, scolding, you little rascal, I say you are destined for wealth, and yet you act so insolently. Furthermore, among the princess subordinates, when it comes to appraising treasures and antiques, I am unrivaled. None dare to challenge me. Zhang Guoqing discerned that Yin Laotu was a former eunuch of the previous dynasty and, with a disdainful gaze, replied, your skills may be impressive, but without you, we would still feast. Do not overestimate yourself, nor presume to predict the fate of others. My brother's fortune is not determined by your words or any celestial decree. My fate is my own, not dictated by heaven. Have you never heard that? In a fit of anger, Yin Laotu retorted, You insolent boy! Were it not for the fact that we are all under your grandfather's care, I would have given you a good thrashing." Zhang Guoqing leaped down from Taishan's shoulders, readying himself, and said, "Oh, you old fellow, you are the first to dare threaten me. Do you truly believe you can defeat Taishan? Such audacity! If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to the reason why the flowers bloom so vividly." Old Yin gazed at Taishan and remarked, "Taishan, does this little rascal always exhibit such arrogance? Why do you not give him a good beating?" Taishan, with his earnest demeanor, replied, "I cannot overpower him. The young prince has instructed me to follow him henceforth." Being a seasoned eunuch, Old Yin had witnessed the world's grandeur. He recalled that although Taishan was somewhat simple-minded, he never spoke falsehoods. If Zhang Guoqing were to bestow a beating upon him, it would be a great loss. Thus, he swiftly diverted the topic, saying, "Humph. I shall not stoop to the level of a mere child. Come, let me show you the treasures I recently acquired from the ghost market." Zhang Guoqing, equally curious about the treasures they had brought back, climbed onto Taishan's shoulders, while Taishan and Li Suanpan followed suit. They traversed through a concealed door into another grand hall, which mirrored the previous one, save for several large wooden chests scattered about. Surrounding the hall were shelves filled with an array of antiquities. Zhang Guoqing looked around with wide eyes, prompting Old Yin to quickly capture his attention. "Do not gaze about carelessly, little one. All these are mine, destined for my apprentice after I am gone. Your family's treasures are those few wooden chests." Upon hearing that the surrounding antiquities were meant for Old Yin's apprentice, Zhang Guoqing promptly abandoned Li Suanpan, urging, "Quickly, go pay your respects to your master. You must learn diligently, and once you have mastered your craft, we shall divide all his possessions between us." Zhang Guoqing's mercantile expression, coupled with his shameless words, sent Old Yin into a fit of laughter. "You little rascal! Just a moment ago, you threatened to beat me, claiming that your destiny lies not in the hands of heaven. Yet now, you are so eager to have your brother pay me homage as a master." With unabashed audacity, Zhang Guoqing replied, "Grandfather Yin, what are we to each other? I was merely jesting earlier. Being young, I lack understanding. You, being magnanimous, would surely not hold it against a mere child. Would you, Grandfather Yin?" This series of maneuvers left not only Old Yin, but also Li Suanpan in a state of bewilderment. She had not anticipated Zhang Guoqing's seamless transition from arrogance to flattery. Old Yin laughed heartily. "You slippery-tongued little scamp. How delightful. It has been many years since I encountered such an entertaining youth. Such shamelessness at your age was rarely seen in the palace. No wonder you possess an aura of wealth. With your wit and commendable abilities, you shall undoubtedly thrive. Oh, I initially sought a successor, but your fortune is too great for me to bear. Let that other young lad inherit my teachings instead." He then pointed at Li Suanpan. "Come here and pay your respects. I shall impart to you the skills of crafting and appraising antiques. Your name is Suanpan, correct?" Li Suanpan promptly approached, kneeling respectfully to pay her respects and performing 3 bows before rising to offer tea to Old Yin. After serving the tea, she introduced herself. "Master, I am Li Suanpan. My ancestors were once prominent merchants in a certain firm in Shaanxi, and we primarily inherited the art of commerce." Old Yin, cradling the teacup, smiled and inquired, "Can you swallow gold from your sleeve?" Li Suanpan nodded. "My grandfather has taught me." Zhang Guoqing and Taishan found themselves utterly perplexed, pondering the enigmatic phrase, swallowing gold from the sleeves. Was this some sort of clandestine thieving skill? They had never heard of an abacus possessing such extraordinary abilities. Zhang Guoqing turned to the elderly Yin and inquired, "Old Yin, my brother is a serious scholar. Do not associate him with nonsensical notions like swallowing gold from the sleeves. You are a disciple of the thieves' art, after all. We are respectable individuals. Thievery is a profession devoid of future prospects." Yin, incensed by Zhang Guoqing's remarks, retorted, "You insolent fool devoid of knowledge. It is you who embodies the true thief. Your entire family consists of rogues. Nay, they are all martial practitioners. Your clan is nothing short of a band of brigands." After a brief tirade, Yan's anger subsided slightly, and he continued, "What we refer to as swallowing gold from the sleeves is merely a gesture used for haggling discreetly. How did it morph into your notion of unrefined thievery?" Realizing he had made a fool of himself, Zhang Guoqing flushed with embarrassment and replied, "Who could blame me? You did not elucidate your meanings clearly." Chapter 45. First entry into the ghost market. Yin continued, "You should be able to discern that we hail from the court of the previous dynasty. Thus, We must exercise caution in our discourse within the ghost market. When we spot desired items at various stalls, we must first inspect them and, once satisfied, negotiate prices using the art of swallowing gold. On one hand, many sellers are acquaintances from the past, and recognition could lead to awkwardness, especially since most valuable items today are remnants of the previous regime, and we often cross paths in the capital. On the other hand, we must safeguard our identities. While acquiring treasures, we must ensure our backgrounds remain concealed, sparing the prince from undue trouble, as sustaining such a large household is already a considerable burden for him. Upon hearing Yan's words, Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the essence lies in confidentiality. We must not allow any slip-ups in this regard. Is there any other secret location we have? Ideally, we should stash provisions near the ghost market, as well as a designated area for treasures. These two sites must remain separate. In the event of mishaps, we can mitigate our losses. Most importantly, the safety of our personnel is paramount. Even if we were to lose money and goods, we must ensure everyone returns safely. As long as we have people, we need not fear anything. Do we have firearms? Are there capable martial artists among us? Yin was taken aback by Zhang Guoqing's prioritization of personnel safety, a stark contrast to their previous focus on treasures. This shift evoked a sense of gratitude within him, as they hailed from the old society, while Zhang Guoqing had been educated in the new era. In his past life, Zhang Guoqing's company provided the best benefits, yet even then, employees would leave with grievances, seeking arbitration. This experience instilled in him the principle that placing people first is essential in any employment context. Yin replied, "We have both long and short firearms. I have navigated the ghost market for over 20 years, and we have some skilled individuals among us. Rest assured, we will remain vigilant." After their dinner at Yan's, he opened the box from Zhang Guoqing's home, revealing a collection of treasures, the majority of which were artifacts from the era of Emperor Qianlong. After all, although everyone is currently struggling to find enough to eat, we have not yet reached the point of starvation. Additionally, the food supply from Zhang Guoqing is limited, primarily due to his lack of a designated storage facility for the grain. Each time, he must change locations, and with the cave discovered by his grandfather varying in size, there is little grain available for exchange beyond providing sustenance for two families. Zhang Guoqing resolves to find a substantial, permanent storage site for grain, allowing the prince to operate at full capacity to mill flour and rice, hoarding provisions for times of natural disaster. When that moment arrives, Zhang Guoqing will have the opportunity to showcase his abilities, as people in dire straits will be willing to part with their most treasured possessions for the sake of survival. This is Zhang Guoqing's first systematic study of antiquities, and he is earnestly engaged in learning alongside Li Suanpan. Compared to the dry cultural knowledge, Old Yan's explanations are profound and insightful. He is indeed one of the eunuchs who managed the Bureau of Internal Affairs in the previous dynasty. He begins his discourse with the origins of various raw materials, presenting each item from his wooden box for comparison, explanation, and evaluation. Each antique seems to come alive through his descriptions, vividly appearing in Zhang Guoqing's mind. In his previous life, Zhang Guoqing's interest in collecting was partly due to social conformity, as many of his peers and superiors were fond of such pursuits, prompting him to invest heavily to integrate into their circles. Additionally, being in a foreign land, he bought domestic antiques to soothe his homesickness. However, this time, Zhang Guoqing discovers a genuine fondness for these items. With aspirations to explore the scenic beauty of his homeland, he resolves to visit the origins of various raw materials in the future, immersing himself in traditional crafts and indulging in local delicacies. Old Yan's lecture extends until around 10 in the evening, after which he leads Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan out of the basement through the back door of the prince's residence. They walk in silence, completely exiting the living quarters of the eunuchs. In a small courtyard, they encounter a horse-drawn carriage. Once they board the carriage, Old Yan comments, "Tonight, you will familiarize yourselves with the ghost market. Beyond studying at my home, it is essential for you to explore and observe more. Do not confine yourselves to the ghost market in the capital. Such markets exist across the country, albeit those in the capital often boast more valuable items. Regional ghost markets occasionally unveil rare treasures. Many precious items were unearthed by grave robbers before the founding of the nation. When time permits, a trip to Sanshin would be worthwhile, as there are countless ancient tombs brimming with treasures." Zhang Guoqing wholeheartedly agrees. Traveling and treasure hunting both sound delightful. Along the way, Old Yin intermittently poses questions to test Zhang Guoqing and Li Suanpan, while Taishan, upon boarding the carriage, promptly drifts into slumber. The carriage sways along the journey and eventually halts in a courtyard. Once they disembark, Old Yin hands each of them a cloak to don. After everyone is cloaked, he provides Zhang Guoqing, Taishan, and Li Suanpan with facial masks. Once they wear the masks and secure the hoods of their cloaks, their identities become unrecognizable. Yin, the elder, instructed Zhang Guoqing that once they entered the ghost market, silence was paramount. After I have thoroughly assessed the wares, I shall inform you of the bargain price. Your responsibility will be to negotiate with the sellers, employing a discreet method. Remember, your thumb represents fine flour, your index finger signifies rice, and your middle finger denotes cornmeal. Since we only possess cornmeal, you must initially grasp the seller's middle finger before broaching the topic of price. Li Suanpan nodded earnestly in response. Yin continued, explaining that he was referred to as King Yin in the ghost market due to his occasional generosity, rewarding those who caught his eye with 5 pounds of cornmeal or its equivalent in grains, a reputation he had cultivated over the years. Guoqing, today you shall oversee the rewards. As this is your inaugural visit, you must bestow 3 gifts. In the future, you may choose to reward as you see fit, either after a certain interval or with each visit, but do not exceed 3 times, for this is the rule. Observe closely, and should any issues arise, we shall address them later. Zhang Guoqing and his companions nodded in understanding. As the clock struck midnight, Yin, accompanied by Li Suanpan, led the way out. Zhang Guoqing, as usual, perched upon the back of Taishan, followed closely. Upon exiting, they were unexpectedly joined by 8 individuals, all clad in cloaks and masks, trailing behind them. A wooden cart followed, laden with sacks of cornmeal. Silence enveloped them as they entered the ghost market, where vendors, despite the abundance of stalls, obscured their faces with cloth. The sparse sellers inspected their goods by flashlight, and after selecting an item, they would engage in whispered negotiations. The only sound to be heard was the soft patter of footsteps, with the glow of 2 red lanterns at either end of the street providing a semblance of life. Chapter 46. The reward from Little King Yin. As Zhang Guoqing and his companions stepped into the ghost market street, they immediately stirred a noticeable commotion, prompting several stall owners to quietly retrieve items from their boxes or bags. Ahead of Yin were 2 cloaked figures clearing the path, leisurely guiding Li Suanpan as they inspected each stall's centerpiece antique, moving methodically from one end of the street to the other. Zhang Guoqing, from his vantage atop Taishan, scrutinized the ghostly street. Both sides were lined with coffin shops, some with doors ajar, revealing coffins and various paper effigies within. As they passed, Zhang Guoqing felt an eerie chill creep down his spine. Upon reaching the end of the street, Yin began to whisper instructions into Li Suanpan's ear. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing scanned the surroundings, seeking a suitable recipient for his offering of cornmeal. As Yan's group retraced their steps, Li Suanpan commenced negotiations with the stall owners as per Yan's directives. Suddenly, 2 diminutive figures caught Zhang Guoqing's attention, and he inwardly exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten these little rascals?" The 2 figures were none other than Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu, the brothers who had assisted Zhang Guoqing in extracting information from Wang Jiaxing in a past life. Zhang Guoqing recalled that he had met them when he was merely 7 years old, and now, in 1956, he was 6. When I first became acquainted with the 2 of them, they had taken a retired martial arts teacher from the Shikahai Martial Arts School as their mentor. I recall them mentioning that they were orphans, having been homeless children before becoming apprentices. Fate is indeed peculiar. In this life and the next, Zhang Guoqing encountered these brothers, which was a destined connection. Zhang Guoqing pointed at the duo and called out, "You too, come here. I have a reward for you." The sudden sound of his voice reverberated through the quiet ghost market, startling the patrons who nearly packed up to flee. Once they regained their composure, they recalled the custom that when the king of hell bestows a reward, one may speak. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu trembled as they approached Zhang Guoqing, their faces uncovered, a rather rare sight in the ghost market. Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "Today, I find you 2 lads quite agreeable. Each of you shall receive a portion." Upon finishing his words, a cloaked figure tossed 2 5-kilogram bags of cornmeal from a wooden cart to the pair. Stunned, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu had initially intended to find a place to spend the night, yet unexpectedly received 10 kilograms of cornmeal, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was only when a kind-hearted patron whispered a few words to them that they snapped back to reality. With a loud clang, the brothers knelt before Zhang Guoqing, exclaiming their gratitude for the reward from the little king of hell, which elicited a hearty laugh from Zhang Guoqing. After rising and bowing deeply to him, they hurriedly departed with their bags of cornmeal. Then, they observed Li Suanpan negotiating prices with the stall owners, his sleeves fluttering as he haggled. Just as Zhang Guoqing was beginning to feel drowsy, Old Yin nudged his leg with his shoulder, reminding him of another reward. Zhang Guoqing perked up and began to scan the area. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a rather shabby stall owner and casually pointed in his direction. The cloaked figure tossed a bag of cornmeal to the stall owner, who promptly expressed his gratitude, declaring, "Thank you, little king of hell." He then hastily packed up his goods and exited the ghost market, disappearing from sight. The next day, when Zhang Guoqing awoke in the prince's residence, he could only recall having returned home before falling asleep. It was no fault of his own. He was still a child in need of ample sleep to grow. That afternoon, after school, Zhang Guoqing did not return to his grandparents' house. Instead, he had Taishan ride a tricycle to locate Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, following the memories to an old temple in Xiqing. As they approached, a cacophony of sounds reached their ears. Indeed, in a corner of the dilapidated temple, Zhang Guoqing spotted Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, along with Lu Dali and Zhu Dachong, the audacious rascals, who were shamelessly seeking to mooch cornmeal paste from the brothers. Zhang Guoqing advanced and delivered a kick that sent Lu Dali and Zhu Dachong flying, cursing them as shameless scoundrels. "They've already turned you down, yet you cling on. Have you never been beaten before?" Lu Dali and Zhu Dachong stood there, bewildered. All of them were orphans, initially meant to support one another. They had often shared their meager food supplies with Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, finding solace in their communal meals. From seemingly nowhere, an aristocratic young master had arrived, unleashing a kick and a tirade upon them. The duo felt utterly helpless, yet as members of society's lowest echelon, their survival was not without reason. At the very least, their ability to endure and their thick skin were commendable traits. In times of turmoil, they could very well have emerged as leaders of a rebellion, akin to Chen Sheng and Wu Qi. Lu Dali promptly smiled at Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Brother, we're just fooling around. We're all friends here, striving to make a living together." Zhu Dachong quickly chimed in, Yes, we are all comrades. It's just a joke." Zhang Guoqing turned to Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, inquiring if what they said was true, asking if the cornmeal was indeed delicious. Instinctively, they nodded in unison, "Yes. We're just joking." After speaking, they looked at Zhang Guoqing with confusion. Without further ado, Zhang Guoqing took a running leap, effortlessly soaring up the body of Mount Tai, and settled securely upon its neck, declaring, "A reward." It was then that Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu realized that the Zhang Guoqing before them was the very little King Yin who had provided them with cornmeal the previous night. "Little King Yin," Qiu Yu exclaimed. Zhang Guoqing smiled and knowingly asked, "What are your names? Tell me, and if I'm pleased, I might take you home as my henchman." "I am Qiu Feng, and this is my brother Qiu Yu." Qiu Feng, the quickest to react, introduced himself and his sibling. "I am Lu Dali." "I am Zhu Dachong," came the voices of Lu Dali and Zhu Dachong. In their past lives, they had all attended the Shikahai martial arts school, where Zhang Guoqing had first met them. Unlike Zhang Guoqing, these individuals had wandered from a young age, struggling to survive in harsh conditions. They had adeptly navigated various opportunities to showcase themselves, thriving in the alleys of the capital. Later, after joining Zhang Guoqing abroad, they found themselves flourishing, becoming talented diplomats within Zhang Guoqing's team. Most importantly, their loyalty was unwavering, with no hidden agendas. Zhang Guoqing smiled as he regarded them, reminiscing about their past experiences. "I am Zhang Guoqing, and this is my brother Taishan. Come back with me. I will provide for your food, drink, and shelter, but you must assist me." Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu understood. "We are collecting fine antiques. I will sustain you, and in return, you will help me find valuable items through various channels. Are you willing?" "Absolutely yes," they exclaimed in unison. "No problem. We shall take care of everything." A few individuals readily agreed. For the promise of food and shelter was an irresistible temptation. They would plunge into the depths of peril regardless of the dangers ahead. In Chapter 47, The Alleyway Rascals, Zhang Guoqing instructed Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, along with others, to gather their belongings and accompany him. With a sense of camaraderie, they donned their clothes. Though only Chiu Feng and Chiu Yu brought along 2 small bags of cornmeal, the rest carried nothing. Observing their mismatched garments, each person wore tattered shoes that left their toes exposed, which had turned as red as tiny radishes from the cold. Upon boarding a tricycle, Zhang Guoqing directed Taishan to find a supply and marketing cooperative to purchase cotton shoes for the group. Taishan nodded and rode off to locate a nearby store. Zhang Guoqing entered with Chiu Feng, Chiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang. He produced shoe vouchers from his pocket and handed them to the female clerk at the counter, saying, "Excuse me, could you please help me select some cotton shoes for my friends?" The saleswoman accepted the vouchers and, noticing the exposed toes of Chiu Feng and the others, rummaged through the stock and presented 4 pairs of cotton shoes for them to try on. They fit slightly larger than necessary, which the clerk noted would allow for extended wear. Watching his companions don their new footwear, Zhang Guoqing inquired, "How much do I owe you?" The saleswoman replied, "For yuan." He placed the money on the counter and bid her farewell, leading the group out. They boarded the tricycle once more, and Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to take them back. As they journeyed, Chiu Feng and Chiu Yu gazed down at their new cotton shoes. Sharing silly smiles, Taishan effortlessly guided them back to Grandpa Shishan's home. Upon entering the living room, they found Aunt Air and Zhang Xiaojun tidying up dishes. Having just finished dinner, Grandpa and Grandma sat at the table sipping tea, while Zhang Xiaohu and the others had already eaten and were playing on the Kong. Seeing Zhang Guoqing return with the scruffy children, Grandpa stood and embraced him, curiously asking, "My dear grandson, whose children are these, and why have you brought them home?" Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile, "Grandpa, these are my friends. No matter their past, they are with us now. They are unfortunate children and will live with us from now on. Is that all right?" Grandma looked at the shivering Chiu Feng and Chiu Yu with compassion, quickly interjecting, "Of course, they are all my grandsons. The poor things must be freezing. Come, warm yourselves by the Kong. I will have Aunt Air prepare a meal for you. And after you eat, we will heat water for you to bathe. You will be clean and then receive new bedding and clothes. And you can play with the other children in our home." Seeing Grandma's approval, Grandpa chuckled and called out to Zhang Xiaohu and the others, "Xiaohu, you mischievous boys. Come out and meet your new brothers." Upon hearing their grandparents' words, Zhang Guoqing playfully kicked Chiu Feng, causing him to kneel, and teased, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? Quickly bow and thank Grandpa and Grandma." Once Chiu Yu and his companions realized the situation, they fell to their knees before their grandparents, bowing deeply while introducing themselves. "Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. My name is Chiu Feng." "Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. I am Chiu Yu. Chiu Feng is my elder brother. He is 7 years old, and I am 6. "Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. I am Lu Dali, age 7. "Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. I am Zhu Dachang, also 7 years old." Grandma Zhang Guoqing, with a hint of annoyance, pulled them up and chuckled. "Xiaohu will take you all to the Kong to warm up. Let us get acquainted, as we are now all family." Zhang Xiaohu warmly ushered Chiu Feng, Chiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang to the Kong, where introductions flowed freely. As for Taishan, he had already climbed onto the warm Kong, lying comfortably as if he were at home. Grandpa was genuinely delighted. After all, the family lacked neither food nor drink, and having grandsons with brothers to rely on would surely lead to a more prosperous journey ahead. Understanding the wisdom of a good man has 3 helpers, Grandpa felt reassured. He promptly requested Aunt Air to prepare another meal for the children, who were now for more members of this large family. Aunt Air, pleased with the new additions, busily prepared fish stew with Zhang Xiaowan and made large pancakes. As the steaming pot of fish stew was served, along with 20+ fragrant pancakes, Zhang Guoqing and the children gathered around the table to feast heartily. Perhaps it had been ages since they had eaten to their fill. The fish stew was nearly finished, and the pancakes were all gone. Overcome with fullness, the children exchanged shy smiles with the onlooking kids nearby. Zhang Guoqing patted their shoulders, saying, "You can eat until you are full every day, but don't overindulge. No one will take care of you if you overeat." Upon hearing this, tears silently streamed down their faces. It was the first time they felt someone's genuine concern for them. The second batch of pancakes and steamed buns soon emerged, placed in a large enamel basin on the table. Taishan began his usual routine, absent-mindedly finishing both fish and rice. Afterward, Zhang Guoqing whispered to Taishan about fetching grain from the cellar behind the mountain, instructing him to come back the next morning for classes. Taishan took off on his tricycle, flashlight in hand. After the meal, Zhang Guoqing asked Grandma to find a few old clothes for the children. Just then, Uncle Heir returned home, and Zhang Guoqing, curious, inquired, "Where have you been all night?" Uncle Heir chuckled. "I went to check on your sister at the military hospital and also looked around the nearby supply store and state-run restaurant to see how far they are from the barracks. I discovered the hospital is not far from Director Li's state-run restaurant. Once your sister finishes her training, we can either bring her meals or order from the restaurant." Aunt Heir playfully scolded him, "Stop rambling. Hurry and bring the large wooden basin inside. Xiaohu, you all gather firewood and heat water to help Qiu Feng and the others bathe. Meanwhile, I, your mother, and the girl will quickly make blankets and clothes for the children. It's heartbreaking to see them in such tattered rags in this cold weather." Uncle moved the large wooden tub for bathing inside, and after heating the water, he began to wash Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang. Grandmother, second aunt, and Zhang Xiaojun hurriedly took out cotton and cloth to make quilts and new clothes for them. When Zhu Dachang and the others emerged from the tub, wrapped in cotton coats and seated on the warm kong, they watched as grandmother deftly sewed the quilts, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. As vagrants, or street urchins, they were accustomed to being driven away wherever they went. They never anticipated that at Zhang Guoqing's home, they would have food, drink, and new clothes and quilts. Their lives underwent a profound transformation. Before sleeping, they managed to sew 2 quilts, enough to last the night, with the remainder to be completed gradually. The 10 boys crowded on a large kong, chatting amongst themselves. When Qiu Feng and the others learned that they too could study culture and martial arts, and that they would have enough to eat at every meal, they were overjoyed, feeling as though they had arrived in paradise. Chapter 48. Sister enlists in the following days. Thanks to the efforts of second aunt and grandmother, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang were all dressed in new cotton clothes and covered with new quilts. They were well-fed and warmly clothed, rising early each day to practice morning exercises alongside Zhang Guoqing and the others, and attending cultural classes at the Bailey's residence. The most crucial part was that they could accompany Zhang Guoqing and learn marksmanship and interrogation techniques in the department, gradually integrating into the group. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was March 12th. Tomorrow marked the day when Sister Zhang Xiaojun would report from military duty. Zhang Guoqing and his companions did not attend class. After their morning exercises, the family began preparations. Unlike in previous eras, new recruits were allowed to bring some personal items into the army, with fewer restrictions. Grandfather presided, grandmother directed, and uncle and second aunt sprang into action, rummaging through the house for various delicacies. 5 pounds of white rabbit candy wrapped in paper, nearly 10 pounds of hard candy, a large 5-pound bag of peach crisps, and sizable bags of roasted sunflower seeds and peanuts, all grown in Zhang Guoqing's Jiubao space. Available in abundance without concern. As for cigarettes and alcohol, there was no need to prepare those for the female soldiers. The young girls preferred snacks. While grandfather and grandmother prepared supplies, Zhang Guoqing and the others were not idle. After breakfast, Zhang Guoqing took Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, and the others down the mountain to fish, returning home with over 100 large fish, allowing Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu to clean 2 of them, while they tidied the house and yard. Then, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhang Xiaohu, take Daqiu and Erqiu with me to the back mountain. Let us check the rabbit traps for wild rabbits. Jiang Wei and Jiang Jia, you 2 go to the storeroom and fetch 20 pounds of rice, ensuring there isn't a grain of sand among it. Nowadays, due to the manual husking process, the rice often contained many impurities, making it crucial to carefully select the rice to prepare a meal. Thus, Zhang Guoqing entrusted this meticulous task to the detail-oriented Jiang Wei and Jiang Jia. Accompanied by Tai Shan, Zhang Xiaohu, De Kuei, and Air Kuei, they made their way straight to the back mountain. Upon arrival, they conducted a brief inspection of the rabbit traps and discovered a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens ensnared and lifeless. In the wild boar trap, a half-grown wild boar, weighing around 100 jin, was struggling to escape. This young boar had been previously transported from Zhang Guoqing's 9 treasure space, where he had set a locator for the traps, allowing the boar to be sent ahead of time. It was later discovered by Zhang Guoqing and his companions during their inspection, leading to its demise and subsequent return. Everything fell into place seamlessly. Zhang Guoqing, observing the boar's frantic attempts to escape, smiled and remarked to Zhang Xiaohu and the others, Brother Xiaohu, why don't each of you take a shot at the boar and test your courage? Zhang Xiaohu and his companions, brimming with excitement, readily agreed and prepared themselves. After removing their guns from Tai Shan's shoulder, Zhang Xiaohu and de Kuei settled on the ground, ready for action. This was their first experience in a real hunt, targeting live animals, and Zhang Guoqing allowed them the freedom to act without guidance. Zhang Xiaohu aimed steadily at the boar and decisively pulled the trigger, a shot ringing out as blood splattered from the creature's neck. Elated, he exclaimed, "I hit it." The injured boar, however, summoned even greater strength and attempted to break free from the trap. De Kuei swiftly pushed him aside, declaring, "Out of the way. It's my turn." He steadied his gun, aimed, and with a single shot, obliterated one of the boar's eyes, the bullet exiting through the back of its head. Laughing heartily, de Kuei proclaimed, "I hit it too. I killed the boar." Kuei, feeling despondent, snatched the gun and approached the now deceased boar. He aimed and fired, splattering himself with blood, grumbling as he trudged back with the weapon in hand. Zhang Guoqing watched them with a smile, contemplating that they should engage in hunting more often to channel their excess energy. He used a rope to haul the boar from the trap, while Taishan effortlessly carried it back home. Once at home, without requiring assistance from his uncle, Zhang Guoqing instructed them to handle the processing of the boar, wild chickens, and rabbit themselves. After they finished, only then did he allow his aunt to prepare a meal for everyone. Zhang Xiaohu boiled a large pot of water, adding 10 jin of rice once it reached a boil. He quickly placed a circle of flatbreads around the pot and continued to cook the rice. Once done, he transferred the rice into a large aluminum basin using a ladle, placing it atop a large rack, while a circle of steamed buns awaited beside the basin. Covering the pot, he reignited the fire to steam the rice, flatbreads, and buns. After a while, when the pot was opened, a large basin of perfectly cooked rice, flatbreads, and buns was ready, complemented by the broth remaining at the bottom of the pot. A grand feast was prepared, with the table divided into 2 sections, one for the elders, grandparents, uncles, aunts, Zhang Xiaojun, Zhang Guoqing, and Taishan, sitting on the heated kong, while the other table was filled with Zhang Xiaohu and a group of children. The sounds of enthusiastic eating echoed through the home, so loud that an outsider might mistakenly believe they were feeding pigs. Sated and content, Grandpa and Grandma retired to rest, while Aunt Er and Zhang Xiaowan busied themselves with the dishes. Zhang Guoqing turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, please take a hind leg of the wild boar down the mountain to Grandpa Li." Zhang Xiaohu donned his clothes and carried a hefty leg weighing over 10 pounds down the mountain. Zhang Guoqing then addressed Taishan, instructing him to take a hind leg, a foreleg, and half a side of meat when he departed to enhance the living conditions for the bale. Additionally, he requested Taishan to bring the fish caught today from the storeroom and a box of Maotai liquor to the state-run restaurant, informing Director Li that they would be hosting the military leaders for a meal tomorrow and to ensure all arrangements were made. He also mentioned the need for 2 horse-drawn carts to come to his home to see off his sister as she enlisted. Taishan nodded in understanding. Zhang Guoqing then spoke to his uncle. "Tomorrow, let us take half a side of wild boar to present to the military leaders, creating a favorable impression. We shall also treat them to lunch, showcasing our family's status as martyrs kin, ensuring my sister will be well looked after in the army." The uncle, observing the thoughtful Zhang Guoqing, nodded vigorously, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, dear nephew. I can scarcely find the words. Our family's debt to you shall take generations to repay." Zhang Guoqing smiled, reassuring, "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for formality. The primary responsibility for caring for Grandpa and Grandma rests with you and Aunt Er. Our task is to diligently cultivate our skills so that our family can thrive." His uncle nodded, promising, "Rest assured, with me and your Aunt Er at home, Grandpa and Grandma will receive the best care." Zhang Guoqing then addressed Da Kuai and Kuei, instructing them to take the remaining wild boar and chop it in half for minced meat, preparing for dumplings. "Tomorrow morning, we shall make dumplings. Also, upon waking, do not rush into morning exercises. Instead, prepare 5 pounds of flour and the dumpling filling. Let us make a bountiful batch, as Taishan will bring 2 carts. The drivers deserve a hearty meal as well." Da Kuai and the others slipped on their shoes and went to prepare the minced meat. After a restful sleep, Zhang Guoqing awoke to find the family already engaged in making dumplings. Chapter 49. The feast dressed and ready. Zhang Guoqing rolled up the bedding and noticed Grandpa and Grandma seated, sipping tea, while Uncle and Aunt Er, along with a throng of children, joyously crafted dumplings. The scene vibrant with laughter and the dumplings taking on peculiar shapes. His sister, Zhang Xiaowan, adorned in a pristine military uniform with a bright red flower on her chest, sat beaming with delight. Taishan was basking in the sun with an elderly gentleman beneath the eaves. After stepping out, Zhang Guoqing offered a cigarette to the cart driver and then ventured to the storeroom, where he found his grandfather's tobacco. Using a pipe borrowed from Li Suanpan, he filled a pouch with tobacco and wrapped 20 packages of tobacco leaves, placing them into the jiubao space. Earlier in the year, Zhang Guoqing had discovered several seeds of the Guangdong variety among his grandfather's tobacco leaves, which he had cultivated abundantly in the jiao space. After securing the tobacco leaves, he also packed 2 bags of peanuts and melon seeds, intended for his master uncle, who had recently written inviting Zhang Guoqing to visit his family in the capital. With the tobacco pouch affixed to his waist, Zhang Guoqing called upon Taishan to load the necessary items onto the cart. Upon returning to the house, the dumplings were already boiling. He invited Taishan and the elderly cart driver inside to partake in the steaming dumplings. After savoring the warm delicacies, they felt invigorated and, once dressed and gathered their belongings, set off towards the city to the assembly point. Throughout the journey, the words of advice from the grandparents and uncles regarding Zhang Xiaojun were incessant. Upon arriving at the entrance of the assembly yard, they disembarked from the cart and were greeted by the sight of numerous female soldiers, clad in uniforms adorned with bright red flowers, already assembling in the courtyard. At the entrance stood a registration desk. Zhang Guoqing led Zhang Xiaojun to this location to register. "Hello, comrade. My sister is here to report. Her name is Zhang Xiaojun. Would you kindly assist with her registration? We have brought half a portion of wild boar meat to enhance our unit's rations. Where should we deliver it?" Zhang Guoqing spoke quickly. Hearing of the wild boar meat, the registrar hastened to complete the registration and soon dashed towards the office building in the courtyard, returning shortly with 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The male, tall and handsome, and the female, spirited and poised, approached Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Xiaojun. The male soldier addressed Zhang Xiaojun first. "You must be Comrade Zhang Xiaojun. Greetings. I am Kong Fei, the acting commander of our new recruits. And beside me is your new recruit instructor, Liao Ling. Your family is exceedingly generous to send you off to serve, and to bring us wild boar meat as well." Instructor Liao Ling added, "Hello, Comrade Zhang Xiaojun. I am Liao Ling, the instructor for new recruits, hailing from the nursing department of the military hospital. Once you join the unit and enter the hospital, we will be colleagues." Zhang Xiaojun quickly greeted them. "Hello, Commander." "Hello, Instructor." Zhang Guoqing smiled and said, "Greetings to our leaders. I am Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Xiaojun's younger brother. As a military family, it is our duty to provide some provisions to improve the unit's rations." Kong Fei nodded, glancing at Zhang Guoqing, who wore the winter attire distributed to the families of servicemen, thereby affirming his words. Liao Ling, charmed by Zhang Guoqing's endearing demeanor, could not resist lifting him into her arms, exclaiming, "What a lovely child! Who in your family serves in the military?" Settling comfortably in Liao Ling's embrace, Zhang Guoqing replied, "Hello, uncle. I am Zhang Guoqing. My father and elder brother both sacrificed their lives on the battlefield during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Sister Xiaojun is the child of my second uncle. In these times, the spirit of sacrifice was paramount, and upon hearing of the sacrifices made by his father and brother, Kong Fei and Liao Ling were filled with profound respect. Kong Fei smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, we will take good care of your sister." Liao Ling nodded in agreement, promising to look after Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Guoqing pointed towards his grandparents, uncles, aunts, and brothers who stood by the cart, saying, "My family is over there. We have all come to see my sister off to the military. My grandfather wishes to invite the leaders of our unit for a meal. Uncle Kong, Aunt Liao, could you please relay this? It is a gesture of our family's closeness to the military." Kong Fei and Liao Ling, with a somewhat pallid expression, remarked that our military has strict discipline, forbidding us from accepting even the smallest tokens from the populace, let alone the notion of a meal being offered. Zhang Guoqing chuckled and clarified that it was not merely his family who wished to extend hospitality, but rather a gesture on behalf of his aunt, who has recently been appointed as the deputy director, Du Wan, at your hospital. Du Wan's husband is a disciple of my grandfather and was raised under their care. This evening, my aunt has invited me to dine at their home, and I assured her that the logistics would be managed by the General Affairs Department to host you. Du Wan is the wife of my mentor, Li Bin, who has recently returned to the capital from another region. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing's audacity in revealing such connections, Kong Fei realized he had no option but to acquiesce. Thus, he hurried back to the office building to summon several deputy company commanders and squad leaders to join Zhang Guoqing and his party at Director Li's state-run restaurant. Director Li had specifically arranged to welcome Zhang Guoqing and his companions in the restaurant's lobby. As they entered, he eagerly ushered them upstairs to a private room. Zhang Guoqing directed the younger ones, including Zhang Xiaohu, to a nearby room, allowing them to order as they pleased, while he quickly organized seating for his grandparents, uncle, aunt, and Kong Fei. Once seated, Director Li personally served tea and inquired if Zhang Guoqing desired the dishes to be brought out. Zhang Guoqing nodded affirmatively, requesting an assortment of fine dishes and beverages. Shortly thereafter, the restaurant staff arrived with large wooden trays filled with a lavish array of meat dishes, all pre-prepared, showcasing Zhang Guoqing's family's affluence. For ordinary individuals, the chance to dine on such lavish fare at a state-run establishment depended entirely on the whims of the staff. A table adorned with an abundance of meat dishes certainly signified a distinguished status. The group of soldiers gazed in awe at the generous spread before them, while Zhang Guoqing and his uncle swiftly uncorked 2 bottles of Maotai, filling each person's glass. As glasses brimmed, the grandfather rose to toast, stating that they were simply common villagers and would refrain from flowery speeches. He expressed gratitude for the future support of his eldest granddaughter, Xiaowan, urging all to take a sip. The others raised their glasses in unison, clinking them together before indulging in a drink. Kong Fei, with a smile, remarked to the grandfather that this feast would certainly provide ample tales to boast about for the next 6 months. The grandfather, smiling, replied that they were all family, and spoke of the deep bond between the military and the civilians, encouraging everyone to eat and drink heartily, and to take the remaining liquor home for their comrades who could not attend. The sight of a case containing 24 bottles of Maotai left everyone momentarily speechless. Not only were they enjoying a splendid meal, but they were also being sent home with provisions. Under the joyful influence of Zhang Guoqing, the meal was a resounding success, with Kong Fei, Liao Ling, and the squad leaders earnestly pledging to look after Zhang Xiaowan in the future. After the meal, the grandfather and grandmother, along with the uncle and aunt, escorted Zhang Xiaowan to the military camp. Zhang Guoqing knocked on Director Li's office door, and upon receiving an invitation to enter, he stepped inside, smiling as he offered a cigarette and lit it for Director Li, saying, "Uncle Li, you truly honored us today. This lunch was indeed splendid." "Thank you." Director Li took a puff from the cigarette lit by Zhang Guoqing, examining it as he remarked, "Ah, young Guoqing, you even carry Zhonghua cigarettes when you go out. Now, is there anything else? If Uncle Li can assist you, I shall." Chapter 50. A visit to Uncle's home. Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Uncle Li, how much money do we have left from our fish sales? I still need you to accompany me to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items. I am visiting relatives tonight. Shall we first collect the goods from Uncle Zhang's place, and then settle the balance accordingly?" Director Li shot a glance at Zhang Guoqing and said, "How many times have you been to old Zhang's? You are quite familiar with the place, surely. You can go by yourself." Zhang Guoqing, playfully insisting, attempted to reclaim the cigarette from Director Li's hand, declaring, "If you do not help me, I shall not let you smoke my cigarette." Director Li gently swatted Zhang Guoqing's hand away, chuckling, "Is it truly so difficult to smoke your cigarette? Very well. I shall accompany you." With that, Zhang Guoqing's face lit up. "Let us hurry. I must return to the courtyard soon." Director Li led Zhang Guoqing to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering, Zhang Guoqing skillfully opened Director Zhang's office door, rushing in and exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang, I have come to trouble you again with Uncle Li." After completing the customary cigarette exchange, he lit cigarettes for both Director Zhang and Director Li. Observing the two enveloped in smoke, Zhang Guoqing felt the urge to partake as well. He retrieved his pipe from his waist, filled it with tobacco, and lit it with a match, releasing a refreshing and subtle fragrance that instantly overshadowed the aroma of the Zhonghua cigarettes. Upon inhaling the scent of Zhang Guoqing's pipe tobacco, both directors momentarily felt their cigarettes lacked flavor. Director Li was the first to speak. "What tobacco are you smoking, young Guoqing? It smells delightful." Zhang Guoqing replied, "Uncle Li, I overindulged at your restaurant at noon, and I fear I might not digest it well. So, I decided to smoke some Guangdong tobacco to aid my digestion." Hearing this, both men silently cursed. In these times, everyone struggled to fill their bellies and dared not indulge in sour or spicy foods for fear of rapid digestion. Yet this impudent young man was concerned about indigestion. However, the aroma of the tobacco was indeed pleasant, prompting Director Zhang to shamelessly request, "That is perfect. I, too, overate at noon. Guoqing, could you spare me some tobacco to roll a cigarette for digestion? Afterward, Director Zhang took the tobacco pipe from Zhang Guoqing, tore a piece of paper into small strips, placed some tobacco on it, rolled it into a cigarette, and lit it, clearly relishing the experience. Director Li, eager to join in, quickly rolled one for himself, following suit. As Director Zhang smoked, he remarked, "This Guangdong tobacco has quite the charm. Guoqing, is it easy to find? Be sure to bring me more next time." Director Li chimed in, "Yes, I would like more as well." Zhang Guoqing, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "Uncle, this Guangdong tobacco grows wild on the mountains outside the pass. If you wish to find it, you must go there yourselves. Once you locate it, I shall purchase it from you, as much as you can gather." In an instant, the two men discerned that Zhang Guoqing's words were laced with sarcasm. Director Li chuckled, remarking that they had no time to venture beyond the borders, and suggested that Guoqing should procure some for them. Zhang Guoqing, puffing on his cigarette, chose to ignore them. Director Zhang hastily took a kettle and teapot to prepare tea for Zhang Guoqing. Once brewed, he presented it to him, urging, "Guoqing, have a sip and kindly elaborate on this Guangdong tobacco." Zhang Guoqing accepted the tea, gently blowing away the froth atop the leaves before taking a few sips and continuing. "Esteemed uncles, the Guangdong tobacco primarily aids digestion, nurtures the lungs, alleviates coughs, and dispels internal heat. It is, however, a legitimate medicinal product. Furthermore, this plant grows wild in the remote mountains beyond the borders, making it particularly arduous to locate. Once found, the processing is even more cumbersome. It must be dried in a cool, ventilated space, then mixed with honey, sesame oil, sugar, and various flowers to create the tobacco we enjoy. You both have surely savored its flavor. This substance was already hard to come by in previous dynasties, let alone now. Just moments ago, you jested about sending me to the wilderness to find it. I can't even secure a letter of introduction, and you expect me to go? If either of you could provide me with such a letter, we would see you both face the consequences." Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, Directors Li and Zheng suddenly realized that he was a child of the courtyard. Should they dare issue him a letter of introduction, they would undoubtedly face rigorous scrutiny, potentially earning the dubious title of spies and being taken away for execution. Director Zheng added some hot water to Zhang Guoqing's teacup and, smiling, remarked, "You've already made us smoke this tobacco. If you need something, just say so. I'll procure it for you. No tickets, no money needed. As for the deficit, your Uncle Li and I will find a way to repay it." Director Li, catching on, recognized that Zhang Guoqing had piqued their curiosity with the allure of the tobacco, only to reveal its scarcity, clearly intending to gain an upper hand. Realizing this, Director Li playfully tapped Zhang Guoqing's forehead and laughed. "I was wondering why you insisted on bringing me along to the supply and marketing cooperative. You're just waiting for me here, aren't you?" Zhang Guoqing replied without hesitation. "Didn't Uncle Li already inform you? I'm visiting relatives tonight and need to buy some items. Our family has few relatives, and I've never visited them before. I'm counting on you to make arrangements." Director Zheng rose to go make the necessary arrangements, while Director Li rolled another Guangdong tobacco to smoke. Zhang Guoqing cautioned him, "Uncle Li, don't indulge too much. Excessive smoking can upset your stomach." Before long, Director Zheng returned, carrying a large cardboard box filled with newly released products from the metropolis: snow cream, malt milk, powdered milk, big white rabbit candies, Jing 8 delicacies, peach crisps, and donkey rolls, all in double portions. He added, "Also included are the cheap roast duck from the Bianfeng I bought for dinner tonight, along with 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor. Is that enough? If not, I can procure more." Zhang Guoqing smiled at Director Li, saying, "Uncle Li, you need not tell me how much fish remains. Just give it all to Uncle Zhang. As for the items, I will take them, and furthermore, I will provide each of you with half a pound of tobacco. Here's to our fruitful collaboration." After Zhang Guoqing finished speaking, Directors Li and Zheng exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously expressed their pleasure in collaboration. Zhang Guoqing retrieved 2 paper-wrapped packages of tobacco from his pocket, discreetly taken from the jiubao space, cleverly concealed by the winter layers of his clothing. It would have been a challenge in the summer months. Following the completion of their transaction, Zhang Guoqing engaged them in light conversation until Taishan arrived to escort him. This was a prior arrangement. After dining, Taishan would first accompany Zhang Xiaojun to enlist, then return to take their grandparents home, and finally come to the supply and marketing cooperative to collect Zhang Guoqing back to the courtyard. Zhang Guoqing requested Taishan to carry the large carton. Bidding farewell to directors Li and Zhang with a friendly, "Uncles, I'll return to the courtyard now. The mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers flow eternally. Until we meet again." The two directors watched as Zhang Guoqing departed in style on the horse-drawn carriage. Once Taishan delivered Zhang Guoqing to the courtyard gate and unloaded the items, he headed back with the carriage, as Zhang Guoqing planned to spend the night at the courtyard. Chapter 51. Aunt Duju and Zhang Guoqing hurried into the guardroom of the courtyard, noticing that Lu Xuanju was off duty today. After closing the door, he dashed to the dormitory to find Lu Xuanju. "Uncle Lu, please bring Uncle Li to help me move some things to the gate. I'm going to visit my master's house and need to bring a few items. Hurry," Zhang Guoqing urged eagerly. The weather in March was still quite chilly, and nightfall arrived early. It was already dark, and he was anxious to get to his master's home. Lu Xuanju and Li Fuguwei donned their coats and helped carry Zhang Guoqing towards the gate. Feeling uncomfortable being carried, Zhang Guoqing hopped onto Lu Xuanju's shoulders. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Xuanju held the carton, while Li Fuguwei grabbed 2 bags of peanuts and sunflower seeds, heading towards the small courtyard of Zhang Guoqing's master. At the entrance of the courtyard, Zhang Guoqing knocked vigorously on the door, calling out, "Master, Annie, I've arrived. Open the door." A voice from within admonished him. "Do you even know where this is? How dare you knock so recklessly?" The door swung open, revealing a young guard who scrutinized the scene. Zhang Guoqing perched on Lu Xuanju's shoulders, Lu Xuanju holding a box, and Li Fuguwei with bags in hand. The guard, brimming with arrogance, berated Zhang Guoqing. "Who do you think you are? Don't you have any manners? How were you raised? Is this how you behave when visiting someone's home?" Lu Xuanju sensed impending trouble. He knew Zhang Guoqing was orphaned, and any mention of his parents was a sensitive subject. Though Zhang Guoqing usually appeared lighthearted, he could erupt if anyone insulted his parents. True to form, Zhang Guoqing did not disappoint Lu Xuanju. He pressed down forcefully on Lu Xuanju's head, vaulted off his shoulders, and delivered a swift kick to the young guard's neck, sending him staggering. As Zhang Guoqing landed, he followed up with a flying kick to the guard's abdomen, causing the guard to double over in pain. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Before he could utter a cry of pain, Zhang Guoqing seized his hair and yanked it downwards. With a swift knee lift, his right knee crashed against the guard's face, and with a forceful toss of his hair, he sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhang Guoqing launched into a furious barrage of kicks, cursing as he did so. "Damn you! How dare you insult my mother? Who do you think you are, you bastard? I'll make you pay, you worthless dog. Perish!" The guard writhed on the floor, shouting in agony, which alerted the uncle and aunt inside the house. As they emerged from the room, they witnessed Zhang Guoqing mercilessly kicking the guard. The uncle hurried over, embracing Zhang Guoqing tightly, anxious as he inquired, "What happened, little Guoqing? Why are you attacking him?" He was well aware of Zhang Guoqing's formidable strength and harbored no concerns about his well-being. His only worry was why he felt compelled to assault his own guard. Tears streamed down Zhang Guoqing's face. The absence of parents in both this life and the previous one had always been a source of profound sorrow for him. Each time he observed others reveling in the affection of their parents, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Through his tears, he cried, "Uncle, he insulted my parents, claiming I lack proper upbringing. I long for a mother and father. Please, return them to me." Zhang Guoqing's outburst pierced the uncle's heart. Having grown up alongside Zhang Guoqing's father, they shared a bond closer than that of brothers. He regarded Zhang Guoqing's grandparents as his own parents. The uncle held Zhang Guoqing's well-being in higher regard than that of his own son. In an instant, the uncle's fury ignited. He placed Zhang Guoqing in his wife's arms, instructing her, "Dear, please take Guoqing inside and comfort him." After seeing his wife carry Zhang Guoqing away, he turned his fiery gaze upon the guard, who lay on the ground, blood trickling from his nose and clutching his abdomen. With a fierce grip, the uncle yanked the guard up, delivering a series of sharp slaps before kicking him out the door, bellowing, "Get lost, and do not let me see you again." The guard scrambled to his feet and fled, shouting, "What's so great about this? The leaders are assaulting people. I will find a place to seek justice." Struggling to contain his anger, the uncle's hands trembled as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it with a shaky hand, he took several deep puffs to calm himself. It took several cigarettes before he regained his composure, and he then noticed Lu Xuanju, who was carrying a box, and Li Fuguwei, who was holding a bag, at the entrance. Forcing a strained smile, he addressed Lu Xuanju. "I remember you. You take good care of my nephew. What have you brought? Lu Xuanzhu quickly replied, reporting to you. Sir, these are gifts that Guoqing brought back from outside. He said it was his first time meeting his aunt, and he couldn't come empty-handed, so he asked us to assist in bringing them. The uncle handed each Lu Xuanzhu and Li Fugui a cigarette, personally striking a match to light them, saying, "Thank you for your help. Please take these to the living room." After speaking, the master uncle opened the door and led them inside. Upon entering the living room, Lu Xuanzhu and Li Fugui placed their belongings down and noticed their wives soothing Zhang Guoqing, whose eyes were red and puffy, breathing heavily in a state of agitation. The master uncle felt he had been too lenient with the guard he had just reprimanded, observing how upset his nephew was. He silently resolved to transfer the guard to a more arduous post. He picked 2 apples from the coffee table and tossed them to Lu Xuanzhu and Li Fugui, stating that they should take their leave after such hard work, suggesting they enjoy an apple to replenish their energy. He also instructed them to close the door and inform their company commander about the guard's behavior, indicating that he would take full responsibility for any consequences. Lu Xuanzhu and Li Fugui promptly saluted and departed to relay the message to their commander. The master uncle, watching Zhang Guoqing gradually calm down in his wife's embrace, felt a pang of sorrow and guilt. While he had received parental love from Zhang Guoqing's grandparents, it was evident that Zhang Guoqing lacked such affection. To divert Zhang Guoqing's emotions, the master uncle glanced at the items he had brought and began to open the box, mentioning what the 2 young comrades had said about gifts from his nephew. Dujuan, captivated by his words, stood up with Zhang Guoqing in her arms and moved closer, inquiring about the gifts he had brought for her. Zhang Guoqing, responding with enthusiasm, exclaimed that it was a surprise and insisted the master uncle should not open it, as it was a gift for his aunt. Seeing that he had captured Zhang Guoqing's attention, the master uncle quickly closed the box and assured him they would wait for his aunt to open it, suggesting they eat first, as his wife had prepared a delightful meal specifically for him, adding that he had even wanted to sneak a taste before being thwarted. Dujuan eagerly joined in, encouraging them to eat and for Zhang Guoqing to sample his aunt's cooking, urging him to provide feedback and to visit often for meals. The 3 gathered around the table, with the master uncle and aunt persistently serving dishes to Zhang Guoqing, who enjoyed a hearty meal. After dining, the master uncle and aunt returned to the living room, settling on the sofa with tea in hand. Out of curiosity, the aunt asked Zhang Guoqing what treasures he had brought for her. Zhang Guoqing pointed to 2 bags, explaining that they contained raw peanuts and sunflower seeds for her to roast as snacks. The box, he mentioned, held fish he had traded with someone else, and he had not opened it, so he was unsure of its contents. Intrigued, the aunt urged the master uncle to place the box on the coffee table so they could explore its contents. The master uncle complied, and the aunt, filled with anticipation, grabbed scissors to cut the twine binding the box. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the plethora of items packed tightly inside. At the top was a large brown paper bag that, when lifted, released a fragrant aroma. As the master uncle opened it, they were greeted by the delightful scent of a perfectly roasted duck. Uncle Shi lamented, "Had I known, I would have opened the box before our meal. With this roasted duck, I could have enjoyed a couple more drinks." Auntie chided him playfully, urging him to behave, reminding him of his age and his insatiable appetite. Then, she began to retrieve items from the box: 2 large packs of white rabbit candy, 2 bags of milk powder, 2 cans of malt extract, 2 boxes of jingbajian pastries, 2 packets of peach crisps, 2 packets of donkey rolls, 2 packets of bao pickled vegetables from Lubaiju, and 2 gift boxes of the latest snowflake cream from the metropolis, accompanied by 2 bottles of 10-year-old Shifeng liquor, making Uncle Shi smirk with delight. He remarked, "My dear wife, after all these years, you've never encountered such a bounty of delicacies. Although I hail from the capital, most of my family's income during my childhood was spent on medicinal herbs for my brother and me to practice martial arts. It is only through the good fortune of my dear nephew that I can behold such a feast from Beijing." Duan, a woman from the northern regions, who was introduced to Uncle Shi through an organization, had never seen such a plethora of treats either, especially the 2 boxes of snowflake cream, which are currently among the finest skincare products in the country, accessible only to those with connections. Suddenly, Uncle Shi recalled that Zhang Guoqing had mentioned a gift he was supposed to receive before the meal, and he embraced Zhang Guoqing, exclaiming, "Nephew, you said there was no gift for me in this box, so where is it?" Zhang Guoqing, smiling, retrieved a half-pound packet of tobacco from his pocket and presented it to Uncle Shi. "This is for you. I got it from Grandpa, genuine quality. Afterward, Zhang Guoqing proudly showcased a tobacco pipe he had brought along, saying, "Look, uncle, I've also brought this. It's the same pipe as Grandpa's, with a white copper bowl, an ebony stem, and a jade mouthpiece, a truly exquisite tobacco pipe." Zhang Guoqing's exuberance made Duan laugh heartily. "You little rascal, you smoke? You're still so young. Barely larger than the pipe itself." At that moment, there was no need for Zhang Guoqing to elaborate on the benefits of the tobacco. Uncle Sure interjected, "You naive girl. This is a fine product. Grandpa's tobacco is medicinal. It clears the lungs, reduces heat, alleviates coughs, and most importantly, aids digestion." I once heard Uncle Jean recount a tale of master who, after overeating, was about to engage in a scuffle. Under normal circumstances, a person in such a state lacks fighting spirit, as the only remedy for overindulgence is to expel the contents. However, the older generation values food as life itself. Master could not bear to waste any. In a critical moment, he smoked a pouch of this tobacco, and soon enough, his stomach felt much better, enabling him to swiftly overpower his opponent. The most crucial aspect is that this tobacco is wild, unattainable even with wealth. It was favored by dignitaries of previous dynasties, who believed that 1 ounce of this tobacco was worth its weight in gold. This is no mere legend. Just look at our master. He has smoked this tobacco his entire life without a trace of ailment. Even those who typically cough from other tobaccos find relief after a few puffs of this, as it indeed has remarkable lung-clearing effects. Duan Wan listened intently to her master's words. Her master, a practitioner of martial arts, had built his physique through an accumulation of medicines since childhood. Consequently, she was quite intrigued by his discussions regarding these herbal remedies, particularly since he also worked in a hospital where any doubts could be resolved through inquiries. After her master and aunt had put away the items brought by Zhang Guoqing, he expressed his desire to return to his own courtyard. Both her master and aunt objected, and as they stood in a stalemate, a knock echoed at the front door. Li Bin opened the door, and a loud, boisterous voice erupted from outside. "You little rascal, how dare you bully our people? Who do you think you are?" The second uncle rose, donned his coat, and stepped outside to open the door, allowing 3 individuals to enter. Among them, 2 were familiar to Zhang Guoqing. One, over 50 years old, was the deputy chief of the courtyard, and the other was the guard whom Zhang Guoqing and his master had previously beaten, accompanied by another guard. Zhang Guoqing thought to himself, "Well, they've come to seek vengeance." Ignoring their words, he stood up and declared, "Deputy Chief, so you are backing him, are you? I shall summon my own people. Don't anyone leave. This matter will not end here. Even if it escalates to court, I will not back down." With that, Zhang Guoqing dashed out, having not even donned his cotton coat, leaving no trace behind. With a stern expression, her master addressed the deputy chief, "Deputy Chief Liu. According to protocol, while I reside in the courtyard, I am not under your jurisdiction. Bringing them to my home is against regulations. You need not say anything further until my nephew returns." After speaking, her master and aunt retreated to the bedroom, leaving the 3 men in the living room exchanging glances. Before long, the front door was pushed open by a throng of people, led by Commander Wang and Deputy Commander Liu, followed by a contingent of guards, each cradling a child in their arms. Among them was Zhang Guoqing, nestled in Commander Wang's embrace. Everyone entered the living room of her master's house. Her master and aunt, Fan Jin, emerged from the bedroom, and upon seeing Zhang Guoqing in Commander Wang's arms, they were utterly astonished. Unable to fathom how this child had accomplished such a feat, Zhang Guoqing said nothing but tossed a bag to the deputy chief, stating, "Return my parents." The other children, following suit, threw their bags at the deputy chief, echoing, "Return my parents." With a stern countenance, Commander Wang uttered a single command, "Guards, take the children to Deputy Chief Liu's home." After this, Commander Wang and Deputy Commander Liu shot a fierce glare at the deputy chief before turning and exiting her master's house. It was then that Deputy Chief Liu realized he had severely overstepped. It was no wonder his relatives had been punished for bullying the families of martyrs. No one would dare seek retribution against them, and he had foolishly come to demand an explanation. This was nothing short of courting death. Naturally, no one felt sympathy for him, particularly the soldiers present. If they were to sacrifice themselves for the nation, only to have their children bullied at home, and then be further victimized by the parents of those bullies, they would surely rise from their graves in anger. Deputy Chief of Staff Liu, in a state of utter despair, exited the door, his previous bravado of knocking and shouting now a distant memory. Zhang Guoqing did not let the opportunity slip by. That very evening, he, along with Zhao Shangyue, Yi Jiangwo, and their companions, took up residence at Deputy Chief Lu's home, accompanied by the vigilant soldiers of the guard company. Under Zhang Guoqing's leadership, they wept throughout the night, and in an instant, Deputy Chief Lu became a notorious figure. Naturally, he hastily vanished from the courtyard along with his entire family, which included his uncle's bodyguard. Chapter 53. The grandiose martial arts. The once mighty Deputy Chief Lu thus fell from grace, disappearing from public view and transforming into a cautionary tale within the courtyard. He was the first to incite public ire, but certainly not the last. His downfall served as a mirror for others. A reminder that vigilance and prudence were the sentiments shared by all astute individuals in the courtyard. In addition, they would not forget the name Zhang Guoqing. A mere 6-year-old boy had managed to obliterate the future of a deputy chief of staff, dimming the brilliance of his star and rendering him an ordinary man. Zhang Guoqing's courage and cunning were undeniable. What was pivotal was Zhang Guoqing's background, as a child of martyrs. With his parents and older brother having made significant sacrifices for the nation, he was deserving of utmost care. Moreover, he brought along many children of martyrs to seek audiences with the courtyard's leaders, presenting the military honors and commendations of their fallen parents directly upon Commander Wang's desk, proclaiming that they no longer desired the accolades, but rather wished for their parents' legacies to be acknowledged. This act incited great anger in Commander Wang, for these children were the offspring of those who had sacrificed their lives for the country, leaving Deputy Chief Lu to face the consequences of his actions. However, concerns for Zhang Guoqing's future were palpable. At his uncle's home, Aunt Du-Wan anxiously inquired about his reputation, expressing her worries to her husband about how it might impact his military aspirations. Before his uncle could respond, Zhang Guoqing looked up at Aunt Du-Wan with wide, sorrowful eyes and said, "Auntie, I do not wish to join the military. I am all that remains of my family, and my grandparents are eagerly waiting for great-grandchildren. I do not seek a grand future. I simply want to be with my grandparents." His uncle, momentarily rendered speechless, blinked back tears and reassured him, "Yes, yes. No military service. Our Guoqing can pursue whatever he desires. Your uncle and your brothers will shield you from harm, allowing you to live joyfully without any grievances." It was then that Zhang Guoqing recalled having never seen his uncle's children at their home, having heard from his grandfather that his uncle indeed had children. Curiously, he asked, "Where are my brothers? Why haven't they come to Beijing?" Aunt Du-Wan gently stroked his head and replied, "Your eldest brother is currently learning skills from your uncle's department at Su Laoda's place, preparing to enter the same field as your uncle. Your second brother is also with Su Laoda, studying special operations, though I do not fully understand what that entails." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing thought to himself that if his eldest brother would become a national security officer and his second brother a domestic special forces soldier, then surely, if they succeeded, he would be set for life. His uncle continued, "Not only my 2 boys, but also your godfather's children, your brothers and sisters, are all studying relevant subjects at Su Laoda. At this juncture, those dispatched from the country to study at Su University are truly acquiring invaluable skills. Unlike the cohort of Zhang Guoqing and others who, years later, gleaned little beyond language proficiency, their primary utility at Su University was akin to that of hostages. This elucidates another poignant matter. In my past life, upon returning to develop my fortunes, I encountered only the sister of a benefactor, while the rest of the acquaintances seemed to vanish without a trace. Whenever Zhang Guoqing inquired, answers eluded him. At one point, he presumed they wished to disregard him. However, whenever he required assistance, the sister would invariably act on behalf of her siblings to provide timely support. Perhaps the children of those benefactors harbored clandestine identities that precluded direct encounters, thus necessitating assistance through an intermediary. Particularly as Zhang Guoqing was a businessman straddling the line between legality and illegality at that time. Suddenly, a question struck Zhang Guoqing, prompting him to ask his master uncle. "Grandfather mentioned that you have attained the master realm. How many experts like Taishan could you defeat?" His master uncle paused, reflecting on Taishan's near half-step master prowess and his formidable strength, and replied with a wry smile, "Without weapons, in a one-on-one confrontation, I would undoubtedly prevail against Taishan. If faced with 2 other half-step master experts, such as my robust twin brothers Daki and Urki, I would remain unbeaten. However, if confronted by 2 Taishan-like behemoths, I would take my leave post-haste. Armed with a spear, I could contend with 5 half-step masters of the 8 extremes fist like Taishan, defeating them with ease. Even if I engaged 3 armed master-level combatants simultaneously, I could depart unscathed. This illustrates the terrifying prowess of Xingyi Quan. Once one reaches the master level in internal martial arts, the mastery over one's body culminates, enabling the instantaneous mobilization of one's entire strength to converge at a single point. The explosive power and endurance surpass those of individuals below the master level significantly. For instance, my capacity for digesting and absorbing food vastly exceeds that of the average person, providing me with an abundance of energy from the same sustenance. And I wield my strength with precision, unlike some who lack control in their application. Zhang Guoqing further inquired, from what you've said, it seems that the combat prowess of a master does not vastly exceed that of those beneath that level. They are not invincible and can be outmatched by sheer numbers. So why do Grandfather Jean and Grandfather Li assert that masters must not be insulted? His master uncle laughed heartily, stating, the master level signifies a state of being, and the manifestations differ based on one's practiced methodologies. For instance, Tai Chi embodies unparalleled defense, whereas our practice of Xingyi Quan and Taishan's training in 8 extremes fist emphasize formidable offensive capabilities. Moreover, practitioners focusing on leg techniques exhibit significantly enhanced speed. The master level chiefly reflects a markedly diminished rate of physical deterioration. For example, had I not sustained injuries, I would be well over 100 years old now. Your grandfather, despite a decline in realm due to injuries, has nearly restored his physique, coupled with a lifetime of practice. He enjoys far superior health compared to the average individual, thus easily surpassing 90 years in vitality. Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment before asking his master uncle, is our family's medicinal bath formula a closely guarded secret? Could I purchase all the medicinal ingredients at a pharmacy? Alternatively, might I acquire seeds for these herbs and cultivate them in our backyard? The elder gently patted Zhang Guoqing's head and chuckled, revealing that it is no secret. For seasoned practitioners in the apothecary, a mere glance at the prescription is sufficient for them to ascertain that one belongs to the Zhang family. After all, the accumulated experience and wisdom of a large pharmacy spans generations, sometimes even reaching into the dozens. Even if we were to separately seek out different pharmacies for our remedies, they would easily communicate among themselves to gather the necessary ingredients for our prescriptions. In fact, they possess a wealth of herbal bath formulas far exceeding our own. However, possessing a prescription is futile without the specific methods of preparation unique to each family. Merely having the recipe does not suffice for proper formulation. They would need to conduct their own research over time. The crux lies in the fact that some of the herbs in our prescriptions are foraged by us alone, knowledge that remains exclusive to our family. Thus, you can confidently visit the large pharmacy to procure your medicines, even if they discern your identity. There is no cause for concern. Zhang Guoqing nodded in satisfaction and continued, I shall venture to the pharmacy shortly and also procure a few sets of silver needles. Many techniques we learned from the culinary knife method necessitate the use of silver needles. I will also leave a couple of sets at our unit. Otherwise, the long queue for using the single set we have is quite time-consuming. Chapter 54. The old man at Tongrintang after chatting with his uncle and aunt and enjoying lunch. Zhang Guoqing set out to find Lu Xuanzhu. His uncle had hoped to send the newly arrived guard along with Zhang Guoqing, but the latter declined. Upon arriving at the guard unit's dormitory, he found Lu Xuanzhu, his brother-in-law. Come, accompany me for a stroll. Standing guard and patrolling the compound every day is dreadfully dull. Let us go have some fun. Lu Xuanzhu retorted gruffly, Scram, you little rascal. You've now become a taboo in the compound. Only us lowly soldiers still pay you any mind. Look how the high-ranking officials keep their distance. You now bear the label of calamity on your forehead. Zhang Guoqing chose not to respond to Lu Xuanzhu's remarks. Instead, he effortlessly climbed onto Lu Xuanzhu's shoulders, playfully shouting, I'm riding a horse. Giddy up. And thus they set off to purchase goods. Lu Xuanzhu, exuding a sense of resignation, led Zhang Guoqing through the gates toward Tongrintang, their conversation flowing casually as they walked. Upon entering Tongrintang, Zhang Guoqing observed a staff member assigning numbers to patients waiting to consult with the doctors. The female attendant glanced at the duo and casually handed a number to Lu Xuanzhu. Before Lu Xuanzhu could even grasp the slip of paper, Zhang Guoqing cheerfully interjected, Hello, ma'am. We are not here for medical consultations. We wish to purchase some silver needles and herbal ingredients. We possess our own prescriptions. Do we need to queue? The attendant, eyeing the boy perched on Lu Xuanzhu's shoulders, smiled and replied, "Young man, you can find silver needles at the counter inside, where there is staff present. However, for purchasing herbs, you will still need to take a number and wait, as our pharmacy currently has a limited number of employees and is quite busy." Zhang Guoqing smiled back at the attendant and said, "Understood. Thank you, ma'am. I will first look for the silver needles and have him wait here for the herbs." After Zhang Guoqing finished speaking, he pointed at Lu Xuanzhu, pulled out a prescription from his pocket, and gestured for him to queue for the medicine. He then nimbly hopped off Lu Xuanzhu's neck and dashed towards the counter to purchase silver needles. Lu Xuanzhu and the female attendant exchanged bemused glances. For just a moment ago, he had been conversing like a little adult, and now he was bouncing back to his childlike self. Upon reaching the counter, which was a tall wooden structure, Zhang Guoqing could not see the staff inside. Taking a running leap, he sprang onto a wooden pillar beside the counter, using its rebound to somersault onto the countertop. The attendant, startled by the sudden appearance of Zhang Guoqing, cheerfully greeted him with a "Hello, uncle. I'm here to check on the silver needles." Before the attendant could fully process the situation, a voice emerged from a corner, showcasing an elegant demeanor. Zhang Guoqing turned to see an elderly gentleman in a long robe approaching him. The man, of medium build with graying hair, had a rosy and radiant complexion, and his clear, bright eyes exuded a purity not typical of his age. Overall, Zhang Guoqing found him to be quite an amusing old fellow. As the old man strolled over to the counter, he inquired, "Which family does this little one belong to? What brings you to Tongrantang?" Zhang Guoqing, noticing that the old man was not a staff member, tilted his head defiantly and retorted, "What I buy is none of your business. You're not the head here." Tongrantang had transitioned into a public-private partnership, with leadership now comprised of state-appointed personnel. Instead of being offended, the old man expressed delight, remarking, "How interesting. It has been years since anyone has dared to speak to me like that. Aren't you afraid I might hit you?" Zhang Guoqing promptly stood up on the counter, striking a posture of Xingyi Quan, and provocatively beckoned the old man with his fingers. "Who is afraid of whom? Just you, old man. After I finish, don't cry. Even if you do, I won't give you any white rabbit milk candy to comfort you." The old man, recognizing Zhang Guoqing's stance, promptly identified it as Xingyi Quan and asked, "Which ancestor do you descend from?" "I too am a disciple of Xingyi. If you're from Beijing, I might know your family." Zhang Guoqing, with an air of pride, replied while sitting back at the counter, "Listen well, old man. My grandfather is Zhang Jinbiao. He claims to be a direct disciple with no other students under his master. Do you know him? Can you make connections?" The old man chuckled. "How is it that the grandson of Biao Laoda is so young? His master is my master's elder brother. I didn't learn many true skills, but in my youth, I spent a few years with your grandfather. My surname is Liu, and this pharmacy used to belong to my family. We can certainly have a conversation." Internally, Zhang Guoqing was astounded, realizing that this man was akin to the character Bai Qie from the Grand Estates. He recalled the name Bai's old pharmacy from the television series, a detail etched in his memory. The television has depicted the legendary life of this esteemed elder, spanning from the previous dynasty to the Republic, through the struggle against Japanese aggression, and ultimately into a new era. His life is indeed a tapestry of extraordinary tales. Regaining his composure, Zhang Guoqing promptly leaped down from the counter and, with utmost reverence, bowed to the elder while clasping his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Zhang Guoqing. It is an honor to meet you, Grandpa Lo." This dramatic shift in demeanor from arrogance to respect might seem awkward for an adult, yet when exhibited by a child, it takes on a humorous charm. Old man Lo snorted, "You are quite amusing, young lad. Just a moment ago, you were bold and brash, but upon learning my identity, you have suddenly become timid?" Zhang Guoqing, feeling a pang of anxiety, recalled the advice given by his master uncle, who had instructed him to be courteous when encountering members of the Lu family. He hadn't anticipated meeting the head of the family so directly. With deep respect, Zhang Guoqing responded, "In regards to Grandpa Lu, my grandfather mentioned that during his youth, many of the medicinal herbs he needed to restore his health were generously provided by you, either at low cost or even for free. Moreover, my father and master uncle have also benefited from your kindness. My grandparents instilled in me the importance of being polite and respectful to the Lu family." There was little choice in the matter. Although old man Lu appeared to be in his 60s, he was actually over 70, having taken exceptional care of himself. Despite Zhang Guoqing referring to him as Grandpa and senior brother, it was primarily due to his status as an external disciple. Throughout his life, Zhang Guoqing had received considerable assistance from the Lu family, a sentiment shared by many of his fellow disciples. Thus, it could be said that the Jingqing Zinjiman enjoyed the strong backing of the Lu family. Old man Lu chuckled. Among my generation of disciples, I have shared the closest bond with your grandfather, skilled in martial arts, loyal, and possessing a thick skin. It is crucial to have that tenacity, a trait I have also observed in your father and master uncle. It seems that your family's resilience is indeed hereditary. Zhang Guoqing scratched his head, smiling but unsure how to respond. How could he speak in favor of his own family? Chapter 55. A surprising encounter. Old man Lu lifted Zhang Guoqing with a laugh. What brings you to Tongrentang, young lad? Grandpa Lu will treat you. Zhang Guoqing struggled momentarily, attempting to extricate himself from old man Li's embrace, but to no avail. He couldn't help but voice his concern. I am quite heavy. Please put me down. It was only natural for Zhang Guoqing to worry. After all, old man Lu was nearing 80 years of age, a rarity in these times fraught with calamity. The thought of an elderly man carrying a vigorous 6-year-old child was concerning. Noticing Zhang Guoqing's apprehension, old man Lu paused and carefully set him down, patting his face with a smile. Ah, I must be getting old. For even you worry about my health. You are a good child. Zhang Guoqing, observing old man Lu, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, prompting him to lighten the mood. Grandpa Lu, you should feel content. Consider this. You have cradled my grandfather, my father, my master uncle, and now me. Our family has thrived in your embrace for 3 generations. What more could you possibly desire? Old man Lu contemplated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! The formidable Biao Lauda, raised in my arms across 3 generations. How delightful. You are indeed a witty child. Zhang Guoqing hastily followed the slope, thickening his skin with a smile, and said, Grandpa Lu, you haven't finished your words. According to my grandfather, when you praise someone, it is usually followed by an offer. Good work deserves a reward. The little ones are all waiting for your generosity. Grandpa Lu, amused, laughed heartily. You lot are so brazen. Each of you trying to reap the benefits from the old man. The remarkable thing is, despite your family's audacity, one cannot help but find you endearing. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall grant you a favor. What would you like from the pharmacy? Zhang Guoqing immediately stowed away his smile and, with a serious demeanor, produced 200 yuan from his pocket and presented it to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu, I have brought this money today mainly because I learned some interrogation techniques from my master uncles. I need to purchase a few sets of silver needles. And my grandfather also asked me to buy medicinal herbs for a medicinal bath. Before we got acquainted, I was about to ask the service staff how much the silver needles cost. So I am unaware of their price or the cost of the herbs we use at home. Grandpa Lu looked at Zhang Guoqing, took his small hand and playfully slapped it back, chiding, You little rascal, didn't I say I would gift them to you? A few sets of silver needles along with the herbs are hardly worth mentioning. I'll cover it. Zhang Guoqing persisted, saying, Grandpa Lu, if it were just me, I would certainly forego the payment. But I have more than a dozen little friends, including the grandsons of Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Jiang, all of whom are currently staying at my house. Therefore, the due payment cannot be overlooked. Grandpa Lu replied, So Lu Daitu and Jiang Dashan's grandsons are also at your place? That makes sense. Given your grandfather's nature, he would treat you all equally, which is why I enjoy spending time with him. He treats everyone like a brother. Then I shall accept the payment. No need to purchase the silver needles from the counter. I will bring you 50 sets from home as a gift. As you mentioned, there are many children in your family, so take your time using them. If they wear out, come back for more. We have plenty. As for the medicinal herbs, I will purchase them from the pharmacy according to the money you provided, and both the herbs and the silver needles will be delivered to your home. All right? Zhang Guoqing nodded happily and handed over the money, but Grandpa Lu did not accept it. He called out to the counter, Bookkeeper, send someone to collect the payment. Prepare the herbs according to the Zhang family's Ichuan recipe for delivery. A person from the counter came, collected the money, smiled and nodded at Zhang Guoqing, and then returned. After the pharmacy staff took the money, Zhang Guoqing quickly shouted to Lu Xuanzhu, who was still in line, Uncle Lu, no need to wait. We are ready to leave. As soon as Zhang Guoqing finished speaking, he heard a voice say, You little rascal, you finish your business and leave so quickly? Don't rush off. Come to my house and get acquainted. We should visit often. With that, he walked out of the Tongrentang doors with his hands behind his back, and Zhang Guoqing could only ride on Lu Xuanzhu's shoulders to follow. After traversing 2 streets, They arrived at the entrance of a grand mansion. Mr. Lu pushed the door open with ease. Gazing at the magnificent gates, Zhang Guoqing was overwhelmed with admiration, realizing that this was indeed the residence of the esteemed Lu family, renowned for their long-standing establishment, Tongrentang. The intricately carved beams and splendid structure of the mansion were a testament to the family's formidable heritage, far surpassing the modest courtyard on the hillside of his own home. Mr. Lu instructed a middle-aged man, resembling a butler, to summon a graceful middle-aged woman accompanied by a child of about 10 years. With a smile, Mr. Lu pointed at the woman and said to Zhang Guoqing, "You shall address her as grandmother, and this little rascal here is your grandmother's godson, young Gua. You may call him little uncle." Zhang Guoqing, taken aback, thought to himself, "Young Gua? Director Gua, the creator of the grand mansion." He quickly dismounted from Lu Xuanzhu's neck and respectfully greeted, "Good day, grandmother, little uncle." The middle-aged woman smiled and gently ruffled Zhang Guoqing's hair, while Director Gua nodded at him with a grin. Mr. Lu led Zhang Guoqing and the others into a parlor, explaining that most of the family members had their own residences and were living elsewhere, leaving only the elderly and infirm in the mansion. "Today, you should familiarize yourself with the place. Feel free to come and visit whenever you have time. I'm not boasting, but our medical skills are quite commendable. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to come here. I noticed you were looking to purchase gold needles. I happen to have plenty that I haven't used in years, and today I shall gift them to you. You're not just studying punishment, are you? I trust you have some knowledge of medicine as well. If you encounter any medical queries, come over to learn. The elder members of our family possess remarkable skills." With that, Mr. Lu opened a cabinet and retrieved an exquisite wooden box, placing it in Zhang Guoqing's hands. Gratefully, Zhang Guoqing responded, "Thank you, Grandpa Lo. I will not be polite, then. I will often bring my brothers here to share meals and learn." Mr. Lu laughed heartily. "You cheeky lad. Do you think our family's centuries of heritage will leave you hungry? Bring them all over, and I shall provide the meals." After enjoying tea and engaging in conversation for a while, Zhang Guoqing rose to take his leave, following Lu Xuanzhu out of the Lu residence. As Zhang Guoqing sat on Lu Xuanzhu's neck, he opened the box of gold needles, joyfully playing with the varying lengths of needles. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting past the alleyway. It was a small, elderly man, approximately in his 50s, dressed in a plain black cotton coat and a tattered hat, yet his shoes gleamed with a polished shine, which was one of the reasons Zhang Guoqing took notice of him. A flood of memories surged within him, and he recalled the details of this old man. Zhang Guoqing smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "I see now." Chapter 56. Lu Xuanzhu achieves merit without hesitation. Zhang Guoqing quickly stowed the gold needles away and instructed Lu Xuanzhu to halt. He spoke gravely, "Do not move. Turn right and follow that man in the polished shoes." Lu Xuanzhu, puzzled, asked, "What are we doing, Guoqing? Why are we following that old man?" Despite his confusion, Lu Xuanzhu complied with Zhang Guoqing's directive, turning the corner and discreetly trailing behind the old man. Zhang Guoqing looked at the elderly man and chuckled. "Did you notice the attire of that old fellow? His clothing is rather unimpressive, yet his shoes are impeccably polished, reflecting an extraordinary attention to detail." Lu Xuanzhu nodded and inquired, "Is there an issue with that?" Zhang Guoqing laughed lightly, jesting, "Dear brother-in-law, your opportunity for merit has arrived. I have encountered that old man once at Tongrentang, and again on my way to old Ye's residence. We spent over an hour in the courtyard, and to encounter him again upon our exit is rather intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, I have observed him closely. There are calluses at the web of his right hand, indicating he is accustomed to handling firearms. The prominent wear on his thumbs suggests he typically wears wooden clogs. Therefore, he is likely a Japanese individual. Considering his consistent presence near old Yi, it is plausible that he is a spy attempting to approach old Yi to pilfer the family's medicinal prescriptions. Thus, dear brother-in-law, it seems destined that you shall achieve distinction in this endeavor, and I shall certainly assist you. I will scout ahead to find a secluded alley to detain him, and you should follow closely, assessing the situation before taking action." Having spoken, Zhang Guoqing dismounted from Lu Xuanzhu's neck, retrieved a golden needle from the needle box, and tucked the smoking pipe, which he had kept at his waist, into his coat pocket, skipping ahead with enthusiasm. Soon, Zhang Guoqing reached the front of the suspected spy. Feigning breathlessness, he then pulled the smoking pipe from his coat, glancing around with a jovial demeanor before cautiously darting into a secluded alley. The Japanese spy observed Zhang Guoqing's antics with curiosity, perceiving that he had pilfered the smoking pipe from his home, eager to indulge in it himself. However, upon seeing the fine quality of the pipe in Zhang Guoqing's possession, coupled with his attire that lacked any rags, it was evident that Zhang Guoqing hailed from a well-off family. Intrigued, the spy followed Zhang Guoqing into the narrow alley. Inside the alley, Zhang Guoqing clumsily loaded the tobacco into the pipe, pressing down with vigor, yet upon searching through his pockets for matches, he found none. Suddenly, he noticed the shadow of the Japanese spy behind him. Startled, he turned to see it was not a family member. With a pat to his chest, he scolded, "You old man, you walk without a sound. You startled me." In this moment, Zhang Guoqing portrayed the perfect image of a mischievous child who had stolen an elder's smoking pipe, attempting to smoke surreptitiously, only to realize he had forgotten the matches. His comical demeanor left no room for suspicion regarding his intentions from the spy who had followed him into the alley. The spy chuckled, addressing Zhang Guoqing, "Young lad, do you happen to lack matches?" Zhang Guoqing, displaying a wary expression, replied, "Old man, do you know me?" The spy, still smiling, retrieved a match from his pocket. "I do not, but I have matches to lend you, should you need them." Zhang Guoqing hurriedly approached the spy, reaching for the matches in his hand. After acquiring them, he clumsily struck a match, struggling to ignite the pipe, only to erupt in a fit of coughs after taking a puff, exclaiming, "Cough, cough, cough. This is dreadful. It's too difficult to smoke. Cough, cough, cough." After speaking, he handed the pipe to the spy and said, "Here, give it a try. I find it rather unpleasant. I truly cannot fathom why adults favor this wretched thing." Suddenly, Zhang Guoqing inserted the pipe into the spy's mouth. The enemy spy momentarily froze, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Glancing at Zhang Guoqing, realizing that he had nothing to fear from such a small child, as he took a puff from the pipe, he instantaneously sensed the merits of the tobacco, a look of enjoyment crossing his face, but in an instant, he lost consciousness and slid down against the wall to the ground. Lu Xuanzhu, observing from behind, saw Zhang Guoqing deftly use a golden needle to incapacitate the enemy spy. Stunned for a moment, he rushed over, unfastening his belt as he ran. Just as he arrived, he witnessed Zhang Guoqing swiftly dislocating the spy's arms and jaw. Then, with remarkable skill, Zhang began to search the spy's person. He pried open the spy's mouth, feeling each tooth with his fingers. And with a sudden exertion of his little hand, he extracted a poisoned fong from the spy's mouth. Continuing his search, Zhang Guoqing discovered razor blades hidden in the collar and cuffs of the spy's jacket, a loaded pistol tucked at his waist, and a gleaming dagger concealed within the right shoe. Most crucially, Zhang Guoqing removed the spy's belt and shoelaces, binding the spy's hands and feet. With Lu Xuanzhu's assistance, they even managed to remove the spy's trousers, and upon discovering the cloth in the spy's groin area, they confirmed his identity. As Lu Xuanzhu aided Zhang Guoqing, he felt a chill at the back of his head, pondering how remarkably professional Guoqing was, almost akin to a bandit, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to escape. Notably, the dexterity with which Zhang dislocated the spy's limbs left Lu Xuanzhu astounded. Zhang Guoqing tossed the confiscated items to Lu Xuanzhu with a command to remain vigilant and disappeared into the narrow alley. After more than half an hour, Zhang Guoqing returned riding a tricycle, accompanied by several individuals in police uniforms. They disembarked and approached, while the enemy spy remained unconscious. The golden needle still embedded in his neck, the lead officer nodded at Zhang Guoqing, who casually removed the needle. After the officers lifted the enemy spy and carelessly tossed him onto the vehicle, they addressed Lu Xuanzhu, saying, "Comrade Lu Xuanzhu, we will certainly report your capture of an enemy spy alone today. Please await notification from your unit." They saluted Lu Xuanzhu, and the group rode away. Lu Xuanzhu, feeling a bit dazed, realized he had achieved a significant feat. Capturing even a single spy was no small accomplishment, let alone an enemy agent. The merit was so great that it could guarantee him a promising position within the organization. The crux of the matter is that Lu Xuanzhu's file will forever bear a significant mark, the capture of a Japanese spy. This incident serves as Lu Xuanzhu's proverbial shield against any future repercussions. As long as he refrains from self-sabotage, no one could possibly drag him into a re-education struggle session. This is the substantial benefit bestowed upon him by Zhang Guoqing today. A boon of such magnitude that it will serve Lu Xuanzhu for a lifetime. Chapter 57. The Cunning Thief. Old Gu, after bidding farewell to the departmental personnel, Lu Xuanzhu turned to Zhang Guoqing and expressed his gratitude, saying, Guoqing, thank you immensely for this remarkable achievement. It has bestowed upon me lifelong benefits, and I am at a loss as to how to express my appreciation. Zhang Guoqing chuckled heartily. I've already called you my dear uncle. Why are you still being so formal? When the rewards come through, treat me to some sweets. Contemplating the accolades from capturing the spy, Lu Xuanzhu couldn't help but smile foolishly, imagining the medal he would surely receive. He joyously lifted Zhang Guoqing off the ground and placed him onto his shoulders, making his way toward the courtyard. However, on the way back, Lu Xuanzhu began to scrutinize the passers-by. Having just tasted the fruits of his labor in apprehending a spy, he became increasingly mindful of the situation. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Xuanzhu went to rest as his uncle and aunt had already left for work. Zhang Guoqing, realizing he had nothing to occupy himself within the courtyard, decided to utilize the Jiu Bao space to teleport back to his grandparents' home. With this thought in mind, he exited the courtyard and walked a street over, selecting a previously chosen alleyway for his teleportation. This was Zhang Guoqing's inaugural teleportation, and he approached it with utmost caution. The teleportation point was situated by the riverside woods where he had fished before. The area was densely wooded, typically devoid of people, especially given the cold weather that kept villagers at bay. In an instant, he felt a rush of darkness envelop him, and suddenly, the scene transformed. He found himself amidst a pile of overgrown grass in the woods. As he strolled through the trees, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a consequence of his inexperience with teleportation, he made his way up the hill. Upon reaching the gate, Zhang Guoqing heard a lively commotion coming from the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu and others were animatedly discussing something. As he pushed open the gate, his grandmother was the first to notice him, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear grandson has returned. Come here to Grandma." With that, she leaned against the wall, attempting to rise. Zhang Guoqing hurried over to her, mindful of her bound feet and advanced age, which made it difficult for her. Diving into his grandmother's embrace, Zhang Guoqing joyfully exclaimed, "Grandma, I've missed you so much. What has happened at home? Why is Xiaohu and the others so lively?" His grandmother, stroking his head, gazed at her beloved grandson with pride, dismissively stating, "Your grandfather's friend visited us and taught them a set of light-footed techniques. They all tried it out and have been discussing it ever since." Eagerly, Zhang Guoqing inquired, "Where's grandfather's friend? I want to go see him." In 2 lifetimes. Despite Zhang Guoqing having encountered numerous references to lightness of foot in martial arts novels or television dramas, he found himself hearing of it for the first time in reality, igniting a profound curiosity within him. Eager to seek answers, he hurried to inquire with his grandfather. His grandmother gestured toward the main room, indicating that the elders were imbibing within, remarking, "You can see them in there. What is so fascinating about a few old men drinking?" With a cheerful smile, Zhang Guoqing replied, "Grandma, I must still go in to greet them. After all, I am an outsider and should not allow them to question our family's etiquette." Having said this, he planted a kiss on his grandmother's cheek, opened the door, and emerged from her embrace. He straightened his clothes and entered the main room, much to his grandmother's delight, who chuckled at the affectionate gesture. Upon entering, Zhang Guoqing observed his grandfather engaged in conversation with 2 gentlemen over drinks. To his grandfather's left sat a tall, bald monk clad in monk's robes, while to his right was a diminutive old man with a pointed face. Opposite them sat Li Suanpan's grandfather. With a warm smile, Zhang Guoqing announced, "Grandfather, I have returned. Who are these 2 gentlemen?" His grandfather gestured for him to approach and introduced the monk, saying, "This venerable monk is Lu Laotu from Songshan. You may address him as Grandpa Lu." "Greetings, Grandpa Lu." Zhang Guoqing respectfully acknowledged the monk. His grandfather then pointed to the small old man, chuckling as he said, "This is a master thief, Grandpa Go. You may call him Grandpa Go." "Greetings, Grandpa Go." Zhang Guoqing quickly offered a sweet salutation to the old man. Both elders nodded in response. Grandpa Go, with a jovial smile, remarked, "You must be Guoqing. Come sit on Grandpa Ji's lap." In an effortless motion, he extended his hand and, without any visible exertion, lifted Zhang Guoqing onto his lap, the action fluid and seamless. Zhang Guoqing found the sensation peculiar, yet delightful. It felt as though he had experienced little force. Yet here he was, nearly 40 pounds seated comfortably on Grandpa Ji's lap. Strangely, when he attempted to free himself, he found no effective means to do so. This marvelous feeling prompted him to inquire, "Grandpa Go, how did you accomplish that?" I felt hardly any pull as you brought me here. And now I cannot seem to escape. His grandfather, observing Zhang Guoqing's curious expression, burst into hearty laughter. Ah, my dear Guoqing. That is a signature technique of your grandpa Ji's thieving clan, primarily revolving around mastery over force. They earn their living through the skills of their hands. Without thinking, Zhang Guoqing exclaimed, "Is it Miao Shou Kong Kong? A fine job deserves a reward." Grandpa Gu joined in the laughter. It is not Miao Shou Kong Kong. Rather, it is a technique honed to minimize noise when stealing, a skill that enables one to remain undetected while adeptly disguising oneself. You little rascal. How old are you to already be learning about rewards? You've picked up nothing good from that old scoundrel Jean, merely adopting his wayward lifestyle. Seated comfortably in Grandpa Ji's embrace, Zhang Guoqing took the opportunity to scrutinize him closely, noting the old man's hands, smooth and supple, devoid of any scars or signs of laborious toil. Zhang Guoqing continued to address the elderly man. "Grandpa Gu, my grandfather claims you are a master thief. Furthermore, you imparted a set of footwork to Xiaohu and the others in the yard, which must be the skill you employ to escape after a heist, correct? When might you find the time to teach us a few moves, so we may cultivate our own abilities? After all, your visits are rare." Grandpa Gu smiled and nodded, then raised his cup to toast with Zhang Guoqing's grandfather and the old monk, lapsing into silence. Zhang Guoqing, too, refrained from further conversation, content to sit on Grandpa Gu's lap, his mind replaying the technique that had just been demonstrated. As he recalled the movements, he attempted to mimic the force with his hands, yet after a considerable time yielded little success, prompting him to marvel inwardly. In this era, reaching the age of 60 after a lifetime of thievery while retiring unscathed is a testament to remarkable skill. Indeed, Grandpa Gu's reputation as a master thief is well-deserved. After sharing a few more drinks, Zhang Guoqing's grandfather and the others retired inside to rest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guoqing hurried to the yard to inquire about the footwork taught by Grandpa Gu. Zhang Xiaohu handed him a thread-bound ancient text inscribed in traditional characters, titled Within Reach, Across the Horizon. This book was given to them by Grandpa Gu for their perusal when he imparted the footwork. Having engaged in over a month of cultural study, they had all acquired some literacy, so Zhang Guoqing feigned familiarity with the characters, which did not appear too out of place. Chapter 58. Within Reach, Across the Horizon. Upon gazing at the ancient text titled Within Reach, Across the Horizon, Zhang Guoqing's initial reaction was one of skepticism. It seemed somewhat exaggerated, considering it was a manual for thieves. Although the name sounded grandiose, it felt slightly incongruous. With his experience from 2 lifetimes, Zhang Guoqing deemed it necessary to investigate the contents of the book, especially since he possessed the 9 treasures space and the 5 ghosts, 2 extraordinary artifacts. Thus, he found himself intrigued by other mystical elements. Zhang Guoqing returned to his grandmother's embrace, settling into a comfortable position as he handed her the book. "Grandma, could you read this to me and provide a translation? There are many characters I do not recognize." His grandmother cheerfully accepted the book, opening it and calling out to Zhang Xiaohu and the others, "Li Suanpan, Taishan, Xiaohu, Dakwai, come gather around with your little stools. I will share the contents of this book with you. It is essential for you to learn." Li Suanpan, Taishan, Zhang Xiaohu, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, Dakwai, Erquei, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong quickly fetched small stools, stones, and wooden blocks to sit beside their grandmother, eagerly listening as she read. Surrounded by a circle of adorable little heads, with the exception of Taishan's notably large one, their grandmother joyfully recited the text. Rather than merely a book, it resembled a comprehensive report on thievery, meticulously documenting various methods, techniques, and tools employed, from observing and selecting targets to reconnaissance and execution, encompassing everything from individual practices to gang operations. It was nothing short of an encyclopedia for thieves. The contents recorded herein are indeed a veritable cornucopia, encompassing a wide array of subjects, among which the most formidable are the martial arts techniques, Rui Jin, Shogu Gong, and Ji Qi Tianya. The Venerable Elder Gu refers to the strength exhibited by Zhang Guoqing as Rui Jin, primarily a technique of force application. This skill is advantageous due to its minimal movement and light exertion, making it less likely to slip from one's grasp. Once mastered, one can wield it with the same effortless grace as Elder Gu. Rui Jin is adept for thievery as well as hand-to-hand combat. representing a sophisticated form of close-quarters combat characterized by swift and precise movements. One can efficiently pilfer from a target while simultaneously causing them minor inconveniences, thereby facilitating an escape. For example, during a confrontation utilizing Rui Jin, one could engage in combat while stealthily relieving the opponent of valuables from their hands, neck, or person, using the stolen items as concealed projectiles. Additionally, one might deftly unfasten the opponent's belt, dislodging their clothing and footwear, leaving them momentarily vulnerable and allowing for a hasty retreat. As for Shou Gugong, its essence is straightforward, the ability to contract or expand one's physique. This practice is inherently limited, necessitating gradual training. And the agony endured by practitioners is beyond the comprehension of most. It can be described as excruciatingly torturous. Zhang Guoqing harbors a particular fascination for Shou Gugong, having been informed by his master uncle that upon reaching the pinnacle of Xingyi Quan, one can achieve impeccable control over the entire body's sinews, fascia, and muscles, even possessing the ability to slightly alter one's stature, such as appearing taller or shorter, and to make subtle adjustments to facial features. The combination of Shou Gugong and Xingyi Quan, while not capable of performing miraculous transformations, can closely approximate such effects. For instance, one could diminish in size and modify facial musculature or features, effectively becoming an entirely different individual, a skill that would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. The painful process involved, however, is not a matter of concern. Zhang Guoqing and his companions, during their training in coercive interrogation at their master uncle's facility, often practiced not only on captured spies, but also on themselves. Through this dual application of self-examination and external practice, they gained insight into the specific levels of pain associated with their interrogation techniques, allowing for reflection and refinement. Thus, even as they often cried out in agony, they also experienced exhilaration upon mastering new skills. Among them, Jeang Wuing, who was most sensitive to pain, gritted his teeth and persevered. After listening to his grandmother's elucidation of Shou Gugong, Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to pour a cup of tea for her, allowing her to soothe her throat before addressing the group. He declared that while the technique of Rui Jin was optional for study, Shou Gugong was mandatory for all, including himself. If they could endure the myriad tortures of interrogation, surely they could withstand the relatively minor discomfort of Shou Gugong. He proposed that Shou Gugong could be perceived as three distinct techniques. First, coercive interrogation. Second, Shou Gugong. And third, the method of dislocating sinews and bones. The essence lies primarily in three crucial aspects. The first two serve to enhance our interrogation skills and our capacity to endure pain, while the third is essential for our future endeavors, whether in military service or any other profession where physical confrontations may arise. To ensure that we do not inflict lethal harm at the onset of conflict, it becomes imperative to master the art of joint manipulation, known as the breaking joints technique. This skill enables us to subdue opponents without causing injury, thereby preventing the grave consequence of taking a life. Furthermore, even if we refrain from physical altercations in the future, proficiency in this technique allows us to serve as barefoot healers, specializing in the treatment of injuries, thus providing a means of livelihood. Li Suanpan, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement. He was at the nascent stage of his martial arts training, possessing a rather rudimentary foundation, and the expressions of those around him varied significantly. After a brief respite, the grandmother resumed her reading and translation, this time delving into the chapter concerning the distant, yet near footwork technique. This title aptly encapsulates the significance of the footwork, as the text elucidates its formidable complexity, with mere entry-level practice proving to be a daunting challenge for many. It serves as a precursor to the earlier bone shrinking technique, for without mastering the latter, the practice of distant yet near would be significantly more arduous. The distant yet near technique demands exceptional flexibility and strength from the practitioner. It requires agile movement, coordinated footwork, and the execution of intricate maneuvers, coupled with muscular fortitude. Mere flexibility devoid of strength will not yield speed. Thus, one must achieve a remarkable level of bodily coordination and stability. Hence, the bone shrinking technique serves as a foundational element for distant yet near. According to the text, once one has grasped the fundamentals of distant yet near, there is a substantial enhancement in physical strength and speed, resulting in a lithe body capable of swift running and high jumping. As movements become more compact, The sound produced will also diminish, enabling practitioners to traverse great distances swiftly and stealthily. While the notion of moving without leaving a trace in snow or gliding over grass may seem somewhat exaggerated, the potential for increased speed and flexibility is undeniably credible. Zhang Guoqing holds a firm belief in this, as evidenced by the longevity of Gallows, a notorious thief who thrived until his 60s, showcasing the prowess of this footwork technique. The text also recounts various anecdotes from experienced practitioners, detailing escapades such as nocturnal heists within royal palaces, redistributing wealth from the affluent, and opening granaries to alleviate famine, among other tales that blur the line between reality and fiction. Ultimately, Zhang Guoqing acknowledges that whether regarding historical accounts or folklore, he has not encountered these stories before, relegating them to mere entertainment. After all, the same technique can yield vastly different outcomes depending on the individual's capabilities. For instance, regarding future heavyweight competitors such as Taishan, De Kuei, and Air Kuei, Zhang Guoqing remains skeptical about their ability to master distant, yet near to the extent of moving with the grace of a swallow or scaling walls effortlessly. At best, he believes they might achieve slightly lighter footwork, nothing more. Chapter 59. Unmoving as a mountain, old Lu that evening. My uncles returned home after a long day at a production team meeting, as the onset of spring thaw heralded the commencement of agricultural activities in the village. Following dinner, the elderly gentlemen were still gathered in the main hall, indulging in spirits, while I, as the grandson, took on the role of a diligent attendant, pouring drinks and lighting cigarettes, fully immersed in the bustling atmosphere. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhang Guoqing finally seized an opportunity to speak. Eagerly, he inquired of the old monk Lu, "Grandfather Lu, why does my grandfather say you are a false monk? Today, Grandfather Gu even showed us his secret techniques. What remarkable skills do you possess that might enlighten us?" Upon hearing this, Grandfather Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Grandfather Li and Grandfather Gu, and they erupted into hearty laughter. The old monk, with a bemused expression, chuckled at the two elder gentlemen. "What is it that you old rascals find so amusing? The wine and meat have passed through my belly, yet the Buddha remains in my heart." Grandfather Gu retorted with a playful scorn. "Oh, you drunken monk. You claim the Buddha resides in your heart, yet have you forgotten your past? Was it not you who lived by the sword and fire? A true reflection of your earlier years? Now you pretend to be a monk. If you possess any true skill, then abstain from the wine." Lu lifted his cup, downing its contents in one swift motion, signaling Zhang Guoqing to refill it. He countered Grandfather Gu. "Indeed, in my youth, I wandered the rivers and lakes, engaging in unsavory deeds. It was less than honorable, dear old rogue. We may have been brothers in mischief, but now I have taken refuge in the Buddha, committed to the path of righteousness. The pleasures of wine and meat linger only in my heart." At this juncture, Grandfather interjected, addressing Zhang Guoqing, "My dear grandson, your grandfather Lu was once a valiant hero in the Green Forest, much like your grandfather Gu, engaged in noble acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Many in the realm held them in great esteem. Otherwise, we would not have these two old fellows dining with us." Grandfather Lu, a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, mastered the formidable golden bell shield technique and various martial arts. Upon returning home, he sought to protect the weak, but during a heroic act, he inadvertently took a life and was forced to turn to a life of banditry. Grandfather Gu continued, "Indeed, when Lu ascended the mountains to become a bandit, his first act was to purge the notorious elements from his gang. He established a secure escort service, safeguarding merchants along their routes, never engaging in heinous acts. His martial prowess and fair dealings earned him the title of a movable king in the realm. During times of turmoil, their stronghold became a shield for nearby villages. Amidst the warlord's chaos, the villagers suffered little harm, and when the Japanese invaders came, they bravely descended to fight against them." Listening to the tales of his youth, Lu raised his cup once more and, after toasting with Grandfather and Grandfather Gu, delightfully drained the contents. Grandfather took a sip and continued, after driving the invaders away, "Your grandfather Lu sent all the young men into our ranks and returned to the Shaolin Temple to take vows, transforming from the immovable king of the Green Forest into a drunken monk. Yet, truth be told, your grandfather Lu's martial foundation is remarkably solid, with his golden bell shield offering unparalleled defense. His striking skills are fierce, and standing firm, he could withstand any assault without injury. To claim he is as immovable as a mountain is no exaggeration. Old Man Gu also nodded in agreement that the immovable Ming Wang was a great hero in his time, while the current immovable figure is a monk. Zhang Guoqing harbored great admiration for the title of immovable Ming Wang, for during the tumultuous years of warlord fragmentation, when the nation was rife with suffering, Old Lu managed to carve out a reputation in the martial world, demonstrating that his skills were indeed unparalleled. Zhang Guoqing hastily poured wine for the elderly gentleman, and after filling their cups, he inquired, "Grandfather, what are the nicknames of Grandfather Gu and yourself?" Old Lu, gazing at the curious Zhang Guoqing, affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Grandfather Gu has many nicknames, such as the Saint of Thieves, the Whirlwind, and the Master of Empty Hands, to name but a few, all of which are often followed by the title Grandpa Gu. As for your grandfather's nickname, you may inquire about it later, but we all affectionately refer to you as Grandpa Biao." With that, Old Lu and Old Gu clinked their glasses and returned to their revelry, leaving the topic of Zhang's grandfather's nickname behind. In this atmosphere, Zhang Guoqing felt it inappropriate to ask further questions and quietly attended to the gathering, listening intently to the tales of heroic figures and various schemes from the past recounted by the elderly gentleman, which stirred the blood of both Zhang Guoqing and Taishan Zhang Xiaohu, who lay in the adjacent room. One could not help but reflect on that chaotic era, where the distinction between right and wrong blurred, and martial prowess often equated to safety. The remnants of the previous dynasty, warlord conflicts, the Red Movement, the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, and the liberation of the nation. All these events formed a tapestry of youthful memories for the elders of his grandfather's generation. After a hearty meal and drinks, Zhang Guoqing, along with Taishan Zhang Xiaohu, prepared the calm, a heated bed, and hot water for foot baths for the elderly gentleman. And after ensuring their comfort, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, his grandmother had already retired to his second uncle's home for the night, as they were reluctant to have her continue attending to his grandfather at such an hour. The next morning, he was awakened by Taishan and joined everyone in the courtyard for morning exercises, beginning with standing meditation, followed by boxing practice. They commenced with Xingyi Quan, and each practiced individually. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing focused on the San-Ti Shi, three-body stance, of Xingyi Quan, having gained profound insights into it in a past life, although the martial conditions in that existence were vastly inferior to the present, preventing him from attaining a higher realm. Now, under the guidance of his grandfather and granduncle, he was able to avoid many missteps and diligently solidified his foundation. Li Xuanpan practiced standing meditation, as he was naturally slender and had a weak foundation, thus striving to strengthen himself. The brothers Jiang Wei and Jiang Jia practiced their family's inherited sword techniques, recently imparted to them by their grandfather, diligently honing their skills with precision. Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkuei trained in their family's martial art, the iron cloth shirt, a defensive technique akin to the golden bell shield. However, unlike the latter, iron cloth shirt is an external practice focused on enhancing the body's resilience through impact resistance. As such, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong, the practitioners of Xingyi, were relentlessly using Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkuei as makeshift punching bags, engaging in a vigorous sparring session that proved beneficial for all involved. Naturally, should the duo suffer excessive pain, they would retaliate, ensuring a balanced exchange of blows, which resulted in a commendable practical training experience. Given their youthful exuberance, the children exhibited a plethora of playful antics and various techniques learned from Pao Ding's knife technique, further enhancing their skill development. After all, their limited strength necessitated a reliance on technique. Chapter 60. The arrival of the brothers in the courtyard following their morning exercises. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Taishan and a few others, set about tidying the courtyard and polishing the training equipment. At that moment, Second Aunt pushed open the door and called out to the children in the courtyard that it was time for their meal. They were instructed to put down their tasks, wash up, and finish eating before resuming their work. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu tossed his broom into the corner and joyfully shouted, "Mealtime! Mealtime! Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, hurry and bring out the wash basins. Dakuai, Erkuei, go fetch some water. Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, you two squeeze the toothpaste, and together with Lu Dali and Dachong, brush your teeth first. After we wash our faces, you can wash yours." The children hurriedly complied with Zhang Xiaohu's instructions, though Zhang Guoqing, Taishan, and Li Xuanpan were exempt from such tasks. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu first handed the prepped toothbrushes to their companions for them to brush their teeth before they too took their turn. By the time Zhang Guoqing and the others finished brushing, Dakuai and Erkui had already set the washing water before them, awaiting their faces to be washed. This arrangement highlighted the limitations of the era, as the household possessed only 5 wooden wash basins, necessitating a staggered approach to washing up. Some washed their faces first, while others brushed their teeth, cleverly optimizing their time. As for Zhang Guoqing, Taishan, and Suanpan, they enjoyed certain privileges. As the leader among the children, no one dared to compete with Zhang Guoqing, while Taishan, with his formidable strength, could effortlessly overpower everyone except Zhang Guoqing. Suanpan, the strategist, commanded respect, ensuring that everyone yielded to them. After breakfast, the group proceeded to the prince's residence for their studies. Taishan led the way, arranging 3 horse-drawn carriages as they made their way to the courtyard. This development followed the trajectory of the past, with the children of the courtyard reaching school age and attending classes, while the younger ones were entrusted to responsible families for supervision. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing's household found itself once more shouldering similar caregiving responsibilities as in the previous life. However, this time, the number of children visiting Zhang Guoqing's home greatly exceeded that of the past, as he had significantly fewer companions back then. The carriages ambled leisurely toward the courtyard, and Zhang Guoqing began contemplating how to accommodate them all, as there were 18 children coming over today, far beyond what his home could manage. In the household of Li Suanpan, arrangements were made for 12 young boys, as only he and his grandfather resided there. Accommodating the 12 children was ample, while the remaining 6 girls found shelter in their own home, residing on the Kong alongside their grandparents, who had relocated to the residence of their second uncle, just as in their previous lives. Although these 18 individuals received their rations from the granary in a timely manner, akin to Zhang Guoqing and his companions, they too required nutritional supplements. Furthermore, the preparations for martial arts, medicinal baths, and various educational supplies necessitated Zhang Guoqing's attention. In their former lives, although the grandparents and the second uncle and aunt tended to everyone's needs with great care, they still faced the challenge of food scarcity. Thus, despite their solid physical condition from practicing martial arts, their development was stunted due to insufficient nourishment, particularly affecting the heights of Dakuai and Erkui, who had missed out on significant growth. Zhang Guoqing had silently vowed to take good care of everyone. For both his brothers at home and the siblings in the courtyard were carefully selected by him. Their harmonious development would surely forge lasting bonds of mutual support, far more steadfast than the chaotic relationships formed later in society. At 10:50 a.m., Zhang Guoqing arrived at the courtyard with 3 wagons, which swayed gently as they approached the entrance. With the assistance of the guards led by Lu Xuanzhu, they swiftly loaded Zhao Shuanyue and the others' rations and belongings onto the wagons. After their tasks were complete, they all gathered to enjoy lunch at the courtyard canteen, where Lu Xuanzhu and Zhang Guoqing shared a table, engaging in conversation while they ate. Guoqing, Lu Xuanzhu said softly, "Today I've packed 3 months' worth of rations for you, choosing only the finest grain from the warehouse. Due to my success in apprehending spies and my prior performance, I am to attend a training course, which should lead to a promotion. Once I save up my allowance, I shall treat you to a meal." Zhang Guoqing waved his hand and chuckled, "Elder brother, let's set aside the matter of treating for now. Once you receive your promotion, do find time to take a leave of absence to visit home. I wish to see my sister-in-law and my wife. Be sure not to let my wife go hungry." The serious tone of their conversation was instantly diffused by Zhang Guoqing's light-hearted jest. Lu Xuanzhu laughed and chided him, "You rascal! How old are you to already be thinking about your wife? Besides, when I take leave to visit home, I can only see them. By the time I have the qualification to bring my family along with me, you might very well be married with children." Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment and replied, "Elder brother, how many spies must I catch to elevate you to such a high rank? Perhaps I shall devise a plan later. If it comes to it, I can always follow through with my previous suggestion and transfer to the capital. Once you receive your promotion and transfer to a unit in the capital, it will undoubtedly be a good position. We can arrange for your sister-in-law and sister to come live in the capital once the unit assigns housing. However, if you merely wait in the army for a promotion, it could take at least 10 years before you can submit a marriage application. The critical issue is that you might not even be in the capital by then. You could be stationed in a remote area, and we may never see each other again." Lu Xuanzhu listened attentively as Zhang Guoqing spoke, nodding subconsciously. After all, Zhang's words held a kernel of truth. While securing a promotion within the guard unit might pose little difficulty, aspiring for higher ranks would inevitably necessitate a transfer. The capital, after all, is a place where opportunities are as scarce as they are coveted, with many vying for a chance to be reassigned there. However, there was no rush for such matters. Once Lu Xuanzhu joined the training regiment and completed his promotion, he would still have several years to spend in the compound. By that time, any issues could be deliberated upon, and if necessary, Zhang Guoqing could appeal to his mentor to facilitate Lu's transfer to their department. In such a scenario, Zhang would be able to offer Lu substantial assistance within his mentor's realm. The bonds between individuals are indeed remarkable. A friendship blossomed unknowingly between two people separated by a decade in age, each considering the other's welfare without even realizing it. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing visited his mentor's home to collect gifts that his mentor and his wife had prepared for Lu's grandparents. He then gathered everyone and headed home, while Zhao Shanyu, Yi Jinghua, and the others gazed around in wonder. It had been over 4 months since they last ventured beyond the gates of the compound during a fishing trip with Zhang Guoqing, and everything outside appeared novel and refreshing, enhancing their spirits. Upon arriving at the eastern edge of Shanxiao village, Taishan parked the cart in front of Li Xuanpan's home. By this time, Li Xuanpan had already tidied up the house with Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing, they rushed to assist in unloading the boys' luggage and some provisions from the cart into Li Xuanpan's home. After all, they would need to accompany Zhang Guoqing to study at the prince's residence during the day, and a portion of their provisions would be necessary for meals at both the prince's house and Zhang Guoqing's grandparents' home. Thus, the boys' supplies were divided into 3 portions. As for the girls, their provisions were split into 2, one kept at Zhang Guoqing's house and the other at the prince's residence. Once the boys' belongings were settled, Zhang Guoqing led everyone up the mountain to his grandfather's home. Chapter 61. Learning together. By the time they arrived at Zhang Guoqing's house, twilight was approaching. After Lu's second uncle and aunt assisted in settling the luggage of the girls into the rooms of Zhang Guoqing's grandparents, he took the children to the main room to relax while his relatives busied themselves preparing dinner. Not spotting his grandparents, Zhang Guoqing inquired of his uncle, "Did my grandparents dine at your house?" His aunt, busy kneading dough, interjected, "Your grandmother has eaten with us and is now resting, while your grandfather and his old friends are still enjoying their drinks." Curious, Zhang Guoqing asked, "Will the 2 old gentlemen be leaving soon?" His aunt replied, "Yesterday, your grandmother mentioned to your grandfather about the skills you wish to practice, such as the shrinking bone technique and the movement skills. Your grandfather communicated with them, and they decided to stay at our home for a while to teach you before making further arrangements." Upon hearing that the venerable Gallows II would personally instruct them in the shrinking bone technique, Zhang Guoqing's excitement surged, and he jubilantly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful! With Gallows II's guidance, we will surely master these skills more swiftly." Beside him, Zhang Xiaohu and a few others listened to Zhang Guoqing's words, joyfully waving their small fists and laughing. Zhao Shanyu, Yi Jinghua, and their companions, who had just arrived today, looked on in bewilderment as Zhang Guoqing celebrated with fervent gestures. In an exuberant mood, Zhang Guoqing waved his hand and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Brother Xiaohu, each person gets 5 pieces of white rabbit candy. Please arrange it. Today we shall celebrate." Zhang Xiaohu nodded with delight and entered the room, retrieving the key to the cupboard and taking out the milk candies to distribute among everyone. Although Zhao Shanyu and the others were unsure of the reason behind Zhang Guoqing's happiness, the prospect of receiving milk candy brought them joy, especially since it had been quite a while since they had indulged in snacks after the new year. Zhang Guoqing received the white rabbit candies handed to him by Zhang Xiaohu, unwrapped 2 pieces, and placed them into the mouths of his uncle and aunt, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for your hard work, uncle and aunt. We will continue to rely on your support for our meals." With the candy in her mouth, Aunt smiled broadly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Your uncle and I will take care of your meals." Uncle, with a hearty nod, savored the candy. As in these times, people tended to hold the candy in their mouths rather than chew, relishing the sweetness for as long as possible. Before long, dinner was ready, and Zhang Guoqing allowed the children in the courtyard to eat first, as the number of diners was quite large, necessitating a staggered serving. Zhao Shanyu, Yi Jinghua, and the boys from the courtyard gathered around the 8 immortals table in the main room, while the girls, including Arya, dined at a smaller table on the Kong. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring a pot of fish stewed by uncle and aunt, all caught earlier, as the larger fish had been sold for other provisions. There were also pancakes, steamed buns made from mixed flour, fried peanuts prepared in advance, and pickled vegetables purchased from Lu Baiju. This array of dishes brought smiles to Zhao Shangyue and his friends, as it had been quite some time since they had enjoyed such a lavish meal. Zhang Guoqing's family was currently well-stocked with grains from the 9 treasures space. After months of accumulation, both the prince's residence and Zhang Guoqing's space were filled with ample supplies. For instance, there were several bags of peanuts in the granary and a small jar of peanut oil weighing over 30 pounds. Various staples, including cornmeal, white flour, and rice, were also in plentiful supply. Zhang Guoqing contemplated ways to acquire tools and livestock to sustain himself in the space, envisioning the possibility of having the spirits process grains and extract oil. Ideally, he hoped to procure some kitchen utensils and spices, enabling them to enjoy meals even in the wilderness. As Zhao Shangyue and the others commenced their meal, Aunt ladled the remaining fish from the pot into a large enamel basin, added water to the pot, and brought it to a boil. She steamed a layer of corn buns and another of steamed buns, then sliced a ring of pancakes to fit between the 2 layers, mindful of the presence of Taishan, the great eater. Taishan and the other carts were busy that evening hauling corn and wheat from the cellar in the back mountain for processing. After Zhang Guoqing and the others finished their dinner, Uncle and Aunt had already returned to care for Grandpa and Grandma. Taishan took the driver to the back mountain cellar to fetch grain. Zhang Xiaohu, armed with a flashlight, accompanied Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie to escort Li Suanpan and Zhao Shangyue down the mountain to rest at Li Suanpan's home, while also preparing the Kong and hot water for foot baths, as Grandpa Li was still at Uncle's house enjoying drinks and had no time to attend to the children. The remaining family members, led by Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, commenced tidying up, preparing the Kong and hot water for foot baths in anticipation of sleep. As the mountain lacked electricity and entertainment was scarce under the dim light of oil lamps, hence, retiring early was quite reasonable. Zhang Guoqing first urged the girls to wash up and retire for the night, followed by the boys. By the time Zhang Xiaohu and the others returned to wash up and sleep, it was already past 9 o'clock. After a few exchanges, they all drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Xiaohu called everyone to rise for morning exercises, having woken earlier than usual. With so many children at home, alongside Li Suanpan, Zhao Shangyue, Yi Jiangwo, and others from the foot of the mountain, the total number of participants reached 30. The yard and the open area in front of Zhang Guoqing's house could scarcely accommodate this multitude, and since everyone needed to descend the mountain for learning, waking early for exercises before heading down was a commendable choice. Zhang Xiaohu prepared hot water, and after washing up, took the girls down the mountain. Upon reaching the small grove by the riverside, they split into several groups for training. Zhang Guoqing and Taishan trained separately, while Zhang Xiaohu led the younger brothers, and Li Suanpan instructed both boys and girls together. Given the varying foundational skills, separating the training sessions proved beneficial for managing progress effectively. After training, Aunt had already prepared breakfast at Li Suanpan's house. Following their meal, they boarded the 2 horse-drawn carts brought by Taishan to head towards the prince's mansion for their studies. However, this time, a few elderly gentlemen joined them on the carts as well. Upon arriving at the school, they commenced their cultural lessons. With the increasing number of children, the prince had also appointed 2 additional teachers, making separate classes a prudent choice. As the day of learning came to a close, Taishan escorted Zhang Guoqing and the others back down the mountain. Zhang Guoqing resolved to catch some fish today, planning to visit a restaurant tomorrow to exchange for daily necessities. The wooden basins at home were insufficient for washing, face cleansing, and the impending medicinal baths. They also needed thermoses, tea jars, toothpaste, soap, and other essential supplies that required timely replenishment. The weather in April had begun to warm slightly, with the willows by the riverside showing the first signs of tender buds. After retrieving fishing rods, 2 large wooden basins, and several barrels from Li Suanpan's home, Taishan fetched water from the river and began to fish. With Taishan's assistance, they caught 2 basins and 2 barrels of fish, which were brought to Li Suanpan's home before everyone returned to the mountain for a meal and rest. Chapter 62. The teaching of Old Man Guo at the break of dawn the following day. When Zhang Guoqing and his companions arrived at the riverside grove to commence their training, Old Man Guo had mysteriously appeared, perched upon a gnarled tree, observing them quietly. As the group completed their warm-up exercises and began to engage in physical activity, Old Man Gus suddenly leapt from the tree with remarkable agility, landing soundlessly. The unexpected appearance of an elderly figure descending from a considerable height startled the children. Upon realizing that it was Old Man Gu, Zhang Guoqing called out to him, "Grandpa Gu, this isn't how one should play, scaring little children at such an early hour. Do you believe I could summon my grandfather and Grandpa Lu to teach you a lesson?" Old Man Gu, noticing the astonished expressions on the children's faces and hearing Zhang Guoqing's playful threat, burst into hearty laughter. "You little rascal, just the other day, you mentioned wanting to learn the bone shrinking technique. Now that I'm here to guide you, you dare to speak ill of me? Just last night, while drinking, your grandfather mentioned that the old fellow, Lu, has already delivered the medicinal herbs for the bath. This evening, you shall commence your herbal bath. So I have taken it upon myself to help you loosen your bones today, enhancing the efficacy of the bath tonight." Upon hearing that Old Man Gu would teach the bone shrinking technique, Zhang Guoqing was overjoyed and quickly amended his tone. "Grandpa Gu, I sincerely apologize for troubling you at such an early hour to come and teach us. Come, everyone, gather around. Let us pay our respects to Grandpa Gu." With that, Zhang Guoqing waved his hand, summoning the group to assemble before Old Man Gu, and they collectively bowed 3 times in reverence. Once they had finished their bows, Old Man Gu chuckled and said, "All right, you mischievous youngsters, today you shall first experience the challenges of the bone shrinking technique. Whether or not you choose to learn it is entirely up to you." He then approached Zhang Guoqing, and without any apparent effort, effortlessly lifted him with one hand. With a series of audible pops, Zhang Guoqing's wrists, fingers, and arms were dislocated with ease. Although Zhang Guoqing and his companions occasionally practiced dislocating their joints during training, they typically did so one at a time, only to reset them afterward. They had never experienced the simultaneous dislocation of multiple joints. After all, even the dislocation of a single finger could be excruciating. Thus, the pain of dislocating all 10 fingers at once was beyond comprehension. If Zhang Guoqing and his friends were to apply such methods in interrogating spies, it would undoubtedly enhance their efficiency. A cry of anguish escaped Zhang Guoqing's lips, and immediately, beads of sweat and tears began to involuntarily cascade down his face and body. After his initial exclamation, he tightly closed his mouth, refraining from further sound, while only the heavy, labored breaths from his nose and the faint tremors from his throat could be heard. Old Gu, unaware of when he had taken Zhang Guoqing's pocket watch into his hand for timing, deftly assisted Zhang in realigning his dislocated joint after 3 minutes. Zhang, drenched in sweat, tears, and mucus, collapsed heavily onto the ground, feeling parched and breathless. It took him a considerable while to regain his composure. He then hastily grabbed a towel from the carriage to wipe the perspiration from his face and body, casting a glance at Old Gu. His companions, alarmed by Zhang's earlier distress, were taken aback as they had witnessed him cry out in agony, only to fall silent thereafter, his face contorted in pain, drenched in sweat. With tears and mucus streaming down, instilling a sense of dread among them. Gasping for breath, Zhang inquired of Old Gu, "Grandfather Gu, is it truly appropriate to make such a display on the first occasion? I recall reading that one should progress gradually. You seem to have rushed this, having affected my arm all at once." Old Gu erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You rascal, this technique of mine serves to intimidate by subduing the leader. The rest of you will learn to obey." With that, he disregarded Zhang and strode toward Mount Tai. Upon reaching its base, Old Gu looked up at the towering peak, remarking, "Do not hold it against me, for old Jean instructed me to hone your skills thoroughly. If there are grievances, take them up with him." After uttering these words, he proceeded with the same method, and with a series of cracking sounds, he dislocated every joint in Tai's arms. Tai's earth-shattering screams echoed, sending vibrations through Old Ji's mind. With a wave of his hand, he silenced the uproar, having dislocated Tai's jaw as well. What followed was a silent spectacle of Tai's tears and sweat. After 3 minutes, Old Gu restored Tai's joints, but Tai shot Old Gu a fierce glare, his face contorted in pain. Suddenly, Old Ji's demeanor softened. He engaged in conversation with Zhang Xiaohu and the others while skillfully dislocating their joints, meticulously explaining the techniques of force application, the intensity required, and how to swiftly restore the vitality of the joints. Of course, his explanations were intermittently accompanied by cries of anguish. Zhang Xiaohu and his companions fared somewhat better. Having some prior experience with joint manipulation and having endured pain, they were somewhat mentally prepared. However, when it came to Zhao Shunyue and Yi Jiangwo, the amusement began. Although they had previously accompanied Zhang Guoqing to their Master S unit for shooting practice and interrogation training, they had never inflicted pain upon themselves. The outcome was predictable. Zhao Shunyue and Yi Jiangwo managed to persevere, their gritted teeth producing cries slightly louder than those of Jiang Wei and Jiang Jia. However, the others' screams were utterly deafening, resonating like thunder across the landscape. In an instant, the anguished cries from the small grove by the river echoed relentlessly. By the time the group of little girls, including Arya, arrived, the cacophony had nearly overwhelmed Old Man Ge. As he gazed at the tear-filled eyes of the girls, who had just endured the painful restoration of their joints, a shiver ran down his spine. What followed was a grueling series of exercises involving the disassembly and reassembly of various joints. After 3 rounds, Zhang Guoqing felt fortunate that he had relieved himself before leaving home that morning. Having skipped breakfast, he would have been in dire straits otherwise. When the sound of Shaner preparing lunch resonated through the grove, the sun had already ascended to its zenith. After enduring a morning of torment at the hands of Old Man Ge, Zhang Guoqing felt as though every joint in his body ached, his limbs were out of sync, and he staggered as he walked. Upon turning to observe the others, a grin spread across his face. Everyone appeared similarly worn. The girls fared slightly better, their youthful bodies being more pliable. Noticing Zhang Guoqing's glance, those behind him exchanged amused looks at one another's clumsy gait. Chapter 63. Procuring daily necessities. Arriving at Li Suanpan's home, Zhang Guoqing and his companions found that Shu and Shaner had prepared lunch. After a brief refreshment, they commenced their meal to replenish their strength, as the morning's exertions had left them famished. Naturally, after enduring Old Man Ji's rigorous training, the 6 little girls resolved to abandon their practice of the bone shrinking technique, opting instead to simply engage in basic interrogation exercises. The remaining boys, led by Zhang Guoqing, grit their teeth and vowed to persist with the bone shrinking technique. After all, in this era, boys would endure any hardship as long as they had enough to eat. They were far more resilient than the pampered stars of decades hence, who would wail at the slightest injury, for Zhang Guoqing stood before them as a formidable role model. After lunch at Li Suanpan's, Taishan drove the cart, carrying Zhang Guoqing, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, Lu Dakuai, Lu Erkui, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang, along with the fish they had caught the previous night, to the state-run restaurant to meet Director Li. They sought his assistance in connecting them with Director Zhang of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to exchange some daily necessities. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Suanpan led Zhao Shunyue and Yi Jiangwo, along with others from the courtyard, to the prince's residence to pursue their cultural education. Within their group, Zhang Guoqing emerged as the leader, with Taishan serving as the muscle and Li Suanpan as the strategist. The 3 comprised the upper echelon. Zhang Xiaohu, accompanied by a few children who had grown up in the courtyard, played the role of caretaker, as their families shared deep-rooted ties spanning generations. Meanwhile, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachang were Zhang Guoqing's direct subordinates. Though they maintained good relations with Zhang Xiaohu, they ultimately heeded only Zhang Guoqing's commands. The connections among the children of the courtyard, such as Zhao Shunyue, Yi Jiangwo, and Arya, appeared straightforward. They were childhood friends, including all those residing in Zhang Guoqing's home. However, in the long run, they will inevitably become allies and partners of Zhang Guoqing's group. After all, the sacrifices made by their elders have paved a relatively bright future for them, which certainly includes Zhang Guoqing himself. The reason for seeking Director Li from the state-run restaurant to accompany Zhang Guoqing and his companions to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to exchange goods is quite understandable. Director Li serves as a vital connection for Zhang Guoqing to Director Zhang. Hence, Zhang Guoqing cannot breach protocol by approaching Director Zhang directly. Each time they seek out Director Li, he is first provided with ample benefits, primarily in the form of fish, since staple foods are far too sensitive to be presented in public. This approach not only ensures that Director Li receives his due benefits, but also fortifies their relationship with Director Zhang of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Together, they form a small-scale interest group, with Director Li acting as the intermediary. One must not underestimate the power of this small consortium. From the cooperative, Zhang Guoqing can procure nearly all the supplies he desires, while from the state-run restaurant, he can seamlessly convert the fish raised in his Jiobao space into cash without any concerns. After all, These two state-run entities are genuine public institutions, esteemed establishments in this era. Upon arriving at the back door of the state-run restaurant, Taishan halted the cart and was about to knock and call out, when Zhang Guoqing leapt from the cart, landing on Taishan's shoulder before vaulting through the back door, flinging it open. As Taishan drove the cart into the back entrance, Zhang Guoqing had already knocked on Director Li's office door. The sound echoed through the office, and as he pushed the door open, he exclaimed, "Uncle Li, I'm here to trouble you again." Director Li, seated at his desk with a teacup in hand, quickly rose to greet him, saying, "Ah, Zhang Guoqing. Just speak directly with Uncle Li about what you need. There's no need for formality. Do you not consider me family?" He then poured tea from another cup and handed it to Zhang Guoqing, who naturally accepted it, downing it in one gulp. "Uncle Li, I certainly do regard you as family, or else I wouldn't think of seeking your help whenever I have a matter at hand," he replied with a smile. Director Li urged him to get to the point regarding any pressing issues, stating that there was no hurry for nostalgic reminiscing, and encouraged him to come by for tea with Uncle Lu whenever he pleased. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, "All right, Uncle Li, no problem. After I learn to play chess in a few days, we can have a few matches when things settle down." He continued, "I've caught another batch of live fish, and since my friends from the courtyard who fished with me last year are staying at my home, we're running low on essentials like wash basins, thermoses, bathtubs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, teacups, and towels. Thus, I need you to take us to Uncle Zhang's supply and marketing cooperative to procure some supplies." Director Li laughed heartily and replied, "Oh, Zhang Guoqing, you don't need to mention such trivial matters to me. Just take the money and go directly to Uncle Zhang at the cooperative. He will find a way to sort out the receipts for you." Zhang Guoqing addressed Uncle Li, stating that this matter should not trouble both parties. The current procurement serves dual purposes, to present you with fish and to foster closer ties with both you and Uncle Zhang. In the future, many household matters will rely on your assistance, esteemed gentlemen. With the arrival of spring, numerous plump live fish are becoming available in the river, especially after everyone has consumed dead fish throughout the winter. It would be advantageous for you and Uncle Zhang to distribute these to the leaders of various units with whom you maintain good relations, facilitating our requests in times of need. We plan to deliver a sufficient supply of live fish to you for the next 10 to 15 days, which seems to be a win-win situation. We benefit financially from you, procure essential goods from Uncle Zhang, and simultaneously strengthen your connections with the leaders, ensuring our continued rapport. In a few years, as I mature, I look forward to sharing a drink with you and Uncle Zhang." Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, Director Li chuckled, patting Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder, and remarked, "You truly have a clever mind. Let us proceed as you suggest. First, we shall gather supplies from Uncle Zhang. Then we will discuss how much fish we need. This favor is on you, Uncle Li." With that, they descended to see that the kitchen staff had already weighed the fish, amounting to 466 pounds. Taishan had arranged the wooden tubs securely on the cart. Director Li proposed they head to the supply and marketing cooperative, and after delivering the fish, they would settle the accounts together. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement as they boarded Taishan's cart, heading straight for the cooperative. Upon arrival, Director Li led Zhang Guoqing into Director Zhang's office. After lighting cigarettes and pouring tea, the three engaged in discussion. Ultimately, Zhang Guoqing acquired 15 large bathtubs for medicinal baths, 30 basins, 30 tea jars, a box each of toothbrushes and toothpaste, 30 thermoses, a box of soap, a box of towels, various candies and snacks, 10 cases of erguota liquor, 10 cases of fingio, along with assorted sewing supplies and daily necessities. In Chapter 64, Time Flies, Zhang Guoqing needed to deliver live fish for the state-run restaurant and cooperative for 15 days. He planned to handle the situation flexibly, catching more fish if necessary, and would settle the accounts in the end. In the office, Zhang Guoqing, Director Li, and Director Zhang enjoyed tea while outside. The cooperative staff loaded Zhang Guoqing's supplies onto the cart. Shortly, a female staff member knocked on the office door to notify them. As Zhang Guoqing and Director Li emerged from the office with Director Zhang, a crowd gathered to witness the cart being driven by Taishan. The sight of such a large haul from the cooperative was indeed striking, especially in an era where the average salary was merely a few dollars. Zhang Guoqing quietly resolved that in the future, when purchasing large quantities from the cooperative, he would certainly utilize the back entrance. Meanwhile, Director Zhang, observing the crowd surrounding the cart with Director Li and Zhang Guoqing, smiled and addressed the onlookers, urging them to clear the way, saying, "Please make way. This is cargo dispatch for our brothers at the cooperative." They are in a hurry, and we must not delay their important business. He then assisted the cooperative staff in maintaining order. As Taishan swiftly maneuvered the cart out of the crowd, he first escorted Director Li back to the state-run hotel. Before departing, Zhang Guoqing called out to Director Li, addressing him as Uncle Li, expressing that on the day of the final settlement, his entire family would dine out. Approximately 40 individuals, relishing a grand feast of sumptuous delicacies. Director Li waved his hand reassuringly, assuring Zhang Guoqing that he would arrange everything clearly, and that when the elder couple arrived, he would also invite Uncle Zhang to join in the toast. After exchanging farewells, Zhang Guoqing returned to the village, instructing Taishan to stop the cart at the doorstep of Li Suanpan. He unloaded personal hygiene items for the 12 individuals residing with Zhao Shangyue and Yi Jiangwo, along with 7 large bathtubs for medicinal baths. Subsequently, he returned home, organizing everyone's supplies, discarding what was unnecessary, and ensuring that 6 young girls received new hygiene products. With the assistance of his uncle and aunt, he categorized the items, placing consumables such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels in the storeroom of his grandparents' yard, while the remaining backup supplies were stored in his uncle's storeroom. Once their tasks were completed, Zhang Guoqing allowed everyone to engage in leisure activities. He perched on Taishan's neck, armed with a long gun and a pistol, making his way to the previously set rabbit traps and wild boar pits. Earlier, he had successfully lured a young wild boar weighing over 100 pounds into the trap. With the arrival of spring, the snow and frozen ground on the mountain began to thaw, prompting him to retrieve the rabbit traps for winter use, while leaving the wild boar traps undisturbed. As the desolate mountains were seldom visited, even if someone ventured into the hills for wild vegetables, they would do so in groups, minimizing potential danger. The duo ambled toward the wild boar trap, where they spotted a young wild boar struggling to escape. Taishan, brimming with excitement and lacking hunting experience, inadvertently flung Zhang Guoqing off his shoulder as he exerted force. The long gun that Zhang Guoqing had been carrying was now firmly in Taishan's grasp, and he swiftly assumed a standard aiming position. 2 gunshots rang out. The first was Taishan's shot, which struck the wild boar squarely in the head, while the second was the sound of Zhang Guoqing landing on a branch of a pine tree behind him. This had been a prearranged plan between Zhang Guoqing and Taishan. In emergencies, Taishan would toss Zhang Guoqing to a predetermined safe spot before launching his own attack. After much practice together, they had developed a seamless understanding. No need for eye contact, just subtle movements triggered immediate responses, forming a muscle memory bond. Taishan, grinning at the wild boar he had just shot, turned to Zhang Guoqing and exclaimed, "Guoqing, this is my first hunting experience. Flawless, exhilarating. In the future, we should hunt more wild game during our training sessions. Shooting at targets lacks the same thrill." Zhang Guoqing cheerfully leaped back onto Taishan's shoulder from the pine tree, assuring him, "Rest assured, with so many of us at home, we martial artists must consume ample meat. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for hunting, and we shall even venture to hunt in distant lands, for there are scarce large game near the capital. Over the next few years, let us scour the nearby mountains to hone our skills. When we grow a bit more, I will take you to the northeast to hunt tigers, bears, and deer, and then we shall journey to Inner Mongolia to hunt wolves and fish by the sea, gathering a variety of meats to share with our grandparents and the noble lords. In time, we brothers shall thrive, and our fortunes will surely flourish." Taishan, his blood boiling with excitement upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's plans for hunting and fishing, nodded fervently, saying, "Then for these years, I shall ensure everyone trains diligently in martial arts. We must also engage in hunting and fishing, ensuring that all grow to be as formidable as I." With that, Taishan pounded his chest with pride, now standing at 1.9 meters tall at the age of 10. It was hard for anyone to believe he would cease to grow. As time flows, 3 years have swiftly passed, bringing us to 1959, the onset of 3 years of natural disasters. At the martial arts training ground by the riverside, a group of young boys and girls practiced together. Compared to 3 years prior, their martial arts skills had significantly improved. As the art had yet to be adapted for performance, their techniques were heavily inclined toward practical application. After 3 years of medicinal baths and learning the bone shrinking technique, everyone bore varying degrees of injury, leaving scars that were of little concern in that era. A man of capability, diligent and honest, would generally find a spouse, regardless of his appearance. At this time, Zhang Guoqing had grown to 9 years of age. Standing at 1.3 meters tall, along with the others who had all experienced significant growth. Taishan had surpassed the height of 2 meters, while Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkui had both reached over 1.6 meters. The weakest among them was Li Suanpan, slightly shorter and thinner than Zhang Guoqing. While the others exuded vigor, their rosy complexions and robust voices embodying the spirit of youthful heroes of ancient times. In 1958, among Zhao Shanhua, Yi Jiangwo, and their cohort of 18, 16 had gone abroad to study according to the previous plan. This time, Zhang Guoqing, along with Shun Area and Ma Huaihua, stayed behind in the capital to attend elementary school. Although they were arranged to attend school, they remained at Zhang Guoqing's grandfather's home, learning at the estate of the noble lord, as starting anew in school seemed a waste of time. Chapter 65. Preparations for hunting after 3 years of training and development. Zhang Guoqing's small group had made substantial progress. Their physical strength and martial prowess had significantly advanced as they had matured. Coupled with their martial arts practice and various household chores, their practical skills had become quite adept, a hallmark of their era. Certainly, everyone has acquired numerous skills during their learning and practical experiences. For instance, they have become quite adept at dissection and the preparation of game. In this era, no one would dare waste food. Take, for example, the wild boar hunted by Zhang Guoqing and his companions. It was common for them to leave the skin intact, consuming it alongside the meat. If not for the unpalatable bristles of the wild boar, they would have devoured every part. Naturally, the bristles were not discarded. They were cleaned and bundled to create small brooms for sweeping the Kong bed. Bones, too, are valuable. After the meat is consumed, the bones are used to make broth, and the marrow is extracted, allowing the nourishing soup to last for an extended period when rationed judiciously. Zhang Guoqing's family adheres to this practice, ensuring that not a morsel of food is squandered. In this age, adults are preoccupied with the relentless pursuit of sustenance, as food production remains woefully inadequate. Apart from their duties in the production teams, they strive to gather as much food as possible. For instance, with the arrival of spring and during the leisurely summer months, they scour the fields and mountains for wild vegetables, especially in the transitional seasons when they become a vital source of nutrition. The variety of wild vegetables available during this time far surpasses what later generations would recognize. In desperate hunger, people would resort to consuming tree bark, alongside various meats from the mountains, including small game and wild birds. Children, typically left under the care of older siblings, often go to bed hungry, rendering notions of rebellious adolescence a foreign concept. To parents, rebellion merely translates to receiving fewer beatings. While the psychological turmoil and despair associated with the so-called rebellious phases of modern life are non-existent in this context. Presently, children face the immediate threat of their living conditions. Hunger and inadequate clothing pose constant dangers, and the harshness of their upbringing has fostered resilience, making them less prone to emotional collapse. The country remains largely underdeveloped. Apart from a few major cities with electricity, many rural areas lack even basic lighting. When night falls, many households refrain from lighting oil lamps or candles, resulting in monotonous evenings for adults. In the village, there is a belief that families with many children will not suffer, as the legal framework of the time is far from robust. Social standing is often determined by the size of one's clan, which influences their status within the village. Consequently, families abound with children, who, under the guidance of their older siblings, devise ways to stave off hunger. Especially since the onset of the mass steel production initiative last year, many households have had their pots and pans collected and sent to the steel plants, leading to communal meals in the production teams. This marks one of the few fortunate periods experienced by the majority of migrant workers from the old society to the founding of the nation. After all, they were consuming collective grains, and with personal households lacking essential cooking utensils, everyone felt a compelling need to ensure they did not eat less than their neighbors. Consequently, families brought all their members to the production team, indulging in communal feasting. Zhang Guoqing, having been reborn, was acutely aware that this blissful existence was soon to be disrupted, as the nation was on the brink of experiencing 3 consecutive years of natural disasters beginning this year. Due to adverse weather conditions, agricultural yields would plummet, with some regions facing total crop failures. This unfortunate reality would leave many families, accustomed to communal meals, with no emergency supplies, leading them to endure hunger and, regrettably, to various crimes arising from desperation. After all, A starving person can resort to anything when driven by hunger. Thus, with his profound understanding of human nature from his previous life, Zhang Guoqing felt compelled to prepare in advance. In his past life, his grandparents had perished at the hands of a pack of wild wolves, but the cruelty of human hearts could be even more ferocious. This winter, when the villagers found themselves without food, numerous unspeakable events were bound to unfold. Zhang Guoqing dared not gamble with the lives of his family on the goodwill of those in neighboring villages. Therefore, he resolved to make preparations to ensure his family could move to the city. Although his home could accommodate some people, it was insufficient for everyone. Moreover, if all family members relocated to the city without a source of income, they would appear even more destitute compared to the surrounding households. Zhang Guoqing contemplated securing a formal job for his second uncle in the city, which would facilitate housing arrangements, allowing the family to move in phases. This strategy would enable the transfer of his second aunt and Zhang Xiaohu's household registration to the city for access to commercial grain, while also mitigating the chaotic situations likely to arise in the village. Now, in early summer, the adults in the production team were organizing daily labor, coinciding with a transitional period when the signs of drought had begun to manifest, as evidenced by the noticeably lower water levels in the village river. Zhang Guoqing decided to embark on an expedition to the deep mountains with Taishan and the Lu brothers, Lu Dakuai and Lu Erkuei, aiming to acquire a substantial amount of game to exchange for money to secure a job for his second uncle. Currently, the household possessed 298 rifles, 3 handguns, and a considerable supply of ammunition, as Zhang Guoqing had been taking Taishan and the others hunting to practice their shooting skills over the years, which had depleted their stock of bullets. Early one morning, Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Xiaohu to drive the horse-drawn cart with the others to the estate of the local noble to learn, then retrieved a large wooden basin and barrel from Li Suanpan's home. He proceeded with Taishan and the Lu brothers to the riverbank to fish. After years of unrestricted fishing, the quantity and quality of fish in the Yongding River had significantly diminished, prompting Zhang Guoqing to refrain from using his mental prowess to bait larger fish, as even 1 or 2 sizable catches would raise suspicions. After all, it was illogical, and no one is a fool. After a lengthy fishing session, they managed to catch around 600 pounds of fish. Following a meal of grilled fish and steamed buns by the river, they rested briefly before driving the cart to the state-run restaurant. Upon arrival, they completed their transaction, and Zhang Guoqing walked away with 200 yuan in cash. Upon returning home, Zhang Guoqing retrieved the backpack that he usually hung on the wall and counted all the money he had saved over the past 3 years. After deducting expenses, he found that he had a total of 2,362 yuan. The monthly costs for essentials, snacks, nutritional supplements, and medicinal herbs for baths amounted to a significant expenditure, leaving little savings at home. A substantial portion of his income had been spent on purchasing antiques from the ghost market. As for the stored grain, Zhang Guoqing dared not sell it. That would be an unthinkable act. He had also given some money to his grandparents, who had their own modest savings, but he did not intend to use their funds. Moreover, with his second aunt having given birth to a baby sister last year, they needed to supplement her nutrition, which meant their available funds were strictly off-limits. Not only could they not be touched, but Zhang Guoqing also needed to find ways to procure more delicacies for his second aunt. Chapter 66. Entering the pigeon market, Zhang Guoqing gathered Taishan, De Kuei, and Erkuei to discuss their plans. De Kuei, Erkuei, you two will stand by with long guns at the entrance of the pigeon market tonight to assist us. Taishan and I will go in to purchase knives, guns, and various tools. We have quite a few items to buy, which may draw attention, so when we exit, there might be someone following us. You must cover our retreat. If anyone does follow us after leaving the market, use a bird whistle to alert us. We should aim to resolve the situation directly without firearms. If possible, we should avoid killing, for once a shot is fired, the pigeon market will be compromised, and we will need to acquire many things from there in the future. Although Taishan, De Kuei, and Erkuei frequently assisted their master in interrogating spies, and their encounters could be quite bloody, they had never actually taken a life. Zhang Guoqing, however, was an exception. In his past life, he had been no stranger to bloodshed, and killing bore no psychological burden for him. De Kuei and Erkuei nodded seriously. They were the tallest members of Zhang Guoqing's team and had been training consistently. Thus, they felt confident in their ability to provide cover. Zhang Guoqing prepared several contingency plans, outlining what to do if they were followed. If they needed to act decisively upon exiting the market, and what actions to take if a gunshot rang out. By the time they had all internalized their roles, it was already past 2 p.m. Zhang Guoqing left a note for Zhang Xiaohu, instructing him to prepare extra food for dinner and to wake them at 8 p.m. He then went to sleep with Tai Shan, De Kuei, and Air Kuei. Unable to sleep during the day, Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment before knocking them out with 3 swift strikes. He then laid down on the Kong, entering the 9 treasure space, where he accelerated the ripening of grains before quickly drifting into slumber. Around 8 p.m., Zhang Guoqing was awakened by Zhang Xiaohu, with Tai Shan and the others still groggy beside him. As Tai Shan observed Zhang Guoqing awakening, he softly remarked, "Guoqing, I can fall asleep during the day without needing you to knock me out. Next time, just deal with De Kuei and Air Kuei." The 2 brothers, De Kuei and Air Kuei, gazed at Tai Shan with bewilderment, their expressions reflecting sheer confusion. Zhang Xiaohu retrieved the remaining dishes from the pot, and the group devoured their meal with great fervor. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Suanpan busily prepared items for their journey, repeatedly offering various cautions. In truth, there was little cause for concern, as the majority of individuals entering the pigeon market to trade were ordinary folk. The market provided a platform for transactions, and the organizers were keen on maintaining their business, thus ensuring safety was a priority. Once the 4 were satiated, they descended the mountain with flashlights in hand, leisurely making their way to the vicinity of the pigeon market, approximately 20 miles from home. In a grove roughly 800 meters from the market, Tai Shan tethered the horse to a tree, allowing it some leeway to graze on the nearby grass. Glancing at his pocket watch, he noted it was already past midnight. The 4 emerged from the thicket and settled in a patch of overgrown grass opposite the pigeon market, opting for a vantage point where De Kuei and Air Kuei could brace themselves with their long guns, poised to respond to Zhang Guoqing's bird whistle signal. Once prepared, Zhang Guoqing and Tai Shan emerged from the underbrush, dusting off dirt and debris from their clothing. They donned the prearranged masks to obscure their faces and concealed pistols within their attire as they approached the market. Noticing that Zhang Guoqing and his companion carried no goods, the gatekeeper merely nodded, granting them entry. Zhang Guoqing had previously heard from his uncle that vendors entering the pigeon market were required to pay a fee. As they had brought nothing to sell, they swiftly entered the market. Instead of rushing to inspect firearms, Zhang Guoqing and Tai Shan strolled leisurely, taking in the various wares on display. To their astonishment, an array of items was available: pots, bowls, daily necessities, a variety of agricultural tools, as well as livestock, including large draft animals. The sight left Zhang Guoqing momentarily stunned. In this era, dealing in large livestock was quite audacious. Zhang Guoqing first purchased a sizable pot along with several bowls, totaling 5 yuan. He then approached a stall selling seeds and inquired about the types of vegetable seeds available. The vendor, similarly masked and of modest stature, approximately 1.6 meters tall, similar to De Kuei and Air Kuei, spoke with a youthful tone, listing the available seeds: cabbage, potatoes, carrots, white radishes, chili peppers, leeks, green beans, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Which seeds do you desire? If I lack what you seek, I can arrange to procure some for you. Zhang Guoqing sensed an intriguing background behind the vendor's words and speculated that he might be an agricultural scientist, capable of utilizing his position to acquire certain seeds. However, Zhang Guoqing remained cautious, aware that fraudulent seed sellers were not uncommon in these times. He then queried the pricing of the seeds, asking whether they were sold by weight or individually. The vendor swiftly clarified that they were sold by the piece, priced at 5 cents each. As seeds were not easily sourced, and thus had a standardized price, Zhang Guoqing nodded and requested 10 pieces of each item, expressing his intention to take them home for cultivation. The vendor produced a small cloth bag and swiftly filled it, before handing it to Zhang Guoqing, stating the total was 5 yuan. After retrieving the 5 yuan from his pocket and handing it over, Zhang Guoqing inquired if it were possible to procure seeds for medicinal herbs. The vendor shook his head silently, clearly indicating that he could only provide vegetable seeds. Continuing his exploration with Tai Shan, Zhang Guoqing managed to sell 4 large canvas backpacks and 5 sizable burlap sacks for 2 yuan. He then purchased 5 bundles of thick hemp rope and 20 bundles of thin hemp rope for 3 yuan, leisurely making his way to a stall selling firearms. A dozen long rifles and 5 or 6 handguns were strewn across the ground, with passers-by occasionally picking them up to examine and inquire about prices. Approaching the stall, Zhang Guoqing asked if they had any Ma brand pistols, and if the long rifles included the Type 56. The stall owner replied that the Ma brand pistols were priced at 50 yuan each, while the Type 56 rifles, being 90% new, were priced at 100 yuan each. Zhang Guoqing further inquired about ammunition. The stall owner explained that each long rifle came with 10 rounds of ammunition, and each handgun came with 20 rounds, with any additional rounds available for 5 cents each. Zhang Guoqing calculated and asked for 10 of each the Ma brand pistols and Type 56 rifles, requesting the minimum price for the entire order and an extra magazine for each handgun. The vendor calculated that a set consisting of one long and one short firearm would cost 120 yuan, totaling 1,200 yuan for 10 sets, with 10 extra magazines considered complimentary. Zhang Guoqing then inquired about the available ammunition nearby the pigeon market. The vendor pondered for a moment before responding that they could gather 20 boxes of handgun ammunition, totaling 2,000 rounds, and a greater quantity of long rifle ammunition, approximately 6,000 rounds, although they would need to retrieve these from outside. Zhang Guoqing nodded, mentally tallying the costs: 10 sets of matched firearms, 10 handgun magazines, 2,000 rounds of handgun ammunition, and 6,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, amounting to 1,600 yuan. He stated that he would not haggle over the price of the ammunition, but requested complimentary gun oil and maintenance tools, as well as a few daggers. The vendor nodded in agreement, and then asked whether the firearms and ammunition would be taken in a single transaction or in multiple trips. He explained that if they opted for multiple trips, they could take a few sets immediately. However, if they preferred to take everything at once, they would need to wait a bit longer. Zhang Guoqing patted his pocket, assuring them he had brought enough money. He inquired how much time they would require to prepare the items. Chapter 67. Weapons acquired after hearing Zhang Guoqing's words. The vendor estimated that they would need approximately 2 hours to prepare. They could arrange the handover in batches, allowing Zhang Guoqing to inspect the firearms first, followed by a few rounds of test firing with the ammunition. Zhang Guoqing looked at the vendor with curiosity and asked if it was permissible to fire weapons near the pigeon market. The vendor laughed, stating that it was already past 1:30. By the time they waited for 2 hours, the pigeon market would be closed. He explained that their transactions were typically conducted outside, and they could go to a more distant location for the test firing if necessary. Ultimately, he assured Zhang Guoqing that as long as payment and delivery were executed simultaneously, it would be even quicker if they only required the firearms and ammunition without the need for test firing. Zhang Guoqing nodded, observing the confidence of the arms dealer in allowing him to test the firearms, which suggested their reliability. After all, the Ma brand rifle and the Type 56 are both renowned for their dependability. Although Zhang and his companions had practiced primarily with the Type 56 submachine gun at their mentor's shooting range, the Type 56 rifle was more prevalent in the market, making it easier for everyone to handle. This is why Zhang Guoqing chose these two types of firearms for hunting. He proposed to establish a location for their transaction, asking, "Where shall we meet in 2 hours?" The dealer produced a watch and, aligning it with Zhang Guoqing's pocket watch, stated that it was currently 1:45 p.m. They agreed to meet at 3:40 p.m. in the woods to the west of Pigeon City for the firearm inspection. The dealer added that after the inspection, they could take possession of the firearms, and if they wished to test the ammunition, they could use the dealer's guns. Zhang Guoqing considered the location, realizing it coincided with where he had parked the horse cart, and confirmed, "No problem, we will meet there in 2 hours. We will wait inside the woods for you. When you enter, use your flashlight to signal a short-long pattern, and we will respond with a long-short signal." The dealer nodded in appreciation of Zhang Guoqing's caution, promising to bring a selection of fine daggers as a gift. After the dealer packed the firearms into a sack and departed from Pigeon City, Zhang Guoqing and Taishan resumed their exploration. In a secluded corner, they encountered a frail old woman with a basket containing over 20 eggs. Zhang Guoqing approached her and inquired about the price of the eggs. The elderly woman trembled as she replied that she was not selling them for money, but rather hoping to exchange them for grain, as her household had run out of food for several days. Zhang Guoqing asked how much grain she sought in return. The elderly woman stated, "For 25 eggs, which weigh around 3 pounds, I wish to exchange for 20 pounds of cornmeal." Zhang Guoqing shook his head, explaining that the current market price of cornmeal was exorbitantly high, even surpassing that of gold. Given the seasonal scarcity, 3 pounds of eggs could barely sustain a family for a few days, while 5 pounds of cornmeal, supplemented with wild vegetables, could last a month. "I can offer you a maximum of 10 pounds of cornmeal. Please consider this offer." The old woman, observing that Zhang Guoqing and Taishan carried nothing, questioned, "Where is your grain?" Zhang Guoqing replied, "We deal outside, and it's not suitable to exchange here. Please step outside. I will find you shortly." After contemplating, the elderly woman scrutinized Zhang Guoqing and Taishan's attire, then nodded and departed with her basket. Once outside Pigeon City, Taishan hurried towards the horse cart, while Zhang Guoqing sought out the old woman, leading her approximately 100 meters towards the woods. The darkness enveloped them, and as long as they remained silent, they were unlikely to be detected. Shortly thereafter, Taishan returned carrying a small bag of cornmeal. Zhang Guoqing illuminated the bag with his flashlight to confirm its contents, and the exchange was completed on the spot. The elderly woman, now with the bag of cornmeal, hurried away. Taishan returned the basket of eggs to the horse cart, and Zhang Guoqing gathered with Daku and Urku at the edge of the woods. He informed them, "We are about to engage in a transaction with the individuals from Pigeon City. To prevent any unforeseen complications, we must be adequately prepared. Upon acquiring the firearm, my first action would be to hand over the payment. At that moment, Dakue, you shall carry the weapon and begin your journey back. Once we exit the woods, find a suitable place to secure the gun and remain vigilant for our return. Erkue, your role is to maintain watch within the forest, ensuring you remain concealed. After Taishan and I have loaded the ammunition onto the cart, we will convene with Dakue. Once we have circled back, assessing for any dangers, we shall signal your retreat with a bird whistle. Ultimately, we will regroup on the western edge of the woods and return home. This marks our inaugural procurement of arms and ammunition from Pigeon City. Thus we must exercise utmost caution." Zhang Guoqing miscalculated. He overlooked the simplicity of the people in this era, as no one intended to engage in treachery against him. The contingency plans he had previously devised were rendered obsolete. After the gates of Pigeon City closed, for masked individuals, brandishing torches, boldly entered the woods on a tricycle after signaling with a flashlight. Following mutual greetings, they tossed a handgun to Zhang Guoqing for inspection, along with a magazine filled with ammunition and a silencer, encouraging him to fire a couple of rounds in the woods. Zhang Guoqing was thoroughly impressed, rating their service a resounding 5 stars. The firearms appeared nearly new, and upon inspection, Zhang Guoqing noticed remnants of grease that had yet to be cleaned. His initial intention to test the weapon evaporated. This was indeed a new gun, and the arms dealers exhibited remarkable prowess, as the bullets sparkled with freshness, leading Zhang Guoqing to suspect they had access to an armory. After a thorough examination with Taishan, he produced 600 yuan, which the dealer counted with enthusiasm, subsequently pocketing it and cheerfully informing Zhang Guoqing that he could always seek firearms and ammunition in Pigeon City. With that, the dealer turned to leave but suddenly spun around, startling Zhang Guoqing. The dealer retrieved a cloth bag from the tricycle, apologizing for neglecting to present a dagger and maintenance tools for firearms, which he tossed over before departing with his companions, leaving without even the silencer that had been provided during the test. Zhang Guoqing swiftly claimed the handgun equipped with the silencer as his own. After Dakue and Taishan loaded the ammunition and firearms onto the cart, Zhang Guoqing opened the cloth bag to examine its contents: gun oil, cleaning cloths, around 10 well-preserved knives of varying lengths, all sheathed in leather. Most notably, there were 2 rifle scopes, one a 4-power scope from the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, along with some disassembly and maintenance tools for firearms. While they may have intended the scope as a mere gift, they did not foresee that Zhang Guoqing's 98 rifle could be directly fitted with it, transforming an ordinary rifle into a sniper rifle. Zhang Guoqing instructed Dakue to bring the 98 from his back, utilizing the light from a flashlight. He took the installation tools and affixed the scope onto the rifle. He then raised the weapon, aiming into the darkness, though visibility was poor. He felt an exhilarating sense of prowess, as if wielding a sniper rifle. Hastily gathering their belongings, they made their way back, while Taishan hurried to catch the carriage. Zhang Guoqing, along with Dakue and Erkue, dozed off in the carriage, clutching their rifles. As dawn broke and they arrived home, Zhang Guoqing checked his pocket watch, noting it was already past 8. Zhang Xiaohu had taken Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie to exercise at the foot of the mountain before heading to the Lord's mansion for study. The group promptly stored the firearms and ammunition from the cart into the storeroom and locked the door. Zhang Guoqing exhaled heavily, then led everyone back inside to eat and rest. Chapter 68. Entering the mountains for hunting upon awakening. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Taishan was absent. while the Kuei and Air Kuei were still asleep, nearly drooling. Zhang Guoqing, indifferent to their slumber, slipped on his shoes and stepped outside. He spotted Taishan, who was intently aiming a 98 rifle equipped with a 4x scope at the distant mountains beyond the courtyard, methodically adjusting his aim. Zhang Guoqing watched with a smile. Filled with joy, Taishan, inherently simple-hearted, kind, and endearing, typically refrained from engaging with unfamiliar faces, exhibiting a slight tendency towards introversion. Zhang Guoqing sometimes worried about his prospects of finding a partner in the future. However, Taishan's commendable attribute was his unwavering focus, particularly during training in martial arts and marksmanship. Despite being only 13, he had already ascended to the ranks of a master in the 8 Extremes Fist, and had made considerable progress in Xing Yi Quan, comparable to Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Coupled with his training in Iron Shirt under Liu De Kuei and Liu Air Kuei, he had become quite formidable, excelling in both offense and defense. Taishan had grown to over 2 meters tall, due to his practice of bone-shrinking techniques. He typically appeared to be just over 1 meter 80 in the presence of outsiders. With his innate strength and master-level cultivation, he could be considered a standout among the younger generation in the country. If others his age had achieved such accomplishments, they would have surely become arrogant. But Taishan remained grounded, diligently practicing every day, unperturbed by his current successes. To be frank, Zhang Guoqing's martial prowess was no match for Taishan's at this point. Yet Taishan followed Zhang Guoqing like a loyal shadow, obediently adhering to his every command. As Taishan turned around, he caught sight of Zhang Guoqing through the scope, breaking into a sheepish grin, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief. Zhang Guoqing approached and patted Taishan on the shoulder. "Let us head to the back mountain to chop some firewood," he suggested. "We have no pressing matters, and we can calibrate the scope with some practice ammunition. Remember, never point a gun at our own people, even if it's unloaded." Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, Taishan slung the rifle behind him and headed to the tool shed, retrieving a machete, an axe, and some rope. Zhang Guoqing took out a key from his pocket, unlocked the storeroom, and selected another 98 rifle fitted with a 4x scope. He stuffed 2 pockets full of ammunition, pulled out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, and locked the door behind him. He handed some bullets to Taishan, watching as he skillfully loaded the rifle. Zhang Guoqing then passed the pipe to Taishan, who lit the tobacco and took a few satisfied puffs before returning it. The two of them alternated taking draws from the pipe as they made their way to the back mountain. Upon reaching a dense thicket, Taishan unsheathed his machete and swiftly cleared a section of the underbrush, binding it with rope. He then located several nearly dead trees, wielding his axe with precision to fell them, securing the logs with more rope. Observing Zhang Guoqing nodding approvingly, he retrieved his firearm from his back and began to meander in search of prey, with Zhang Guoqing trailing closely behind. Uncertain whether it was due to the noise they made or the scarcity of game in the vicinity, the duo encountered little wildlife during their journey, only catching sight of a few wild chickens that took flight at a distance. Taishan fired several shots, yet none found their mark. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing took the opportunity to calibrate his own 98 rifle, mindful that a sniper rifle requires meticulous adjustment rather than mere aim through a scope, lest he find himself as inaccurate as Taishan. Once Zhang Guoqing had calibrated his rifle, he handed it to Taishan, who finally had some success. A dove-sized turtle dove was struck down by Taishan's bullet, leaving only a scattering of feathers. Observing Taishan's bemused expression, Zhang Guoqing discreetly retrieved a slingshot from his space and offered it to him, suggesting that they could utilize it for smaller birds, ensuring that at least some edible portions would remain intact. After this exchange, Zhang Guoqing watched Taishan, who, scratching his head, wore a foolish grin. With both rifles calibrated, Taishan indulged in the thrill of being a marksman, and although they had not secured substantial game, the pair made their way home with their gathered firewood, Zhang Guoqing carrying branches from the thicket, while Taishan bore the weight of the fallen tree. Upon returning home and placing the firewood in the backyard, Zhang Guoqing glanced at the clock and deemed it time to awaken De Kuei and Air Kuei, instructing them to assist Taishan in starting a fire for cooking. He then proceeded to his grandparents' yard, delivering the eggs and vegetable seeds he had purchased the night before, allowing them to manage as they saw fit. Notably, these seeds were cultivated from his 9 treasure space, which he had accelerated to maturity before retiring for the night, now yielding fresh vegetables and herbs such as scallions, ginger, and garlic. His grandparents, alongside his uncle and aunt, now shared their lives together, while the notorious thief, old Guo, and the old monk, old Lu, had long departed. In mid-1958, having observed Zhang Guoqing and his companions reach a foundational level in their skills, they bid farewell with a casual remark of "see you in the martial world" and left with a flourish. Presently, his grandparents' primary responsibility was to care for his aunt during her nursing period, especially with the arrival of his younger brother, Zhang Xiaobao, a delightful infant under a year old, who provided endless amusement. Zhang Guoqing and his family often visited to play with him. Encouraging his grandparents to cultivate vegetables was also a means to ensure his aunt received adequate nutrition. Previously, Zhang Guoqing had procured several barrels of malted milk and formula from the supply and marketing cooperative for her. After assisting his grandparents with dinner at his aunt's home, Zhang Guoqing returned to their yard, where Zhang Xiaohu, along with Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie, had returned, and everyone was busy tidying up the house and yard to immaculate perfection. Zhang Guoqing beckoned Zhang Xiaohu aside and said, "Brother Xiao, last night we procured 10 long rifles and 10 handguns, along with 6,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 2,000 rounds of handgun ammunition. Tomorrow morning, once we are prepared, we shall venture into the mountains for hunting. This expedition may last up to half a month, or, at the very least, a few days. Please ensure everything is arranged at home. As you travel to and from school, carry handguns with valid permits for self-defense. After all, a dozen children traverse the path daily in horse-drawn carts. What if they were to fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals? Although you all possess martial skills, the deterrent effect of firearms surpasses that of martial prowess. You and Suen Pan should deliberate on this matter. My foremost requirement is safety. Should the need arise, you may fire your weapons, but strive to avoid casualties. Our principle is to neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it." Zhang Xiao nodded and replied, "Understood. Tomorrow, I will discuss it with Suen Pan. Will you require any supplies for your journey? Where are you headed this time?" Zhang Guoqing responded, "This time, we aim to venture further afield, specifically into the mountains near Lishui, in Jili. The area boasts abundant water sources, which typically attract a plethora of wildlife. Should our hunt prove fruitful, we can arrange for your father to begin working at the factory, and then you, your second aunt, and Xiaobao will become city dwellers, enjoying the benefits of grain." Zhang Xiaohu, unperturbed by Zhang Guoqing's grand visions, replied earnestly, "For our first foray into unfamiliar territory, regardless of our success in hunting, safety must remain our priority. If we find ourselves lacking supplies or in danger, we must retreat immediately and reconsider our plans. If necessary, we can simply fish more along the riverbank." The following morning, Zhang Xiaohu, accompanied by Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Feng, Qiu Yu, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong, rose early. They steamed over 200 corn buns and packed them into 2 large cloth bags for Taishan to carry. Both groups took their horse-drawn carts down the mountain, parting ways at the fork leading into the city. Zhang Guoqing, along with Taishan and a few others, ambled into the Lishui Mountains, where the river's flow was significantly greater than that of the Yongding River. Following the river upstream, they reached the depths of the mountains, where carts could not traverse. In just a day and a half, Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to find a cave to conceal the cart and locate a spot with abundant water and grass to tether the horses. Armed and laden with supplies, the 4 of them set off deeper into the mountains. Chapter 69. A night in the deep mountains. As they followed the river, the group trudged through the terrain for an entire afternoon. Just as dusk approached, they arrived at a relatively flat valley, from which the sound of splashing water could be heard in the distance, likely a waterfall. Within the valley lay a tranquil pool, occupying a significant portion of the area. Surrounded by tall, dense trees, Taishan also discovered numerous animal droppings and tracks near the water. Zhang Guoqing chose a clearing within a small grove that allowed for a broad view of the surroundings to set up camp. Once the location was selected, Zhang Guoqing placed his canvas backpack on the ground and instructed Taishan, "Take the hatchet and axe, clear the surrounding underbrush and any small trees obstructing our view. Then gather firewood. We will stay here tonight." Taishan nodded in acknowledgement, placing his backpack on the ground. After inspecting his weapons and equipment, he wielded a machete and slung an axe over his shoulder to begin chopping firewood. Da Kuei and Er Kuei gazed at Zhang Guoqing with hopeful expressions, awaiting their assignments. This was their first experience camping in the wilderness, and they were uncertain of what tasks lay ahead. With a warm smile, Zhang Guoqing addressed the brothers, instructing them to gather several large stones to construct a stone stove, set up the pot they had brought, and clear the nearby weeds. all while being cautious of snakes lurking in the underbrush. Promptly, de Kuei and Air Kuei scoured the riverside for stones of similar size, assembling them into a makeshift stove. They then armed themselves with sticks to beat down the surrounding grasses, discarding the cuttings into the river. Zhang Guoqing ventured into the branches that Taishan had cut, selecting a few straight pieces to craft 8 wooden sticks approximately 1 meter long. He arranged 2 sticks as the head and tail, retrieved some twine from Taishan's canvas bag, and skillfully tied it into a hammock. After transporting the hammock between 2 trees, he tested its sturdiness. Pleased with the rope's load-bearing capacity, he assured himself that a fire nearby would keep them warm through the night. Observing from the side, de Kuei and Air Kuei were struck with admiration as they witnessed Zhang Guoqing's handiwork. Air Kuei, ever eager, exclaimed, "Guoqing, teach us how to make one of those." "It looks delightful." De Kuei chimed in, "Yes, Guoqing, please show us. We want one too." Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily and explained, "This is called a hammock. A bed suspended in midair. I will teach you both how to make it, but ensure it's sturdy enough to prevent any falls during the night." He meticulously guided de Kuei and Air Kuei in constructing their own hammocks, supervising their efforts until they successfully hung them near his own. Once satisfied with their craftsmanship, they turned their attention to preparing dinner. Taishan had already cleared the surrounding low trees and obstructive branches, and he fetched a dead tree, dragging it back with effort. Zhang Guoqing, observing Taishan's labor, said, "You've worked hard, Taishan. Take a break while de Kuei and Air Kuei split the wood and start a fire. Meanwhile, go check the hammocks we set up for tonight." Pointing to the 4 hammocks suspended in the trees, Taishan relaxed his grip on the axe and approached, inspecting each one thoroughly before testing their stability. "Is this a hammock? It's quite nice, far better than sleeping on the ground. It sways gently, what fun." Taishan grinned at Zhang Guoqing. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Guoqing replied, "You sit there and rest for a while, keeping watch to ensure no wild animals sneak up on us. I'll head to the river to catch some fish for dinner." Glancing at de Kuei and Air Kuei, who were busy chopping the tree into 5 sections for firewood, he instructed, "One of you chop wood while the other boils water. Soon, we shall feast on grilled fish and fish stew with pancakes." Air Kuei gathered some dry leaves, placing them in the stone stove, and lit a fire with matches to begin boiling the water. Then, he took various jars and bottles of seasonings from his backpack and laid them on the ground. Preparing for the task at hand, Zhang Guoqing casually dug around the riverbank and found 2 earthworms to bait his hook before casting his line into the tranquil waters. Since they were venturing into the mountains for hunting, they had not brought fishing rods, only fishing line and hooks, with a small piece of wood serving as a makeshift float. Zhang Guoqing refrained from using bait from his 9 treasures space this time, deeming it unnecessary. It was evident that fish inhabited this deep pool, given the pristine ecological environment that suggested few visitors frequented this area, thus promising a fruitful fishing experience. Sure enough, after a short while, the float began to sink. Without hesitation, Zhang Guoqing propped his arms to create a support, skillfully reeling in the line with a technique reminiscent of seasoned sea anglers, who often employed long lines to catch large fish. Standing firmly in a stance reminiscent of Xingyi Quan by the riverbank, he effortlessly landed a grass carp weighing over 10 pounds onto the shore. Subsequently, he summoned the 5 ghosts from his 9 treasures space to explore the pool for any valuables. Of course, Zhang Guoqing once again accessed his external device, attaching bait to his hook from the 9 treasures space, and soon enough, several carp of varying sizes were flopping on the ground. De Kuei, having grown weary from chopping wood, was replaced by Air Kuei for the task. As de Kuei tended to the fire, he noticed Zhang Guoqing's catch and hurried over, deftly drawing a dagger from his waist to clean the fish, scaling and gutting them with practiced ease. In no time, he presented the prepared fish to Taishan, who had finished resting in the hammock. Taishan skewered the smaller fish onto sharpened twigs, placing them by the stone stove to roast, while he took the larger fish, scoring the flesh with his dagger and placing them in a pot with ginger, garlic, and onions for a hearty boil. After all, they were out hunting, and carrying liquid seasonings was impractical, so they resorted to simply adding salt to the fish. Before long, 4 large fish were simmering in the pot. Taishan then prepared cornmeal to make flatbreads, which he adhered to the pot's edge. Lacking a lid, they relied on increased heat to cook the flatbreads thoroughly. As the fire intensified in the stone stove, the fish began to emit a delightful aroma, while Taishan and Air Kuei turned the roasting fish to ensure even cooking. Observing the abundance of fish scattered about, de Kuei remarked to Zhang Guoqing, "Guoqing, stop fishing. We have enough for breakfast tomorrow." Zhang Guoqing chuckled and suggested that they catch the remainder for breakfast together before heading off to eat, proposing that they soak the fish overnight in ginger, garlic, and water to eliminate any fishy odor. With that, the two approached the fire, checking the roasting fish, and picked up a couple of skewers, sprinkling them with fine salt before indulging in their meal. Once the flatbreads were nearly done, they extinguished the fire in the earthen stove and ignited 8 small fires around the hammocks, ensuring warmth enveloped each resting area, while the flames illuminated the surrounding forest. After finishing their meal, several individuals gathered around the iron pot, wielding makeshift chopsticks crafted from twigs to savor the fish alongside flatbreads. Once Zhang Guoqing, de Kuei, and Air Kuei had their fill, they observed Taishan consume the remaining fish and drink the broth before cleaning the pot and placing it aside. Once tidied up, Taishan ventured to the riverbank to retrieve more fish, preparing them anew with scallions and ginger, immersing them in the iron pot. He then took the remaining small fish, skewered them with wooden sticks, and resumed grilling them by the fire next to the hammock. Chapter 70. Honey. After assigning night watch duties to the trio, Zhang Guoqing freshened up and retired to the hammock for slumber. The warmth emanating from the nearby fire created a cozy atmosphere around the hammock, and before long, Zhang Guoqing succumbed to sleep. Taishan, de Kuei, and Air Kuei took turns on watch, their responsibilities being to tend to the fire and remain vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, Zhang Guoqing was awakened by the blinding rays of sunlight. Upon rising, he found that Taishan had prepared grilled fish, stewed fish, and cornmeal flatbreads, all ready by the riverbank. De Kuei and Air Kuei were still in deep slumber, and after washing up, Zhang Guoqing called out for Taishan, de Kuei, and Air Kuei to rise for breakfast. They gathered by the stone stove, where they enjoyed the grilled fish. After breakfast, they doused the campfire with water, took some flatbreads, secured their supplies with rope, and hung them from a high branch. With long guns on their backs and machetes in hand, they ventured deeper into the mountains. They walked intermittently until they reached the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, Taishan, who was leading the way, halted and pointed toward a large tree at the base of the cliff. Zhang Guoqing, de Kuei, and Air Kuei turned their gaze in the direction indicated by Taishan. Before them stood a towering locust tree, long since dead, beneath which resided a massive beehive, rising over a person's height. The entrance, constructed of mud, buzzed with a swarm of bees emerging from within. Upon witnessing such an enormous beehive, Zhang Guoqing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was astonishingly large. Having weathered many storms in his past life, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer size of the hive, which stood over 1.7 meters tall. Zhang Guoqing knew that once a beehive reaches a certain size, it typically splits into smaller hives, yet he had never encountered one of this magnitude. In a hushed tone, Zhang Guoqing addressed his companions, advising them to remain patient and to first scout the surrounding area for any additional hives. If they discovered more, they could devise a plan to harvest them all. The honey within could sustain them for quite some time. The trio nodded in understanding and dispersed to explore the vicinity, agreeing to reconvene in about 20 minutes. Upon regrouping, Taishan reported, "Guoqing, I spotted 2 smaller hives to the east." De Kuei added, "Air Kuei and I found 3 smaller hives to the west. We could ascend the cliff from there, but it was too distant for a thorough examination." Zhang Guoqing nodded thoughtfully and suggested they divide their tasks. "When we collect the honey, we will need containers for it. Taishan, would you mind returning to the lakeside camp to fetch the large pot?" After Taishan agreed, he shouldered his firearm and headed back. De Kuei and Air Kuei, let us search for some mugwort and other plants with pungent aromas nearby. We need a considerable amount, as we intend to use the mugwort and these aromatic plants to create smoke to drive the bees out of their hive. Otherwise, extracting honey directly would be perilous. De Kuei nodded in agreement. The 3 of them scattered into the surrounding woods to find wild mugwort and other familiar pungent grasses. After an hour, the 4 reconvened at their respective locations. Zhang Guoqing and the others removed their backpacks, gathered together, donned their work gloves, and moistened towels from their water bottles to cover their faces. Once everything was prepared, Zhang Guoqing decided to test their method on a small hive first. They approached a modest hive located on the eastern cliff, and Zhang Guoqing produced a fire starter to ignite a torch made from a mixture of dry grass and mugwort. However, due to the wet and dry mixture, The torch failed to ignite, emitting only a thick, acrid smoke. Taishan, holding the smoke-emitting torch, advanced toward the small hive while Zhang Guoqing and de Kuei crouched behind, carefully observing with an iron pot. With his right hand wielding a chopping knife, Taishan scraped away part of the hive's earthen exterior, revealing the honeycomb and bees within. He placed the smoking torch beneath the hive, and in an instant, a buzzing uproar erupted as the bees, disturbed by the smoke, began to swarm chaotically. After several minutes, the bees gradually emerged from the hive, swirling around the vicinity of the smoke. Sensing the moment was right, Taishan gently detached the hanging hive from the tree and placed it on the ground. He gestured to Zhang Guoqing and the others to approach. Zhang Guoqing instructed de Kuei to take the dagger and pot to extract the honey while he and Kuei stood guard. De Kuei crouched beside Taishan, using his dagger to carefully remove the earthen crust from the hive and delicately place the beeswax and honey into the iron pot. Taishan wielded the smoking torch to disperse the bees still buzzing nearby. After 10 minutes, they signaled Zhang Guoqing and Kuei to join them. Reunited, they proceeded to another small hive nearby, effortlessly repeating their previous actions to collect honey from that hive as well. After completing the 2 hives on the eastern cliff, they ventured to the 3 hives discovered by de Kuei and Kuei on the western cliff, gathering all the honey from these hives into the iron pot. Having successfully harvested honey from 5 small hives, the group felt emboldened as they approached the enormous hive situated at the base of the cliff. Due to its considerable size, Zhang Guoqing decided that Taishan, de Kuei, and Kuei should all carry the smoke-emitting torches together to drive the bees away. The 3 ignited their massive torches, enveloped in choking smoke, and approached the hive beneath the locust tree. Taishan used his chopping knife to carve a large opening in the hive, while the others positioned their torches nearby to smoke the bees. Initially, the operation proceeded smoothly until suddenly, Kuei let out a loud scream, followed by cries of distress from de Kuei and Taishan, who had been stung by the bees. The multitude of bees within the vast hive was indeed overwhelming. When they were driven out, they buzzed chaotically, and with only a damp cloth to shield their faces, Taishan and his companions found themselves covered in bees, leading to inevitable stings. Zhang Guoqing, witnessing the commotion, quickly ignited a damp torch he had kept for emergencies, enveloping the area in thick smoke as he swung it to drive the swarming bees away. With a flurry of activity akin to a fierce battle, the results were disheartening, a score of 0 against 5. After nearly an hour of cooperative effort, they managed to disperse the majority of the bees from the hive. De Kuei, his face swollen with welts, brought over a large iron pot intended for collecting honey and beeswax. Taishan first extracted the beeswax from the hive, and upon completing this task, he opened an orifice at the bottom of the hive to allow the honey to flow into the pot. As the honey trickled out, darkness began to envelop the sky, culminating in a bountiful harvest of honey for the day. Zhang Guoqing peered into the hive for a considerable time, sampling the unharvestable beeswax and honey with his fingers, relishing the sweetness with each mouthful. Taishan and the others, imitating him, also dipped their hands into the hive to taste. In that moment, the 4 of them resembled bears, joyfully licking their fingers. Upon discovering some unhatched bee pupae in the hive, Zhang Guoqing tossed them into the iron pot, proclaiming their nutritional value as he suggested they would serve as a fitting means of revenge during their evening meal. The sight of Taishan and his companions, their faces contorted from bee stings, was utterly amusing, prompting Zhang Guoqing to erupt in laughter, which in turn elicited shared chuckles among the 3. After a brief bout of merriment, Taishan cradled the iron pot, while De Kuei and Kuei stood guard, with Zhang Guoqing leading the way back to the riverbank, where they had initially sought game. Due to the detours taken on their outward journey, Zhang Guoqing now wielded a machete to clear a direct path. By the time they reached the riverbank, the night had fully descended. Zhang Guoqing climbed a tree to retrieve a backpack, tossing a bar of soap to Taishan and instructing them to wash the bee stings with soapy water to alleviate some of the pain. He then shone his flashlight downstream, reminding them that this water was essential for drinking and cooking. As he watched Taishan and the others wash their faces at the river, Zhang Guoqing ignited the fire pit, the warm flames dispelling the darkness and providing a comforting heat. He took several lunch boxes from his backpack to the water's edge, filled them with water, and placed them on the stone stove to boil. Given that the iron pot was filled with honey and beeswax, it could not be used for cooking that night, so they would rely on the lunch boxes to boil water and prepare grilled fish. As the stone stove heated the water, Zhang Guoqing returned to the water's edge with a fishing line and hook. By the time Taishan, Dai Kuei, and Air Kuei returned from washing their faces, Zhang Guoqing had already caught several fish. Dai Kuei touched his face and remarked, "Guoqing, washing with soap really did alleviate some of the pain." Taishan recalled that Mr. When from the Bale Yi Manor had mentioned something about an acid-base synthesis related to chemistry, yet he had not paid much attention in class. Air Kuei remained silent, for he too had not engaged fully in his studies. In their understanding, being able to write their own names was sufficient, as during this era, the general populace lacked enthusiasm for education. With their bellies unfilled, who could find the motivation to learn? However, Zhang Guoqing held higher expectations for his companions, insisting not only on the acquisition of traditional cultural knowledge, but also on understanding new subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology, including foreign languages. Thus, it was not uncommon for his friends to occasionally utter phrases in a foreign tongue or reference contemporary terminology. Taishan unsheathed a dagger to clean the fish caught by Zhang Guoqing, while the Kuei and Air Kuei set about rekindling the fire near the hammock. After feasting on grilled fish, Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to place the large iron pot closer to the roaring flames, first ensuring that everyone washed their hands thoroughly. The bee larvae in the pot were consumed raw to replenish their protein intake, mingling with the sweet essence of honey, bursting delightfully in their mouths. Taishan, De Kuei, and Air Kuei followed suit, grinning broadly, for this was Zhang Guoqing's way of avenging them. Following the consumption of bee larvae, Zhang Guoqing directed them to crush the honey and beeswax remnants in the pot with their hands. He then retrieved gauze from the canvas bag to filter out the residue, placing it into a lunchbox. Taishan, with his strong grip, managed to extract as much honey as possible into the iron pot. The remnants filled box number 4, leaving behind pure honey after a simple filtration. Taishan set aside the honey while the 4 of them snacked on the honey-laden remnants from the lunchbox, saving the rest to take home for their families. Reluctant to wash his hands, Taishan licked the honey off his fingers, while De Kuei and Air Kuei placed the gauze into a lunchbox filled with water, setting it on the earthen stove to brew honey water. That night, Zhang Guoqing did not require Taishan and the others to keep watch, as each bore the marks of bee stings and needed ample rest. Thus, he took the vigil alone. After they drifted into slumber, he summoned the 5 ghosts from the 9 treasure space to keep watch in the vicinity, while he tended to the fire. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Zhang Guoqing summoned a dozen large fish from the space, preparing them for cooking near the stone stove to heat water for grilling. As Taishan and the others awoke naturally, they washed up together. After a night's rest, the swellings on their faces had considerably diminished. For breakfast, they enjoyed grilled fish. However, today Zhang Guoqing opted not to sprinkle salt, but instead brushed a layer of honey over it, much to their delight. Taishan devoured the grilled fish voraciously, swallowing every morsel, bones included, while De Kuei and Air Kuei were particularly cautious, ensuring not a scrap of fish was wasted. After their meal, the group gathered several large stones to encircle the iron pot, then retrieved a prepared sheet from their backpacks to cover it. After camouflaging it with branches and grass, they donned their gear and ventured into the mountains once again. This time, they navigated the familiar rocky cliffs with ease. Ascending another peak from the western side of the previous day's beehive, they marked their path, pausing intermittently, and by midday, they arrived at a grove of pine trees nestled behind the mountain, where they consumed some provisions and prepared to rest for a while. Suddenly, a series of howls echoed from a distance. The group immediately rose, retrieving their firearms and scanning the surroundings. Zhang Guoqing recognized the sound as that of wolves, likely calling upon their comrades. Such calls in the depths of the mountains signified a hunt was underway. Hearing the howls from afar, Zhang Guoqing assessed that they were not the intended prey. Observing the direction of the howls to the north, he suggested to Taishan and the others, "Let us investigate." Taishan, Da Kuei, and Kuei exchanged nods, with Taishan leading the way, Zhang Guoqing in the center, and Da Kuei and Kuei bringing up the rear, as they swiftly made their way toward the source of the howling. After traversing another mountain, they crouched upon a rock at the summit, guns in hand, keenly surveying the scene below. Zhang Guoqing discerned a confrontation unfolding beside a right-angled cliff, involving 3 parties. However, there were effectively only 2 factions. One consisted of 2 girls trembling in patched clothing against the cliff, while the other was a massive wild boar, larger than any they had previously encountered, robust and weighing conservatively around 400 pounds, truly the king of wild boars, preparing to charge against the cliff's edge. The third faction comprised 7 wolves, strategically positioned outside the right-angled wall, holding the advantage as hunters, capable of both attack and retreat. Zhang Guoqing and his companions descended the mountain, reaching a vantage point above the cliff, approximately a dozen meters high, where both handguns and rifles were within range. "Let us utilize our handguns," Zhang Guoqing proposed, "for their rapid fire will either slay or scare off the wolves. If the boar can be frightened away, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we shall resort to our rifles." Each member drew their handgun, selecting their targets. As 8 firearms aimed at the wild boar and the 7 wolves. With a sharp whistle from Zhang Guoqing, they simultaneously opened fire. He struck one wolf with a precise shot to the head, while another bullet grazed the boar's neck but failed to kill it. Taishan Dakwai and Erkwei managed to take down 5 wolves, while the remaining 2, injured, fled the scene. Suddenly, the wounded wild boar charged toward the 2 girls, who clung to each other in terror, unable to utter a sound. In a split second, Taishan tucked 2 handguns into his waistband and leaped off the cliff with remarkable agility. He descended the height of several meters, landing with a forward roll, and immediately executed a shoulder tackle against the oncoming wild boar. The impact was thunderous, sending the boar tumbling several meters away, while Taishan rolled back a few times to regain his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guoqing brandished dual firearms and unleashed a barrage of shots at the boar's head, delivering a lethal volley that ended its life on the spot. Chapter 72. The He Sisters. Everything transpired in an instant. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Guoqing and his companions dispatched several wolves, while Taishan leaped down from a height of over 10 meters, colliding with the wild boar king. Within mere seconds, Zhang Guoqing, wielding dual pistols, transformed the boar's head into a sieve. In that brief span of time, they saved the lives of 2 young girls and secured a bountiful catch of 5 wolves and 1 wild boar. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Dakwai and Erkwei, rushed to Taishan's side. Concerned, he inquired, "Are you injured?" Taishan, rubbing his right shoulder from the clash with the boar, replied, "I'm fine, just a bit sore. It will heal soon." Dakwai approached, patting Taishan's wounded shoulder reassuringly. "As long as you're okay, take a moment to rest, we'll handle the rest. You keep watch." Taishan, gritting his teeth at the pad, grasped his pistol with his left hand and began to survey the surroundings. Erkwei did not inquire about Taishan's condition, but instead set about gathering the slain wolves and arranging them beside the wild boar king. Zhang Guoqing moved closer to the 2 trembling girls, softly comforting them. "It's all right now. You are safe. Do not worry." He then offered his water bottle for them to sip some warm water. The older girl, shaking, accepted the bottle, first giving a few sips to the younger girl before taking a few herself. The 2 girls sat on the ground, silently shedding tears and emitting soft whimpers. After a long while, perhaps reassured by Zhang Guoqing's presence or the honey water from the bottle, they gradually relaxed. The older girl returned the bottle to Zhang Guoqing and whispered, "Thank you for saving us." Zhang Guoqing took back the bottle and hung it on his side, asking, "What were you 2 doing so far up in the mountains? Foraging for wild vegetables? Where are your guardians?" The girls remained silent, and Zhang Guoqing, undeterred, approached the gathered prey, contemplating that with 1 wild boar and 5 wolves, they could not only feast at home, but also provide his uncle with work. However, they still needed more. He recalled that wild boars are social animals. If there was 1 boar, there must be a nest nearby. If he could locate their den, it could serve as a long-term hunting ground. At the very least, he could teleport the boars into his 9 treasure space, allowing Taishan and Zhang Xiaohu to take turns hunting, thus honing their wilderness survival skills. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Guoqing returned to the girls and asked, "Do you know where the boar's den is?" At that moment, the older girl finally responded, "It's in a cave at the northwest corner of the mountain. There are quite a few boars inside." The girl's voice was crisp and melodious, truly delightful. Zhang Guoqing tossed the empty magazine of his handgun to Taishan, instructing him to reload it. He said to Taishan, "Rest here for a moment, gather some stones to build a fire, and collect some firewood. We'll hunt a few wild boars to feast upon shortly. After we eat, we'll need your help to transport the boars. If possible, let us return home tonight. Otherwise, the meat won't keep well in this weather." Taishan, having reloaded the magazine, handed it back to Zhang Guoqing and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll take a breather. Once we're well fed, let us make our way back to the camp. We should prepare to head home today." Zhang Guoqing reloaded his handgun, secured it at his waist, and replied, "Be cautious. I'll take Dakwai and Urquay with me." Turning to Dakwai and Urquay, Zhang Guoqing called out, "Let us go fetch some wild boar meat for Taishan. After we eat, we'll head home early." "Sure thing, let us go," Dakwai and Urquay responded, reloading their firearms as they followed Zhang Guoqing down the mountain in search of the wild boar den. After 30 minutes, they arrived at the den described by the girl. Indeed, it was a cave, yet no wild boars resided within. Instead, they were rolling in a mud pit at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Guoqing took his rifle from his back and surveyed the scene through the scope. He spotted 4 boars smaller than the king of the mountain, each weighing around 200 pounds, a dozen half-grown boars, about 100 pounds each, and over 30 small boars, roughly 30 to 40 pounds. The wild boars frolicked in the mud. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guoqing remarked to Dakwai and Urquay, "With so many, we can't possibly hunt them all. We'll take what we can and leave the rest for another time. Consider this our personal pig pen." Dakwai and Urquay chuckled. "We now have our own pig pen, albeit a bit distant." Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily. "Let us make some markers here so the others can come to practice their shooting. It can't always be us, otherwise it becomes too exhausting." With that, the 3 men took aim at their targets. At the sound of a whistle, they began to shoot. The distance was considerable, so the boars had a general idea of where the shots were coming from. They did not charge toward Zhang Guoqing, but rather scurried into the den or vanished into the nearby woods. After reloading their firearms, the 3 men approached the water hole to tally their catch: 1 large wild boar, 2 half-grown boars, and 5 small boars. Looking at the pile of boars, Zhang Guoqing exclaimed, "Wow, the firepower is indeed impressive." He tied the 5 small boars together with rope, dragging them along as they headed back to reunite with Taishan. Dakwai and Urquay each carried a half-grown boar on their backs, binding the front legs of the large boar with rope, each pulling on a leg and following closely behind Zhang Guoqing. Upon reaching their descent point, they tossed the boars and ropes onto the ground and rushed to Zhang Guoqing's side to take over the 5 small boars he was dragging, sharing laughter and conversation as they ascended the mountain. At this moment, Taishan had already ignited the bonfire. Zhang Guoqing approached him first and inquired, "Taishan, does your shoulder still hurt?" Taishan shook his head and replied, "It's fine now, don't worry. It won't delay our journey home." Zhang Guoqing, with a mischievous grin, pointed towards the distance where Dakwai and Urquay were dragging 5 small wild boars towards them. "We just caught another large wild boar, over 200 pounds, along with 2 more medium-sized ones, each weighing over 100 pounds. The 5 small wild boars they brought back will be roasted for dinner. Eat to your heart's content. Fill yourselves up. Do you have confidence in bringing back this over 800 pounds of wild boar to the camp?" Taishan replied earnestly, "If we eat freely, we can return to the camp, but we'll need to rest there for the night and head home tomorrow." Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment and said, "All right, let's eat first. After dinner, we can enjoy wolf meat at the camp tonight, and have a hearty breakfast in the morning before heading home. We shall consume no grains, only meat." Taishan chuckled joyfully. In these times, no one would ever complain about having too much meat. Zhang Guoqing called to the 2 girls, who were still leaning against the mountainside. "Come over and warm yourselves by the fire. What are your names and where are you from? We will take you home later." The older girl led her younger sister to the fire and said to Zhang Guoqing, "Thank you for saving us. My name is He Zhaodi, and this is my sister. He lady, we do not wish to return home." Curious, Zhang Guoqing responded, "Why don't you want to go home? It's quite dangerous in this deep forest, and you both have just experienced it. You cannot survive here unarmed." The 2 girls lowered their heads in silence. Zhang Guoqing chose not to press further and instead assisted Dakwai and Urquay with the small wild boars. At this time, Dakwai and Urquay had begun to process the small wild boars. Due to the conditions, they could only skin and gut the 5 wild boars, resulting in a fair amount of wasted meat. After some preparation, they skewered them on wooden sticks and placed them by the bonfire to roast. Soon, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of meat mingled with a hint of blood from the direction of the steep rock face. Zhang Guoqing rotated one of the wild boars over the fire, ensuring even cooking, while Taishan, holding another wild boar, followed suit. As time passed, the wild boar on the stick began to sizzle and release its fat, which dripped into the flames, intensifying the fire. The group, including Zhang Guoqing, found their mouths watering in anticipation. Taishan's saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, with both hands occupied holding the roasted wild boar. He had no way to wipe it away. In these times, no one would spare a drop of oil from the meat, Everyone was eager to consume every bit. When the meat was nearly cooked, Taishan could no longer contain himself and kept casting longing glances at Zhang Guoqing, signaling him with his eyes. Da Kuei and Air Kuei, who were on lookout duty, occasionally glanced over, waiting for Zhang Guoqing to announce that it was time to eat. Zhang Guoqing, however, ignored their anticipation. He had previously promised Taishan he could eat his fill first. Noticing Taishan's persistent gaze, Zhang Guoqing laughed and said, "What are you staring at? I told you today you could eat your fill. If you want to eat, just dive in. You don't need to wait for me to feed you." Taishan beamed with a goofy smile and declared, "Then I shall begin eating now." Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing nodded, retrieving a packet of fine salt from his pocket. He opened it and sprinkled a modest amount over the small wild boar in his hand, offering it to Taishan. "Here, eat this first. Hand me the one you have, and I shall sprinkle salt on it." Taishan relinquished both of his small wild boars to Zhang Guoqing, cradling the ones Zhang had roasted in his hands, unperturbed by the heat, and began to devour them voraciously. The sight elicited silent admiration from Zhang Guoqing, as well as from Daki and Erki, who marveled at Taishan's insatiable appetite. The He sisters were equally drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat, watching in astonishment as Taishan, resembling a wild man, ferociously feasted on the succulent boar. The sound of bones crunching echoed around them, causing the sisters to instinctively huddle closer together in fear. Zhang Guoqing pondered whether the sisters believed Taishan might be inclined to consume humans. Observing Taishan chew and swallow the bones, he recalled a humorous anecdote from his past life about a pig being devoured by 3 people. The scene from The Richest Man in Tomato City, where the football coach savored a roasted piglet, was merely cinematic illusion. Taishan's consumption of the wild boar was decidedly more authentic and substantial. In less than 10 minutes, Taishan had finished the first wild boar, spitting out the inedible bones, and reached for the second, now seasoned with salt. Meanwhile, Daki and Erki, standing guard nearby, were drooling in anticipation, while the He sisters were rendered speechless, having witnessed Taishan consume an entire wild boar. Such a creature, even with some waste, must have contained at least a dozen pounds of meat. How could he possibly eat a second? Zhang Guoqing turned to Daki, suggesting, "Daki, come over and roast another one. You and Erki should eat as well. Afterward, we shall return to the camp in one go." Daki, elated, replied, "Yes, I'll choose a larger one to feast upon. We won't have much time to spare for our return, and dinner may be a while yet." Erki slowly moved closer to the fire, narrowing his vigilance. Splitting his attention between watching Taishan eat and Daki roast the meat, his eyes nearly overwhelmed. In a display of determination, Taishan successfully consumed the second wild boar, prompting Zhang Guoqing to hand him a water flask. "Take a sip and eat slowly." Taishan nodded, saying, Yes, I'll take my time with the third one." After a few gulps of honey water, he took the third small wild boar from Zhang Guoqing and began to eat, this time savoring each bite rather than gobbling it down. Zhang Guoqing added more wood to the bonfire and prepared the final wild boar for roasting. After approximately half an hour, as Daki neared completion of roasting the boar, Taishan finished the third one. Rising from the ground, he picked up his firearm and addressed Erki. "Erki, you and your brother should eat quickly. I will keep watch." With a chuckle, Erki replied, "Okay, Taishan, I'll eat with my brother now. Thank you for your hard work." Taishan nodded and began to patrol the area, while Daki and Erki settled down beside the bonfire to enjoy their meal. As the last roasted wild boar in Zhang Guoqing's possession neared completion, he turned to the He sisters and invited them to partake in some meat. Once they had eaten their fill, he suggested it would be time for them to part ways. With that, Zhang Guoqing unsheathed his dagger and deftly divided the small boar into 2 portions, keeping one half for himself and offering the other to them. He Zhaodi and He lady stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was hard for them to fathom that, in these times, someone would share their meat. Although they had shared a communal meal the previous year, the current season was lean, and the production team had little sustenance to offer. The generous act of Zhang Guoqing, dividing half a wild boar, left them momentarily speechless. Noticing their stunned silence, Zhang Guoqing urged them to take the meat and enjoy it. He nudged the boar closer to the sisters. Summoning a great resolve, He Zhaodi accepted the portion offered to her, swallowing hard as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. We will repay your kindness with our hard work." Zhang Guoqing quickly waved his hands, saying, "No need for such formalities. We are in a new society now, and we should leave behind the old ways. Please, eat your fill first. Once you've finished, we can return the meat. If it is convenient, we can drop you home. If you prefer to go elsewhere, we shall take you there." With that, he turned his attention to his meal. As the meager rations they had consumed earlier were no longer satisfying, and the hour was past 3, leaving them quite hungry. Once de Kuei and Air Kuei finished their meal, they took over the watch duty from Taishan, who proceeded to bind the wild boar and prepare it for descent down the mountain. Da Kuei and Air Kuei similarly secured the 2 wolves they had captured, ensuring the last one was properly tied as well. Once everything was organized, Zhang Guoqing announced it was time to depart. After a brief interlude, Zhang Guoqing, now sated, tossed the remaining boar meat to Taishan, who quickly devoured it. Following this, de Kuei and Air Kuei extinguished the campfire and readied their backpacks, each shouldering a wolf after everything was packed. Zhang Guoqing wiped his mouth clean, took a few sips of water, and, after preparing his belongings, silently slung the remaining wolf over his shoulder. The trio's gaze turned towards Taishan, prompting Zhang Guoqing to instruct him to remove his shirt and hand it over, cautioning him to avoid damaging it. Taishan promptly complied, revealing his muscular torso. Despite being only 13, he had matured impressively, with bronze skin, well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles, and prominent biceps and triceps, exhibiting remarkable strength. Zhang Guoqing accepted the shirt and placed it into his backpack, urging Taishan to stay close as they prepared to set off. With his 98 rifle in hand, Zhang Guoqing led the way, followed closely by Da Kuei and Air Kuei, who carried their firearms while bearing the wolves. Taishan, in a deep voice, called to the 2 girls, urging them to hurry and keep pace, warning them that darkness would soon fall, and this area was not safe. After Taishan let out a resounding shout, an astonishing event occurred that utterly upended the worldview of the He sisters. It was evident that the already towering Taishan, standing over 6 feet tall, underwent a remarkable transformation following his exclamation. With a series of audible cracks emanating from his body, he suddenly grew even taller, shedding his previously robust physique for a leaner, more defined form. Taishan had reverted to his true height of over 2 meters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a muscular silhouette reminiscent of an inverted triangle. His elongated limbs accentuated his stature, and the once-fitting trousers now appeared noticeably shorter. After a brief stretch, Taishan addressed the He sisters, inviting them to accompany him. With that, he led the way down the mountain. He Zhaodi, determined, urged her sister He Lady to follow, suggesting that their fate was now in the hands of destiny. He Lady silently nodded in agreement, both sisters clutching remnants of wild boar meat and the offal discarded by de Kuei and Air Kuei, hastily packed together as they trailed after Taishan. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the sisters watched in awe as Taishan effortlessly hoisted the tied-up wild boar king and a large wild boar onto his back. With a swift flick of his foot, he tossed the rope binding the 2 half-grown boars, wrapping it casually around his arm. As he strode forward, carrying the substantial weight of the boars, each step resonated with a thud echoing through the air. The He sisters stood transfixed, their minds grappling with the impossibility of what they were witnessing. They had never heard of bone-shrinking techniques, nor had they encountered someone capable of such extraordinary feats of strength, effortlessly carrying over 800 pounds of wild boar. This spectacle far exceeded their comprehension, leaving them momentarily stunned. Only when Taishan's footsteps faded into the distance did they find themselves shaken from their reverie. As they continued to follow him, their astonishment deepened. They soon realized that Zhang Guoqing and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Zhang, towering over 4 feet tall, led the way with a large canvas bag slung over his shoulder from which a hefty wolf dangled, armed with a long gun. He frequently scanned their surroundings with keen vigilance. Following closely behind were de Kuei and Air Kuei, both standing over 5 feet tall, embodying the stature of adults in their era. Each carried long guns, canvas bags, and 2 wolves weighing over 100 pounds, yet they exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing remarkably at ease. They each held handguns, ready to defend against any potential threats. Meanwhile, Taishan, with his bare torso and devoid of any visible strain, trailed behind the group. Despite being the last in line, his towering height and long strides allowed him to keep pace effortlessly, giving the impression of comfort amidst the burden of the wild boars. Quietly, He Zhaodi leaned towards He Lady and whispered, "Do you think they are even human? How impressive they all are, particularly the one named Taishan. who resembles the legendary demon from my childhood village tales. He appears somewhat simple-minded, yet he possesses extraordinary prowess. He quietly replied to her elder sister, I believe they are indeed human, but their skills are remarkable. Just look at their marksmanship. They've hunted wolves and wild boars, bringing back an abundance of meat. Whether Taishan is a demon remains uncertain. In my entire life, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of consuming 40 to 50 pounds of meat in a single meal. Who could possibly afford to feed such an appetite? He Zhao nodded in astonishment. Indeed, such a colossal appetite. If converted to grain, it would amount to over 100 pounds a day. He consumes the provisions meant for both of us for more than half a year. The leader, Zhang Guoqing, presumably ventured into the mountains to hunt due to Taishan's insatiable hunger. He nodded in agreement. While the two conversed, they unwittingly lagged behind, only realizing they had fallen some distance away when the sound of Taishan's footsteps faded once more. They hurried to catch up, leading the group. Zhang Guoqing had spent nearly 3 hours traversing 2 mountain peaks to reach a flat area near the Hive Cliff, where twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Observing the area, Zhang Guoqing raised his hand to signal a halt. Daki and Erki, along with Taishan, immediately ceased their movement, scanning the vicinity. Zhang Guoqing instructed, let us rest for 10 minutes and hydrate. After speaking, Zhang Guoqing tossed his backpack to the ground and moved to assist Taishan in unloading the wild boar and large wild pig he had carried. Daki and Erki leaned against each other, sipping water while panting, and said to Zhang Guoqing, Guoqing, we are hungry. Zhang Guoqing shot them an exasperated glance. Did you feed that little wild pig to the dogs? Can you truly claim to be hungry after consuming nearly 10 pounds of meat each? Taishan reclined, resting against the wild boar, rubbing the marks left by the ropes, chuckling silently at Zhang Guoqing, though he wasn't particularly hungry. Carrying over 800 pounds of wild boar for nearly 3 hours had indeed exhausted him. After all, he was still just a 13-year-old child over 2 meters tall. Zhang Guoqing returned to his canvas bag, opening it to retrieve a lunchbox containing yesterday's strained honeycomb residue, intended as emergency rations. He first took a generous piece for himself before offering it to the 3 of them. Taishan sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, swiftly snatching the lunchbox from Zhang Guoqing's hands. After opening it, he tossed 2 pieces to Daki and Erki, who lay on the ground, and then devoured a large chunk himself, munching contentedly. The 3 of them ate while sharing laughter. Zhang Guoqing watched in disbelief, pondering how easily satisfied people have become, overjoyed by a morsel of honeycomb residue. He glanced towards the He sisters trailing behind, as Taishan offered them 2 pieces from the lunchbox. Chapter 75. Returned to the camp, He Zhao hurriedly placed the items she held into He Li's arms, wiped her hands vigorously on her tattered and dirty clothes, and then accepted a piece from Taishan. She placed the larger piece into He Li's mouth, while she nibbled at her portion delicately. The sweet fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, bringing joy to the 2 sisters. He Li, with honeycomb in her mouth, mumbled to her elder sister, what is this? It's so sweet. He Zhao, having never tasted honeycomb before, was at a loss for words. As they savored the honeycomb, they spotted Taishan, Dake, and Erki casually munching on honeycomb from their lunchboxes, making the sisters envious. He Zhao thought to herself, truly, comparison is a bitter pill. Some live so much better. Observing these young boys thriving under Zhang Guoqing's guidance, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of envy. After finishing their honeycomb, Taishan, Dake, and Erki, mindful of leaving some for their brothers at home, ate sparingly. After consuming a modest amount and sipping some water, they closed the lunchbox and returned it to Zhang Guoqing. After resting for about 10 minutes, the 4 of them hoisted their backpacks and, with renewed vigor, made their way to the riverside camp. Zhang Guoqing tossed his backpack and the wild wolf onto the ground and hurried to inspect the large iron pot hidden among the stone pile, checking on the honey. Relieved to find it intact, he returned to the camp and instructed Taishan and the others to gather the wolf and wild boar near the tree by the hammock. Seeing the 3 exhausted yet seated together, Zhang Guoqing suggested they first prepare some food. Let us eat, and after hanging the wild boar and wolf in the trees, we can rest, he said. Taishan, keep watch. Dake, gather firewood. Erki, prepare the wolf for roasting. I'll catch some fish. Taishan took up his gun and sat on the hammock, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Dake climbed a tree to retrieve a flashlight, machete, and axe, turning on the flashlight to search for dry wood, while Erki meticulously skinned and gutted the wolf by the riverbank. From his backpack, or rather, the 9 treasures space. Zhang Guoqing retrieved fishing hooks and lines, casually slicing a piece of pig liver from the wild boar's innards with a dagger. He cut it into small chunks, affixed one to the fishing hook, and with a flourish, cast it into the water, believing himself quite stylish. The He sisters observed Zhang Guoqing and the others as they diligently attended to their tasks. They noted Taishan sitting on the hammock, swaying and keeping watch, which piqued their curiosity. In these times, few would invest effort into creating hammocks or swings for leisure. Children's toys consisted merely of primitive things like mud or playing tricks. For a child from an ordinary family, a slingshot like Zhang Guoqing's was a luxury, as most families did not even entertain the thought of owning a bicycle. Spending money on a bicycle valve core to make a slingshot was indeed extravagant. As for candies and snacks, they were merely a rare treat during the new year for ordinary children, serving only to spice up conversations. Thus, it was no wonder the He sisters were filled with curiosity about the hammock. Noticing their interest, Taishan beckoned to the sisters, "Come sit here. This is the hammock invented by Guoqing. We'll sleep here tonight." The sisters approached, excitedly perched on the swaying hammock, reveling in the delightful experience. Hardly able to imagine how much fun it would be to sleep on such a bed at night. After Kuei had dealt with the wild wolf, he laid the pelt on a large stone to dry in the shade, while the wolf meat was placed beside the stone stove on another rock. He then proceeded to the riverbank to prepare the 10 or so fish caught by Zhang Guoqing. As Zhang Guoqing was coiling the fishing line and hooks, he caught sight of Kuei returning with a sizable dead tree on his back. Together, they split the tree to ignite the fire around the stone stove and the hammock. Suddenly, the campsite was illuminated, and Kuei skewered the cleaned fish onto branches, placing them in the crevice beside the stone stove to roast. Kuei, wielding a chopping knife, severed the wolf's limbs and prepared them for roasting separately, while the remaining parts were set up on branches to cook. In no time, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. He Zhao, upon catching the scent of the cooking meat, glanced at her sister, who was swallowing hard, contemplating how well these individuals dined. They seemed to feast on meat at every meal. Who exactly were they? However, despite her thoughts, she refrained from asking. The two parties had fortuitously crossed paths in the deep mountains, and Zhang Guoqing had saved the lives of her and her sister. Their encounter was merely serendipitous, and Zhang Guoqing's intention to escort them home clearly signaled a desire to maintain boundaries. After more than half an hour, the fish and meat were finally roasted to perfection. Zhang Guoqing called out to Taishan, inviting him to join for a meal. Taishan, glancing at the sisters seated on the hammock, smiled and suggested they partake as well. With that, Taishan rose and added firewood to the surrounding fire pits before making his way to the stone stove. Upon reaching Zhang Guoqing, Taishan said, "Guoqing, I invited them to eat." Zhang Guoqing nodded, indicating his approval of Taishan's decision. The He sisters, feeling a bit embarrassed, approached, aware that it was not common to mooch off 2 meals in such times. Zhang Guoqing ate the roasted fish while sipping hot water, remaining silent and composed, adhering to the household rule of no conversation during meals. Moreover, since the He sisters had been invited by Taishan, Zhang Guoqing would surely not deny Taishan's wishes. It was widely known within the group that Zhang Guoqing held Taishan in high regard. After all, their friendship had flourished over the past 3 years. When Zhang Guoqing was younger and smaller, he would often avoid walking, preferring to ride on Taishan's shoulders. Thus, in reciprocation of Taishan's kindness, Zhang Guoqing would never refuse any request, especially a minor one such as inviting 2 girls to share a meal. After Taishan handed 2 fish and a wolf leg to the girls, he returned to his meal. Zhang Guoqing occasionally sprinkled salt on Taishan's meat and offered him water, prompting envy from Kuei and Kuei, who admired Taishan's unique status within the group. Ultimately, Taishan consumed the roasted innards of the wild boar the He sisters had brought back before feeling satisfied. After their meal, Taishan took a flashlight and axe to fell a large tree, splitting it into firewood. Once he replenished the firewood around the hammock, Zhang Guoqing used the flashlight to locate suitable branches on the tree nearby for hanging the wild boar and wolf. Zhang Guoqing ascended the tree branch, and after Taishan threw the rope up, Zhang Guoqing passed the end of the rope over to the other side of the branch. He then let it down, and Taishan, along with Dakuai and Kuei, pulled the rope down with great effort, hoisting the wild boar king, a large wild boar, 2 piglets, and a wolf up into the tree in batches. After securing the rope tightly, Zhang Guoqing began to arrange for rest. He looked at Taishan and the others, stating that the night was crucial. With so much meat, nearby wild beasts might attack. He proposed that they pair up, with Dakwai and Erquay on watch during the first half of the night, while he and Taishan would take the second half. They planned to return home after breakfast the following morning. In Chapter 76, Taishan, do you want a wife? Zhang Guoqing and Taishan took their teacups, toothpaste, and toothbrushes to the water pool to wash up and prepare for sleep, having kept vigil the previous night without rest. Zhang Guoqing soon fell into a deep slumber upon lying in the hammock. Prior to sleeping, he had already released the 5 spirits from the 9 treasures space to serve as a warning nearby. Taishan, lying in the hammock, suggested to He that the 2 sisters should sleep in the hammock while they took turns keeping watch. He and her sister, having enjoyed a hearty meal, sat by the fire, feeling the warmth, and soon fell asleep in the hammock as well. For a time, the camp was filled only with the sound of Dakwai and Erquay patrolling and the crackling of the firewood. At around 2 in the morning, Dakwai awakened Zhang Guoqing and Taishan to change shifts. Zhang Guoqing, feeling unrest, went to the water pool to splash his face with cold water to wake himself up. After standing by the river for a while and throwing a few punches, he felt much more refreshed and took out his fishing line and hooks to resume fishing. Shortly thereafter, more than 10 fish appeared by the shore, and Taishan, having finished his exercises, came to the riverbank with a dagger to prepare the fish. When Zhang Guoqing returned to the fire, He was adding firewood. He signaled for her to go back and rest for a while. He softly replied that she would not sleep and offered to keep watch for them. Zhang Guoqing gently insisted it was unnecessary, explaining that it was unsafe for her to keep watch alone. If an injured wolf returned unexpectedly, she wouldn't have the chance to react. He's expression dimmed considerably, but she realized Zhang Guoqing spoke the truth. Zhang Guoqing inquired where they would go once dawn broke and suggested that if it was on their way, they could escort them home. He pondered silently for a moment before asking Zhang Guoqing if they could accompany him, as they had nowhere else to go. She and her sister were willing to work for them, helping with laundry, cooking, and attending to their needs, as long as they were provided with food. Zhang Guoqing wore a look of helplessness and remarked that it was not reasonable for them to accompany him. The communal meals were quite satisfactory, and no one would go hungry. However, he internally mused that while no one was starving now, that might not be the case come winter. After much hesitation, He finally confessed that it was just her and her sister left in their family. The communal meals were good, but the village chief was forcing them to marry his 2 foolish sons. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing understood the situation. The sisters must have resisted, leading to their ostracization in the village and ultimately driving them into the mountains. Zhang Guoqing inquired whether they had reported their plight to the commune or the county. He replied with a hint of frustration that it would be futile, as the secretary of the commune was the brother-in-law of the village chief, and the deputy chief of the local police station was his elder brother. Zhang Guoqing's expression turned grim. Indeed, it was evident that connections played a pivotal role in domestic affairs. Such relationships were omnipresent in the country, and it was astonishing how a mere village chief could wield such power, relying solely on his familial ties. Zhang Guoqing further asked if there were no other relatives in the village, grandparents, uncles, or maternal relatives. He's countenance darkened, and after a moment's pause, she replied that there was indeed an uncle, a bachelor in his 30s, who had initially proposed that she and her sister exchange marital vows with the village chief's sister. The plan was for her and her sister to marry the 2 simple-minded sons of the village chief, while their uncle would wed the village chief's widowed sister. When they voiced their dissent, their uncle imprisoned them at home, preventing their escape. It was only by forcefully breaking a window and climbing over a wall that they managed to flee. However, the villagers pursued them, and in desperation, they retreated into the mountains. As He recounted her harrowing tale, Zhang Guoqing sensed the fierce spirits of the sisters, yet he felt a growing unease, as his own family troubles remained unresolved. After much contemplation, an idea struck him as he turned to see Taishan returning from fishing. Why not take the sisters to the residence of the noble lord? Perhaps Taishan could choose one of them as a bride. Taishan was no fool. There was a chance that one of the sisters might take a liking to him. This thought reminded Zhang Guoqing of a notable saying from the film The Horse Whisperer. With this in mind, Zhang Guoqing approached Taishan, who had just settled by the fire, and asked, "Taishan, are you in search of a wife?" The moment the words left his lips, both Taishan and He were taken aback. Had she escaped from one danger only to walk into another? Just days after fleeing the village, she found herself entangled in Zhang Guoqing's scheme. Taishan quickly regained his composure and responded in a deep voice, "Guoqing, don't joke around. The noble lord mentioned that the law requires one to be 18 to marry. I still have several years to go." He Zhao, however, was skeptical of Taishan's claim. Having seen his towering stature of over 2 meters, she knew that even if he were to shrink, he would still exceed 180. Who would believe that a child of such height was not yet 18? Zhang Guoqing, pointing at He Zhao with a smile, asked Taishan, "What do you think of her? Wouldn't having her as a wife be advantageous? No need to rush into marriage. You could take your time and keep her at home for a few years. By the time you turn 18 in 5 years, you could marry her directly. How does that sound?" Taishan scratched his head, contemplating seriously. He Zhao looked intently at Zhang Guoqing and remarked, "You say that in 5 years he will be 18, but he is only 13 now?" Zhang Guoqing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Taishan is 4 years older than I am. I am 9, he is 13, and those twins, De Kuei and Er Kuei, are 10. How old are you and your sister? Is it possible for you to return home with Taishan and marry him in 5 years?" Zhang Guoqing inquired, fully aware of Taishan's remarkable capabilities, which far surpassed those of the simpletons in their village. He observed the slight blush on He Zhao's face as she replied, "I am also 13, while my sister is 10. I must wait for her to awaken before deciding whether or not to visit their home." Upon hearing her response, Zhang Guoqing sensed an opportunity and pressed on, "You and your sister hail from Lishui, right? We are from the capital. If you marry Taishan, you will be a capital dweller as well. Taishan is my good brother, and I assure you, you will never face food or clothing shortages." He Zhao fell into contemplation at Zhang Guoqing's words and lapsed into silence. Zhang Guoqing then turned to Taishan, discussing the benefits of marriage and urging him to embrace He Zhao and her sister, as he was currently strategizing to relocate his family to the city, which added to his pressures. After deliberating for a considerable time, Taishan ultimately hesitated to agree, for he lacked the approval of the noble lord and feared displeasing him. Zhang Guoqing confidently assured him that he would secure the lord's consent for the matter. Chapter 77. Flowing downstream in the early morning, wisps of smoke wafted through the air, carrying the enticing aroma of grilled meat. After Taishan had cooked the fish, he summoned De Kuei, Er Kuei, and the He sisters to wash up and share a meal. Once breakfast was concluded, Zhang Guoqing began assigning tasks for their return to the city. "Taishan, you and De Kuei should chop down some trees. Nothing too thick, just about the thickness of 2 wrists. We will construct a raft to transport the wolves and wild boars downstream." He then instructed Er Kuei to pack and organize their camp supplies. The trio nodded in agreement and set to their respective tasks, while Zhang Guoqing set about untying the hammocks from the trees, as he would soon need the ropes to bind the raft. He Zhao called to He Lady, and the two began conversing quietly. Before long, Zhang Guoqing had gathered the ropes and tied them together. Er Kuei completed the organization of their belongings, but Zhang Guoqing furrowed his brow, contemplating the large iron pot filled with honey. Their water bottles and lunch boxes could not accommodate such a vast quantity of honey. He Lady, curious, pulled He Zhao over to inspect the pot, asking her suspiciously, "Sister, what is in that pot?" After a moment's thought, He Zhao replied uncertainly, "It seems to be honey, though I've never seen it before, only heard about it." Zhang Guoqing, overhearing their conversation, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is honey. Gathered yesterday afternoon near that cliff where we rested." He Lady gazed at the pot brimming with honey, saliva unconsciously pooling in her mouth. The previous day, even the honey residue they had sampled had been overwhelmingly sweet, and the sight of the entire pot was tantalizing. He Zhao, swallowing hard, looked at Zhang Guoqing and asked, "Is it difficult to take this honey with us?" Zhang Guoqing nodded. Indeed, if Taishan were to carry it, it would likely spill. He Zhao then suggested, "We have 2 clay jars that we usually use for cooking and storing wild vegetables. If you need them, I can bring them over, and we can transfer the honey into them for easier transport." Zhang Guoqing turned to the 2 sisters and inquired, "Have you decided to accompany us to the capital?" The sisters nodded. After all, returning to the capital with Zhang Guoqing was a far better choice than marrying the village chief's foolish son or tending to wild beasts in the deep mountains. Zhang Guoqing then asked, "He Zhao, how far is the jar you mentioned from here?" He Lady eagerly responded, "Just yesterday, it was on the other side of our mountain. If we hurry, a round trip would take about 3 hours." Zhang Guoqing took out his pocket watch and noted the time was 8:20. After pondering for a moment, he instructed them to fetch the pottery and prepare the large iron pot. They would set out after lunch, as transporting the wild wolves and boars onto the cart in the afternoon would expedite their return. Zhang Guoqing nodded and said, "Erkue, you and Zhaodi make a quick trip. Be swift and return promptly, and ensure you have the proper equipment." He then drew a pistol from his waist and handed it to Zhaodi for her protection, advising her to pay heed to safety and let Erkue teach her how to use it along the way. Zhaodi accepted the pistol, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. We will be cautious." Erkue took 2 water bottles, lightly equipped with a long gun and a holstered pistol, and disappeared into the woods with Zhaodi. Zhang Guoqing contemplated their upcoming lunch and retrieved his fishing hooks and line from his backpack, beginning to fish by the pond. Lady gazed at Zhang Guoqing, who effortlessly caught fish, filled with envy. Approaching him, she said, "Your name is Guoqing, right? Your fishing skills are remarkable. You've caught a dozen fish already. May I give it a try?" Zhang Guoqing glanced at the leaping fish along the shore, deemed it sufficient for their meal, and did not refuse. He handed the fishing line to Lady, instructing her on how to bait the hook and cast the line, while he took out a knife to scale and gut the fish. Without the advantages of Zhang Guoqing's mystical space, Lady struggled for quite some time without catching any fish. After finishing with the fish, Zhang Guoqing sat by the riverbank, basking in the sun while observing her attempts. After 20 minutes, her performance was dismal, with not a single fish biting her hook. Sighing, Zhang Guoqing discreetly attached a 4 to 5 pound carp to her hook from his mystical space. Suddenly, Lady was yanked backward by the unexpected weight, nearly tumbling into the water, shouting, "I caught a fish. I caught one." She wrestled with the fish for several minutes, but hardly managed to reel in any line. Unable to sit idly by, Zhang Guoqing rose and approached her, swiftly pulling the line and effortlessly bringing the carp to shore. Lady watched in awe as he effortlessly caught the fish she had struggled with for so long. However, she soon came to terms with it, realizing that just yesterday, Zhang Guoqing and his companions had been capable of carrying over 100 pounds while trekking for 2 hours in the mountains. Taishan and Daki returned, dragging about 30 logs with a rope. Zhang Guoqing removed the hook from the carp and tossed it to Lady, along with his knife, instructing her to prepare the fish. He then directed Taishan and Daki, "Place the logs by the pond. We will bind them together to form a raft." Taishan and Daki agreed, and after their exchange, they dragged the timber towards the riverbank. Zhang Guoqing, holding the dismantled hammock's rope, also approached the river, first offering Taishan his water flask for a brief respite. He then seized an axe and began to chop away the branches from the tree with a rhythmic crackle. After more than half an hour, Zhang Guoqing had finished cutting the branches, and Taishan and Daki had taken their rest. The 3 of them united their strength to arrange the logs in a row, and under Zhang Guoqing's direction, they placed 6 crossbeams securely, crafting a sturdy raft. Once the raft was completed, Taishan was instructed to place it in the water and secure it to a large stone on the riverbank with rope. Zhang Guoqing pulled out his pocket watch, estimating that Erkue and Zhaodi would soon return, and instructed Taishan to ignite a fire in preparation for lunch. After a considerable time had elapsed, as Taishan and Daki began to savor the grilled fish, Erkue and Zhaodi finally made their way back to the campsite. They returned with 2 jars capable of holding over 20 pounds each, one of which contained a variety of wild vegetables. Zhang Guoqing directed Taishan and Daki to take the jars to the water's edge for cleaning. Once they were washed and dried with cloth, Zhang Guoqing meticulously filled a lunchbox with honey from the iron pot. After nearly filling both jars, there remained a substantial amount of honey, and he also filled 2 water flasks before setting the honey aside. Subsequently, Zhang Guoqing gathered several large lotus leaves from the riverbank, stacking them to seal the jars, and dug up some mud to secure the leaves. Once completed, he placed the jars in the sunlight to expedite the drying of the mud. At that moment, the iron pot was spotless, thanks to the diligent efforts of Taishan, Daki, Erkue, and Zhaodi, who had used their hands to wipe it clean, consuming the residual honey directly. Observing their gluttonous antics, Zhang Guoqing helplessly called out for them to wash the iron pot by the river, as he intended to prepare fish stew with cornmeal pancakes shortly thereafter. Taishan took the pot to the water's edge, cleaning it thoroughly before commencing the fish stew alongside the cornmeal pancakes. This left the He sisters astonished. They had never anticipated that Zhang Guoqing and his companions would bring cornmeal for hunting, nor that they would make fish stew and pancakes. After a hearty feast, The pot no longer required washing, as the fish broth had been entirely consumed. Once everything was tidied up, Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to place the wild wolf and wild boar onto the raft in the water, gently pulling it along the bank as they made their way out of the mountains. Following behind, De Kuei and Air Kuei clutched the jars of honey, while the He sisters carried De Kuei and Air Kuei's backpacks, with Zhang Guoqing bringing up the rear. Chapter 78. Return to the capital. De Kuei and Air Kuei, both holding jars of honey, were cautious as Zhang Guoqing worried that their hands might tremble and cause them to drop the jars, shattering them on the ground. Thus, they paused for rest several times along the way. Upon their return to the location of the concealed cart and horses, Taishan, having arrived early, had already assembled the horses and cart. The sight astonished the He sisters. While they could comprehend Zhang Guoqing and his companions being fully armed for hunting, given that firearms were not yet prohibited in that era, and could be acquired with money or connections, they were nonetheless taken aback by the scene before them. However, the horse-drawn carts and livestock currently serve as the backbone of agricultural production and freight transport. The presence of a cart owned by Zhang Guoqing astonished the He sisters greatly. Zhang Guoqing instructed De Kuei and Air Kuei to take a brief respite before addressing Taishan. Taishan first placed the wild boar and wolves in the cart, then dismantle the raft and chop the wood into firewood. Once De Kuei and Air Kuei have rested sufficiently, we shall load the cart and set off. With a smile, Taishan made his way to the riverbank, dragged the raft from the water, untied the ropes, and began to chop firewood after measuring with his hands. Half an hour later, under Zhang Guoqing's direction, everyone began to load the cart. De Kuei placed the honey at the front of the cart and remove all hard items from the canvas backpack. Ensure the honey jars are well wrapped in the canvas to avoid any leaks. Air Kuei position the long guns and the hard items taken from the backpack beside the wild boar and wolves. We shall adhere to our old custom of carrying only handguns. Sister Zhaodi, you and Lady take the burlap sacks and cover the wild boar, wolves, and guns thoroughly. Ensure nothing is exposed. Taishan, why on earth are you placing the iron pot and food beneath the wood? Have you forgotten to eat in the past few days? Take them out and place them on top of the firewood. De Kuei, Air Kuei, why are you two grinning foolishly? Look at how the firewood is stacked. The burlap is sticking out. Restack it properly. Taishan, put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? The firewood needs to be secured tightly. Stop being so clumsy. After a series of exclamations from Zhang Guoqing, they worked together to prepare the cart, with Zhang Guoqing's voice nearly hoarse from shouting. He took a water flask from the ground and took several hearty gulps, pulling out his pocket watch to note that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. They quickly organized themselves to embark. Zhang Guoqing declared, as per our usual practice, Taishan will drive, and you two sisters will sit in the front. De Kuei, Air Kuei, and I will sit atop the firewood, keeping watch. Let us depart. Taishan cracked the whip with a sharp snap, and the cart began to move slowly. De Kuei and Air Kuei worked together to hoist Zhang Guoqing onto the firewood, the brothers standing guard as they ventured out of the mountains. At 9 o'clock that evening, they camped at a previously visited resting spot to prepare a meal and rest. The following day, they finally emerged from the mountains, the city in sight. And the He sisters' spirits lifted as they left the depths of the wilderness behind. On the third day, rising early, Zhang Guoqing spoke to Taishan. Let us pick up the pace today. Once we return home, we have matters to attend to. Taishan nodded in agreement. Where shall we go? To your home, perhaps? After some contemplation, Zhang Guoqing replied, we should first head to your home to ensure that Sister He and her sister are comfortably settled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing turned to the He sisters, who, listening to the conversation, felt a blush creep across their faces. Following Zhang Guoqing's guidance, the He sisters washed their faces and brushed their teeth. With soap-washed faces, despite their long-term malnutrition rendering them pale, they appeared quite delicate and charming. However, upon hearing Zhang Guoqing suggest sending them to Taishan's home first, they felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Zhang Guoqing reassured them, Sister He, rest assured. Taishan's family is well-to-do. You will certainly enjoy a life of comfort there. This assurance only deepened the blush on their cheeks. He Zhaodi remarked on National Day, isn't it that the country no longer permits marrying 2 wives? My sister and I are going to the Taishan family. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Perhaps my sister could visit your home, or go to De Kuei and Air Kuei's house instead. Zhang Guoqing was left puzzled, wondering if young girls these days were so precociously aware of everything. If he were to casually bring a girl home, His grandfather and second uncle would surely have him suspended and thoroughly chastised. The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Guoqing's spine, and he weakly replied to Zhao Di, "You both live in the Taishan family, and you haven't mentioned marrying him. In a few years, should you find someone else you fancy, you could marry them as well. We aren't bringing you back as child brides." Zhao Di, surprised, inquired, "So you were saying we would be raised for free? It would be many years before I could marry." Zhang Guoqing shot her a glance. "What a notion. You think you can just be raised for free? Why not go outside and see if pies fall from the sky? You will have to work. Without labor, there will be no sustenance. You are not lacking limbs. We provide food and shelter, but you must contribute. However, you can certainly attend school with us." Zhao Di was taken aback at the mention of school. "But my sister and I still have our household registration in the village. Can we really attend school in the capital?" Zhang Guoqing gestured towards Taishan. "You can study at his home. I've mentioned that his family is affluent, and we all attend the private school they run." The He sisters exchanged astonished glances towards Taishan. Thinking Zhang Guoqing was joking about his family's wealth, they had not expected Taishan's household to have a private school, indicating considerable affluence. However, wasn't primary school the norm after the establishment of the nation? Why would there still be private schools? Yet, neither sister pressed further, given they lacked local household registration for schooling in the capital. Before long, they beheld the capital. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing, de Kuei, and Heir Kuei were lazily lounging by the fire, basking in the sun, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Taishan hummed an unknown tune, while the He sisters were the only ones feeling tense. Perhaps it was a fear of the unknown or an anticipation of what awaited them at Taishan's home. They were undeniably anxious. The carriage ambled its way to the estate of the Bail Yi at Babao Mountain, pointing towards a vast array of residences. Zhang Guoqing addressed the He sisters. "Look, sisters, that entire expanse of houses belongs to the Taishan family. It far surpasses our modest dwelling." The sisters widened their eyes, scrutinizing the orderly layout of the expansive courtyards. Taishan produced a bird whistle and blew into it. Shortly after, two individuals emerged from a back door of one of the residences, approaching the carriage. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing, de Kuei, and Heir Kuei had already leapt from the firewood, and Taishan instructed the He sisters to alight and hand the carriage over to the newcomers. Zhang Guoqing led the way towards the Bail Yi's estate, stating, "Taishan, you take Zhao Di and the others to find Aunt Rome and arrange their lodging. I shall first pay my respects to the Bail Yi." He instructed that the goods be unloaded and prepared, and they would dine at the state-run restaurant later, where they would also seek out directly for business. Taishan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will escort Zhao Di and the others to find Aunt Rome, while de Kuei and Heir Kuei will oversee the unloading. The firearms are still in the carriage." Without looking back, Zhang Guoqing instructed de Kuei and Heir Kuei to secure the guns and ammunition and deliver them to Xiao Hu and Swan Pan shortly. As de Kuei and Heir Kuei watched Zhang Guoqing walk away, they assured him not to worry. At that moment, the He sisters were utterly astounded by the grandeur of the Zhang family. The Tai Mountain residence boasted not only a magnificent mansion, but also a private school and numerous servants. In their minds, such wealth surpassed even that of the largest landowners in their county prior to the establishment of the People's Republic. Chapter 79. The Elders. After parting ways with the Tai Mountain group, Zhang Guoqing made his way to the rear courtyard of the prince's residence. He found his grandfather engaged in a game of Go with the prince, while Grandpa Li observed the match. Approaching them, Zhang Guoqing refilled the elders' teacups and stood by, watching the two players. Grandfather was playing with the white stones, while the Jean Prince was using the black ones. Grandfather had formed a complete and formidable dragon with his white stones, effectively overwhelming the Jean Prince's black pieces. Beads of sweat glistened on the Jean Prince's bald head. Yet he remained focused on the board, seeking a way to turn the tide of the game. In contrast, Grandfather calmly sipped from the teacup that Zhang Guoqing had just filled and casually snacked on some seeds from a nearby dish. After considerable contemplation, the Jean Prince, drenched in sweat, finally placed two black stones from the Go jar in the lower right corner of the board, conceding defeat. Grandpa Li, chuckling at the Jean Prince's resignation, quietly discussed alternative strategies with him, embodying the true spirit of a gentleman who refrains from speaking while observing a game. Glancing at Grandpa Li and the Jean Prince engaged in their post-game analysis, Grandfather turned to Zhang Guoqing, scrutinizing him before inquiring whether he had sustained any injuries during the hunt and how successful it had been. This reflects the traditional family's straightforward values. First, ascertain the safety of loved ones, Then inquire about the bounty. As long as family members return unharmed, that is what matters. Zhang Guoqing promptly stood at attention before his grandfather, reporting, "The haul was quite satisfactory. We captured a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds, a large wild pig over 200 pounds, and 2 medium-sized pigs, each over 100 pounds, alongside 5 wolves, approximately 60 to 70 pounds each. However, we consumed one on our way back, and the rest is here. How shall we proceed with these spoils?" Grandfather nodded, saying, "Guoqing, do you genuinely wish for your second uncle to join the factory? If he works there, we need not spend money, and we can provide him with pork. Simply send the meat to the courtyard, and you can arrange a job for him there. After all, he is not your biological uncle. Arranging his employment is a matter for your grandmother and me. We lack the means to provide for him, and he would not hold it against us. As for your previous suggestion about having your grandmother and me move to the city, we could initially stay with you in the courtyard for a few years. Once you grow older and secure housing through your work, we can then join you in the home assigned to you." Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement, replying, "Grandfather, it's not about biological ties. The uncle you and grandmother raised is indeed my true uncle. I willingly want him to work in the city. And once my younger brother matures, I will also ensure that my second aunt finds employment. In due course, our entire family will reside in the city, allowing you and grandmother to live there while my second uncle and aunt toil in the village fields. I have no desire to remain in the village, where hard labor yields insufficient sustenance and numerous constraints persist. I envision my second uncle and aunt coming to the city to partake in the market goods, while you and grandmother can freely visit the courtyard or my uncle's home, or even dwell in the mountains if you so wish. In 2 years, when my sister is discharged from the military, she will undoubtedly find employment in a hospital, and by then, I too shall be a city dweller. As we mature, we can encourage Xiaohu and his companions to enlist, and the connections we have in the courtyard will be invaluable for them, considering our family has many children. When they complete their service or transition to civilian life and seek proper employment, those connections will prove beneficial. Eventually, our family will live in the city, providing mutual support. And you, along with Grandfather Li and Grandfather Jean, will be in closer proximity." Grandfather nodded, acknowledging that since I have made my plans, we should proceed accordingly. Grandfather Jean also agreed, stating that Guoqing's suggestions were sensible. "Once you and Li move to the city, we will be closer and can look after one another." Grandfather Li chuckled, reminding us that our families will ultimately rely on Guoqing's decisions, and since the children have aspirations, we must support them. This is indeed a commendable endeavor. Should they stray from the right path, we elderly folks would risk our lives to protect them. Grandfather smiled, affirming that our children are not inherently ill-natured. My dear grandson manages this group of youngsters splendidly, ensuring they will not veer off course in the future. Zhang Guoqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his overarching plan included overseas aspirations. Once abroad, he would undoubtedly revert to his former decisive nature, and those around him might find themselves entangled in bloodshed. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts, choosing instead to nod and smile foolishly. Grandfather Li inquired where Guoqing envisioned his second uncle working, suggesting we assess the family's provisions. Guoqing replied that over the past few years, our relationships with the directors of the state-run restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative have been quite favorable. Director Zhang of the supply cooperative has since been promoted to a leadership position, while the restaurant director oversees 2 establishments. This time, Uncle Zhang is spearheading the effort, and Uncle Li from the restaurant is collaborating. They have secured a formal employment position from the procurement department of the textile factory. My second uncle is literate and adept with numbers, making the procurement department a suitable place. We can assist by delivering some game and fish to their factory, fulfilling my uncle's procurement tasks while simultaneously acquiring more cash and receipts from them. Grandfather Li nodded, emphasizing the importance of clothing, stating that sending my second uncle to work at the textile factory would ensure we would never lack for fabric. As for food, we will be well provisioned. Housing should also be arranged by the state without significant issues, and in our current circumstances, transportation is of little concern. Generally, we need not venture far from the capital. With Grandfather Jin's resources, including horse-drawn carts and tricycles, we will be adequately equipped for future hunting excursions. Zhang Guoqing chuckled as he informed Grandpa Li that accommodations had been arranged on his behalf. Last year, when we assisted my master uncle in apprehending spies, we seized a substantial courtyard, a 3-courtyard estate, from which we retrieved a considerable amount of valuable items. The previous owner of the house met his demise at the shooting range at the end of last year. This property is conveniently located near the textile factory, and the director of the police station that collaborated with us during the raid is the elder brother of Uncle Zhang. Additionally, the local street director is Annie Lee's cousin. We managed to keep this matter under wraps last year, and the entrance to the courtyard is still sealed with a notice. Initially, we intended to hold on to the property for a while, contemplating how to allocate it. Eventually, it was decided that the largest backyard would belong to our family. Xiaohu, Swan Pan, De Kue, Air Kue, Jiang Wei, Jiang Jia, as well as Qiu Feng, Qiu Yu, Luda Li, and Zhu Chang, all of whom are akin to my second uncle, will be included in the allocation list for the housing, and Grandpa Li will also move over. I reserve the central courtyard for Lu Xuanzhu and the others. Once he transitions to a new job, he can reside there. And another fellow from his hometown will return from military service, making them our neighbors. Upon hearing that Zhang Guoqing had arranged accommodations, the elderly gentlemen ceased their discussions and nodded in agreement, as moving into the city would bring several families closer together. Except for my second uncle and aunt, who farm in the village, the others are not engaged in agricultural labor. Thus, relocating them to the city is quite beneficial. Chapter 80. The shock of the wild boar king Zhang Guoqing continued, stating that our family would retain the 2 young wild boars from the recent hunt, which would suffice for our household for a while. The largest wild boar king and 2 wolves were designated for Director Zhang and Director Li, allowing them to divide the spoils. They would cover the expenses for my second uncle's affairs, and we would not contribute. The large wild boar serves as a bargaining chip for our dealings with the textile factory, and with the connections of Directors Zhang and Li. My second uncle's entry into the procurement department is assured. The remaining 2 wolves would be allocated to the street office and the police station managing household registrations, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement that fosters good relations. Once we settle in, it will facilitate our dealings with them. The elderly gentleman reflected on this plan and found it quite favorable. Zhang Guoqing had adeptly resolved several issues for the family. First, securing my second uncle a position at the factory. Second, facilitating the household registration in the capital. Third, addressing housing needs. And fourth, ensuring that Directors Zhang and Li, along with the textile factory, police station, and street office, receive their share of meat. In an era when many struggle to acquire sustenance, meat becomes even more precious, making Zhang Guoqing's strategy of utilizing meat as a means of connection remarkably astute. As long as he maintains amicable relations with all parties, his family will lead a worry-free life in the city. After chatting with the elderly gentleman for a while longer, Taishan entered and inquired how much meat Zhang Guoqing intended to reserve. Zhang Guoqing instructed Taishan to step outside for a conversation and bowed to the elderly gentleman before taking his leave. He exited alongside Taishan, as they had matters to attend to. While walking, Zhang Guoqing asked if the He sisters had been properly settled. Taishan confirmed their arrangements, stating they were residing with Aunt Rome, and inquired whether they should bring extra meat to the state-run restaurant that evening. Zhang Guoqing remarked that they should bring along all the larger boars, with the formidable wild boar king designated for Directors Li and Zhang, while the remaining sizable wild boar was to be allocated to the textile factory. He planned to deliver 2 wolves to his second uncle when they processed their household registrations. After checking the time, Zhang Guoqing joined the classroom of the Tai Mountain area to converse with Xiaohu and Suanpan for a while. At that moment, Aunt Rong had already arrived with the He sisters, who had changed into clean attire and freshened up, ready to introduce themselves to everyone. The He sisters appeared much like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, brimming with curiosity about everything. They were utterly astonished to learn that the individuals in the private school were all associated with Zhang Guoqing and Tai Mountain. After sharing the day's fruitful experiences with Zhang Xiaohu and others, Zhang Guoqing assured them that there was no need to wait for him and Suanpan for lunch. He also reminded Zhang Xiaohu to secure the firearms properly. Additionally, he gifted the honey residue he had brought back to Zhang Xiaohu, much to their delight. Zhang Guoqing then addressed Suanpan, indicating that they would meet with the textile factory's leaders that evening. Li Xuan nodded in agreement, inquiring about the evening's arrangements. The primary focus was on matters concerning his second uncle's work, which had nearly been settled with the support of Directors Li and Zhang. They aimed to finalize everything that night. The wild boar king belonged to the 2 directors, while the large wild boar was intended for the textile factory. Li Xuan suggested that they head out immediately, planning to have lunch at the state-run restaurant. They would let the restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative distribute the wild boar king, first to ensure everyone was pleased and received their payments. When the leaders from the textile factory arrived for the evening banquet, they would then present them with the large wild boar. Zhang Guoqing called out to Time Mountain, who was surrounded by the He sisters, urging him to get to work. Time Mountain responded promptly, and after a brief exchange, he followed Zhang Guoqing and Li Xuan. The He sisters observed the departing trio, quietly noting that they were led by Zhang Guoqing. On the tricycle, Zhang Guoqing and Li Xuan conversed about the details while seated on the owner's lap, covered with burlap sacks, as Time Mountain pedaled energetically. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the back entrance of the state-run restaurant. As per their usual routine, Time Mountain acted as a footstool, allowing Zhang Guoqing to leap through the back door with his height, swiftly opening, entering, and shutting the door behind him. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing spotted Chef Old Wang busily cooking with his two apprentices. Choosing not to disturb them, he ascended to the second floor and entered Director Li's office without knocking. Surprised by Zhang Guoqing's unannounced entrance, Director Li quickly stood up, pouring tea for him with a silent understanding between them throughout the process. As Zhang Guoqing took a seat opposite Director Li, the tea was already laid out before him, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang Guoqing cheerfully inquired if the matters discussed previously had been settled, requesting Director Li to call Director Zhang to arrange a meeting with the leaders of the textile factory for the evening banquet. He assured him that he had brought everything needed. Director Li responded with a smile, asking if Zhang Guoqing had gathered enough funds, offering to assist if necessary. Zhang Guoqing sincerely stated that it would be essential to obtain the funds from both him and Director Zhang, emphasizing that it was merely a matter of official accounting, and requested that Director Li first contact Director Zhang to arrange the meeting with the textile factory leaders before coming over to distribute the wild boar meat. I have captured the great wild boar and brought it to you and Uncle Zhang. I will provide the meat while you cover the costs. It is a fair arrangement. Director Li, curious, inquired about the size of the wild boar. Zhang Guoqing, somewhat irked, suggested that they first call Uncle Zhang. After the call, they could go and see it. He mentioned that he, Taishan, and Suen Pan would be dining at the shop for lunch, and he instructed the kitchen to steam extra buns, for otherwise Taishan would not be satiated. Director Li, impatiently, agreed, saying he would make the call and that they would take Uncle Zhang along for lunch. He advised Zhang to head to the kitchen to request the buns, as he was more familiar with the kitchen staff than he was. With that, Director Li picked up the phone to make the call, while Zhang Guoqing sipped his tea, awaiting his return. A few minutes later, after hanging up, Director Li urged Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Come on, you little rascal, let us show your Uncle Li what the great wild boar looks like." Zhang Guoqing set down his teacup and followed him downstairs. Passing the kitchen, he called out to Chef Wang, "Uncle Wang, Taishan has arrived. Please steam extra buns, as we will soon be dividing the pork." Chef Wang smiled, passing his frying pan to an apprentice, and joined Zhang Guoqing and Director Li in the backyard. Stepping forward, Director Li opened the burlap sack, and upon seeing the wild boar, he was visibly startled, exclaiming, "Goodness! No wonder you called it the king of wild boars. This must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Zhang Guoqing replied, "Uncle Li, I have no idea how much it weighs. We didn't have a scale in the mountains. We can have Uncle Wang weigh it later, and you and Uncle Zhang can share it. But I must clarify beforehand. It will be sold at market price." He added that the smaller boar was intended for the textile factory, serving as a token from his second uncle, so that one should not concern themselves with it. Director Li laughed heartily, assuring, "Rest easy, I only wish to split this wild boar with old Zhang. We have no interest in what remains. It's enough that you think of me when you have something good." After returning to the kitchen, Chef Wang, along with two apprentices and Taishan, weighed both wild boars. The king boar was significantly heavier than Zhang Guoqing estimated, coming in at 418 pounds, while the large wild boar weighed 260 pounds. This was when Director Zhang entered the state-owned restaurant through the back door on his bicycle. Upon seeing the wild boar, he was equally astonished. After marveling, he quickly ensured Zhang Guoqing and Taishan were unharmed before feeling relieved. Director Zhang turned to Director Li, remarking, "Old Li, this wild boar is indeed magnificent. Let us add a bit more to the market price." Zhang Guoqing, hearing this, anxiously interjected, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, no matter how much you offer, I will not accept it. You both can cover lunch and dinner, and also the expenses for my second uncle's work tonight. I will contribute not a single penny. Additionally, There are 2 wolves beneath the large boar. You may keep them. Use the pelts to make warm vests for your families in winter. You both must help me with my second uncle's matters. Haha, I am truly reaping the benefits. Chapter 81. Deputy Factory Director Foam of the Textile Factory. Director Li and Director Zhang exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Guoqing was quite considerate towards them. In this day and age, the ability to procure pork is a testament to one's capabilities. Those who can secure pork for their organization inevitably earn the respect of their peers. Zhang Guoqing, by providing it at a low price, is repaying the favor owed to those who assisted in securing a position for Zhang Erju. Director Li sighed and remarked, "Old Zhang, this young man Guoqing has an exceptional knack for socializing. Those lads will undoubtedly thrive better than us in the future. With their support, we need not worry about hunger." Director Zhang affectionately ruffled Zhang Guoqing's hair and concurred, "Old Li is right. In the future, should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever can be accomplished, both Old Li and I will assist you. For matters beyond our reach, we shall devise ways to help." He continued, "From now on, let us treat each other like family. We must maintain close ties and feel free to share matters from home." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "I have always regarded you both as my uncles. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so familiar." He then added, "Please, prioritize the pork arrangements. I will take the abacus and head upstairs to select the dishes. Once the food is ready, do come up to join us." With that, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Taishan and the abacus, proceeded from the kitchen to the front hall to order from the waitstaff. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Directors Li and Zhang finally began to discuss the distribution of the pork. Once settled, Director Li instructed the kitchen to prepare hot water for processing the wild boar, and then they retreated to the private room to dine and enjoy tea with Zhang Guoqing and his companions. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing and Taishan took a nap in Director Li's office, having endured 2 exhausting days of travel. Meanwhile, Li's abacus kept Director Li and Director Zhang company as they deliberated on the pork allocation. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, Director Li roused Zhang Guoqing. "Guoqing, wake up. The individuals from the textile factory will be arriving shortly. Let me briefly inform you of who will be attending." Zhang Guoqing rubbed his eyes and listened attentively. Director Li, noticing Zhang Guoqing was alert, continued, "Old Zhang has arranged for Feng Yongli, the executive deputy director of the textile factory, to join us. The old director is unwell and is recuperating at home, awaiting retirement, which leaves the deputy director as the primary authority in the factory. Given his youth and vigor, he is likely to remain in this position for another decade or so. It is imperative that we cultivate a good relationship with him. Your uncle will surely establish a solid footing at the textile factory in the next 10 years. Zhang Guoqing trusted Director Li's words wholeheartedly. In these times, the notion of job termination is almost non-existent. As long as one is a formal employee, their position is secure, provided that one possesses adequate intelligence and emotional acumen. It is rare for subordinates to face undue hardship from their superiors. His uncle is also adept in social matters, and with the assistance from Zhang Guoqing and others, he is likely to excel in the procurement department. Zhang Guoqing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Director Zhang entered Director Li's office, carrying a box of liquor and 4 packs of cigarettes. Director Zhang placed the items on the ground and pointed, saying, "This is what we will be drinking tonight for National Day. 12 bottles of matai, 12 bottles of Shifeng liquor, and 2 packs of huazi and 2 packs of dakiamen. We will enjoy matai and smoke huazi, and before we leave, let us take a few bottles of matai and a pack of huazi for Director Feng. The Shifeng liquor and dakiamen are reserved for your second uncle. When he arrives at the textile factory, he should foster good relations with the head of procurement. We will assist him a bit, and he could become a minor leader in the future without much trouble. However, both Laoli and I are a bit curious. Why don't you leverage the connections in the courtyard to secure a job for your second uncle?" After Director Zhang finished speaking, he and Director Li looked at Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing smiled and replied, "Uncles Zhang and Li, you are not outsiders. Let me speak candidly. The connections we have in the courtyard are for future use, such as when your children and our group enlist and seek promotions or transition to civilian life. That is when our connections will truly come into play. We must reserve our best resources for critical moments. Allow me to make a promise. Arranging work for the siblings of your families is not a problem. But if one day you encounter an issue that cannot be resolved at home, come to us, and we will certainly do our utmost to assist you." The 2 men felt a shiver run down their spines. Guoqing, still not yet 10 years old, was already looking ahead a decade or two. During this time, he would not seek help. After years of interactions, when he finally asks for assistance, no one would be able to refuse him, maximizing benefits effortlessly. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Li and Zhang directors stood at the entrance of the state-run hotel, welcoming Director Feng. The sky darkened, and the rumble of an approaching vehicle was heard, along with 2 beams of light. Zhang Guoqing spotted an old-model jeep heading toward the hotel. When the vehicle came to a halt, Director Zhang swiftly ran to the back door and opened it. A meticulously groomed old gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped out of the car. Director Zhang led the way, guiding Director Feng to a private room on the 2nd floor, where the guests were seated, and he introduced the attendees. He first introduced Director Li, followed by Zhang Guoqing, Taishan, and Li Suanpan. After they were acquainted, Li Suanpan stepped out to arrange the dishes. Soon, 4 cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, and a soup were served. Zhang Guoqing poured matai for Director Feng, Director Zhang, and Director Li, then filled his and Taishan's glasses before passing the matai to Suanpan for assistance in the subsequent drinking session. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Director Feng raised the same question that had previously been posed by Directors Zhang and Li. Guoqing, your family is from the courtyard. Why not just have someone up top speak on your behalf? Why do you still need the help of Directors Zhang and Li? Zhang Guoqing smiled and replied with a casual tone, Uncle Feng, you may not be aware, but both my parents sacrificed their lives, leaving me alone. Their comrades are scattered in other regions, and we lack connections in Beijing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to trouble Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li for this favor. Director Feng pondered the situation. Since the founding of the nation, many senior military officers were stationed across the country and could not return to the capital without orders. Furthermore, numerous officers had transitioned to civilian roles and become local leaders. It seemed that Zhang Guoqing's parents' comrades fortuitously did not hold positions in the capital, making it necessary for Zhang Guoqing to seek assistance from others to help his uncle find work. The group began to indulge in toasts, reveling in the camaraderie. After the meal, the waiter cleared away the remnants of their feast and served tea before stepping outside. Simultaneously, Zhang Guoqing signaled to Taishan and Suanpan, and the 2, understanding the unspoken cue, excused themselves and departed. Chapter 82. The reaction of the second uncle. At this moment, the private room was left with only Director Feng, Director Zhang, Director Li, and Zhang Guoqing. After distributing cigarettes to the 3, Zhang Guoqing lit one for himself. Upon finishing 1 cigarette, Director Zhang produced another, lighting it while casually extracting a bulging envelope from his pocket and placing it before Director Feng without uttering a word. Director Li offered Director Feng a cigarette, igniting it for him while mumbling about a wild boar spotted downstairs. Upon hearing this, Director Feng's face brightened with joy. He swiftly placed the envelope into his briefcase and retrieved another envelope, setting it back on the table. While smoking, he lamented, Guoqing, why didn't you inform your Uncle Feng about the wild boar meat? The procurement work for your second uncle isn't something we can't manage with a word. In the future, ensure that any good catches are sent to our factory. We are all family, and I assure you, you will not suffer any loss. Indeed, in these times, those who had meat were regarded as the true lords. Zhang Guoqing mused inwardly. Uncle Feng, I thought to surprise you, but it seems my Uncle Li let the cat out of the bag. Rest assured, in the future, any game we procure will certainly be directed to our factory, especially since you are my esteemed uncle, Zhang Guoqing quickly added, showering him with flattering words. The 2 cunning foxes exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously thinking how each regarded the other as a clever little fox, silently cursing one another. The atmosphere grew lively, with the group enjoying several more rounds of cigarettes and cups of tea until the leaves in the teapot had lost their flavor. Director Feng then rose and announced, Gentlemen, we have eaten and drunk sufficiently. Let us go downstairs to see the wild boar. Director Zhang discreetly gestured to Zhang Guoqing, standing to lead Director Feng downstairs to view the boar. Zhang Guoqing tucked the envelope into his pocket, called over Taishan, and instructed him to deliver the 4 bottles of matai and 1 pack of cigarettes he had prepared to the driver from the textile factory, who was dining in the restaurant's hall. The driver unobtrusively placed the liquor and cigarettes in the jeep before returning to his meal. After observing the driver load the items onto the vehicle, Zhang Guoqing remained silent, tossing a box of cigarettes onto the driver's table with a nod before heading to the backyard from the kitchen. The driver picked up the cigarettes, stowing them in his pocket, a smile emerging on his face. When Zhang Guoqing arrived in the backyard, Director Feng was circling around a wild boar, rumored to weigh 280 pounds, evoking a sense of wonder. Guoqing, your uncle has not yet officially commenced his duties. Yet he has already made such a significant contribution to the factory. I will speak with the finance department to ensure he receives a full month's salary this month. Tell him not to rush back to work. He should settle his family affairs first. Rest assured, your Uncle Feng will take care of everything, he said, returning the favor. After all, it was mid-month, and despite your uncle not having started work, he was already secured a month's guaranteed income. Zhang Guoqing nodded earnestly. Indeed, Uncle Feng. My uncle needs a few days to prepare for work, to obtain a work certification from the village, transfer his household registration at the commune, and finalize his residency at the police station in the capital. He also needs to arrange for housing through the local street office. There are numerous matters that will require a few days' delay. I sincerely thank you, Uncle Feng, for your care towards my uncle. Director Feng waved his hand. Everything you need is in the envelope. Just take it back and write your names. As for the household registration and housing, you will have to find your own way to arrange that. Zhang Guoqing was elated. You have truly thought this through, Uncle Feng. This saves us a great deal of trouble. Directors Zhang and Li also showered Director Feng with compliments. After several minutes, Director Feng instructed Zhang Guoqing to notify the driver in the front office to bring the vehicle to the backyard. With the help of Taishan, they placed the wild boar in the jeep's trunk. At that moment, the trunk was rather small, barely accommodating the boar, rendering it impossible to close. Thus, Director Feng departed. Satisfied with his acquisition, Directors Zhang and Li then took Zhang Guoqing back to the office for a brief discussion before everyone dispersed. Taishan rode back to Grandpa Shishan's house with Zhang Guoqing and Li Xuan on a tricycle, and after being away for several days, Zhang Guoqing felt a wave of nostalgia. Upon opening the door, he called out to Xiaohug, "Could you help me boil some hot water? Taishan and I need a bath." Zhang Xiaohug emerged from the main room, stating, "It's all ready. Your medicinal bath is prepared as well." Zhang Guoqing chuckled, "Haha, my dear Xiaohug, you truly care for me. All right, I'll visit my grandparents first and then return for a bath. Please have Taishan wash up first." With that, Zhang Guoqing exited the door, retrieving the items he had prepared for his uncle from the tricycle and entering his uncle's courtyard. Taishan followed Xiaohug back to the main room to enjoy a bath, as he too was in need of a thorough wash after being away. At that moment, Grandpa sat in his brother's living room, smoking and sipping tea. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing enter, he exhaled a smoke ring and asked, "My dear grandson, how did it go? Did you succeed?" Zhang Guoqing placed the items on the ground, took the pipe from his grandfather, relished a puff, and with a grin, produced the envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. "What can I accomplish? I'm off to see Grandma now." With that, Zhang Guoqing entered his grandparents' room, where Grandma was lighting an oil lamp and sewing small garments, which he instantly recognized were for his uncle's youngest son. Zhang Guoqing, consumed by jealousy, exclaimed, "Grandma, I also want new clothes. You can't forget your eldest grandson just because you have a little one now." Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's voice, Grandma quickly put away her needle and thread and said, "Oh, my dear grandson, you have returned. Come here and let Grandma give you a hug. You've been away for so many days. Have you missed me?" Zhang Guoqing smiled and replied, "Yes, I have missed you and your new clothes. Grandma, please don't make clothes for my little brother for the next few nights. In a few days, we will move to the city, and once we have some light, we can sew together. It will be quicker with you and Aunt Air working side by side." "Curious," Grandma asked, "My dear grandson, why are we moving to the city?" Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "Grandpa arranged a job for my second uncle. Tomorrow, he will go to the village commune to obtain a certificate and transfer his household registration to the city, after which we will allocate a house. My second uncle and his family will become city dwellers." Grandma expressed her surprise. "Will your second uncle's family be able to enjoy rationed grain now?" Zhang Guoqing nodded, affirming, "Yes, our family will all be living in the city. From now on, you and Grandpa can choose where you want to live." In haste, Grandma hurried to put on her shoes to share this joyous news with her second uncle and aunt in another room. As Zhang Guoqing assisted her to the main room, his second uncle and aunt were already gathered around the table. At that moment, his second uncle, with reddened eyes, gazed at the contents of the envelope, clearly astonished. He never expected that his eldest nephew would secure a job for him. Chapter 83. An unpayable debt. Meanwhile, Aunt Air anxiously watched her husband, who was silent and staring at the letter, his eyes misty with emotion. She longed to snatch the letter to read its contents, but was illiterate, which only heightened her distress. When she saw Zhang Guoqing supporting Grandma, she hurried over to assist her and then turned to Zhang Guoqing, asking, "Guoqing, what does the letter say? Why is your second uncle so quiet? I'm almost dying of worry." Zhang Guoqing chuckled and said to Aunt Air, "Uncle, Grandpa arranged a procurement job for us at the textile factory in the city. Soon, we will all move there and enjoy rationed grain." Aunt Air stood in stunned silence, realizing that after a lifetime of being farmers, they were about to become city dwellers, enjoying rationed grain, an aspiration for countless people. Although the rationed grain might not fully satisfy hunger, it ensured they would not starve. Moreover, the identity of a worker was highly esteemed, allowing their children to inherit this status when they could no longer work themselves. This was indeed a monumental blessing. Aunt Air helped Grandma sit on a chair and leaned against her husband as they both stared into space, lost in thought. After a long moment, Uncle took several deep breaths, regained his composure, and addressed Grandpa. "Father, I can never repay the debt I owe to our family. When my elder brother brought me back from the battlefield to live at home, you and Mother cared for me since childhood. You even built me a house and arranged my marriage. Before we could repay you, Guoqing has already arranged for his sister to join the army, which has brought joy to both me and Aunt Air, and now he has secured me a job. How can I ever repay you for this? This kindness is beyond my ability to reciprocate." Grandfather took the pipe from Zhang Guoqing and tapped it twice on Air Shu's forehead. "You foolish child, what's the matter? Do you no longer wish to bear our surname? Repay kindness. Who has asked you to repay? I raised you. And now you dare not care for me in my old age? Let me tell you, Zhang Erju, you bear the surname Zhang, just like me. I do not require repayment. When I am too frail to move, you shall care for me." With that, Grandfather pointed to Zhang Guoqing, saying, "He is your nephew, also bearing the surname Zhang. We are all family here. There is no talk of debts among us." Grandmother chimed in with a smile, "Who requires repayment from you? Just ensure you look after the two of us in our twilight years. If repayment is necessary, let your sons handle it. Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao can take care of that. You two are rather muddled," she continued. "It is your kindness to Guoqing that he remembers, and we shall live well together moving forward." Air Aunt, regaining her composure, responded to Air Shu, "Yes, let us live well from now on. Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao will handle the repayment, and we shall take good care of our parents, alleviating Guoqing's burdens. In a few years, when Guoqing marries and has children, we will assist him in raising his offspring." As soon as Grandmother heard Air Aunt mention looking after Zhang Guoqing's children, her spirits lifted. "Yes, indeed. We shall all witness my great-grandson together. Let us encourage Guoqing to have more children. The Zhang family has been single-line for too many generations. It is imperative that Guoqing expands our lineage." The two women grew increasingly animated, and soon their conversation turned to finding a bride for Zhang Guoqing. Grandfather and Air Shu joined in the discussion. Observing the lively debate, Zhang Guoqing lightly tapped his forehead and announced, "Grandfather, Grandmother, Air Shu, Air Aunt, I am returning to bathe and sleep. I have not rested properly for many days." With that, he excused himself to take a bath. Upon returning to his grandparents' courtyard, he found Taishan soaking in a medicinal bath. As Zhang Guoqing entered, Zhang Xiaohu, accompanied by Jiang Wei and Jiang Jie, quickly added hot medicinal water from the large iron pot into the wooden tub, which had been prepared solely by Zhang Xiaohu. This preparation remained somewhat of a family secret, known only to Grandfather, Air Shu, Zhang Guoqing, and Zhang Xiaohu. Disrobing, Zhang Guoqing stepped into the bath, a wave of warmth enveloping him, instantly inducing a sense of drowsiness. To invigorate himself, he struck up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohu. "Brother Xiaohu, do you recall the grand 3-entry mansion we explored near the textile factory last year?" Zhang Xiaohu pondered for a moment before replying. "Ah, the one from which we pilfered quite a few bottles and jars." "Indeed," Zhang Guoqing affirmed. "That house has been sealed for nearly a year. The job we found for Air Shu is at the textile factory, and I have retained the central and rear courtyards. Our family can occupy the rear courtyard, and when the time comes, Grandfather, Grandmother, and our family can all move there, along with Grandpa Li and Li Suanpan." Zhang Xiaohu considered this and asked, "My father will go to work. 2 rooms will be sufficient. However, with the rear courtyard serving as both the main house and the east and west wings, we might not all fit there." Zhang Guoqing chuckled and replied, "Brother Xiao, could you fetch the backpack where I keep my pistol? Inside, you will find our commendations." Zhang Xiaohu burst into the bedroom, calling out to Zhu Dachong. who was nearby with his backpack. Dachong, bring over that backpack from National Day. We have use for it. Zhu Dachong retrieved the backpack from the nail, and Zhang Xiaohu opened it, taking out a stack of certificates. Upon inspection, they were all awards for assisting in capturing spies and agents. Zhu Dachong, Lu Dali, Jiang Wei, and Jiang Jia, who had not yet succumbed to slumber, gathered around the kerosene lamp to take a look. Zhang Xiaohu handed the certificates to them, instructing, "Once you've perused them, please return them to the backpack. We shall have use for these certificates in the future." He then exited the bedroom, joining Zhang Guoqing and Taishan, who were already in motion. Zhang Guoqing continued, "The certificates were issued by our Master Uncle's organization. We are now considered staff members of the unit. Recently, our Master Uncle mentioned that he has arranged our official positions. He indicated that they should take time to retrieve their work permits from the unit. From now on, we shall also partake in the rations, receiving a monthly salary. Tomorrow, take some people to collect the work permits and equipment. There should be a good supply of living necessities as well. It would be wise to go early. After obtaining them, you will accompany second uncle to the village and the commune to secure a certificate. At that point, we shall all go there to register our household and apply for housing. That backyard will be our home. I've spoken with Lu Xuanzhu regarding the courtyard. They plan to transition to a new role in due time. Once he arranges his work, he will reside in the courtyard with us, and the front yard can be left to whoever desires it. We shall not concern ourselves with it. Eventually, we will erect 2 walls to separate the front yard from ours. The middle and back courtyards will suffice for our family." Zhang Xiaohu calculated that the combined space of the middle and back courtyards would indeed be ample. Which entrance shall we use? The side entrance or the back door? Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes and replied, "Brother, do not jest. The back door is too conspicuous for our comings and goings. We shall use the side entrance. It leads directly to the road, which is far more convenient. The back door shall remain firmly shut." Zhang Xiao nodded, smiling. "Very well, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall take them to handle it, and soon we will relocate." He added, "Allow me to add some hot water to the tub and give you a back rub." With that, Zhang Xiaohu poured hot water into the wooden tub and began to massage Zhang Guoqing's back, while Zhang Guoqing continued to offer reminders. "When we collect the guns tomorrow, make sure to gather plenty of ammunition. We will uniformly acquire the Browning 1935 high-caliber pistol. Take as many magazines as possible. And the same goes for the bullets. I have already communicated with our Master Uncle in advance. After we complete our tasks over these next few days, we may need to prepare for a business trip. Our Master Uncle mentioned that our credentials will be advisory in nature, enabling us to travel across the country to assist various units in teaching and interrogation. At least 4 of us must travel together each time. The team leader must always be one of us. You, me, Taishan, or Suanpan. Furthermore, each team must include either De Kue or Air Kue. We cannot allow Dali and Dachong to go out, as their duty is to familiarize themselves with the capital." Chapter 84. A youngster handling major affairs. Zhang Xiaohu attentively absorbed Zhang Guoqing's words, contemplating, "Guoqing, I believe it would be most suitable for you to go tomorrow. You haven't visited the unit in over 10 days, and our Master Uncle mentioned needing to speak with you recently. Even Old Tang remarked that your absence has diminished the joy at the unit." Zhang Guoqing emerged from the tub, towel in hand, drying himself while deep in thought. Nodding thoughtfully, he suggested, "Then I shall accompany you tomorrow. Let us rise early and fish at the foot of the mountain. We cannot arrive empty-handed. They are of a sufficiently high rank, possessing ample fine tobacco and liquor, yet who among us does not find themselves lacking in meat these days?" Zhang Xiaohu chuckled, "Indeed. Our household has never been without fish and meat in recent years." Taishan, situated nearby in a wooden tub, laughed heartily. In my childhood, I could barely fill my stomach with steamed buns. Ever since I joined Guqing, I've not only enjoyed buns, but also indulged in meat." At that moment, 2 little heads peeked out from the inner room. Zhang Guoqing turned to see Jiang Wei and Jiang Jia, the brothers, eavesdropping nearby. Annoyed, Zhang Guoqing remarked, "You 2 have no sense of decorum. How dare you eavesdrop while the leaders are conversing? Off you go, quickly prepare my bedding. Soon, we shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, we rise early to fish, and you 2 shall be our mainstays. I permitted you to listen in." Jiang Jia immediately lowered his head, retreating to arrange Zhang Guoqing's bedding, while Jiang Wei, undeterred, continued to probe, "Guoqing, do we truly have salaries now? How much will we receive each month?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head. "Yes, there is a salary, though I am unaware of the amount. Is it that your household has not provided enough sustenance? Or do you wish to split off and live independently? Jiang Wei quickly responded, no splitting, no independence. As long as you do not drive me away. Both Xiao Jie and I shall never leave home. Zhang Guoqing shot him a glance, then cease your prattle. Prepare for rest, tomorrow morning. You and Jiang Jie shall be our primary fishers from the riverbank. After saying this, he turned to Tai Shan, still in the tub. Tai Shan, do not linger in the water, it has grown cold. Time is of the essence. As per our usual arrangement, when you return tomorrow, bring the horse cart to transport the fish to the unit. No need to arrive too early, just around 9 o'clock will suffice. Tai Shan nodded, rising from the tub with ease, swiftly drying himself with a towel, donning his clothes, and grabbing his gear before heading out. That night, Zhang Guoqing enjoyed a deep slumber. At dawn, a group of young companions had already gathered by the riverside, ready to fish. The severity of the drought had become increasingly evident, with the water level in the river receding further. Zhang Guoqing, unhurried, cast his line while contemplating the supplies he would collect at the unit. A standard kit for each person included a pistol, magazine, ammunition, dagger, and binoculars, along with a check for any cold weapons in the storeroom. After all, Zhang Guoqing had once harbored dreams of becoming a martial artist. The various cold weapons featured in the films he had watched in his past life filled him with longing. The flying fish attire of the Jianui, the embroidered spring blade, and the armor of generals from ancient battlefields, the wisdom of ancient artisans embodied in the Tang sabers and Mo knives captivated him. He imagined Tai Shan wielding a Mo knife against a wild boar. Surely, the boar king would not withstand even 2 strikes before succumbing. Zhang Guoqing currently possessed a pure iron fan, regarded as a unique weapon, a blend of offense and defense, obtained from the ghost market by Yan Wang and Li Suanpan. This iron fan could also serve as a short gun, as Zhang Guoqing's practice Xingyi Quan was best complemented by a long spear. In this new era, it is inconceivable to venture into the world wielding weapons like our grandfathers did. Thus, wielding an iron fan for some entertainment is quite commendable. After deliberation, Zhang Guoqing positioned himself by the riverside to assist in gathering the fish. The fishing experience has transformed dramatically compared to previous years. In the past, one would hastily call out to their grandfather, uncle, or the robust Tai Shan upon catching a fish, who would then pull it from the water. Now, everyone employs the martial arts skills they have acquired, elegantly combining strength and finesse to haul the fish out themselves. As each individual's physical prowess and martial abilities have significantly improved. At this juncture, those collecting the fish merely need to remove the hook from the fish's mouth and reattach it. After a flurry of activity, at 8:50 a.m., Tai Shan arrived at the riverside with a horse-drawn cart. Zhang Guoqing and the others collaborated to place the wooden basin filled with fish onto the cart before they all boarded, setting off towards their master's workplace. Shortly after 10 a.m., the cart ambled to the entrance of the unit. Li Suanpan tossed a packet of economical cigarettes through the window to the guard at the gate, prompting the barrier to lift, and the cart leisurely passed through. Upon reaching the office building, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohu and Li Suanpan, disembarked and approached the office of their master, knocking before entering. At that moment, their master was engrossed in reviewing documents. As he heard the knock and had yet to invite anyone in, he couldn't help but jest. You should just push the door open next time. Stop knocking. You never give me a chance to say come in. Zhang Guoqing, with a playful grin, retorted. Isn't it rather impolite to enter without knocking, master? After all, you are our leader now. With a sigh, the master replied. So now you acknowledge that I am your leader? Had I known earlier, I would have ignored your persuasion and simply granted you all the status of auxiliary personnel. You would still be scrambling to assist me, without wasting the resources allocated to you by the state. Zhang Guoqing disregarded his master's whimsical musings and insisted, Master, have our letters of introduction, work permits, and housing proofs been prepared? I need to take them back to facilitate the transfer of household registration and housing allocation. Without answering, the master opened his desk drawer and tossed a stack of envelopes towards Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Xiaohu quickly reached out to catch them and opened them with Li Suanpan. Zhang Guoqing continued to inquire, Master, shall we simply go to the storeroom and take whatever equipment we desire? The master, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Guoqing's audacity, retorted, Who do you think you are? You can't just take whatever you want. The equipment you receive from the unit depends on what is available, not on your whims. Zhang Guoqing fell silent, suddenly recalling that they were amidst the great steel melting era, where even the village's large cauldrons were nearly depleted. His desire for a full set of equipment seemed rather far-fetched. He then discussed with his master the arrangements made for his uncle at the textile factory and the matter of applying for housing for Zhang Xiaohu and the others, informing his master that he needed to clarify his grandfather's current residence before visiting. After listening to Zhang Guoqing, the master remarked, "You truly are something else, commendable indeed. Managing to assist your family so significantly. I have indeed contemplated this matter, yet the conspicuousness of my collaboration with your aunt is rather overwhelming. I did not anticipate your discreet handling of it. Once master relocates to the city, we must make it a point to visit him often." Zhang Guoqing recalled that Xiaohu mentioned his master had summoned him for a matter, prompting him to inquire with his master. Xiaohu stated, "You called for me, what is it?" His master, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I became so engrossed in our idle chatter that I completely forgot the important matter at hand." Afterward, the master opened a drawer, retrieving an envelope, which he handed to Zhang Guoqing, saying, "Old Chao informed me that he will be transferred to the Ministry of Railways in Beijing next month. He asked me to convey a message to you. Expecting your visit at that time." Zhang Guoqing, elated, opened the envelope, only to discover it contained nothing but a plethora of large denomination bills. "Where is the letter from my godfather?" he queried. "Why is there only money in this envelope?" His master, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Did I not inform you? Your godfather will be arriving in Beijing next month. This is what he conveyed to me over the phone, and the envelope was sent by someone on his behalf. In this day and age, who still writes letters? We all have phones now." Zhang Guoqing felt speechless, a torrent of exasperation flooding his mind. He thought to himself, what is there to boast about having a mere landline? Soon, everyone will possess a mobile phone. Who still uses landlines these days? Such a lack of vision. He then asked his master when exactly his godfather would arrive, expressing his intention to greet them. His master said that he would notify Zhang once he was settled in, adding that the money was intended as his pocket money, encouraging him not to be frugal. Zhang Guoqing, feeling somewhat disenchanted, tucked the envelope away and remarked to his master, "Very well, master, we shall return to handle our household registration after collecting our firearms. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us." With that, Zhang Guoqing swiftly snatched the half-opened pack of cigarettes and the lighter from his master's desk and dashed out, followed closely by Zhang Xiaohu and Li Suanpan. His master, chuckling yet scolding, called out, "You little rascal, return my lighter." Li Suanpan reopened the door, tossing a fire stick to his master, saying, "Uncle Li, this is a fire stick made by grandfather Zhang. Use it to enjoy a smoke for the day." After saying this, he exited, closing the door behind him. His master contemplated the fire stick for a while before retrieving a box of cigarettes, opening it, and lighting one with the fire stick, taking several deep puffs. Upon exiting his master's office, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Xiaohu knocked on the door of Uncle Tang, located directly opposite. "Come in," Zhang Guoqing announced as he entered, making his way directly to Tang Dashan, who was seated behind his desk sipping tea. He took a cigarette from the newly acquired pack and placed it in Tang Dashan's mouth, deftly lighting it in a seamless motion. "Uncle Tang, don't you think we mastered the art of lighting cigarettes?" Zhang Guoqing chuckled, addressing Tang Dashan, who was busy lighting his own cigarette. Tang Dashan took a puff and smiled. "Your flattery is quite skilled, though your technique in lighting cigarettes could use some polishing. Now, what brings you here today, young man?" Zhang Guoqing quickly denied any ulterior motives, asserting, "Oh, I merely haven't visited you in a while. We just brought some fish to the canteen." At noon, the cafeteria served stewed fish, and in the evening, each person took home a fish, ensuring that everyone received one. "The largest fish was reserved for you and my esteemed master uncle, as a token of our filial respect." Tang Dashan, ever accommodating, remarked on your organizational skills, noting that everyone had a fish. He then inquired about whether you had any matters at hand, and upon hearing you had none, he mentioned he was preparing to attend a meeting. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly interjected that there was indeed a matter to discuss regarding the acquisition of equipment. They wished to procure more, as they hoped to enhance their unit's meals with any game they might hunt in the mountains. Tang Dashan chuckled, having anticipated your ulterior motive. As you were both offering him cigarettes and distributing fish, he decided to call the equipment department, instructing you to collect your items shortly while reminding you to prioritize safety and avoid misplacing them. Zhang Guoqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Tang Dashan and prepared to take his leave. Tang Dashan, puzzled, asked why the hasty departure, inquiring if he would not partake in the stewed fish. Zhang Guoqing succinctly recounted the arrangements for Zhang Xiaohu and others regarding their household registration and housing before taking his leave. Upon hearing the door close behind Zhang Guoqing, Tang Dashan swiftly picked up the phone to inform the equipment department to prepare for Zhang Guoqing's weapon collection. After completing the call, he muttered to himself about the youth, reflecting on how they were earning wages and securing housing while his own relatives remained idle at home, feeling a surge of frustration at the thought. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Taishan and Li Suanpan, arrived at the equipment department and knocked on the door. Today, it was Xiao Wang on duty. Zhang Guoqing promptly approached, offering a cigarette. After lighting it for Xiao Wang, he inquired if Tang Dashan had mentioned their equipment collection. Xiao Wang, enjoying his cigarette, confirmed that he had just received a call from Tang Dashan and instructed them to select their items before returning for registration. He also reminded Zhang Guoqing about the necessity of having identification photos, noting the unique requirements for special departments. Realizing the oversight, Zhang Guoqing asked Xiao Wang where they could get their photos taken. Xiao Wang directed them to the storeroom to choose their equipment first, promising to take them to the documentation department afterward, where photos could be developed quickly within half an hour. Grateful, Zhang Guoqing thanked him, and Xiao Wang waved off the appreciation, signaling it was no trouble. Together, they entered the storeroom to select their equipment. For their primary weapon, they chose the Browning 1935 high-caliber pistol, meticulously selecting 24 units. Zhang Guoqing then asked Xiao Wang how many magazines they could take. After checking his records, Xiao Wang replied that they had ample magazines and ammunition, suggesting they limit themselves to 5 magazines and 5 boxes of bullets per gun. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. Expressing his thanks to Xiao Wang, Taishan proceeded to load 120 magazines and 120 boxes of ammunition, while Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Xiaohu to ensure each gun was fully loaded. Xiao Wang observed, somewhat speechless at the clear advantage they were taking, but since all transactions would be recorded, he thought it inconsequential. Gazing at the numerous boxes of telescopes in the storeroom, Zhang Guoqing did not hesitate to take 15 of them. He also acquired 15 daggers, reportedly confiscated from the battlefield, along with 20 handcuffs and 12 holsters crafted from cowhide. Additionally, he gathered some cloth and gun oil for firearm maintenance. After securing the equipment, Zhang Guoqing and his companions, under the guidance of Xiao Wang, proceeded to the documentation department. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the on-duty personnel in the documentation department quickly recognized that the stewed fish served in the cafeteria at noon was brought by Zhang Guoqing and his group. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, they promptly took photos of Zhang Guoqing and his companions, affixing the images onto their work IDs. During the wait for the photographs, Suanpan proposed that, since they had a camera, they could take a group photo. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval, leading to a flurry of arranging positions for a group shot. When the photographs were finally retrieved, smiles adorned everyone's faces. In the picture, there were 3 rows. The back row featured De Kuei, Air Kuei, Lu Dali, and Zhu Dachong standing, while the middle row showed Zhang Xiu, Zhang Guoqing, Li Suanpan, and Taishan seated on stools. The front row captured Jiang Wei, Jiang Jie, Qiu Feng, and Qiu Yu crouching on the ground. Each individual radiated genuine joy, and Zhang Guoqing, elated, proposed that they should take a photograph together every year, including their grandparents, aiming for a complete family portrait with no one left out. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of happiness and began animatedly discussing the idea. Noticing the time nearing noon, Zhang Guoqing urged them to prepare to leave, reminding them that their grandparents were waiting at home for them to return for lunch. Ensuring everyone had their personal weapons secured, he emphasized accountability for any lost items. Following this, the group swiftly gathered their newly allocated firearms and ammunition, rushing out of the office building to board a carriage back home for their meal. Chapter 86. The shock in the commune. By 1 p.m., Zhang Guoqing and his companions arrived at their grandparents' home in Xishan, where a sumptuous feast awaited them, featuring stewed fish, steamed buns, and sautéed wild boar meat. Upon their return, their grandmother and second aunt busily organized the meal, which was particularly delightful, accompanied by laughter and joy. As they unveiled the group photo, their grandparents and uncles and aunts studied it intently, sharing in the happiness of seeing the children smiling together. Zhang Guoqing, observing the joy of his grandparents, expressed his envy, suggesting that once they moved into their new home, they should find a time for individual portraits, culminating in a family photo. He envisioned that this would become an annual tradition. His grandparents, upon hearing this, praised Zhang Guoqing profusely, while the second aunt continued to facilitate the meal. During the gathering, Zhang Guoqing raised a glass with his grandfather and second uncle, marking an early celebration. The grandfather announced that once the family moved, they would have a proper celebration, allowing everyone to enjoy a drink. This prospect delighted the young boys, as being allowed to drink indicated that the family was beginning to regard them as adults. After the meal, my uncle took everyone to the village committee at the foot of the mountain to obtain a certificate. This time, he hurriedly drove a cart with Zhang Xiaohu and the others. There was no need for Zhang Guoqing to handle his household registration in Taishan. Once my uncle completed the customary ritual of offering cigarettes to the village head, Wang Changfa, he produced the envelope containing the work assignment from the textile factory. Upon opening it, Wang was filled with envy. Inside the envelope was an official letter from the textile factory and Zhang Erju's work permit, indicating that the village's introduction letter was a mere formality, as Zhang Erju had already secured employment at the textile factory. With the introduction letter, he could register his household in the capital and, after receiving housing, he would become a city dweller, enjoying the benefits of commodity grain. This prospect greatly excited Wang Changfa, who had long given up on his own aspirations but yearned to secure a better future for his children. He took out a sheet of stationery and earnestly began to draft an introduction letter for my uncle, inquiring about the arrangement of the job for Erju and whether it had cost much. He wondered if there were opportunities for his own children, like to go and the others. My uncle lit a cigarette, chuckling as he replied that it was Guoqing who had made the arrangements, not just for him, but also for the group of children surrounding him. At this, he gestured towards Zhang Xiaohu and the others, who promptly produced their own envelopes and placed them beside Wang Changfa. Overwhelmed, Wang's mind raced, and he feigned calm as he finished writing my uncle's introduction letter, stamped it, and handed it over. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the envelopes belonging to Zhang Xiaohu and the others, opening them one by one. Upon seeing the official work permits adorned with photographs, the national emblem, and steel stamps, he gasped in astonishment. Are these all from state-owned enterprises? Zhang Xiaohu confirmed. Yes, please. Village chief, issue us the introduction letters. We need to complete the process. Wang Changfa stared at the 10 official work permits from various departments, lost in thought. Once, he had considered himself superior as the village chief, looking down upon others and forbidding his children from mingling with Zhang Guoqing's group. Now, those children, who played with Zhang Guoqing, had secured formal jobs in state institutions, while his own children were still playing in the dirt at home. The contrast was stark, and it was evident that Zhang Guoqing would lead them to better lives. The village chief felt as though he had missed out on billions, a heavy weight settling in his chest. If not for the need to maintain his dignity and fragile pride as village chief, he might have knelt before Zhang Erju, pleading for him to help his children. Reflecting on past events, he recalled how he had once personally led militia to apprehend Zhang Guoqing and the others when they were fishing by the river. It was only after seeing the receipts from the state-run restaurant that he had stormed off in indignation. He had approached Zhang Guoqing several times to claim the fish they had caught, each time with a condescending and arrogant demeanor, believing that with Zhang Guoqing's father gone, his future achievements would be limited. Little did he know that one person's success could elevate an entire family, and now Wang Changfa was filled with regret, lamenting his short-sightedness and his fixation on immediate gains, failing to envision the broader horizon. Regrettably, the child from his family is destined to never integrate into Zhang Guoqing's circle. After all, in this life and the next, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Xiaohu share a profound bond forged over 2 lifetimes. Coupled with the misdeeds of his current existence, it becomes evident that his child possesses even fewer opportunities. Wang Changfa, utterly disheartened, could only muster the courage to issue an introduction letter for Zhang Xiaohu and his companions, all the while forcing a smile as he bid farewell to his uncle and the others at the village committee's entrance. Upon closing the door and returning to the committee's office, he chastised himself with 2 sharp slaps, muttering curses under his breath. I warned you against being so glib. I admonished you for your lack of ambition. I scolded you for your insatiable greed. What are you even worth? After the self-inflicted reprimand, Wang Changfa's anger intensified, jealousy gnawing at him. However, reflecting on his past actions and observing the unwavering politeness of the Zhang Guoqing family whenever they encountered him, always smiling and silent, even as they prepared to leave the village, highlighted the stark contrast between their character and his own. With a long, resigned sigh, Wang Chongfa resolved to learn from the Zhang Guoqing family, pledging to be more courteous to others. After departing from the village committee, his uncle led Zhang Xiaohu and the others swiftly to the commune, seeking to reach the leader's office. The uncle knocked on the door with a firm rap. "Come in." A voice beckoned from within. The uncle, at the forefront, ushered in Zhang Xiaohu, de Kuei, and the others in a steady stream. The leader, seated behind the desk and sipping tea, assumed that a group of this size was there to lodge a complaint or report an issue, and his expression soured. "Which production team are you from? What issue do you wish to address?" Stepping forward, the uncle produced a cigarette, offering it to the leader, and struck a match to light it for him before retrieving an envelope. "Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Zhang Guoqing from the 8th production team of Xishan Shaoshan village. I have come to request an introduction letter, as I am set to begin work at the textile factory in the city." Upon hearing the purpose of the visit, the leader's demeanor softened considerably. After all, securing a job in the city with the promise of commodity rations was enviable during these times. As he opened the envelope and beheld the work permit from the textile factory alongside the introduction letter from the village, a smile graced his face. "Oh, the procurement department of the textile factory. In the future, the commune may indeed require your assistance." The uncle humbly replied, "Not at all, leader. We are merely helping each other as fellow villagers." The leader nodded in agreement, smiling as he finalized the introduction letter and affixed the official seal. As he handed it to the uncle, he noticed that the uncle lingered, as if there were unfinished business. Curiously, he inquired, "Comrade Zhang Guoqing, is there anything else you wish to address?" The uncle quickly urged Zhang Xiaohu and the others, "Hurry up and bring out your documents. Do not waste the leader's time." One by one, Zhang Guoqing and the others retrieved their envelopes. But this time, the leader's expression darkened even more than that of the village head. Previously, he had extended a courteous invitation for assistance, but now the disparity in their administrative ranks was glaringly apparent, rendering further requests for aid a delicate matter. However, upon witnessing the group of youthful children presenting their credentials from a special department, he found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that he would inevitably be beholden to this family, especially given their connections to such a prestigious organization. Although some individuals may navigate through relationships in these times, it cannot be excessively outlandish. Genuine capability must prevail. Zhang Xiaohu and his peers, despite their tender years, had already secured positions in public service. And it was evident that their journey would not stop here. A promising future awaited them. Chapter 87. Registering at the police station. After meticulously issuing the letters of introduction for Zhang Xiaohu and his friends, the leader personally accompanied them out of the commune, his eyes brimming with palpable envy. The potential that lay ahead for Zhang Xiaohu and his companions was boundless. He had not anticipated such remarkable families residing in the neighboring village. By the time he sought to forge connections, it was already too late. They had already leapt into a realm of success. In this era, rural entertainment was virtually non-existent, and people often congregated during their leisure hours to engage in casual banter. Conversations regarding the Zhang and Li families were scarcely serious, and by nightfall, nearly the entire commune had heard of the events surrounding the Zhang household that afternoon. Some astute individuals ventured up the mountain to cultivate relationships with the Zhang family, while others sought to take shortcuts by proposing their daughters to Zhang Guoqing and others, hoping to arrange advantageous marriages. Zhang Guoqing and his companions did not engage in this endeavor, considering the presence of their elders. Their grandparents conversed with visitors in the courtyard of their uncle's home, responding casually. Meanwhile, the second aunt was indoors with her youngest son, making it inconvenient for outsiders to enter. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing and his companions remained in the grandparents' courtyard, rendering it difficult for visitors to express their intentions openly. The night passed without incident. The following morning, when Taishan arrived with the horse-drawn cart, he had already placed 2 wolves upon it. Zhang Guoqing led the way to the police station to meet with the elder brother of Director Zhang from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to finalize the household registration. On the cart, Zhang Guoqing had prepared several red envelopes filled with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies for the officers at the police station and the street committee, primarily to foster familiarity. After all, a generous gesture is seldom met with disfavor, and establishing a positive first impression is quite essential. Given the number of individuals registering their households simultaneously and the need for a spacious yard, it was prudent to maintain amicable relations with the police station and the street committee. This occasion required separating the previous household registrations. The second uncle would have one, which included the second aunt and young brother Zhang Xiaobao. Li Xuan would possess a separate household register, as would Zhang Xiaohu, while Jiang Wei and Zhang Jia would share one, as would De Kuei and Air Kuei, Qiu Feng and Qiu Yu, Lu Dali and Zhu Dachang, each with their own respective registers. This arrangement would ensure that their applications for housing at the street committee did not appear overly conspicuous. Otherwise, applying for such a large courtyard with a single household register might raise suspicions among the discerning. Although they were not particularly fearful of complications, it was always better to address potential gossip at its source rather than allow it to fester. The carriage swayed gently as it arrived at the entrance of the police station. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by his companions, disembarked and proceeded inside. Upon seeing the officers, he hurriedly distributed candy and red envelopes, engaging in small talk to foster connections. The police reciprocated with warm wishes. In these times, a few kind words could yield tangible benefits, and only a fool would decline such an opportunity. The atmosphere was filled with laughter as Zhang Guoqing and his group reached the door, where they knocked without hesitation. Before an invitation to enter could be heard from within, Zhang Guoqing pushed the door open and led everyone in. Spotting the familiar director Zhang Guoqing cheerfully retrieved a cloth bag containing 2 pounds of wild boar meat, 2 pounds of rice, and a candy envelope from his backpack, tossing it onto Zhang's desk. With a grin, he addressed Zhang as Uncle Zhang, announcing, "We are here to register our household. We shall soon be city dwellers." Without even glancing at the offerings, Director Zhang opened his drawer to stow them away, chuckling. "Xiao Guoqing, when we first met last year, you were all business, unyielding. Now that you seek my assistance, you've turned to calling me uncle." Uncle Air swiftly stepped forward, offering a cigarette to Director Zhang and lighting it, saying, "Please don't take offense. My child is still young and inexperienced. I hope you can guide him." Zhang took a puff of the cigarette and smiled. "You must be Guoqing's Uncle Zhuzi. My brother often mentions you, saying your family knows how to manage affairs quite well. It's evident now." He continued, "Rest assured, I have a good relationship with Guoqing and his friends. They provided us with substantial help last year. Zhuzi, please hand me your introduction letter and work permits, and I will assist you with the household registration." Zhang Guoqing quickly shared his previous idea of separating the household registrations with Director Zhang. Zhang nodded thoughtfully. "You are quite astute. This will certainly help avoid numerous complications in the future. Once you've moved here, you will likely stay long-term. Should you require any cooperation from our station, do not hesitate to inform us. Our grassroots police station possesses its own capabilities." With a grin, Zhang Guoqing replied, "These are minor issues, Uncle Zhang. Rest assured, we shall strive together. Our area will undoubtedly become a model of civility in the district. With us around, the security here will surely improve." Director Zhang chuckled heartily, standing to gather the group's documents, and remarked, "The tea jars are on the table. Please help yourselves." He then stepped out to handle the household registration. Mindful of the need for confidentiality regarding Zhang Xiaohu and the others' identities, the fewer people privy to this information, the better. Li Xuanpan opened the tea canister on the table, adding tea leaves to 2 jars before pouring hot water to brew tea. The group found their places to sit within the room. The most uncomfortable among them was Uncle Air, as it was his first encounter with Director Zhang. Zhang Guoqing and his friends had spent over a month here last year for surveillance and interrogations, so they felt right at home. Li Xuanpan handed a tea jar to Uncle Air while passing the remaining leaves around, allowing anyone who wished to partake to do so. This was their customary practice, reflecting the limitations of the era. After all, Director Zhang had only 2 tea jars for guests, and those who chose not to drink would simply have to endure their thirst. This is also a characteristic of our era. Drinking water or alcohol from a teacup has become quite commonplace. After all, it is not unusual for many to share a cigarette without anyone complaining about hygiene. In this age, those who are overly sensitive often find themselves at odds with the group. After more than 20 minutes, when Director Zhang returned to his office, he was greeted by the chaotic scene that Zhang Guoqing and his companions had created. Observing the disarray, Director Zhang chuckled and shook his head, addressing Zhang Guoqing. "Little Guoqing, how can you be a leader if you cannot manage your subordinates? Just look at the state of my office." Zhang Guoqing stepped down from his desk and approached Director Zhang, handing him a stack of household registration books for inspection. With a smile, he replied, "Dear Director Zhang, you are making it difficult for me. I am not their leader. We are all colleagues here, equals, and there is no hierarchy. Besides, we are just children. Adults tend to forgive the mistakes of the young. Don't you agree, Director Zhang?" Following Zhang Guoqing's words, Zhang Xiaohu led the others in calling out, Director Zhang, please forgive us. The crowd echoed, Director Zhang, do grant us your forgiveness. Both Director Zhang and his uncle were amused by the shameless antics of Zhang Guoqing and his friends. Lowering his voice, Zhang Guoqing continued, Director Zhang, we have 2 wolves in the cart outside. One is for you, and the other for Aunt Zhao and the street committee. Would you like to choose one? Or shall we randomly select one for you? Upon hearing about the unexpected bounty of another wolf, Director Zhang understood Zhang Guoqing's intentions. After a moment of thought, he said, you rascal, still thinking of everyone else. Let us go and select one. I will ensure that everyone remembers your generosity. Rest assured, when you are away, we will look after your household. After a brief pause, Director Zhang added, oh, I almost forgot. Your skills are quite impressive. They must be a family legacy. Our ability to care for you is limited. Chapter 88. The street committee obtains the key. With that, Director Zhang took the lead and walked outside, followed by Zhang Guoqing and the others. Upon exiting the office, they spotted the police instructor, and Director Zhang called out, Old Liu, come here and lend us a hand. Instructor Liu quickly summoned 2 individuals to assist and hurried over to ask Zhang Guoqing, is there a case that requires our cooperation today? Zhang Guoqing smiled and shook his head. Uncle Liu, there is no case today. My uncle and my companions here are relocating to our district, and I am accompanying them to register their household. Director Zhang asked you to bring people to help because I am delivering gifts to the station. Recently, we hunted a few wolves in the mountains. I am giving 2 to our station and the street committee, and I'd like you to choose first. What do you say, Uncle Liu? Am I generous enough? Instructor Liu gave a thumbs up to Zhang Guoqing. You are indeed generous. Never forgetting the comrades who have fought alongside us. After lighting their cigarettes, Director Zhang, his uncle, Instructor Liu, and the 2 police officers who had come along approached the cart. Taishan lifted the burlap sack covering the wild wolves, revealing 2 of them. After Director Zhang and his team made their selections, Instructor Liu chose a somewhat larger wild wolf. He exchanged greetings with Zhang Guoqing and had the wolf carried away. Director Zhang leisurely remarked on their impressive marksmanship, noting that both wolves had been shot dead with a single bullet. He commented that cultivating such talented individuals must have required considerable resources. Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily as he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slipped it into Director Zhang's. All thanks to the nation's training. We are all here to serve the people, dear Director Zhang. If you have a moment, could you accompany us to the street? We are not very familiar with the area, and I hope to secure the key to that courtyard today. Director Zhang gave him an encouraging look, slowly taking a puff from his cigarette. If only you were one of us at the institute, he mused. Well then, since you've called me dear, I won't let you down. I'll accompany you for a few steps. It's a trivial matter. With that, Director Zhang settled into the cart and directed them to Taishan Street. After crossing a street and turning 2 corners, they arrived at the street office. Zhang Guoqing handed Director Zhang a bag of candy and red envelopes that he had prepared in advance, asking him to help distribute them. He then placed the previously prepared wild boar meat, rice, and candy bag into his satchel and followed Director Zhang forward. As they walked, Director Zhang greeted everyone they met, introducing Zhang Guoqing and his companions, Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Lu, to the locals, saying, these are the newcomers assigned to our area. Please look after them. After receiving the candy and red envelopes, the locals opened them with smiles, reassuring him, don't worry, we're all neighbors here to help one another. We will definitely cooperate with the organization's arrangements. The security in our area has improved greatly under your station's management. Feel free to reach out if anything arises. We're all neighbors here. As they continued distributing candy and red envelopes, they arrived at the door of the street director's office. Director Zhang knocked, and upon hearing please come in, he led Zhang Guoqing and the others inside. Director Zhao, the street director and the aunt of Director Li from the state-owned restaurant, warmly greeted them upon their entry. Director Zhang, Guoqing, what brings you both here together? Upon saying this, Director Zhao stood up to pour hot water for tea. Director Zhang cheerfully interjected, no need to trouble yourself, Director Zhao. They just had tea with me. Guoqing, yes, uncle, and his group are looking to settle in our area. I've just helped them with their household registration. He pointed to Zhang Erju, saying, this is Guoqing's uncle, who currently works at the nearby textile factory. Zhang Erju stepped forward to greet Director Zhao. Hello, Director Zhao. I'm Zhang Erju, working at the textile factory. I'll be relying on your assistance once we move in. Director Zhao smiled and nodded. We are all here to serve the people. If you need anything, just come to me. We are all family. Zhang Guoqing then took out the prepared items from his satchel and placed them on the desk. Aunt Zhao, it's been a while. Has Uncle Li mentioned that we are applying to settle in the back courtyard of that 3-entry yard? Director Zhao opened the cloth bag to examine the items presented by Zhang Guoqing. Squinting, he remarked, Guoqing, my brother-in-law has mentioned it to me. But the backyard is rather spacious. Your second uncle's family may not fit comfortably. Zhang Guoqing reached out to take the household registration book and work certificates from Zhang Xiaohu and handed them to Director Zhao. Aunt Zhao, look at these work credentials of my second uncle and his companions. We all have formal employment now, and considering our separate household registrations, it would indeed be quite cramped for so many families in one backyard. As Director Zhao perused the work certificates, he was taken aback upon noticing the classified units associated with the holiday. However, upon reflection, it made sense. His brother-in-law had mentioned that Zhang Guoqing was a child of the compound, a person of considerable influence. After reviewing the documents, a smile returned to Director Zhao's face. Guoqing, you are welcome to come here. It is rather generous of you to have Director Zhang accompany you on such a lengthy trip with all these items. Zhang Guoqing, smiling, replied, Aunt Zhao, as new residents, we ought to foster a good relationship with our community. It will facilitate smoother communication in the future. Additionally, we will extend our support for the security efforts in our area. Zhang Guoqing's words were intended both as a gesture of goodwill towards the community and as a display of their capabilities. After all, those who navigate the outside world are often in need of one another's assistance. Director Zhang asked everyone to wait briefly in the office before he stepped out with the household registration materials and work certificates. He quietly inquired of Zhang Guoqing, Guoqing, has your organization had any personnel monitoring our district recently? If so, I can arrange for someone to assist. Zhang Guoqing responded discreetly, Uncle Zhang, we are merely consultants, not frontline personnel. Our appearances at the scene are occasional. If you need to interrogate any suspects, we are professionals in that regard. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. Contemplating the formidable skills of these seemingly youthful individuals, he found it unsettling to consider how they had been trained. After conversing casually for over 20 minutes, Director Zhang returned with the household registration book, work certificates, and a stack of new ration cards, presenting them to Zhang Guoqing. Guoqing, I have made arrangements with the grain store. You may purchase grain today, but next month, you will need to buy at the beginning of the month. Zhang Guoqing promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. I appreciate your assistance. Additionally, we have a wolf from a few days ago on our cart outside. Could you kindly arrange for someone to retrieve it? Director Zhang's face brightened. In these times, a leader who could provide meat for their subordinates was truly commendable. She had been pondering how to explain to so many people why such a large yard was allocated to a group of children, but now, with the promise of meat, everything would be much easier. As the adage goes, a bite of food silences the tongue. Zhang Guoqing had effectively appeased everyone with the promise of meat, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Director Zhang, as she spoke, returned to her office, where her assistant rummaged for a while before producing a set of keys. She handed them to Zhang Erju, saying, Here are the keys to the house. Please change the locks and return both the locks and keys afterward. Zhang Guoqing, smiling, produced 2 banknotes and handed them to her. Aunt Zhao, could I trouble you to purchase another set of locks? We have quite a busy few days ahead, and will need to travel out of town soon.